In a narrow alley, three teenagers lined up, exerting a dominating presence over the youthful Tang Song. Yet, Tang Song remained unperturbed, raising his head with an impassive expression, his dark eyes fixated on Lu Xiao, who felt a twinge of discomfort under that unwavering gaze. At merely 12 years of age, and having just entered junior high after the summer, Lu Xiao was already a formidable figure in the residential area of the 4th Mechanical Factory. In Linyuan City, among his peers, he commanded respect, and even high school students seldom dared to confront him. Younger children would either steer clear or obediently follow in his wake. But Tang Song, each time they crossed paths, chose to ignore him, exuding an air of indifference. What audacity for such a young child to wear a perpetual scowl. If circumstances allowed, Lu Xiao would prefer to avoid bullying someone so much younger, yet today was different. He owed a debt following a recent mishap, and failing to settle, it could bring trouble from unsavory individuals. With that thought in mind, Lu Xiao rubbed his nose and adopted a tone meant to charm children, saying, "Tang Song, could you lend me the 10 yuan that old Yi gave you? I promise to return it in a couple of days." Lu Xiao believed he had been sufficiently amiable. Had it been anyone else, he would have resorted to force without hesitation. Tang Song, appearing to comprehend the situation, nodded slightly, but stated flatly, "I gave it to someone else." A flicker of delight crossed Lu Xiao's face. It seemed Tang Song, despite his stoic demeanor, was not entirely different from other children. He could be easily persuaded. However, just then, Tang Song leisurely added, "But I won't lend it to you." With a sharp intake of breath, Lu Xiao felt a genuine ache in his teeth. This boy's sardonic tone, delivered in two parts, was a clear affront to his authority. Resisting the urge to retaliate, Lu Xiao maintained a facade of innocence, attempting to coax, "Are you afraid I won't pay you back? Rest assured, I will keep my word. How about I return an extra yuan?" Back then, pork cost merely 2 or 3 yuan per gene, and Lu Xiao gritted his teeth to make such an offer, only to be met with Tang Song's immediate rejection. "I don't lend at exorbitant rates." The smile on Lu Xiao's face froze. Was this about usury? He had not even borrowed the money. At that moment, Ji, standing to Lu Xiao's left, grew irritable. With a round face and a flat nose reminiscent of a character from cartoon, he had earned the nickname Fat Tiger. Having followed Lu Xiao in many street brawls and absorbed countless martial arts films, he fancied himself as Lu Xiao's second-in-command. Witnessing Lu Xiao's embarrassment, Ji's expression soured. "Hand over the money," he demanded, brandishing a fist shaped like a sandbag. "Ever seen a fist this big? Speak another word, and it'll smash your head." As Ji brandished his fist, Tang Song's eyes widened. Ji raised an eyebrow at Lu Xiao, as sometimes brute force spoke louder than words. But when he turned back to Tang Song, he found the boy had returned to his calm demeanor. "What good is a large fist? If it doesn't make a sound, it means you're not a master." Ji felt a sudden constriction in his chest. He wished he could crack his knuckles like in the movies, but he couldn't. Being laughed at by a child was infuriating, and Fat Tiger broke into a sweat. "Who says my fist doesn't make a sound? Just listen, it's not." Ji struggled to crack his fingers. Lu Xiao, exasperated, nudged him. "What are you doing? The kid's getting away." Ji looked up to see Tang Song's slender figure darting away like a nimble rabbit at the end of the alley. Confusion washed over him. Hadn't they just agreed not to be afraid? Why was he running so fast? "Lu Ge, you won't get far, I'll go catch him." Ji gritted his teeth in anger. "Chase after a little brat? What would that make us look like?" Lu Xiao rubbed his nose in frustration, abandoning the impulsive pursuit. He was not the sort to bully the weak. He was a force to be reckoned with among the tough crowd. "What about the money we owe?" Ji's expression darkened. In front of Tang Song, he could flaunt his authority, but in the presence of someone tougher, he had no power. Lu Xiao scratched his head and spat on the ground. "Don't worry, isn't the factory shut down again? Let's think of a plan there." Facing Lu Xiao and his crew, Tang Song felt a sense of fear that he could not deny. He ran without daring to stop, traversing the chaotic streets until he reached the outskirts, collapsing against a red brick wall plastered with slogans. He did not wish to continue running, he simply lacked the strength. The 3-kilometer distance from the workers' living quarters felt like an arduous marathon for a 6-year-old. Even with better stamina than his peers, he was now utterly exhausted. Once he caught his breath, Tang Song realized, in his frantic escape, he had arrived at the 4th Mechanical Factory. He gazed up at the imposing wall, assessing the place that supported countless lives. In the distant, hazy recesses of his memory, the factory had always been a cacophony of noise, often disturbing his sleep even from the workers' dormitory. Yet he couldn't tell when it had begun to quiet down now. It was eerily silent, the vast fourth mechanical factory resembling a tomb, its stillness unsettling. Tang Song was oblivious to the events that had transpired in the interim, nor did he grasp the implications of this silence. He simply wished to distance himself from it. But as he turned, he spotted three figures approaching slowly, with the foremost being none other than Lu Xiao. They caught up? Tang Song felt like crying. Although 10 yuan was not a trivial sum, did Lu Xiao really need to be so persistent? Though he thought so, the factory grounds were open, and he knew fleeing was futile. He glanced at the wall, towering over him, nearly 3 times his height. Jumping over it was impossible. Ultimately, he gritted his teeth and crept along the wall towards the factory's entrance. At the main gate, a weathered wooden sign reading Linyuan City 4th Mechanical Factory hung askew, flaking paint revealing rusted iron gates. They stood ajar, just wide enough for his small frame to slip through. Tang Song peered inside, finding a dusty guardhouse with an old man with graying hair resting inside, eyes closed, while a radio crackled with incomprehensible news. With the development of professionalization, Linyuan City's last chap, a club that has officially announced its dissolution due to financial issues. Thus, Linyuan City is now officially excluded from the domestic top league. Go away, everyone go away, the guard sighed, startling Tang Song, who thought he had been discovered. Yet, the man remained with his eyes shut, merely switching frequencies to listen to music. Tang Song patted his chest and glanced to the left. There lay a parking lot with a collapsed shelter, but only a wheelless bicycle rested within. Assured of his anonymity, Tang Song finally breathed a sigh of relief and stealthily slipped through the gap in the door. In recent years, he had overheard numerous rumors about the fourth factory during adult conversations, tales of inefficiency, bankruptcy, and impending closure. Though he could not comprehend them fully, he understood that, much like his father, most of the factory workers were now idly at home, no longer required to adhere to their usual work schedules. This was fortuitous within the expansive factory grounds. Tang Song could easily conceal himself, ensuring that Lu Xiao would be unable to find him. Once he dashed into the factory area, an elderly man seated on a bench opened his eyes slightly, gently stroking the old yellow dog beside him, murmuring, "Let him be, old friend. This factory may not exist for much longer. It's harmless for the children to explore." Tang Song had not ventured far. He hid outside a workshop, secretly observing the entrance. Yet Lu Xiao did not appear after a considerable wait. Could it be that they were waiting for him outside? Tang Song chuckled nonchalantly. As he was in no hurry to return home, they could waste time together. Speaking of time, he had plenty to squander. With a sense of relief washing over him, the young Tang Song wiped the dust off a window of a nearby factory, peering inside with fervent curiosity. Towering machines loomed within, resembling primeval beasts in their slumber. Were these the very contraptions that had once disturbed his slumber? A pang of regret struck him. How wondrous it would be to witness them in action. Yet, he hesitated to step inside. During his time at Grandpa Yi Jinshi's house, a one-armed uncle had vividly recounted the horrors of being ensnared by machinery. The mere thought of losing his own arm sent a chill through Tang Song, rendering his face pale. The factory grounds boasted a dozen such buildings, yet not a soul was in sight. Tang Song wandered aimlessly through the overgrown grass, occasionally stumbling upon a half-eaten lunchbox on the ground or unearthing a long-hidden cigarette from a corner. Ultimately, he arrived at the small park nestled in the heart of the factory area. Though referred to as a park, it was merely a large circular island, originally designed with trees and a small pond adorned with a foam mountain. However, like the rest of the surroundings, it had succumbed to decay, the pond a murky green, littered with debris. With nothing else to occupy his time, Tang Song picked up a stick and playfully stirred the water. As he cleared the top layer, a round object suddenly emerged, startling him to the brink of tumbling into the pond. Once composed, Tang Song realized it was merely a greened-over rubber ball. He wondered how long it had been discarded here. Remarkably, it still held air, bouncing forth like a fish gasping for oxygen. For a child, such a discovery was akin to a thief unearthing treasure. He quickly sought out another stick, employing both to retrieve the ball from the murky depths. Yet upon retrieving it, disappointment washed over him. The ball, not only discolored but also deflated, was evidently beyond use. As he contemplated whether to discard it, a voice rang out, "Tang Song, what are you doing here?" Turning around, he found Lu Xiao approaching. Caught off guard, Tang Song raised the ball and, with a grin, replied, "I'm just here to play with the ball. Do you believe me?" Chapter 2. We are here to play ball. Three adolescents gazed at the peculiar object in Tang Song's hands, their lips twitching with incredulity. Could you at least try to be a little more creative with your excuses? One of them scoffed. What kind of ball is decorated with green moss on the outside? And it's dripping water. Do you think we're just toddlers playing with water balloons? Are you aware that we came here to steal something, and you're just hiding here as a witness? Angie shouted, clearly frustrated with Tang Song's antics. He had been outsmarted in the alley, and now Tang Song was attempting to deceive him again. Lu Xiao, hearing Angie's outburst, instinctively tried to cover his mouth, but he was a moment too late. Angie had already divulged too much, igniting Lu Xiao's fury. With your level of intelligence, you're no smarter than a 4 or 5-year-old. Tang Song's eyes darted, and he began to piece together the trio's intentions. With a chuckle, he declared, "How coincidental. I'm not a 4 or 5-year-old either. I just turned 6 today. Since everyone seems busy, I'll be on my way." Without hesitation, Tang Song clutched the ball and prepared to flee. Unlike the previous encounter in the alley, he was acutely aware of the secret he had stumbled upon, realizing that the next move would likely be silencing him permanently. But before he could escape, he felt a tight grip around his neck, lifting him off the ground. Turning to see who had caught him, he found Lu Xiao holding him by the collar, his confusion evident. Lu Xiao could not fathom why Tang Song was present, but he was determined not to let him slip away easily. In a moment of desperation, he contemplated taking something from the factory to sell. If Tang Song revealed their plans, how could he ever show his face at the 4th factory again? "Please don't kill me. I haven't seen or heard anything," Lu Xiao stammered, scrambling for a way to silence Tang Song. Yet, before he could devise a plan, Tang Song had already begun to shout, "Be quiet. Who said anything about killing you?" Lu Xiao was exasperated. This kid was far too quick to jump into character. Looking around for something to gag Tang Song, he was taken aback when Tang Song, after a brief pause, suddenly complied and closed his mouth. The speed of his change in attitude left Lu Xiao feeling somewhat deflated, as he had been ready to resort to drastic measures. "Are you truly here to play ball? Then tell me, where did you get that ball? You didn't steal it from the factory, did you? We have 3 witnesses here." Lu Xiao knew that to keep a secret, one must first seize an advantage. He immediately recognized that the ball had been unearthed from some hidden corner by Tang Song. He was determined to insinuate that it had been stolen from the factory, thus creating leverage against Tang Song. While this tactic might not work on others, it would surely ensnare a 6-year-old like Tang Song. The young boy's gaze flitted between the ball and Lu Xiao, weighing the implications of the situation. Just as Lu Xiao thought he had the upper hand, Tang Song confidently replied, "I bought this ball for 10 yuan. You 3 know I have 10 yuan, right?" "You," Lu Xiao shouted, his frustration boiling over. It was said that children are innocent, yet Tang Song was proving to be more cunning than a trickster. "Lu Ye, why waste time with him? A good beating will put him in his place," Angie interjected, eager to restore his pride after his earlier blunder. "You can't hit him," Tang Song yelled as a fist swung towards him. "Why can't I hit him?" Angie chuckled, amused as he prepared to toy with Tang Song like a cat with a mouse. He hoped Tang Song would say something foolish, providing him the chance to retaliate. Knowing he couldn't outrun them, Tang Song resorted to stalling, enunciating each word carefully. "Because a gentleman speaks rather than resorts to violence. To hell with your gentlemanly conduct. Fat Tiger, I'm going to act." Without waiting for a satisfying reply, Angie no longer hesitated and swung his fist at Tang Song once more. "Stop." 2 voices rang out simultaneously. One belonged to Lu Xiao, who had grabbed Angie's arm, while the other was the unexpected savior Tang Song had hoped for. Their commotion had finally caught the attention of the old man from the dispatch room, who approached with his trusty yellow dog. Having worked at the 4th factory for decades, the old man was familiar with the children there. Tang Song had been deliberately allowed in, while the other 3, having served in the military, raised suspicion in the old man's mind. "Lu Xiao, how did you get in here? What are you all doing?" he inquired, furrowing his brows. Angie and another boy, Wang Jianjun, immediately shrank back, retreating behind Lu Xiao. The latter, feeling the pressure and sweating, knew that his intentions for entering the factory were anything but innocent. He had not entered through the front door, but had scaled the wall instead. In his mind, this was a form of noble thievery, robbing the rich to aid the poor. Yet, he was aware that the masses did not share such enlightened views. To them, anyone who climbed walls was merely a thief deserving of scorn. Moreover, being caught by the old man would tarnish his reputation. So he embraced Tang Song, smiling as he said, "Grandpa Zhang, We came in right before Tang Song. You were sleeping then, so we didn't want to disturb you. To further convince the old man, Lu Xiao glanced at the ball in Tang Song's hands and continued, "Today is Tang Song's birthday, and we thought this place was spacious enough. So we made plans to play ball together." Tang Song's eyes widened in disbelief. How could Lu Xiao drag him into this web of deceit? Yet, with Lu Xiao's arm blocking his mouth, he could only make muffled sounds. Is that true? The old man was skeptical but reluctant to entertain the alternative thought. Of course it's true. Angie and Wang Jianjun quickly nodded in agreement, while Tang Song, under Lu Xiao's urging, also bobbed his head vigorously. Very well then. Since you're all from the fourth factory, I can't bear to be harsh. Just remember, you've had enough fun for today. I need to change shifts, so you can all accompany me back. Feeling guilty, Lu Xiao was eager to leave the old man's presence, but he knew he had to appear above board. He invited Angie and Wang Jianjun to join him, all while keeping his arm slung over Tang Song's shoulder to project camaraderie. Tang Song, pressed closely against Lu Xiao, was internally rolling his eyes, cursing him for being all brawn and no brains. Once back in the employee living area, Angie and Wang Jianjun wasted no time in making their escape, slipping away without a word. Lu Xiao, preoccupied with keeping an eye on Tang Song, was a beat slow to retreat. By the time he decided to leave, the old man had already caught him. "Don't be in such a hurry. Come with me to greet your grandfather," the old man insisted, pulling Lu Xiao along, who in turn dragged Tang Song with him. They found themselves at a bicycle repair stall near the staff dormitory. Yi Jinshi, over 60 and entirely gray-haired, looked up as the trio approached, wiping his hands with a cloth. Just as he was about to greet them, the old man leaned in and whispered something in his ear. "Yi, you know the rules of the factory. Even children need documentation to enter. I can't reprimand them, so I'll leave it to you to handle." The old man left without looking back. He didn't want to tarnish the kids' reputations, but knew he couldn't simply let them off the hook. Though he harbored suspicions that he did not fully disclose to Yi Jinshi, he was certain that, given Yi Jinshi's acumen, he had already unraveled the truth of the matter. Indeed, after old Zhang had departed, Yi Jinshi fixed his somewhat pale but keen gaze upon the two, causing them to blush profusely. Yi Jinshi, the most senior figure in the factory, regarded all employees as his disciples. Yet, he was not a harsh man. Rather, he was amiable and particularly attentive to the younger generation. Even the usually aloof Tang Song enjoyed visiting his home. Under Yi Jinshi's scrutinizing gaze, Lu Xiao felt his lips twitch, unable to suppress the urge to confess his wrongdoings. But Yi Jinshi waved his hand dismissively. "Did you go to the factory to play football?" he inquired. "Yes, indeed." Lu Xiao's voice was barely above a whisper, perplexed by Yi Jinshi's intentions. At last, Tang Song found an opportunity to speak, yet he could utter not a single word. He had never realized that Lu Xiao was Yi Jinshi's grandson. When Yi Jinshi had given him 10 yuan, he believed he was the sole recipient of Yi Jinshi's affection. Now, that cherished love seemed to have been irreparably divided, with the largest portion evidently reserved for Lu Xiao. Yi Jinshi was amused by Lu Xiao's hesitant demeanor. "You ask me, and I should ask who? However, you, young man, besides causing trouble, can also play football?" "Of course. My teacher taught me before," Lu Xiao replied with increasing confidence. Although he still did not comprehend the significance of Yi Jinshi's inquiry, he noticed that upon affirming his intention to play football, Yi Jinshi's expression softened somewhat. "Then show me your skills," Yi Jinshi said, glancing at the worn football in Tang Song's hands, disregarding its shabby appearance. Lu Xiao felt as if he had been granted a reprieve, seizing the ball from Tang Song. He accepted the air pump and needle offered by Yi Jinshi and began inflating the ball. Strangely enough, the seemingly deflated ball gradually swelled, showing no sign of air leakage. Then, with a steely resolve, Lu Xiao awkwardly juggled the ball a few times before Yi Jinshi and Tang Song, despite several failed attempts. "Not bad." Yi Jinshi nodded in satisfaction, and then made a startling decision that left both children astounded. "From now on, you shall teach Tang Song how to play football. There shall be no slacking, for I will conduct periodic evaluations." "What?" The two children, 6 years apart in age, exclaimed in unison. "What? Are you unwilling? Or did you not go to the factory to play football?" Yi Jinshi's demeanor suddenly turned serious. "I will teach. Of course, I will teach Tang Song how to play," Lu Xiao insisted, covering Tang Song's mouth once more. "Little brother Tang Song would certainly enjoy learning from me." Tang Song, with his bright and expressive eyes, nodded eagerly, unrestrained by Lu Xiao's hold. Not bad at all. One day, Yi Jinshe will surely say that to me. Seeing both children acquiesce, Yi Jinshe's expression softened again, and he affectionately ruffled Tang Song's hair, as if he had grasped his thoughts. Dragons beget dragons. Phoenixes beget phoenixes. Tang Song, I believe you will excel. That night, for the first time, Lu Xiao found himself sleepless. Had he been a diligent student, he might have composed poetry in bed, lamenting the sorrows of love and loss. But he was no such scholar, unable to recite a single line, instead tossing and turning in despair. Lu Xiao realized that Yi Jinshe must have discerned his true intention for visiting the factory. Had Yi Jinshe chosen to reprimand or chastise him, Lu Xiao might have felt some solace. Yet, Yi Jinshe said nothing harsh, guiding him instead, allowing the excuse of playing football to blossom into a vivid reality, such that Lu Xiao eventually believed he had genuinely intended to play. Though Lu Xiao was indeed at an unruly age, his heart was not made of iron. Even if it were, Yi Jinshe's intricate and subtle approach had nurtured new buds upon that ironwood. Now, the pressing question remained, what was he to do? Since Yi Jinshe understood everything, he surely knew that Lu Xiao's football skills were only rudimentary. Why then would he insist on Lu Xiao teaching Tang Song? Lu Xiao tossed and turned, unable to fathom the answer, until a disgruntled neighbor knocked at the door, complaining, "Hey, old Lu family, could you keep it down at night? I have a child downstairs. Aren't you tired from all this commotion?" Lu Xiao's mother, fully aware of her son's culpability, nevertheless refused to concede, standing with her hands on her hips and retorting, "What is wrong with us making noise? Just because your man is useless doesn't mean all men are." The ensuing argument only deepened Lu Xiao's distress. The following day, he ventured out with dark circles under his eyes, prompting Ji to exclaim in envy, "Lu Ge, you look just like Zorro." Lu Xiao promptly shoved the cowardly Ji to the ground, barking, "Go find Tang Song for me." After a night of reflection, Lu Xiao had come to a realization. Regardless of Yi Jinshe's intentions, having agreed to teach Tang Song football, he was obliged to fulfill that commitment. However, the specifics of how to proceed allowed for considerable negotiation. He needed to summon Tang Song to establish some ground rules. And Ji completely misinterpreted Lu Xiao's demeanor, assuming his dark circles were the result of family punishment, believing that Tang Song had gone and complained. Having abandoned Lu Xiao the previous night, and Ji was still anxious. And since Lu Xiao was not seeking revenge, but rather looking for Tang Song, he felt compelled to exert himself. Thus, he swiftly ran off to gather the others. It was summer vacation, and the children, brimming with energy, quickly amassed over 20 peers, scaring the neighborhood kids into staying indoors, all in search of Tang Song. Meanwhile, Tang Song was diligently practicing with a football. A ball rolled away, and he dashed after it, retrieving it to continue. One ball, two balls, and then another rolled away. Tang Song had meticulously counted. During Yi Jinshe's praise, Lu Xiao had juggled 9 times, so to surpass him, he needed to juggle at least 10. Yet, imitating Lu Xiao's juggling from the night before, he struggled to manage more than 3. This left him feeling somewhat dejected. Could it be that he was truly incapable of surpassing Lu Xiao in football? At this moment, Tang Song was unaware that Lu Xiao's 9 juggles had been sheer brute force, devoid of technique, relying solely on quick foot movements. In terms of body control, the 6-year-old Tang Song could not yet match the 12-year-old Lu Xiao, who was accustomed to physical altercations. Tang Song was puzzled, yet his determination was unyielding. If Lu Xiao could achieve this, so could he. Thus, regardless of how many times the ball rolled away, he repeatedly retrieved it, resolutely continuing. Time for Tang Song was an inexhaustible resource. He once observed a line of ants moving their home, engrossed from noon until dusk, without even a sip of water. Had it not been for the dimming light, he could have persisted even longer. His desire to earn Yi Jinshe's praise fueled his perseverance. The place where Tang Song practiced was a football field, a remnant of a time when Linyuan City promoted fitness for all. Back then, the city thrived, and even a public sports field boasted artificial turf. In recent years, lacking maintenance, the grass had been trampled down, exposing large patches of brown earth, resembling psoriasis upon Linyuan City. A young boy, not much older than Tang Song, had already caught the attention of some passers-by as he practiced in a corner. A youth, half of his face concealed by hair, observed several times before finally approaching Tang Song and asking, "Where's your dad?" Tang Song, without lifting his head, replied coolly, "My dad is a police officer." The youth's legs wobbled at this revelation. He was unfamiliar with Tang Song and even less acquainted with Tang Song's father. His intention was to seize Tang Song's football for himself. After observing, he deduced that Tang Song was likely alone, and his inquiry was merely to confirm this. Typically, when children heard such questions, they would respond honestly, while the more astute ones might retort with a question of their own regarding his intentions. From their responses, he could infer whether the football was worth taking. Yet, even if Tang Song's father were absent, would he dare to make a move? Just as he was in a quandary, a group of individuals charged toward him. Lu Xiao led the pack, shouting from a distance, "Bastard, you're finished today." Behind him, Angie echoed the sentiment. "Right? We won't let you off the hook." Upon seeing Lu Xiao, the half-faced youth wished he could grow more hair to cover the other side of his face, for he recognized Lu Xiao, and there was some animosity between them. Lu Xiao, of course, recognized this fellow named Zhang Jijuan, and he pushed him, causing him to stumble, then turned to Angie with a puzzled look. "Fat tiger, what are you doing?" Angie, mistakenly believing Lu Xiao was after Tang Song, realized his error after receiving a glare from Lu Xiao. He gently lowered his hand, patting Tang Song's shoulder. "I'm just brushing off some dust for Tang Song." After Tang Song disdainfully recoiled from him, Angie barked at the half-faced youth. "Zhang Jijuan, how dare you bully someone from our factory? You're done for." Zhang Jijuan's parents were also workers, but they worked at an oil field in Linyuan City. His name derived from the benchmark well of the oil factory. This very field had been built during the factory's peak. Thus, after a brief scare, Zhang Jijuan, realizing he couldn't escape, raised his chin defiantly. "I thought it was someone important, but it's just Lu Xiao, the one who makes excuses after losing." "What? This is our oil factory's territory. Aren't you afraid of my cousin coming to thrash you? He's on his way." Lu Xiao, already enraged, was further incensed by this mention, gripping Zhang Jijuan's neck. "If it weren't for your trickery last time, I wouldn't have lost. Even 10 of you Zhang Jizhuns couldn't defeat me." The previous encounter had involved a brawl between the children of two factories. Zhang Jijuan, seeing he was outmatched, had run to the billiards room seeking assistance from his cousin. Lu Xiao had been forced to play a few rounds of billiards with his cousin, losing all his money and incurring a hefty debt. It was for this debt that the humiliating scene from yesterday had unfolded. Now, with old grievances combined with new ones, Lu Xiao struck without holding back. Zhang Jijuan, feeling dizzy from the grip, saw more people approaching in the distance and shouted with his last breath, "Cousin, save me." The group clad in blue and white striped uniforms heard Zhang Jijuan's cries and rushed over, with none other than his cousin, Wu Yong, leading the way. Wu Yong, in his early 20s, had a beefy head shaved bald, and his mere presence was intimidating. Moreover, he was followed by a dozen others, and Lu Xiao didn't need to look back to know that half of his companions had already discreetly slipped away. Even Lu Xiao's grip loosened slightly, allowing Zhang Jijuan to escape to Wu Yong's side. In Lu Xiao's eyes, there was a stark division between minors and adults. They were impulsive in their youthful bravado, yet lacked the courage to confront the adult world directly. "You Lu Xiao, still dare to act tough in front of me?" Wu Yong scoffed, adding, "You're right on time. I still want the money you owe." "I don't have any." Lu Xiao realized he was bound to receive a beating today and, therefore, refused to show weakness, believing that enduring the punishment would afford him some dignity. No money and still acting tough. Wu Yong elongated his face and growled, then removed his shirt, revealing tattoos across his torso. This escalated matters significantly. In those days, a shaved head was already a symbol of delinquency, and combined with his numerous tattoos, even adults would steer clear of him. Lu Xiao heard a rustling behind him, and the remaining companions fled, leaving only a chubby Angie trembling. "I really have no money. What do you want from me?" Although Lu Xiao maintained his bravado, his heart began to race. There was a clear line between adulthood and youth, and another between those with tattoos and those without. He felt as though he had trespassed into two forbidden zones simultaneously, making him increasingly anxious. "What do I want?" Wu Yong cracked his knuckles, approaching Lu Xiao with a menacing grin, when suddenly a child with a football appeared before him, poking at him with a finger. "Uncle, why do you have 2 fish tattoos on you?" "Those are 2 dragons, you little brat." "Oh, my apologies. I mistook them for the ribbon fish from Animal Planet." "My bad. Please continue." With that, Tang Song strolled away, exuding the nonchalance of a protagonist who had just blown up the villain's lair. Wu Yong was infuriated to the brink of explosion. Given Tang Song's stature, a simple poke could have left him half dead. Yet, he couldn't lay a finger on Tang Song. He had sworn on the day he got his tattoos to adhere to two principles in his life: loyalty and never bullying the weak. Tang Song, with his demeanor, clearly belonged to the latter category. However, this weakness had left a significant psychological scar on Wu Yong, and it took him a long time to regain his fearsome aura. His expression twisted as he turned to face Liu Xiao once more. Just then, someone behind him spoke in a calm tone. "Wu Yong, are we here to play football or to bully kids?" The speaker appeared to be no older than 18 or 19, sporting a short haircut, and aside from a jersey emblazoned with the number 9, he bore no distinctive features. Liu Xiao had heard many rumors about Wu Yong. It was said that he could be brutal even to his own father. The tone of this individual showed no fear toward Wu Yong, even carrying a hint of disdain, which made Liu Xiao secretly concerned for him. Oddly enough, Wu Yong, known for his ferocity, actually complied after hearing him speak, breaking into a broad smile. "You're right. Brother Song, let's play football first." Was that it? Liu Xiao was momentarily taken aback, his gaze fixed on the speaker. Chapter 4. Why make such a ruckus? Liu Xiao stared in astonishment at the player in the blue and white jersey bearing the number 9. At this moment, the match had yet to commence, and the blue and white number 9 was warming up. He dribbled the ball for a while, then sprinted back and forth with it, attempting several shots on goal. Regardless of what the blue and white number 9 did, Liu Xiao's gaze was magnetically drawn to him. Each movement appeared flawless in Liu Xiao's eyes, particularly the commanding aura he exuded, which left Liu Xiao entranced. In truth, the individual was not overbearing. There was a subtle sorrow in his expression. However, Liu Xiao overlooked this. If someone is intimidating, as Wu Yong obeyed him, he must possess an undeniable authority. Before long, another group of players arrived at the field, dressed in jerseys. Among them were individuals of a similar age and stature to the blue and white number 9, and their overall spirit was markedly superior to that of the oil factory players. Yet, Liu Xiao felt they were merely fireflies in the night, overshadowed by the brilliance of the blue and white number 9. However, upon learning that this team comprised university students assigned to the city this year, Liu Xiao felt a pang of regret. Why was the blue and white number 9 not playing with the university team, but instead with the oil factory players? While Liu Xiao was engulfed in anxious thoughts, Tang Song approached, a serious expression on his face as he kicked the ball. Liu Xiao intended to express gratitude for his earlier assistance, but Tang Song, with utmost seriousness, stated, "Your dribbling technique is incorrect." Grateful as he was, Liu Xiao suddenly felt disinclined to engage with him. He kept his focus on the blue and white number 9, who was also observing, especially his calm and poised dribbling, where the football and his foot seemed to connect like long-lost lovers, each touch conveying their mutual understanding, in stark contrast to Liu Xiao's earlier clumsy attempts. After the blue and white number 9 successfully juggled the ball several times, Tang Song immediately realized Liu Xiao had been mistaken. With the best of intentions, he reminded Liu Xiao, only to be met with indifference. Tang Song remained unperturbed, convinced that Liu Xiao was merely feeling guilty, and continued to practice silently on the sidelines. Remarkably, after attempting the action of the blue and white number 9, his juggling improved drastically, achieving 5 consecutive juggles on his first attempt. Elated, Tang Song pressed on, retrieving the ball for a second attempt, and astonishingly reached 8 juggles. Just as he was poised to equal Liu Xiao's record, a whistle abruptly pierced the air on the field. The unexpected sound startled Tang Song, causing him to miss his 9th juggle. This infuriated him. Previously, when Zhang Jijian had interrupted him, it was bearable. At that time, his skills had stagnated at 2 or 3 juggles, so he could afford the delay. But now it was different. He was on the verge of catching up to, or even surpassing, Liu Xiao, who was the thoughtless individual that had to cause such a disruption. Tang Song could not comprehend why the entire world seemed to conspire against his simple desire to juggle. In frustration, he charged onto the field, clutching the ball, and fixed a steely gaze upon the referee without uttering a word. The referee's whistle indicated the start of the game. In those days, disciplined university students and aimless ruffians naturally found themselves at odds. Both sides were brimming with pent-up energy, and when the whistle blew, it was as if a dam had burst, unleashing a torrent of emotion. Yet in that moment, a child had appeared on the field, blocking the referee's path. The tension between the two sides was palpable, both exchanging uncomfortable glances. "Do you have a problem?" the referee asked, feeling somewhat uneasy himself. He had read in the newspapers about many prodigies in the country. The child before him was glaring intently, as if he could incapacitate him with sheer will. That seemed unlikely. He had not wronged anyone. "Why are you blowing your whistle so loudly? You startled me." Half the players on both sides fell over in laughter. Particularly, Zhang Jijuan, who understood the relationship between Lu Xiao and Tang Song, was nearly rolling on the sidelines with amusement. Lu Xiao, blushing with embarrassment,
dragged Tang Song off the field, explaining, "That was a starting whistle, akin to a charge call. It must be sounded loudly. Oji asked me to teach you."
"In the future, if you have any questions on the field, please ask me first, all right?" After spending an entire night contemplating rules, Lu Xiao found himself having to improvise, calming Tang Song down to prevent him from embarrassing himself further. "You don't even have the correct juggling posture. How can you understand anything else?" Tang Song shot him a skeptical glance. Lu Xiao, nearly winded from the juggling, could only feign confidence. "Juggling is a skill, and I might be a bit rusty on that front, but I excel in theoretical knowledge." This was no mere boast. Last night, aside from tossing and turning in bed,
he had revisited the teachings of a physical education teacher who had not yet transitioned to teaching mathematics, and he had perused every football article in his collection of newspapers,
even those taped to the window. While he could not claim to be a complete authority on football, dealing with Tang Song would not pose much of a challenge. "Then tell me, why are there 11 players on each side?" Tang Song posed a thoughtful question. Lu Xiao had not anticipated this inquiry, and it caught him off guard. He considered explaining that it was a rule, but he knew Tang Song would not be satisfied and would follow up with a question about why such a rule existed, which was far more complicated. How could Lu Xiao possibly know the reasoning behind the original rulemaker's decisions? "You see, asking you is pointless. Let me enlighten you. It's because with more players, movement on the field becomes cumbersome," Tang Song confidently asserted. After careful observation, he had concluded that football could only be played within the designated lines, once the ball was out of bounds. The game had to pause until it was returned to the field. The area within the lines was limited, and with players needing to sprint and maneuver, an excess of individuals would lead to chaos. If there were an infinite number of players, the field would become overcrowded, leaving no space for the ball at all. "Ha! This child has a point." Lu Xiao had yet to respond when the blue and white number 9, retrieving the ball from out of bounds, found Tang Song amusing and affectionately ruffled his hair. Lu Xiao envied such close interaction, while Tang Song furrowed his brow and gravely warned, "You are about to concede a goal." Both sides were waiting for the kickoff, and this proclamation astonished everyone. The first half had only just begun. Could this little brat truly possess foresight? However, the university students felt pleased, believing Tang Song had an insightful perspective. "How do you know?" The blue and white number 9 inquired with curiosity. "Because you can hardly gain possession of the ball, which means they are playing better. The better team deserves to score," Tang Song concluded. In his logic, it was only natural for the team maintaining possession to win, although he secretly hoped the blue and white number 9 would not suffer defeat. Tang Song's assessment mirrored the current dynamics on the field. The university team's coordination far surpassed that of the oil factory players, and their possession rate was steadily climbing. However, this was evident, and even the oil factory team did not seem particularly offended by Tang Song's remarks. Not necessarily. Football is rife with surprises. The better performing team does not always win. The blue and white number 9 countered thoughtfully. "I misspoke. It is the team that wins that plays the better game." Before he could finish, laughter erupted from the university team. "Stop boasting, Song Fangjian. We acknowledge your skill, but you're not infallible. Can your teammates keep up with you?" Song Fangjian chose not to argue, a slight smile gracing his lips as he re-engaged in the game. This light-hearted demeanor melted Lu Xiao's heart, leaving him increasingly torn. On one hand, he wanted to see the university team triumph over the oil factory team, a nearly foregone conclusion. Yet on the other hand, he did not wish to witness the blue and white number 9's defeat. Caught in this dilemma, the university team swiftly scored 2 consecutive goals, leaving the oil factory team disheartened, their frustration palpable even from a distance. Upon seeing the scoreline, Lu Xiao glanced at Tang Song beside him. While it was evident that the university team held the upper hand, how old was Tang Song? Moreover, he appeared inexperienced, having never played football before. Yet here he was, making predictions that were surprisingly accurate. Lu Xiao could not tear his gaze away. Tang Song, looking dejected, shifted his feet over the football anxiously. "What are you doing?" Lu Xiao, who had resolved not to engage with Tang Song, could not resist asking. "I am pondering why the oil factory players are not passing the ball to Song Fangjian," Tang Song replied, his action ceaseless. There were few defenders around Song Fangjian. If they simply passed the ball, it should lead to a goal. Lu Xiao was taken aback. After several failed attempts to defend against Song Fangjian, the university team had indeed shifted their defensive focus, isolating him from the other oil factory players and creating ample space around him. If they passed the ball, Song Fangjian might indeed score. However, Lu Xiao soon chuckled. The logic is sound, but how could the oil factory players manage to deliver such a perfectly timed pass? Is passing the ball that difficult? Tang Song inquired, pausing his movements. "Of course it is," Zhang Zhizhuan interjected eagerly, recognizing Lu Xiao's tone as mocking the oil factory players. As one of their own, he felt compelled to defend their honor. "You have to observe your teammates' positions amidst the crowd while also guarding against the opposing team's interceptions. Executing an assist in a match is far from simple." "Assist?" Tang Song raised an eyebrow at this new term. At that very moment, the agitated players from the oil factory began to intensify their movements. A ball was kicked away towards the sidelines, heading straight for Tang Song. "Watch out!" Lu Xiao exclaimed, worried for Tang Song's safety. Unexpectedly, the football, which was flying towards Tang Song, suddenly changed direction, soaring back onto the field. Slipping past two retreating college defenders and arriving right in front of Song Fangjian. Seeing the ball approach, Song Fangjian instinctively leaped into the air, executing a breathtaking bicycle kick, a technique honed from years of playing as a forward. Upon hearing the satisfying thud of the ball hitting the net, he lay on the ground and let out a triumphant roar. In the midst of the chaos, he failed to notice where the ball had originated and completely regarded it as a legitimate goal. On the sidelines, Zhang Zhizhuan stared blankly at the field and then at Tang Song, who had made the pass, struggling to comprehend how to react. "Is this what you meant by an assist?" Tang Song asked nonchalantly, as if a teacher was inquiring whether the students understood the problem after explaining the solution. Chapter Kinch, Ishal Go. Tang Song's unexpected kick was well executed, yet the other players did not take it seriously. Those familiar with football understand that many miraculous goals in matches are often the result of mishaps. A defender's miscalculated clearance can lead to an own goal. A misdirected pass can unwittingly become a goal. It is not impossible for a frightened child to inadvertently assist in a goal due to a fumble. A child who doesn't even know when the whistle blows cannot be taken seriously. Everyone assumed it was sheer luck. Even Zhang Zhizhuan, with his wide eyes, did not believe Tang Song possessed such skill. He merely thought Tang Song had an extraordinary stroke of luck, especially since the 10 players from the oil factory had struggled for half the match without scoring anything remotely similar. Tang Song himself couldn't quite explain how that ball had come about. He had spent the day practicing juggling, having made countless contacts with the football. In the parlance of football enthusiasts, his touch was currently on fire. When the ball approached, all he could think of was the assist that Zhang Zhizhuan had mentioned, leading to an instinctive kick. To him, the process was simple. The ball came, he kicked it, and that was that. A moment of serendipity that even the participants and spectators could not clarify was ultimately not counted as a goal. And someone even went to remind Tang Song not to cause chaos. Only Song Fangjian, upon realizing the ball had been passed by Tang Song, cast a deep glance in his direction. This unexpected goal rekindled Song Fangjian's instincts. Realizing that no one from the oil factory could be relied upon, he commenced an impressive personal display. His first goal was a deft feint that left the defender off balance, followed by a delicate chip shot into the net. The second was a stunning free kick that found the back of the net. The third was a powerful strike that overpowered 2 defending players, showcasing his physical prowess. Each of these 3 goals was more magnificent than the last. Lu Xiao was overwhelmed with excitement, particularly when Song Fangjian celebrated his 3rd goal by sliding on the brown earth, nearly bowing down in admiration, feeling compelled to kiss Song Fangjian's shoes. This was the first time Lu Xiao had encountered someone like Song Fangjian. Off the field, he could keep the tattooed Wu Yong in check. On the field, he could single-handedly challenge formidable opponents. Even more astonishing was that the college students accepted their defeat gracefully, appearing even more delighted than the oil factory team. Lu Xiao felt that his previous mindset had been far too limited, believing the sheer force could resolve all matters. But in truth, those whom he had intimidated behind the scenes were merely speaking ill of him. A surge of intense emotion collided within Lu Xiao's chest, rendering his mind blank and his heart racing as if it might leap from his chest. A true man, a genuine masculine figure, should be like Song Fangjian. Thus, as he saw Song Fangjian preparing to leave the field, Lu Xiao impulsively shouted, "Song Fangjian, stop. I challenge you." Song Fangjian paused. Wu Yong was taken aback, and players from both the oil factory and the college team turned to look at Lu Xiao in disbelief. "Are you out of your mind? Who are you challenging? We don't have time for jokes." Wu Yong retorted angrily. The oil factory and college teams found Lu Xiao's outburst unreasonable, and they would rather lose their heads than see Song Fangjian take him seriously. Yet, glancing at the silent Tang Song behind Lu Xiao, Song Fangjian smiled and nodded. "All right, I'll compete with you." A collective gasp arose as many recoiled. Was Song Fangjian truly taking this lightly? The most frustrated was Wu Yong. Song Fangjian was also a child of the oil factory workers, known for his aloof demeanor and disinterest in strangers. It had taken considerable effort from their group, practically begging the retired factory director to convince Song Fangjian to join this match. It was Lu Xiao that Song Fangjian would willingly step down. I was just joking. You should go back to what you were doing," Lu Xiao stammered, feeling a hint of unreality. His challenge to Song Fangjian had been a spontaneous remark, with no real expectation for response. "But I am serious," Song Fangjian replied, his expression sincere as he took the ball from Wu Yong's hands and returned to the field. Although football is a team sport, it also encompasses individual challenges, such as juggling and precise passing. At this moment, Lu Xiao's thoughts were in disarray. He barely absorbed what Song Fangjian was saying. He recalled a young man from the fourth factory mentioning that the feeling one gets when encountering a beloved girl is akin to this panic. The moment he thought of this, he grew even more flustered. He indeed held a certain admiration for Song Fangjian, but it was not that kind of admiration. "I challenge you to score," Lu Xiao blurted out again, his mind swirling with confusion. Retreating was not in his nature, even if his opponent was Song Fangjian. "To score? Huh?" Song Fangjian appeared somewhat disappointed, glancing at Tang Song, who promptly hid the ball behind him, as if fearing Song Fangjian might snatch it away. Amused, Song Fangjian continued to explain to Lu Xiao, "Then it will be a penalty shootout. Penalties may seem straightforward, but they are quite challenging. To execute a good penalty, one must perfectly blend technique with psychology. Otherwise, I can take penalties. Let us get started." In Lu Xiao's perspective, a penalty was merely a forceful kick into the goal, devoid of any difficulty, making Song Fangjian's caution seem unnecessary. The onlookers couldn't help but chuckle at Lu Xiao's eagerness, understanding that Song Fangjian was intentionally giving him a lesson, only for his good intentions to be mistaken for folly. Wu Yong shook his head in dismay. "Lu Xiao, you naive fool. You have no idea what you're missing out on." Song Fangjian smiled helplessly and said, "All right then. Let us do 10 shots, and I'll start as the goalkeeper." With that, he positioned himself in front of the goal. Before he could steady himself, he suddenly heard a loud bang, as a football shot from Lu Xiao's foot like a cannonball, the resounding noise causing every heart to skip a beat. This kid was no simpleton. Though the ball soared high over the crossbar, Song Fangjian couldn't help but take Lu Xiao a bit more seriously. He had accepted Lu Xiao's challenge because he was impressed by Tang Song's assist and wanted to gauge Tang Song's football fundamentals. However, Lu Xiao's shot, while wildly off target, suggested to Song Fangjian that he was brimming with potential. "Don't be nervous, little brother. Let's take it slow." With ample power but lacking accuracy, Song Fangjian assumed Lu Xiao was a bit anxious, so he offered a reassuring smile. Yet, Lu Xiao continued to fire off shot after shot, 5 in total, all veering wildly off the crossbar, and Song Fangjian finally understood that while Lu Xiao had potential, it was all rooted in his sheer physical strength. Wait, as Lu Xiao prepared to take his 7th shot, Song Fangjian could no longer bear to watch him make the same mistakes repeatedly. "Do not focus solely on power. I am not a professional goalkeeper, and I have many shortcomings in goalkeeping. If you learn to exploit these, you will surely score." Lu Xiao nodded thoughtfully, charged forward, and sent the ball soaring once again. Song Fangjian watched the ball fly away, momentarily at a loss. How could this lad remain unchanged? While sheer strength was indeed an advantage, being unable to harness it effectively could transform this asset into an obstacle. Shaking his head in disappointment, Song Fangjian turned to retrieve the football. To his surprise, Tang Song had already brought the ball back. "Thank you," Song Fangjian said, looking at Tang Song with a hint of expectation. He had noticed Tang Song's eagerness on the sidelines when Lu Xiao was taking his penalty. And now he sensed that Tang Song had something to say. "Do you have a problem? What do you think the shortcomings of a goalkeeper are?" Tang Song promptly inquired. "There are many," Song Fangjian replied. "I am not accustomed to diving, so my defensive area is limited. I struggle with low balls due to my reluctance to go to ground, and my hand positioning often leads to fumbles. My reactions in front of the goal and my judgment of the ball's trajectory are frequently a beat slow." "Then you're truly useless." Tang Song shook his head after hearing this. He felt he had overestimated Song Fangjian. This person seemed to be riddled with flaws. Laughter erupted from the onlookers. Even Song Fangjian could not help but chuckle, choosing not to take offense at the child's candidness. After missing 7 shots, Lu Xiao was already feeling embarrassed, and Tang Song's antics only fueled his anger. "Tang Song, step aside. Do not interrupt my penalty. Can you even do it?" Tang Song retorted without hesitation. Lu Xiao felt that Tang Song was making him lose face, while Tang Song felt the same about Lu Xiao. Neither could juggle nor shoot penalties. How could Yi Jinshe allow himself to learn football from such a person? Lu Xiao found himself at a loss for words in response to Tang Song's challenge, and could only stubbornly retort, "I can't. But can you? If you think you can, then go ahead." After 7 failed attempts, Lu Xiao realized that penalty shooting was indeed no easy feat if he struggled to kick the ball accurately despite his strength. Surely Tang Song would shy away from the challenge. To his astonishment, Tang Song seemed undeterred, leaving his own ball behind to rush onto the field. "I'll do it. I'll do it. You." Lu Xiao was nearly at his wit's end. He had only spoken casually. Never did he expect Tang Song to take him seriously. Their exchange drew uproarious laughter from the crowd, who began to chant, "Let him kick. Let him kick." They assumed that Song Fangjian remained merely to tease Lu Xiao, and it was only natural that they supported Tang Song in his attempt to embarrass him further. Only Wu Yong's face turned an unpleasant shade of green. In his eyes, Song Fangjian held a revered status. While he could accept Lu Xiao taking penalties, he could not tolerate Tang Song, who barely measured up to the height of the goal, demanding to kick. He could no longer restrain himself and approached Tang Song, lifting him up. "Have you all had enough fun? What can this little brat do in a penalty shoot?" He thought that his intimidation would silence Tang Song, but to his surprise, the boy remained calm and replied, "Of course I can kick. I've juggled more times than Lu Xiao." In truth, Tang Song had exaggerated. He had only managed to juggle 9 times at most before running off to help Song Fangjian retrieve the ball. However, he believed he would soon surpass Lu Xiao, and there was no harm in stating it early. Upon hearing that, the crowd erupted in laughter once more. The distinction between juggling and taking a penalty was hardly trivial, and Tang Song's naivety was amusing. However, as the laughter subsided, Song Fangjian spoke earnestly before the goal. "Wu Yong, let him kick." The laughter ceased abruptly. They realized that Song Fangjian was not joking. He truly regarded these 2 children as rivals. Chapter 6. One must learn to grow up after acquiescing to Tang Song's request. Song Fangjian called Lu Xiao over. "You have strong legs and can kick well, but that alone will not lead to goals. Let me give you an analogy. Think of the ball as a feather. The harder you kick, the more erratic the feather will fly. Therefore, you must temper your strength, allowing the feather to soar in the direction you intend. Do you understand?" Lu Xiao absorbed this advice, nodding in partial comprehension. He realized that Song Fangjian would no longer be kicking with him, and a sense of joy filled him at the thought that Song Fangjian had remembered his name. That was enough for him. "All right, let us begin," Song Fangjian stated solemnly to Tang Song, who shook his head vigorously. "Only 3 remain. I do not wish to take advantage." Tang Song said matter-of-factly. He could see that Song Fangjian was somewhat fatigued, and kicking 10 more balls would surely exhaust him further. He had no interest in such an unfair advantage. Song Fangjian could not help but chuckle again, yet he took his position as a goalkeeper with utmost seriousness. Once he was steady, Tang Song commenced his kicking. The first shot was soft and rolled toward the goal lazily, although it was aimed at the lower right corner. The speed was insufficient. Song Fangjian, at a loss for words, managed to stop the ball, only to find Tang Song looking at him with disappointment. "You deceive me. Kicking like that, akin to a feather, will never score." Now everyone was left speechless. The analogy of kicking a feather was meant for someone like Lu Xiao. who possessed extraordinary strength. How could a child, whose thighs were no thicker than Lu Xiao's arms, utilize such a method? Lu Xiao hurriedly hid his head in the grass. Kick with all your might, imagining an invisible wall in front of the goal that you must break through with the ball. You may also step back a little to gain momentum. Song Fangjian patiently instructed Tang Song. Oh, Tang Song responded, retreating a few steps before running up to send the ball flying. This time, Song Fangjian managed to deflect the ball from the lower left corner. Tang Song's shot did not produce the expected thud. If not for Song Fangjian's intervention, the spectators might have hardly noticed he had kicked. Yet, Song Fangjian's excitement was palpable. The first shot had targeted the lower right corner, and the second, the lower left. Tang Song's attempts were directed precisely at the weaknesses Song Fangjian had just mentioned. Had the balls been kicked with a bit more speed, he might not have been able to save them. A player's strength and skill can be enhanced with age and practice. But that innate understanding is more precious than anything. After deflecting the ball, Song Fangjian remained still for a moment, but Tang Song grew increasingly dissatisfied. You deceived me again. You can defend against the right and the left. Your defensive area is small, but that is not truly a flaw. In truth, Tang Song did not need to rush. Given his nature, he could first test Song Fangjian's defensiveness on the weak side, then explore his handling of low balls and continue to experiment. However, time was of the essence, as he only had one last shot left. If he failed to score, he would remain tied with Lu Xiao with a score of 0. The spectators roared with laughter, and one university student kindly advised, "Little brother, remember that Song Fangjian is a professional player. Even if you know his weaknesses, you will find it challenging to exploit them." The university student quickly regretted his words. He noticed Tang Song suddenly become very quiet, as though greatly affected. This made the student feel guilty. He hoped that this amusing child wouldn't fall into despair over such a matter. Tang Song silently walked over to retrieve the ball, heading back to the penalty spot, startling Song Fangjian. He could discern that Tang Song was quite competitive and genuinely wished to comfort him, urging him not to rush. To his surprise, after positioning the ball, Tang Song suddenly stood up with a smile, revealing 2 rows of pearly white teeth that left everyone momentarily dumbfounded. In that fleeting moment, without a running start, Tang Song launched a shot. The ball soared neither high nor low, flying directly towards the right side of the goal. This angle was precisely beyond Song Fangjian's reach. Although he had practiced the goalkeeper's diving techniques a couple of times, he found himself utterly incapable of reacting in this instant. Just as the ball crossed the goal line, Tang Song let out an exclamation. In a bid to execute the quick shot, he lost his footing and fell clumsily onto the ground. Hearing his pained cry, Song Fangjian hurried over to check, only to find Tang Song grinning and casually saying, "I scored." Taken aback, Song Fangjian couldn't help but laugh heartily. For him, defeating the university team was a given. He wouldn't dwell on a loss, as they might someday drift apart, lost to the tides of time. In contrast, the situation with Lu Xiao and Tang Song was different. Both children hailed from Linyuan City, embodying the nascent strength that emerged from its soil. Their futures may be uncertain, but their presence always evoked a sense of hope. "Congratulations, you've won," Song Fangjian sincerely remarked as he helped Tang Song to his feet. The others, however, paid little heed to Song Fangjian's praise. With Tang Song's antics, both laughing and stumbling, they quickly dismissed the rather unserious goal. Only Song Fangjian understood that, even without such tricks, Tang Song might not have been able to save the ball. "No, I still lost. When it's your turn to kick, I definitely won't be able to stop any of your shots." Tang Song was indifferent to the outcome with Song Fangjian. His sole desire was to surpass Lu Xiao, and he accepted his defeat with grace. "How about we give it a try? What if I can only score 1 goal? Song Fangjian teased Tang Song. Tang Song scrutinized him from head to toe and retorted, "Then you'd truly be worthless." Such a moment of mutual admiration had taken a turn. Yet, Song Fangjian was not angered. He realized that Tang Song spoke his mind without reservation, which, although sometimes hard to accept, never forced others into an awkward position. This realization touched Song Fangjian's heart once more. However, he merely waved dismissively, stating without a hint of emotion, "Let us go, uncle. You got sand in your eyes." At this point, what more could Song Fangjian say? With a cheerful demeanor, he lowered his head and walked out of the field, prompting the already impatient Wu Yong and others to follow, even bringing along the university team. They were adults, and after a match, Their preferred means of relaxation involved various indulgences, massages, barbecues, and drinks, far removed from lingering on the field. As Song Fangjian took a few steps, he noticed the football Tang Song had left on the ground. A thought crossed his mind, and he picked it up. Tang Song instantly grew anxious, rushing forward, exclaiming in protest. He had already grasped that Lu Xiao had lost a bet over billiards. He never imagined that losing a penalty kick would result in losing his ball as well. "Put my ball down." Tang Song was undeterred by the numbers, clinging to Song Fangjian's arm. In reality, Song Fangjian intended to swap footballs with Tang Song, but seeing the situation, he reconsidered, pulling a needle from his bag and letting out some air from Tang Song's football. "This ball is overinflated. It's not only prone to bursting, but also not good for your feet," Song Fangjian explained, returning the ball to Tang Song. "Oh," Tang Song replied, suddenly enlightened. Yet he hid the ball behind his back, still wary of Song Fangjian. The more Song Fangjian observed Tang Song, the more he felt a pang of sadness, gritting his teeth as he turned and walked away faster, as if trying to escape. By the time Lu Xiao decided to pursue him, he had already vanished into the distance. Before encountering Song Fangjian, Lu Xiao's life had been far from dull. Skipping classes, fighting, bullying others, his time in the workers' living quarters of the fourth factory was vibrant, and many peers looked at him with envy. Had he continued down that path, he might have become someone like Wu Yong, commanding attention wherever he went, instilling fear in those around him. But then Song Fangjian arrived, opening a door to a radically different life with 3 goals scored against Lu Xiao. He realized that one could stand out without tattoos, a shaved head, or a gang of supporters, just by playing football with integrity. Lu Xiao understood he had to choose between these two lifestyles, and this choice was not difficult for him. Just as Lu Xiao resolved to become someone like Song Fangjian, the boastful Zhang Jijuan appeared before him. Initially, after Wu Yong left, Zhang Jijuan wouldn't dare confront Lu Xiao alone. However, this opportunity was too precious to miss. Song Fangjian had brought honor to the oil factory, and he couldn't resist showing off in front of Lu Xiao. "Lu Xiao, I'm not saying this lightly, but you guys from the fourth factory truly don't know your place. Who do you think my brother Song is? He is a youth training player for a professional team. If their club hadn't disbanded, do you think you'd even get to see him? Let me tell you, my cousin is only letting you off easy today because of Song's reputation. If you dare treat me like you did today again, my cousin won't spare you." Zhang Jijuan rambled on about Song Fangjian and then his cousin, genuinely fearful of Lu Xiao bullying him in the future. "Hey, if your cousin won't spare me, let us see if I'll spare you." Lu Xiao, feeling irritated, stepped forward, startling Zhang Jijuan into a hasty retreat of 10 meters. "Lu Xiao, don't get cocky. This is the oil factory's territory. If I shout, do you think you can walk home unscathed? And don't think you can weasel out of paying the money you owe me. What money did I lose? If you have guts, let us not call the adults and settle this again." "Settle what? Let us see who is better at football." The words slipped out before Lu Xiao could think, and he stated earnestly, "You can't beat me in a fight, so let us compete in football." Zhang Jijuan was taken aback, then burst into laughter, as if he had heard the funniest joke. If it were a competition in other areas, he might have pondered for a while. Upon hearing football, he immediately agreed without hesitation. Lu Xiao, just don't regret it. Our oil factory's children's school has always had football classes. Can you find 3 kids from the fourth factory who can play?" Lu Xiao slapped his forehead, realizing he had indeed forgotten about that. Nevertheless, he felt no worry. Instead, he laughed heartily. Chapter 7. Opposing the world, Lu Xiao had always looked down on Zhang Jijuan, who relied on his cousin for everything, feeling that competing with him in football was somewhat unfair. However, upon hearing Zhang Jijuan claim that their football skills were formidable, he felt an unexpected happiness. Given that Song Fangjian had led the somewhat weaker oil factory team to victory against the university team, Lu Xiao also aimed to guide the relatively weaker fourth factory kids to triumph over the formidable oil factory kids. Zhang Jijuan, who had always been overshadowed by Lu Xiao, was now eager to prove himself in a field he considered his forte. "All right, it's a deal." They both agreed with a sneer, turning away in unison and parting ways outside the field. After setting up the match, Lu Xiao felt utterly relaxed, walking as if he had already scored 3 goals against the oil factory kids, with everyone kneeling at his feet. "Lu Xiao, you're bound to lose because you don't even know how to take a penalty kick." Lu Xiao's good mood was instantly doused by Tang Song's cold water. He knew Tang Song would bring up the penalty kick issue, and having mentally prepared himself for such psychological attacks, it didn't cast a shadow over him. Let us wait and see. Lu Xiao didn't intend to stoop to the level of a child. I shall not depart, nor shall I glance away. I intend to continue my practice of juggling the ball. At this moment, Tang Song indeed has no time to spare for a leisurely stroll with Lu Xiao, as he must diligently focus on his own ball control practice. The exuberant Lu Xiao engages in playful banter with Tang Song, his mind singularly occupied with the thought of triumphing over Zhang Jijuan. Furthermore, he has resolved to find someone to practice with tomorrow, determined to evade Tang Song. On the night of their victory, Wu Yong, in a lavish display of generosity, treated the members of the oil factory and the university team to a splendid feast at one of the finest establishments in Linyuan City. During the gathering, to Wu Yong's astonishment, Song Fangjian unexpectedly seated him at the head of the table, leaving Wu Yong both flattered and bewildered. "Brother Wu, I have a request," Song Fangjian stated earnestly. Wu Yong nearly toppled from his chair. Although Song Fangjian was younger, he felt unworthy of such a title. After all, Song Fangjian had restored pride to their team, and Wu Yong held him in the highest regard. "Fangjian, please do not flatter me. Speak plainly, and I, Wu Yong, shall do all within my power to assist you," he replied, thumping his chest in assurance. The nearby university students chuckled inwardly, bemused by Wu Yong's rough bravado. Song Fangjian smiled lightly and continued, "Brother Wu, is there any enmity between you and the two lads from the fourth factory?" Upon hearing this, Wu Yong recognized Song Fangjian's intent to mediate. He immediately thumped his thigh and recounted the antics of Zhang Jijuan and Lu Xiao, promising, "Fangjian, you know my character. I am not coveting Lu Xiao's 50 yuan. I merely wish to assert our territory at the oil factory and ensure it is not overrun by others. Since you've asked, I shall forego the 50 yuan. As long as Lu Xiao does not directly provoke me, I shall turn a blind eye even if he maims Zhang Jijuan. The same goes for Tang Song." Knowing that Wu Yong would not retract his words in front of others, Song Fangjian felt relieved. He had successfully aided Lu Xiao and Tang Song. Yet, a wave of melancholy washed over him. If only the economic situation in Linyuan City were not as dire as it currently was, he could have done much more for those two young men. Now, he found himself only able to resolve a trivial matter concerning 50 yuan. Overcome with emotion, he raised his glass high and exclaimed, "To us. Let us drink." That night, Song Fangjian, who seldom indulged in alcohol, became inebriated to the point of singing loudly as Wu Yong carried him home. Let us go. One must learn to grow up. Let us go. Life inevitably holds pain and struggle." As he sang passionately, Wu Yong's companions were brought to tears, astonished that while Song Fangjian excelled at soccer, his singing left much to be desired. "Brother Yong, what does this mean? Has he been spurned by a maiden?" inquired one of the younger men. The song, "The Cost of Love," sung by the renowned actress and singer, was quite popular at the time, and they naively assumed Song Fangjian was lamenting lost love. Wu Yong, however, had a deeper understanding. It was not that he was unable to pursue someone, but rather that he lacked the time to do so. He was soon to leave for a major city to play soccer, and his opportunities to return would be scarce. "Keep your eyes peeled. Ensure that the most attractive young women at our factory are not pursued by outsiders. We cannot afford to lose face," he instructed, to which a chorus of "understood" echoed in unison, followed by a muddled rendition of the song. "We have known sorrow and tears. We have known heartbreak and despair. This is the cost of love." Their voices mingled with laughter and sidelong glances. After scheduling a match for the following week, Lu Xiao found himself restless that night, unable to sleep as he heard distant singing. Consequently, he resolved to practice with a feather until dawn. The next day, he awoke with dark circles under his eyes, limping slightly as he walked. He had lost control of his strength on several occasions, nearly dislocating his hip and uttering cries of agony while clutching his thigh in bed. Nonetheless, Lu Xiao felt invigorated as he rushed to Angie's home, pulling him from his slumber. "Go and gather people. The more the better," he urged. Angie, too, had experienced a restless night, reflecting on his previous timidity. With a newfound sense of responsibility bestowed upon him, he dared not delay. Without even dressing, he dashed outside, and by the time Lu Xiao descended the stairs, nearly 40 children aged 12 or 13 stood ready below. "Brother Lu, Today we will not let Zhang Jizhuan escape. Not even if his cousin attempts to intervene, Angie declared, believing Lu Xiao sought revenge for the previous day. Upon witnessing the throng of children, Lu Xiao's worries dissipated. With nearly 4 teams gathered, they could surely select 10 capable players. With himself included, the oil factory team would surely prevail. What need do we have to concern ourselves with Zhang Jizhuan? Let's aim higher, he proclaimed, waving his hand grandly, as they set off to the soccer field. The children, eager for excitement, were chattering incessantly, causing Lu Xiao's head to throb. Suddenly, he realized that by bringing this many children to the field, he was inadvertently exposing their weaknesses to Zhang Jizhuan. Moreover, Tang Song would surely be present. Would he not be wasting time on that fellow once again? Though Lu Xiao had not forgotten his agreement with Yi Jinshi, the current situation suggested that Tang Song did not fully acknowledge him as a mentor. He resolved to accomplish a significant feat that would earn Tang Song's respect. However, he decided it would be best to find a secluded spot for practice first. Instantly, he pivoted and headed towards the long-abandoned 4th machinery factory. Upon reaching the factory's outer wall, before Lu Xiao could call out, Angie boldly climbed over the wall, only to become stuck and cry out in fright, which made Lu Xiao's temper flare. All of you get down from that wall. Climbing over is not the way to form a team. I seek players, not bandits who cannot even scale a wall. He insisted that they must enter through the front gate in the future. Once Angie managed to descend, Lu Xiao reprimanded him for his actions. Feeling wronged, Angie protested. But you were the one who led the way. However, he dared not voice his thoughts directly to Lu Xiao. Instead, he subtly pointed out, Brother Lu, today is Old Zhang's shift. Regardless of whether it is Old Zhang or Old Li, I am part of the 4th factory. What is wrong with coming to play? Lu Xiao retorted, puffing out his chest and striding toward the front gate, his legs trembling beneath his trousers. Before he could approach, he called out in an overly familiar tone, Grandfather Zhang, I am Lu Xiao. My grandfather has allowed me to bring the children here to play soccer. Upon hearing his voice, the children shivered in unison, and Lu Xiao felt a chill run down his spine. Yet, Old Zhang remained indifferent, reclining in the duty room with his eyes closed, leaving the door ajar as if inviting them in while simultaneously refusing entry. With a firm resolve, Lu Xiao led the children inside, but Old Zhang remained unmoved. Even his old yellow dog showed no reaction. Old Zhang did not oppose the children's presence at the factory. Rather, he disapproved of their unconventional methods. Since Lu Xiao approached respectfully and followed protocol, he simply turned a blind eye. Once inside, Lu Xiao was surprised to find a child waiting for him, glaring fiercely while clutching a soccer ball. Tang Song, what are you doing here? Lu Xiao exclaimed in astonishment upon recognizing him. I was just hoping for a moment of peace to practice my juggling. Why must you always disturb me? Tang Song retorted, his eyes nearly brimming with frustration. Lu Xiao felt that he and Tang Song were indeed destined enemies, having outwitted each other only to meet again here. Tang Song, feeling indignant, thought that while the crowd at the basketball court yesterday was manageable today, even in a secluded spot nearly 10 kilometers away from the court, with a 3-meter-high wall, there still seemed to be someone intent on causing trouble. With this preconceived notion, no matter how Lu Xiao explained, Tang Song remained convinced that Lu Xiao was deliberately trying to hinder his progress in juggling the ball. Lu Xiao, parched from his explanations, realized he could not squander more time and finally patted his chest, declaring, feel free to find your own place to practice. I won't even glance your way. Only then did Tang Song, clutching the ball, scamper off, but soon returned with a piece of chalk he had unearthed from somewhere, drawing a thick line on the ground. I stand here, and you stand there. Whoever crosses the line is a fool. Tang Song pointed at the 40-odd taller individuals. All right, just hurry and go away. Lu Xiao replied. As long as Tang Song didn't cling to him, he would even willingly endure a tug on the ear. With Lu Xiao's assurance, Tang Song reluctantly turned away, glancing back every few steps as if he intended to supervise indefinitely. After dismissing Tang Song, Lu Xiao prepared to roll up his sleeves and train this group, aiming to forge an invincible team. However, confronted by a throng of enthusiastic children, he quickly found himself at a loss. With over 40 participants, it was impossible for everyone to play at once. Thus, a selection process was essential. Yet, no one had any experience with such procedures. More critically, they had all left without a ball. What could they do without a ball? Faced with this dilemma, 40 pairs of eyes slowly turned to gaze at Tang Song, who was standing in the distance, for he was the only one possessing a football. Chapter 8. Give me the ball. I want to go home in an effort to summon Tang Song. Lu Xiao, in a roundabout way, crossed the white line and became the fool. Those who achieve great things often overlook trivial matters, a lesson Lu Xiao had absorbed from countless heroic tales on television. And he understood it well. The current goal was to secure victory against the petroleum factory, an immensely significant matter. Therefore, he paid no mind to the triviality of being called a fool, knowing that no one dared to truly label him as such. You may borrow the ball, but I want to join the team, Tang Song stated, holding the ball in front of Lu Xiao. Regret washed over Lu Xiao, wishing he could slap himself for having overlooked Tang Song, the proverbial stone in his path. These are minor matters, he reminded himself internally, feeling increasingly exasperated. Fine. As long as you pass the assessment, you can join the team. Only then did Tang Song relinquish the ball he cherished. Though Tang Song was not particularly keen on joining the team, he was even less inclined to let Lu Xiao monopolize the glory. If Lu Xiao performed admirably within the team, would Yi Jinshe still care about him? Upon obtaining the ball, Lu Xiao was struck by inspiration and quickly devised the assessment criteria. He juggled the ball effortlessly for about 20 times, surprising himself. After playing with a feather, his touch had indeed improved significantly. This newfound confidence led him to announce, "Our assessment will be juggling. Those who can juggle the most will be the starters, while the others will serve as cheerleaders." As soon as he finished speaking, over 40 eager competitors surged forward, nearly overwhelming Lu Xiao. The enthusiasm of the crowd ensured that the juggling assessment concluded swiftly, as most participants managed fewer than 3 juggles, with the final 11 selected averaging about a dozen juggles. After confirming the starting 11, Lu Xiao, who had achieved the highest with 26 juggles, waved his hand and prepared to begin playing when Tang Song, covered in dirt, emerged from the side, exclaiming, "I haven't participated in the selection yet." In the earlier crowd, the small-framed Tang Song had been inadvertently knocked into a flower bed, and by the time he extricated himself from the wild vines, he discovered that everyone had forgotten him. "Why are you bothering? What can a kid like you contribute? Can you even juggle?" And Ji, who barely made it into the starting 11 with 9 juggles, looked down on Tang Song with disdain. And Ji didn't believe Tang Song posed any threat to his position. Having witnessed Tang Song's lackluster juggling skills while practicing in front of Zhang Jijuan the previous day. Thus, he felt there was no reason for Tang Song to waste everyone's time. "Give me the ball. I'm going home," Tang Song stated, not inclined to argue, deploying his trump card. At that moment, no one dared to protest. Lu Xiao shot Ji a fierce glare before handing the ball to Tang Song. The ball belonged to Tang Song. Regardless of whether he could pass the assessment, he deserved the opportunity. Fearing Wu Yong, Ji failed to witness Tang Song's subsequent performance. He watched coldly as Tang Song juggled, and soon his heart sank. With effortless ease, Tang Song surpassed 9 juggles and skyrocketed past Lu Xiao's 26 in the blink of an eye. As Tang Song continued, Ji's voice trembled, "That's enough. Tang Song, if you keep going, it'll be dark soon." Under the collective protests, Tang Song finally halted, his juggling tally settling at 61. Though not an overwhelming number, it was enough to command respect from the crowd. Lu Xiao cleared his throat awkwardly before Tang Song had faced Song Fangjian in a penalty shootout. He had boasted about surpassing Lu Xiao's juggling count. At the time, Lu Xiao had been skeptical, but now, it seemed Tang Song truly was a prodigy. Yet, as the team's ace, Lu Xiao was determined to preserve his dignity. Juggling is merely a fundamental skill in football, no matter how proficient one is at juggling. It does not guarantee proficiency in actual gameplay, does it? Well then, today's selection concludes here. Let's focus on practicing our skills in real matches. Tang Song scoffed dismissively, but chose not to respond. He believed that only those who, like Song Fangjian, could engage in give and take on the field were true football players. Thus, with his undeniable juggling prowess, Tang Song secured a place on the team, inadvertently displacing Ji. The latter accepted his defeat with grace, but was filled with discontent. These were the very individuals he had gathered, yet he found himself excluded from the core 11. What kind of situation was this? Ji thought he was more wrong than Do, and silently gazed at Lu Xiao with tear-filled eyes. Lu Xiao also felt it was somewhat unreasonable to exclude Ji from playing. After pondering, He appointed Ng as the captain of his second team, allowing him to select a new team from those who had not been chosen. In matches, he would serve as a substitute, and during practice, he would assist the main team. With both teams selected, impatience began to brew among the players. They drew lines on the ground with chalk, placed 4 bricks to form 2 goals, and launched into an enthusiastic match. However, it didn't take long for the second team to voice their complaints. Lu Xiao's elbows were far too aggressive, leaving defenders gasping for air, and they unanimously demanded that he alter his style of play. What am I doing wrong? ISNT this how Song Fangjian scores. Lu Xiao adamantly refused to concede. His playing style was largely inspired by Song Fangjian, and since the latter could wreak havoc among the crowd, Lu Xiao aimed to do the same. Not at all. Though he was on the same team as Lu Xiao, Tang Song vehemently disagreed with Lu Xiao's approach. Lacking the time to articulate his thoughts, he called a few individuals to demonstrate. This is how Song Fangjian outmaneuvers his opponents. As Tang Song spoke, he slowly moved his right foot to the left, but halfway through, his ankle suddenly twisted, sending the ball to the right. In his attempt to move with the ball, his right foot tripped over his left, and he fell to the ground in a comical heap. A group of second-string players, brought in by Tang and Song, stood in astonishment, expressing to those around them that they had not even lifted a pinky. At that time, the practice of staging accidents was not yet widespread. Otherwise, they would surely have launched a moral critique against Tang and Song. The fall of Tang and Song caused Zhang Jijuan, who was peering over the wall, to tumble down as well. After making a wager with Lu Xiao, Zhang Jijuan, confident in the strength of the oil factory team, felt a knot of anxiety in his heart, especially after being pressured by Lu Xiao in their previous brawls where the outnumbered Lu Xiao had triumphed. Hence, after gathering information about the players from the 4th factory practicing, he hurriedly brought his cousin Wu Yong along. With Wu Yong's assistance, he peered over the wall and observed that the players from the 4th factory were in utter disarray. Wherever the ball went, a throng of players followed, showcasing a level of play that was decidedly inept. Instantly, his worries evaporated, and he fell to the ground, laughing and wincing in pain. Wu Yong kicked him to silence. Don't underestimate them. Lu Xiao has a powerful kick, and he might surprise us. Wu Yong, discerning the inadequacies of the 4th factory players, recalled that before leaving, Song Fangjian had specifically advised him about Lu Xiao and Tang Song. Wu Yong doubted that Song Fangjian's words were mere casual remarks. Those two must have moved him in some way. Don't worry, cousin, Zhang Jijuan reassured him. Lu Xiao is formidable, but our goalkeeper is no slouch either. You trust we use abilities, don't you? Besides, aren't you supposed to referee for us? Before Zhang Jijuan could finish his cheeky remark, Wu Yong smacked the back of his head. Don't expect me to help you. Even without a guarantee from Song Fangjian, I will not assist you. We, from the oil factory, must win with integrity. Do you understand? I understand, Zhang Jijuan replied with a sad face, then mumbled under his breath. You said we should win with integrity, but didn't we call on Brother Song last time? What did you say? Wu Yong snapped. Song Fangjian is one of us from the oil factory. Why can't he play? But he is a professional player, and we are amateurs. Wu Yong smacked Zhang Jijuan's head again. Stop with the nonsense. Days from the strikes. Zhang Jijuan refrained from questioning Wu Yong's decision to involve a professional like Song Fangjian in an amateur game. All he knew was that this time he could finally defeat Lu Xiao without relying on his cousin's help. Tang Song, gritting his teeth against the pain of scraped knees, slowly rose. The difference between Lu Xiao and Song Fangjian was subtle. Song Fangjian danced around defenders with finesse, while Lu Xiao bulldozed them with his elbows. However, through this experience, Tang Song learned that despite the seemingly effortless nature of Song Fangjian's play, executing such moves was profoundly challenging. He resolved to keep silent about his current limitations. Yet, due to the overwhelming encouragement from the crowd, Lu Xiao felt compelled to adhere to public sentiment and vowed not to resort to his elbow as a weapon. After a while of play, Lu Xiao grew restless. Without the option to foul, his advantage in the crowd diminished. The chaotic scene bore no resemblance to the matches he had seen on television. Thus, he devised a new strategy, a one-on-one defensive approach. Let us implement a contract system. When the ball reaches a player, only one defender is allowed to engage. If a goal is conceded due to a lapse in defense, the player who allowed the breach will bear the primary responsibility. Surprisingly, this spontaneous decision garnered unanimous support from all the players, especially the two goalkeepers, who applauded until their hands turned red. Meanwhile, And G had set his sights on the very Tang Song he had tripped earlier. Since it was a one-on-one defense, he would seize the opportunity to take revenge on Tang Song. And G had no qualms about overpowering someone weaker. He preferred to believe in the survival of the fittest. After several adjustments, the fourth factory gradually geared up for the match against the oil factory, amidst fervent training. Chapter 9. Am I about to shine? A week can feel both long and short. When it slips away, few in Linyuan City take the time to reminisce. Who would yearn for a stagnant pool of water? In such a monotonous life, the match between the youth teams of the oil factory and the fourth factory garnered considerable attention, attracting a diverse crowd of over 100 people. Much of this was due to Zhang Jijuan's efforts in his quest to showcase his victory over Liu Xiao. He publicized the event far and wide throughout the week. As Liu Xiao and his team arrived at the field, he surveyed the scene and, without a second thought, began to walk towards the sidelines, assuming it was merely a sports day organized by some institution. Once he grasped the situation, the embarrassed Liu Xiao quickly improvised and led his team in a lap around the field, bowing to the spectators. Thank you. Thank you all for your support. When Liu Xiao returned to face Zhang Jijuan, he found his cousin's once fair complexion had turned a deep shade of purple. Liu Xiao, feeling proud, are you? Do you think they are here just to cheer for you? Aren't they? Liu Xiao retorted. Zhang Jijuan swayed slightly, leaning on a teammate for support. Liu Xiao, stop playing around. What good does it do to provoke me? You may lack basic equipment like jerseys, but can you at least refrain from sending anyone onto the field? Who will we send onto the field? Tang Song scanned the fourth factory team, determined to uncover the identity of the person Zhang Jijuan was referencing. Anyone daring to disrupt such a formal game would be the first to face Tang Song's wrath. Seeing his probing demeanor, Zhang Jijuan nearly choked on his own words. Who else could he be talking about but Tang Song? Most players on both teams were around 11 or 12 years old. What did it look like for a 6-year-old to run onto the field? While Zhang Jijuan had indeed seen Tang Song during reconnaissance, he had not anticipated that the fourth factory would not only keep Tang Song on the team, but actually field him. This was clearly a tactic by Liu Xiao to infuriate him. What could Tang Song, who could barely stay upright without a defender, possibly contribute? Regarding Tang Song's participation, the players from the fourth factory fell into an uncomfortable silence, particularly in G, who was waiting on the sidelines. Faced with the mockery from the oil factory's substitute players, he adopted a meditative demeanor, focusing intently. When pressed, he retorted in Tang Song's tone, "You wouldn't understand. True masters remain hidden." The crowd responded, "Don't change the subject. We're asking why you're not playing." Unlike Tang Song, and G's face flushed crimson, and after a few stammered attempts, he mumbled, "You'll find out soon enough." And G longed to play. In training, he had made Tang Song's life difficult in pursuit of reclaiming his starting position. Yet, as he observed now, all his efforts had been in vain. This process of failure was something he would never divulge to anyone. Wu Yong, biting his whistle, silently scolded Zhang Jijuan for his lack of foresight. With Tang Song on the field, the fourth factory's strength had noticeably diminished. Why did they have to insist on sending someone else off? So he quickly interjected, "Everyone quiet down. The match is about to begin." After saying this, he intended to blow the whistle, but when his gaze fell on Tang Song, he couldn't help but add, "Tang Song, I'm about to blow the starting whistle." Tang Song was exasperated. "If you're going to blow it, just do it. Do I need to teach you?" He thought Wu Yong was quite foolish for not even knowing how to blow a whistle, yet he came seeking his guidance. He regretted not bringing back that previous referee, who had blown the whistle loudly and crisply, startling him. Wu Yong mentally reminded himself to forgive and forget, not dwelling on his issues with Tang Song. And with a heavy heart, he blew the whistle to signal the start of the match. According to the intelligence gathered by Zhang Jijuan, the players of the oil plant believed they would win easily and joyfully. However, as soon as the whistle blew, they realized that the situation was far beyond their control and imagination. 10 players from the fourth factory treated football as intangible, charging towards the players of the oil plant like wild beasts, shouting, "I'll defend this one. You take that one." Their momentum was such that it seemed they were ready to raise a banner of righteousness. This week, the players from the fourth factory have adhered to this extreme one-on-one tactic. They were unwilling to bear the responsibility of conceding goals, clinging to the players of the oil plant like stubborn gum. Their defense was rough but remarkably tenacious, entangling the oil plant's attacks and keeping them outside the penalty area. The children from the oil plant had never encountered such opponents and were already at a disadvantage in terms of morale, frightened by the opponent's fierce defense. They found it difficult to execute their skills, causing their pre-match strategies to be completely disrupted. After several failed attacks, the fourth factory seized the opportunity to launch a splendid counterattack. The counterattack was quite simple. They kicked the ball forward, and the attacking players surged in, with whoever got the ball leading the charge. Whether it was a pass or a clearance was hard to say, yet the presence of Lu Xiao made it exceedingly effective. Whether it was in aerial duels or positioning, Lu Xiao held the advantage. He snatched the ball from the defender who was closely marking him, then advanced, outpacing another defender, and unleashed a powerful shot. Bang! The forceful shot left the players of the fourth factory believing that no one could stop it. Even Lu Xiao himself thought so. However, as the ball approached the goal, the oil plant's goalkeeper, Wu Yu, leaped with both hands extended, making an incredible save that deflected the football, which seemed capable of ripping through the air. The more spectacular the shot, the more remarkable the save appeared. After completing the save, applause erupted from the sidelines. Yet he crossed his arms over his chest, wearing an expression of indifference. To Lu Xiao, that expression felt like a provocation. He glared at Wu Yu for a moment, then heard Zhang Jizhuan burst into laughter. Lu Xiao, I know you have power in your legs, but don't think that no one from the oil plant can handle you. Lu Xiao abruptly turned around, startling Zhang Jizhuan, who scurried behind his cousin. Lu Xiao, this is football. Using your hand will get you a red card. Lu Xiao scoffed, curling his lip. Coward. Who said anything about using my hands? Just wait. I will definitely breach your goal in this match. With that, Lu Xiao turned and sprinted back towards his half. However, he was soon intercepted by the furious Tang Song. If you can't score, why not pass to me? The fourth factory's counterattack was most disadvantageous to Tang Song. With his short legs and slow speed, he could never reach the ball in time. By the time he arrived at the goal, the attack had already ended. In training, that was one thing, but this was a match. Earlier, he had clearly run into a better position, yet Lu Xiao chose to shoot instead, which infuriated him. Who says I can't score? Lu Xiao, feeling ashamed, retorted. That last pass was poor. If it had been a little ahead, I would have definitely scored. Then what if you still can't score? Tang Song clung to this question, refusing to let it go, insisting on clarifying it with Lu Xiao. Then I will pass every ball I win to you from now on, Lu Xiao vowed earnestly. All right, just wait, Tang Song replied skeptically before sulking away. Lu Xiao watched his departing figure, filled with mixed emotions. Initially, Tang Song had entered the team based on his juggling skills, and many were thinking of replacing him, including Lu Xiao. Yet, after a few days, the voices of dissent had significantly diminished, and everyone seemed to have their reasons for keeping him. Lu Xiao's reason was that Tang Song had created many troubles for him, one of which was that he had set up a makeshift goal with a crossbar. Before the crossbar was added, any shot between two bricks counted as a goal. However, after the addition of the makeshift goal, Lu Xiao's scoring plummeted, nearly costing him his confidence. Wasn't this just adding to his frustration? Yet, he had to be grateful to Tang Song. Without that goal, relying solely on kicking feathers to develop his touch, he might have easily squandered that hard-earned pass. The match soon resumed, although Lu Xiao's shot was saved. It made the oil plant realize that the fourth factory was no pushover, prompting them to adopt a more conservative approach and even play defensively. While this might seem cowardly, Zhang Jizhuan was unexpectedly pleased. As they retreated, the fourth factory found themselves unable to find their rhythm. In one-on-one defense, the fourth factory could quickly become effective due to their stamina, willpower, and recent training improvements. However, on the offensive end, their technical skills, positioning awareness, and teamwork, all the essential abilities for attacking, were practically non-existent against the organized defense of the oil plant. The more they touched the ball, the more mistakes they made. The oil plant, of course, seized this opportunity, launching several attacks and quickly exposing the fourth factory's defensive vulnerabilities, ultimately scoring a goal. The substitute players of the oil plant began to mock Ng, accusing him of being a coward again. Ng, seething with anger, bit his teeth but refrained from mentioning replacing Tang Song, ultimately choosing to feign indifference, leaving the oil plant players to bet on what leverage Tang Song had over him. After the oil plant's successful strike, they became less eager to attack, focusing intently on defense. They discovered that not only could their defense induce errors from the fourth factory, but also limited Lu Xiao. Although Lu Xiao had a physical advantage, his technical skills were lacking when faced with defenders. He had only the option of a hasty shot. After the oil plant retreated, his shooting area was restricted to outside the penalty box. And although his shots were powerful and resonant, they were still insufficient to breach Wuyu's defenses. As the match progressed, the spectators began to feel bewildered. Who was the favored side before the match? After all, at that moment, Tang Song, tirelessly weaving through the crowd in search of a scoring opportunity, finally obtained the football. And Ji, who had been feigning indifference on the sidelines, suddenly leaped up, so excited he could barely speak, vigorously waving his fists. His spasm-like reaction startled the substitute players of the oil plant, who, upon regaining their composure, attempted to mock Ji. However, Ji preempted them, shouting, "Just wait and see. You'll soon understand why Tang Song is starting." This outburst drew the attention of the entire crowd to Tang Song, who held the ball, and Zhang Jijuan, who was rushing towards him. Zhang Jijuan was momentarily bewildered. Could it be that he would become famous because of this match? Chapter 10. Do women understand football? This was Tang Song's first touch of the ball in the match, a rather pitiful fact, yet nonetheless true. Initially, he had wanted to score like Lu Xiao, so he desperately wandered in the front line. However, in his teammates' vision, he was merely a beacon overshadowed by Lu Xiao. As the oil plant retreated entirely, he was completely blocked by the crowd, with no one willing to pass to him. Yet, when the ball reached Tang Song's feet, he did not hesitate. Instead, he pushed the ball forward, charging towards Zhang Jijuan, who was coming to confront him. Zhang Jijuan was instantly overjoyed. Tang Song was still just a kid. The best choice at that moment was to accelerate and evade his defense. Yet, since Tang Song was flying towards him like a moth to a flame, he too would not back down. As they drew closer, most onlookers began to shake their heads, believing Tang Song had lost his wits. Only Ji clenched his fists tightly, eyes fixed intently on the scene. When the two were merely a leg's distance apart, both Tang Song and Zhang Jijuan slowed their pace simultaneously. Zhang Jijuan endeavored to seize the ball, while Tang Song suddenly swept it to the left with his right foot. Instinctively, Zhang shifted his weight slightly to the right, yet Tang's movement was merely a feint. He deftly turned his ankle and drew the ball back to the right. Caught off guard, Zhang attempted to regain his balance, but in that fleeting moment, it was impossible. Unsteady, he staggered backward, helplessly witnessing Tang reclaim the ball and slip past him on the right. "Did you see that?" Angie exclaimed from the sidelines, bouncing with excitement. "It's this move that has left me utterly bewildered these past few days." Mid-sentence, Angie suddenly recalled something and promptly fell silent. During training, he had taken the initiative to defend against Tang. Initially, he had looked down upon Tang, ridiculing his dribbling technique. However, gradually, he realized that he could not keep pace with Tang. With each repetition of this maneuver, Tang grew increasingly adept, weaving left and right, leaving Angie to wake from nightmares in the night. This was something he had wished to keep to himself, yet he regretted speaking out now. Fortunately, few were paying attention to his words. The crowd was fixated on Tang. Once Tang had outmaneuvered Zhang, the onlookers grasped his intention. A battle of speed. It was clear that Tang could not outpace Zhang. Hence, he had drawn close to him. If he could bypass Zhang directly, he would create the necessary distance before Zhang could turn to reclaim the ball. Moreover, after their encounter, Zhang would not even need to pivot. He stumbled and fell to the ground, merely able to observe Tang's retreating figure with a heavy heart. As Tang evaded Zhang, the other defenders from the oil factory swiftly repositioned themselves. Just when everyone anticipated Tang would employ the same trick, he unexpectedly struck the ball, sending it through the gap left by the defenders, gliding into the penalty area. Several attempts to score were thwarted by Wu Yu, who was aware of the need to close the distance to the goal. At that moment, Lu Xiao made a timely run into the box. Sensing the opportunity, Lu knew he had to score, even if it meant risking injury to his hip. With a single stride, he positioned himself in front of the defender, summoning all his strength to swing his leg. As he met the descending ball, his foot felt as soft as cotton. Bam! The sound echoed explosively. Regardless of how many times he shot, it seemed Lu's feet never tired or pained. Each strike was as powerful as 1,000 pounds. The ball soared through the air, its black and white surface blurring into a grayish shadow as it surged toward the goal. To Wu Yu, this shot seemed too straightforward. He leaped into the air, palms outstretched to intercept the ball. However, the force behind the shot was at its zenith. Even as he made contact, he could not prevent the ball from slipping through his fingers. It was a truly penetrating strike. With a roar, Lu Xiao dispelled the shadows of doubt in his heart. throwing his hands in the air and unleashing a triumphant shout before Wu Yu. Lu Zhao's shot and his exclamation ignited the spirits of the players from the fourth factory. Initially, they had played with Lu Xiao merely to pass the tedium of summer vacation. After conceding a goal to the oil factory, they remained indifferent, for they were merely playing. Even if Lu Xiao did not score, their defeat seemed inconsequential. Yet, once Lu Xiao scored, their attitudes shifted. Why should they accept defeat when they could indeed score? Even the wild lilies had their spring. Why couldn't the fourth factory claim victory? With this change in mindset, the dynamics of the game transformed. Football is not solely determined by technique. The will of the players equally weighs on the scale of victory and defeat. This is why countless unforgettable matches exist where the underdog triumphs over the favored. As the players from the fourth factory collectively ignited their fighting spirit, the balance of victory began to tilt in their favor. In the second half, they began to frequently substitute players, many of whom were replaced due to exhaustion. However, these substitutions did not disrupt the fourth factory's tactics, for they had none to begin with. The fresh players, brimming with energy, allowed the fourth factory to gain the upper hand. The oil factory soon realized that merely defending was futile. They were forced onto the offensive. Yet their mentality was already in disarray, leading to significant errors, allowing a long clearance from a fourth factory player to reach the front line. With an unwavering determination to win, Lu Xiao displayed no signs of fatigue as he confidently controlled the ball and unleashed a powerful shot from outside the penalty area. After receiving an assist from Tang Song, he had briefly considered reciprocating, but upon gaining possession, he found himself unable to think of anything but scoring. His technical limitations aside, his desire to score overwhelmed all other thoughts. After Lu Xiao's goal, Wu silently vowed to prevent any further goals from the fourth factory. Fully focused, he expertly parried the long-range shot. However, such a magnificent save garnered no applause. Instead, it elicited gasps from the oil factory's players. Unbeknownst to him, Tang Song had already sprinted forward, positioning himself perfectly in the path of Wu Yu's clearance. With a subtle touch, the ball redirected midair and raced toward the goal. Wu Yu, who had made countless saves, could do nothing but lie on the ground, watching helplessly as the ball crossed the goal line inch by inch. 2-1. Tang Song did not celebrate his goal, but instead approached Wu Yu and asked, "Are you a professional goalkeeper?" Whether Wu Yu was professional or not depended on varying standards, but he believed himself to be one. The story of Song Fangjian entering a professional team inspired countless students from the oil factory's affiliated school, Wu Yu included. He had begun practicing football at the tender age of 6, drawn by his passion, and had chosen the position of goalkeeper, which others shied away from, dedicating himself to relentless training. As a reward for his efforts, the school intended to send him to a professional team. However, news of the disbandment of several local teams reached him, and although he considered following in Song Fangjian's footsteps to another city, his youth and family concerns prevented him from pursuing the title of professional player. Yet this did not mean Wu Yu viewed himself as inferior to the youth training players of professional teams, so he nodded slightly. It appeared that even professional goalkeepers had their flaws. After speaking, Tang Song turned and left, leaving Wu Yu with a sense of profound mystery in his wake. Tang Song understood that his shot lacked the power of Lu Zhao's, so he had observed Wu Yu throughout the match. He discovered that Wu Yu had a habit. Every time Lu Xiao shot, he tended to dive in the opposite direction. This was Wu Yu's reluctant strategy. Against a striker with Lu Zhao's ferocity, he had to adopt such measures to prevent conceding goals. However, this common tendency among many goalkeepers was precisely what Tang Song exploited. Once Lu Xiao scored, Tang Song realized that Lu Xiao would be even less likely to pass to him. Thus, as the ball flew toward Lu Xiao, he began to drift toward the opposite side of the goal. His speed was unremarkable, and he was inconspicuous, allowing him to execute this fortunate goal. At this point, the balance of victory had completely shifted. The oil factory, led by a reluctant Zhang Jijuan, continued to strive, while spectators in the stands began to shake their heads. Among them was a 12-year-old boy, sporting rosy lips and white teeth, with a hairstyle reminiscent of the children seen on television. Dressed in a pristine little suit and black suspenders, complete with a bow tie, the individual exuded an aura of sunshine and charm, standing out in the crowd like a crane among chickens. "Zhao Jiayao, why are you shaking your head?" inquired a girl beside him. She appeared to be 2 years younger than Zhao Jiayao, and, Unlike most girls in Linyuan City, she had not opted for a short haircut. Instead, her long hair danced freely in the wind, cascading like delicate mist. "No chance at the oil factory," she remarked. "Then let us hurry, or we'll be late for tutoring again." She anxiously glanced at her watch. "Lu Piao, if you're impatient, you can leave first," Zhao Jiayao retorted. "Huh, are you trying to skip class again?" "As the class monitor, the teacher assigned me to supervise you." "I'm not skipping class. Didn't the teacher teach us to see things through to the end?" "Of course, we must finish watching a match before leaving." Lu Piao smiled brightly, effortlessly tearing off Zhao Jiayao's facade. "You're just jealous, aren't you? Li Chengdong mentioned that you've never managed to score against Wu Yu. And that guy Lu Xiao, hey? Why does Li Chengdong tell you everything?" Zhao Jiao blurted out, but quickly regained his composure. "If you don't understand football, could you please refrain from speaking? Lu Xiao's accomplishments are attainable by many, but the other is different." Lu Piao followed his gaze onto the field, where 6-year-old Tang Song, amidst taller players, resembled a young beast lost in a primordial forest. Yet his eyes shone with unwavering determination, devoid of hesitation. "Are you referring to that amusing little boy?" Lu Piao teased. "Zhao Jiayao, you've changed. You're actually starting to take an interest in children." Zhao Jiayao's face flushed with embarrassment and irritation. "Be quiet, woman. Football is not something you can comprehend. Age has never been a limitation for a player." Just then, the final whistle blew, echoing across the field. Lu Xiao was hoisted onto the shoulders of his ecstatic teammates, his gaze sweeping the field, colliding with the watchful eyes of Zhao Jiayao. Chapter 11. Worthiness under the blazing sun. Lu Xiao sat proudly atop his teammates' shoulders. He gazed into the distance. And compared to the professional stadiums depicted in newspapers and on television, this makeshift ground with a single stand was exceedingly rudimentary. Yet, Lu Xiao felt no concern. For him, nothing mattered more than the helplessness reflected in the eyes of the oil factory players and the joy radiating from his teammates. Was this the essence of victory? Lu Xiao felt content. The exhilaration of triumph on the field surpassed even the satisfaction of winning a brawl with his fists. At that moment, he spotted Zhao Jiayao, clad in immaculate attire, exuding a composed and proud demeanor. He appeared to Lu Xiao as someone from an entirely different realm, starkly contrasting with Lu Xiao's own sweaty, modest appearance post-match. Being scrutinized by someone so seemingly removed from his world sparked doubt within Lu Xiao. Could it be that Zhao Jiayao was impressed by his performance on the field? The more he pondered, the more it seemed plausible. Just as he had idolized Song Fangjian upon their first meeting, children of his age often admired those who achieved victory. Moreover, Lu Xiao noticed Zhao Jiayao approaching the field, which made him slightly uneasy. Fans appeared unexpectedly, leaving no room for preparation. He was drenched in sweat, a far cry from the relaxed demeanor of Song Fangjian after their game. Facing his first fervent admirer in such a disheveled state felt rather inappropriate. More importantly, the admirer was accompanied by a girl, and though Lu Xiao felt bashful and did not dare to look closely, he instinctively wished to leave a favorable impression on her. Thus, he hastily jumped down from his teammate's shoulders, turned his back, and meticulously adjusted his appearance. Once satisfied, he turned around, only to find Zhao Jiayao and Lu Piao passing right by him, not even sparing him a glance. Lu Xiao's heart sank. To his surprise, his nervousness was mirrored in his admirer, who seemed too timid to face him. He had no choice but to initiate conversation. Before he could finish, Lu Xiao saw Zhao Jiayao crouching beside Tang Song. Excited by the jubilance around him, the small Tang Song, eager to join the celebrating throng, had been accidentally knocked down once more. Lu Xiao promptly fell silent, feeling a flicker of dissatisfaction. While he acknowledged that Tang Song had played well today and garnered a couple of fans, he couldn't fathom why Zhao Jiayao had been fixated on him if he hadn't come to seek him out. Crouched beside Tang Song, Zhao Jiayao felt equally vexed. He did not admire Lu Xiao's playing style, but as a player who had triumphed against stronger opponents, he still wanted to extend his congratulations. However, Lu Xiao's evasive gaze and his turn back felt like a blatant affront. What was there to be proud of? Winning against an oil factory team that did not field its best players? Thus, Zhao Jiayao dismissed Lu Xiao as a petty individual reveling in minor victories, believing he would never amount to anything significant. Intentionally bypassing Lu Xiao to approach Tang Song, he sought both to congratulate the latter and to provoke Lu Xiao. You played quite well, just now, Zhao Jiayao remarked to Tang Song, a blend of praise and seriousness in his tone. I know, Tang Song replied, not even lifting his eyelids. Tang Song could not deny it. He remembered Song Fangjian's words. The team that wins is the one that plays better. Their victory signified his skill. Should he claim otherwise, it would imply that Song Fangjian was mistaken, and Tang Song did not wish to misrepresent his mentor's wisdom. His response caused Zhao Jiayao, who had been raised to embody politeness, to frown. Why was this boy so lacking in humility? In an instant, the slight fondness Zhao Jiayao had felt for Tang Song evaporated, leaving only disdain for the players from the oil factory. But you should have played even better, Zhao Jiayao said, standing tall and looking down at Tang Song, already contemplating his departure. Before Tang Song could respond, Wu Yu, standing nearby, erupted in anger. Zhao Jiayao. What is your meaning? Are you deliberately trying to be annoying? What do you mean he could have played better? Are you implying that the oil factory players hadn't even given their all when they defeated us? Come on, let us have a penalty shootout. A penalty shootout? Football is a team sport. The victory of a team supersedes all else. To only compare penalties is a reckless act. Why don't we gather the teams for a match? Zhao Jiayao was not easily fooled. Competing in a penalty shootout with Wu Yu would not earn him acclaim if he won. Instead, if he lost, it would be quite embarrassing. Given his history with Wu Yu, it was likely to end with his humiliation. Forget it, just go. The oil factory players collectively waved, eager for Zhao Jiayao to vanish. Zhao Jiayao smirked disdainfully. Although he had never breached Wu Yu's defenses, his team had never tasted defeat against the oil factory. After a brief chuckle, just as he was about to step away, he was halted by Lu Xiao. What did you just say? Lu Xiao asked in a low voice. Zhang Jijuan, quick to seize the moment, interjected. He said that those who compare penalties are all reckless fools. Zhao Jiayao paused, bewildered by Zhang Jijuan's distortion of his words. He had merely suggested that determining superiority solely based on penalty shootout results was somewhat foolish, not dismissing the act itself. However, seeing Lu Xiao's fierce demeanor, he chose not to clarify, merely nodding coldly. Indeed, those who compare penalties are all reckless fools. Good. Lu Xiao clenched his fists, advancing with each affirmation until they were nearly face to face. Had this been days prior, Lu Xiao would have already struck Zhao Jiayao squarely on his pristine visage. However, times have changed, and Lu Xiao has discovered a new approach. Call out your team, and let us have a match. I am eager to see who the true brawler is. Zhao Jiayao paused in surprise, then burst into hearty laughter. His amusement was infectious, prompting the members of the oil factory team to join in, as if they had just heard the finest joke in the world. Zhang Jijuan was precisely aiming for this reaction, laughing so hard he could barely stand. Lu Xiao, do you truly understand what you're saying? Zhao Jiayao's elementary school is the champion of this year's City Elementary School League. With your limited skills, do you dare to compare yourself to others? You ought to take a good look at yourself. At this remark, some players from the fourth factory recognized Zhao Jiayao, their expressions suddenly darkening. Lu Xiao, taken aback, realized that the seemingly delicate Zhao Jiayao was indeed a champion. He had been so preoccupied with throwing punches at school that he was unaware his school even had a team, and he had only heard whispers of the City Elementary School League. Yet, he understood the weight of that championship. Defeating the oil factory had been a substantial challenge, and winning the championship would be even more difficult. Nevertheless, this only solidified Lu Xiao's determination to challenge Zhao Jiayao. Defeating 100 weaklings could never be as fulfilling as conquering a strong opponent. He was determined to make Zhao Jiayao capitulate. Indeed, I want to play against him. Lu Xiao smiled, relishing the prospect of such a worthy adversary, eager to commence the match. Do you even think you are worthy? Zhao Jiao's expression hardened as he coldly dismissed Lu Xiao, nearly stunning him with his words. Without another glance, Zhao Jiayao strode away from the field. Lu Xiao reached out, wishing to stop him, but at the moment of exit, he felt an inexplicable shortness of breath. A champion? He realized he might not be quite prepared for such a challenge. However, Zhao Jiayao was halted once more, this time by Tang Song, who approached with a football, cheeks puffed with indignation. Do you really think you are worthy? Tang Song's piercing gaze locked onto Zhao Jiayao's eyes. Zhao Jiayao, momentarily bewildered, stammered, worthy of what? See, you do not even know if you are worthy. How can you claim others are unworthy? Tang Song shook his head in disappointment elegantly dribbling the ball past Zhao Jiayao. "You come back here," Zhao Jiayao exclaimed, his speech faltering in frustration. "What exactly am I unworthy of? How can you be so dense? Have you forgotten what was just said?" Tang Song replied impatiently, as if entangled with a fool. "On what grounds do you say I should play better? You have never played against me." This left not only Zhao Jiayao confused, but also those around them. Complimenting him by suggesting he should perform better should have been received with joy. Yet everyone began to realize Tang Song's intention. He, too, wanted to challenge Zhao Jiayao to a match. "Very well. Since you wish to humiliate yourselves, I shall grant you the opportunity." Zhao Jiayao pondered for a moment and turned back to Lu Xiao, stating, "When we claimed the championship, we defeated 6 opponents. If you can also triumph over 5, I shall battle you." This time, no one obstructed Zhao Jiayao, and he swiftly departed with Lu Piapiao. Zhang Jijuan was left in a state of shock. His earlier interference was merely intended to provoke Lu Xiao. He had never intended to put him in such a precarious position. Just like last time, when Song Fangjian agreed to a penalty shootout with Lu Xiao, Zhang Jijuan could not fathom why Zhao Jiayao had suddenly consented to this match. He was baffled, but there was no time for contemplation. At that moment, his cousin Wu Yong had already left, and if he lingered too long, he would face dire consequences from Lu Xiao. Thus, he hastily attempted to slip away, only to be swiftly apprehended by Lu Xiao. "Lu Xiao, I apologize. I was only joking," Zhang Jijuan shouted in panic, his hands fumbling in his pockets. "What money?" Lu Xiao had nearly forgotten about their wager before the match, but he quickly waved dismissively. "Forget the money. However, you must find me 5 opponents." "What?" Zhang Jijuan nearly bit his tongue in shock. "You truly wish to play against them?" "Of course. Now that it is settled, I will not hesitate. I must win." Chapter 12. The customized football shoes. Lu Xiao was not merely trying to appear brave in front of Zhang Jijuan. He genuinely desired victory. That evening, he mustered the courage to broach the subject of purchasing a football jersey and shoes with his parents. Standing beside the extravagantly dressed Zhao Jiayao, he felt no inferiority, yet he wished to present himself well on the field. To Lu Xiao's surprise, his parents, who typically scolded him for even asking for pocket money, were not only supportive of this significant expense, but appeared even more delighted than he was. Unbeknownst to Lu Xiao, in recent days, he had tossed and turned at home, sighing deeply into the night, and at times groaning in despair on his bed, leaving his parents quite alarmed. At that time, the concept of sexual education was not widely recognized, and his embarrassed parents assumed Lu Xiao was experiencing an early onset of adolescence. Worrying to the point of nearly consulting a fortune teller, they feared that if he continued to self-torture, the Lu family line might not continue. Upon learning that Lu Xiao's distress stemmed from his passion for football, they felt an immense relief and promptly rushed to the city's largest department store, transforming Lu Xiao's appearance entirely. That evening's dinner was lavish, as they even treated themselves to a rare outing at a restaurant. Lu Xiao, indulging in his meal and patting his round belly, assured his parents, "Dad, Mom, rest assured I will definitely defeat Zhao Jiayao." "Very well, very well." His parents beamed, looking years younger, believing that even if he did not excel academically, his dedication to football would not lead him astray. When it came to winning or losing, they did not place much emphasis on the outcome. The next day, dressed impeccably in his new attire and shoes, Lu Xiao eagerly rushed to the factory. Before he could boast to his teammates, he encountered trouble. He was stopped at the entrance by Old Huang Dog. "Ah, you little rascal, with a change of clothes. I nearly failed to recognize you." Old Zhang chuckled as he shooed Old Huang Dog away, teasing Lu Xiao, who felt his cheeks flush with embarrassment. If Old Huang Dog noticed Lu Xiao's transformation, the children waiting for him in the factory certainly did as well. A group quickly surrounded Lu Xiao, chattering in envy. Lu Xiao had to remind them to swallow their saliva and not soil his new jersey. "Isn't it just a yellow t-shirt? What is so impressive about that?" Tang Song remarked nonchalantly from the side. "Not just a t-shirt." And Lu Xiao's loyal supporter, exclaimed with wide eyes, "This is the Brazilian national team's jersey. World champions, you know. Look at the number 11. Honghu," struggling with the foreign name on the back of the jersey. And grew increasingly perplexed. "Honghu? I've never heard of that player." Did Lu Xiao get it wrong? "It's from Rio," Lu Xiao replied calmly. "What is printed here is his name in Portuguese." "Portuguese?" And was astounded. "Isn't Rom Rio Brazilian? Do you know nothing?" Lu Xiao retorted, playfully slapping Ng's head. The official language of Brazil is Portuguese. Cie, you truly know so much. Ng finally understood, then began to boast on Lu Xiao's behalf. See, Rio, the best player on this planet. This is not merely a yellow t-shirt. It is the faith of all players. In our team, only Xiao Gu is worthy to wear this number. Wow. The crowd gasped once more. Though they had been playing football for a week, their knowledge of football news was still quite limited. At home, they primarily watched Captain Tsubasa on television. At this moment, there was no urgency to kick the ball. They insisted that Lu Xiao extol the virtues of Rio. In truth, Lu Xiao had never witnessed Rio play, largely due to the time zone differences. By the time others were playing, he was often asleep. Even if he were awake, it was challenging to find broadcasts of matches from the Netherlands and Spain. Moreover, during the recently concluded World Cup, he had yet to develop an interest in football. Thus, most of his knowledge about Rio stemmed from newspapers. However, this did not hinder him from extolling Rio to great heights. Can Rio curve the ball? A curious child inquired. Lu Xiao clenched his teeth and nodded vigorously. Absolutely. If Spacewing can do it, so can he. He understood that without such declarations, Rio would struggle to gain the children's approval. Rio is truly remarkable, Andy exclaimed, igniting a wave of excitement among the crowd. Observing the raucous chatter from a distance was Tang Song, who was silently juggling the ball. He glanced down at his worn shoes, which had developed a gaping hole, and grimaced, instinctively touching his still tingling cheek. Just as Lu Xiao, who was nearly a loss for answers, caught sight of him, he inquired, Tang Song, what happened to your face? I fell, Tang Song replied nonchalantly. Andy hurried over to inspect, bursting into laughter. Where did you fall to get 5 finger marks? Lu Xiao also sensed something amiss with Tang Song. He pushed the gleeful Andy aside and, placing an arm around Tang Song's shoulder, boisterously declared, Tang Song, tell the truth. Was it retaliation from the oil factory people? Don't worry, you're my player now. If anyone dares to bully you, I will certainly stand up for you. Come on, let's confront the oil factory folks. To his surprise, Tang Song was ungrateful, ducking away and muttering, I said I fell, and that's that. Are we practicing or not? If not, I'm leaving. Yes, of course, we must practice. We still have to defeat Jiayao. It was then that Lu Xiao, who had been the center of attention, remembered the pressing matter and swiftly organized the players for training. Seizing the motivation from their recent win over the oil factory, the children from Factory 4 trained earnestly until the sun dipped below the horizon before leisurely heading home. Upon returning to the staff living quarters of Factory 4, Lu Xiao, famished and imagining the pig trotters his parents promised to stew for dinner, swallowed hard in anticipation. Just as he was about to charge into his home, Tang Song called out to him. The football will be with you from now on, he said, repeatedly caressing the ball. Lu Xiao thought he must be hallucinating. Tang Song had always cherished this football more than anything, even forbidding Song Fangjian from touching it. Why would he now want to hand it over? I want to sleep in. Tang Song continued to fondle the ball. Lu Xiao was even more skeptical. Over the past few days, wasn't Tang Song always the first to arrive at Factory 4? How could he suddenly decide to sleep in? Well, just leave it with you. Tang Song abruptly shoved the ball into Lu Xiao's arms and bolted away, as if he had handed over a hot potato. Lu Xiao stood there, bewildered, unable to comprehend Tang Song's sudden odd behavior. After Tang Song relinquished the ball to Lu Xiao, he ran to a distant corner before stopping to glance back. Upon seeing Lu Xiao return home with the football, a fleeting look of pain crossed his face, and he lowered his head. Opting not to go home, but instead slowly made his way to Yi Jinshir's bicycle repair stall. After retiring from the factory, Yi Jinshir had kept himself busy by setting up this stall to continue serving the community. Residents from nearby streets patronized his business, and even if there was no work to be done, groups would gather around his stall to chat. Every evening, his stall was the busiest, leaving him with barely a moment to sip water, and he paid no heed to Tang Song. Handing him a stool, he continued to tinker with the bicycles. He was quite at ease with Tang Song. Other children would come to play and insist on trying out all the tools, often resulting in missing wrenches or screws. In contrast, Tang Song would sit quietly, occasionally helping Yi Jinshir with small tasks. However, today Tang Song seemed different. Once Yi Jinshir finished his work, he noticed a pile of tire patch remnants in front of Tang Song. He picked one up and measured it against his foot, then swapped it for another and continued to compare. When he realized Yi Jinshir was watching, Tang Song's face flushed red, as if caught in some misdeed. I thought these were discarded. Of course they are, Yi Jinshu replied kindly, but you must tell me what you intend to do with them. Tang Song hesitated before extending his foot toward Yi Jinshu. After another day of playing, the hole in his shoe had widened, with his 5 toes eager to escape. Yi Jinshu stared for a long moment, his nose tinged with emotion. You mean to say you played football in these shoes against the children from the oil factory? Tang Song nodded. Yi Jinshu then asked, does your father know about your football activities? After some thought, Tang Song nodded again. Sudendi, Ye Vinci erupted in fury. Cursing, that scoundrel Tang Mingyu. He allows you to go out in such a state to play football. The last 10 yuan I gave you, did he use it to buy liquor? A grown man, all he does is drink, as if the alcohol has turned into water in his brain. He doesn't even take care of his own child. Doesn't he know what one should wear to play football? Come on, let us go find him. I refuse to believe that if he can do it, his son cannot. Grandpa, I won't go. Tang Song desperately clung to Yi Jinshu. I won't have his shoes repaired. From now on, I'll just play barefoot. What nonsense are you talking about? Seeing Tang Song's rare expression of fear, Yi Jinshu let out a long sigh. It's hard for a fair official to resolve family disputes. Today he might confront Tang Mingyu, but what about tomorrow? Wouldn't he the child still suffer? Then, I'll modify the shoes I gave you. Yi Jinshu had initially intended to buy Tang Song new shoes from his own pocket, but knowing Tang Song would refuse, he smiled and continued. Modify them? Tang Song tilted his head in curiosity. Yes, I'll make you a pair of football shoes unlike any others. As he spoke, Yi Jinshu picked up some scrap materials and began measuring and cutting around Tang Song's feet. Watching the industrious Yi Jinshu, Tang Song's eyes widened in awe. Chapter 13. The League of Losers. The following day, many players who had envied Lu Xiao the previous day donned their new gear. When they crossed paths at the factory entrance, a flurry of boasts erupted, one claiming to be the child of the wind, Kanigia, while another asserted he was the football king, Maradona. Yet another, with a brooding posture, proclaimed himself to be Baggio. Isn't that the one who missed a penalty? They teased. All were children, and after hearing Lu Xiao's thrilling accounts, they hurried home to catch up on football news, with some having even watched Baggio play. Wait, I'm a real Baggio. A child claiming to be Baggio exclaimed, his face flushed with indignation. This is Baggio, who shone in the knockout stage and led Italy to the finals. Oh, the one who took Italy to the finals, but missed the penalty and ended up with a silver medal? The little Baggio burst into tears. The salesperson deceived me. They didn't tell me he missed the penalty. Upon seeing everyone dressed in new jerseys, Lu Xiao should have felt delighted. Yet, when he discovered that on his left was Bergkamp and on his right was Maldini, he felt an uncomfortable twist in his heart. With so many stars suddenly on the team, who would be the focal point moving forward? Ahem. All right, everyone, let us not get too carried away. The jersey is just clothing. Once we put on, we are still ourselves. Lu Xiao cleared his throat and stated. Indeed, the core of our team is singular. It's Brother Xiao. Andy chimed in, clad in a Maradona jersey. No one opposed this. As he observed a group of people laughing and joking, Lu Xiao suddenly recalled something. Let us refrain from mentioning the jerseys later. I fear it might upset Tang Song. Last night, Lu Xiao pondered over Tang Song's peculiar behavior, believing it was provoked by the sight of him in new attire. Now that everyone was wearing new clothes, Tang Song would undoubtedly feel even more disheartened. Although Lu Xiao harbored no particular fondness for Tang Song, as his player, he felt a semblance of concern. In the factory, Tang Song's father, Tang Mingyu, was undoubtedly an eccentric figure, seldom engaging with others apart from work. Tang Song himself was not particularly talkative either, leaving many in the factory oblivious to their family's circumstances. However, the children were well aware of Tang Song's impoverished background, prompting them to tactfully fall silent. Upon entering the factory, they spotted Tang Song confidently standing on the field, beaming in the sunlight, radiating a sense of pride. Oh, everyone looks quite dapper, Tang Song remarked, swinging his legs. His exuberance caught them off guard. Could it be that their uniforms had driven him to the brink of insanity? What are you all staring at? Let's start practicing, he commanded, snatching the ball from Lu Xiao and bouncing it a couple of times before it fell to the ground. Such a blunder was uncharacteristic of Tang Song. The others were increasingly convinced that something was off with him, and some had already discreetly asked Lu Xiao if they should take Tang Song to a hospital. After the ball dropped, Tang Song made no effort to retrieve it. Instead, he tapped the top of his foot, mumbling to himself, "Oh dear, these modified shoes don't seem to fit quite right." At this revelation, all eyes turned to the peculiar shoes adorning Tang Song's feet, and they soon realized he had come to show off his footwear. What was so remarkable about a pair of tattered cloth shoes? Yet upon closer inspection, their expressions shifted dramatically. While still the same cloth shoes, the tips and backs had been affixed with well-cut bicycle inner tubes, and several layers of outer tires were nailed to the soles. Indeed, one could hardly argue that such modifications rendered the shoes suitable for soccer. You're kicking a ball while wearing bicycle tires. That is surely impractical. And G bluntly stated, "But aren't they just bicycle tires?" Inner and outer both included, the players erupted in laughter. Even Lu Xiao, who typically defended Tang Song, could not suppress his amusement. "Huh, what do you all know? This is my secret weapon against concrete. 1,000 times better than the shoes you bought," Tang Song declared unabashedly. Yet as time passed, they began to recognize that Tang Song was not merely boasting. The shoes they had purchased from the stores sported plastic studs, which were ineffective on concrete surfaces, causing many, aside from Lu Xiao, to stumble during runs. In contrast, Tang Song's footwear, crafted from bicycle tires, not only exhibited remarkable durability but also provided excellent traction. Seemingly custom-made for playing on concrete, this led several players to ponder the possibility of ordering their own pairs from Yijinshi. After a while, Zhang Zhizhuan appeared at the factory entrance, looking rather stealthy, only to be caught red-handed by the old yellow dog. Confess willingly, resist strictly. A throng of players rushed over, cornering Zhang Zhizhuan against the wall. "Are you here to spy?" Zhang Zhizhuan, feeling quite wronged, clung to Lu Xiao's leg, fearing that this would deter the dog from barking at him. "Lu Xiao, didn't you ask me to find you an opponent? I'm here to inform you that I've found one. Furthermore, I, Zhang Zhizhuan, am honorable and have never contemplated spying on your training. Our match is over, so there is no need for espionage." As he spoke, he discreetly wiped the sweat from his brow, careful not to reveal the incident from the last time he was caught peeking over the wall, especially given the furious expressions of the factory players. "Oh, so that is how it is." Lu Xiao finally allowed the group to disperse, instructing Nji to bring a cup of water for Zhang Zhizhuan. Lu Xiao knew many people in Linyuan City, but his connections in the realm of football were limited, hence his reliance on Zhang Zhizhuan's assistance. Now that he had found an opponent, he inquired, "When do we play?" Zhang Zhizhuan nearly spat out his drink. Under such circumstances, shouldn't the first question be about the opponent's identity? Lu Xiao, shouldn't we be discussing who the opponent is? Zhang Zhizhuan stammered. "Just tell me the time." Lu Xiao interrupted, dismissing any further conversation. Knowing that the Gongjian Primary School was the champion in Linyuan City, the identities of the other teams were inconsequential to him. 4 days from now, at the usual place. Seeing Lu Xiao's unwavering confidence, Zhang Zhizhuan barely suppressed the urge to remind him that there are always stronger opponents. "No problem," he replied, feigning calmness as he sipped his water. After Lu Xiao gathered the players and announced the news, Zhang Zhizhuan smirked at Lu Xiao's imposing figure. In retaliation for their previous defeat, he had intentionally sought out a formidable opponent to undermine the factory's prestige. Fearing Lu Xiao's disapproval, he had prepared numerous arguments to sway him, only to find that Lu Xiao hadn't even bothered to ask the name of the opposing team. This fortuitously saved him from having to expend unnecessary breath. The thought of witnessing Lu Xiao's failure filled Zhang Zhizhuan with uncontainable glee, causing him to laugh silently, his body shaking with suppressed mirth. However, while Zhang Zhizhuan reveled in his scheming, Tang Song observed him with keen sensitivity. Though he outwardly appeared unfazed by the laughter of the factory players, his heart was troubled. He considered the factory players as comrades, believing their mockery to be harmless. Yet, Zhang Zhizhuan, the one he had previously outmaneuvered, had no right to ridicule him. Thus, upon witnessing Zhang Zhizhuan's smug grin, Tang Song devised a plan to teach him a lesson. In an unexpected turn, he found Zhang Zhizhuan trembling uncontrollably in place, which alarmed Tang Song. Yidinsi, an experienced elder in the factory, was always the first person everyone sought when faced with a crisis. Consequently, Tang Song, who frequently spent time with Yijinshi, had participated in a first aid session. The symptoms displayed by Zhang Zhizhuan mirrored those of a previous patient. "Help! Zhang Zhizhuan is having a seizure." Hearing Tang Song's cry, Lu Xiao rushed over with the visibly pale players in tow. Faced with such an emergency, Lu Xiao felt somewhat flustered, but dutifully followed Tang Song's calm instructions. He forcefully pinned the resisting Zhang Jizhuan to the ground and removed his shoes, stuffing them into Zhang Jizhuan's mouth to prevent him from biting his tongue. As Tang Song had advised, by the time the hurried old Zhang arrived, he managed to rescue Zhang Jizhuan from the nauseating smell that filled his mouth. As Zhang Jizhuan, nearly fainting in the corner, grasped the reality of his enmity with the factory, he felt a strange mix of pain and pleasure. For while he would witness Lu Xiao's anguish upon the factory's defeat against their first opponent, he would also have to brace himself for Lu Xiao's inevitable wrath after losing the chance to compete against Zhao Jiayao. Amidst this anxious anticipation, the factory commenced its second match after forming the team, marking their first opportunity to vie for a chance against Zhao Jiayao. The outcome was surprising, especially for Zhang Jizhuan, who stood on the sidelines, mouth agape for the entire 90 minutes. The factory seized control of the match from the very first second, swiftly establishing dominance and ultimately winning 2-0 without encountering a single threat. The goals were scored by none other than Lu Xiao and Tang Song. After a week of training and with fitting new shoes, Lu Xiao was more unstoppable than ever, while Tang Song proved equally indefatigable. No, something was amiss. After the match, Lu Xiao suddenly had a moment of inspiration, which left Zhang Jizhuan utterly terrified. Could it be that Lu Xiao had uncovered his intention to seek out formidable opponents? Zhang Jizhuan, next time, do find me a stronger adversary. I have no desire for hollow victories. Indeed, Lu Xiao had discerned Zhang Jizhuan's subtle machinations in their search for opponents. However, he completely misinterpreted Zhang Jizhuan's intentions, believing he had deliberately chosen weaker teams to secure an effortless 5-match winning streak. Lu Xiao was not interested in such victories. He aspired to conquer all formidable rivals in Linyuan City, much like the students of the. Although this competition bore no trophy, he yearned to be the uncrowned champion of Linyuan City. Zhang Jizhuan, having narrowly escaped a predicament, wiped the sweat from his brow, only to find the captain of the losing team, Li Jin, gazing at him with an expression of deep resentment. Wasn't he there a promise to ensure our victory? Zhang Jizhuan, did you intentionally lead us astray? At a loss for words, Zhang Jizhuan could only respond, I overlooked one detail. The fourth factory has recently acquired new jerseys. Dressed in their new uniforms, they are bound to be unwilling to face defeat. But wait, I assure you, our next opponent will surely give the fourth factory a run for their money. Consequently, Li Jin unhesitatingly joined Zhang Jizhuan's ranks, becoming a member of the anticipated alliance against the fourth factory's defeat. Losing to a team that had only been playing for 2 weeks was indeed a bitter pill to swallow. In Chapter 14, The Striking Aliens, to fulfill the mission of thwarting the fourth factory, Zhang Jizhuan and Li Jin devoted considerable thought to their selection of upcoming opponents. They successively approached the former teams of Beiqing Primary School, Nanchang Primary School, and Dongchang Experimental Primary School. The addition of former was necessary, as most of the key players from these teams would transition to junior high school after the summer break. The results, of course, were quite gratifying, as their alliance of losing teams swiftly expanded. Following the match between Dongcheng Experimental Primary School and the fourth factory, 5 despondent individuals sat disconsolately on the sidelines, casting envious glances at the fourth factory as they celebrated yet another victory. The scores 2-1, 4-3, 2 o'clock, unfailingly confirmed that these 3 primary schools had succumbed to the fourth factory, with goals scored by Lu Xiao and Tang Song. In every match, whenever Lu Xiao scored a goal, Tang Song would invariably follow suit. If Lu Xiao netted 2, Tang Song would match him with 2 as well. Something felt amiss. After a moment of silence, Zhang Jizhuan expressed his discomfort. Did you not assure us before the match that victory was guaranteed? How can you even say that? This bunch of lunatics was intentionally brought here to vex us? Wasn't it? The other 4, filled with fury, pinned Zhang Jizhuan to the ground and gave him a thorough beating. During this long holiday, they had been at home, enjoying watermelons and cooling off, only to be deceived by Zhang Jizhuan into participating in this match. Accepting the invitation to play was one thing. After all, Zhang Jizhuan had claimed that the fourth factory was utterly weak and that they could win effortlessly. They thought it would be delightful to win a match and treat it as a social practice. But what was the reality? The players from the fourth factory were anything but weak. They were robust, akin to stones in a latrine. Indeed, Something was off. After having dealt with Zhang Jijuan, Li Jin suddenly remarca. As the other three raised their fists, he hastily clarified, "My intent differs from Zhang Jijuan's. Consider this. After the holiday, how many of us have played any matches? Have we even practiced? Knowing that our opponents were the fourth factory, we had not contemplated a joint practice. We simply took to the field, right? Meanwhile, the fourth factory has been training diligently every day. Word has it that Lu Xiao has gone through several pairs of soccer shoes. You all know how it is with football. 3 days without practice, and one becomes rusty." Despite the shouting, the three fists gradually lowered. Li Jin was correct. When they were in school, this group of children with match obligations could still train under their teacher's supervision. However, once the holidays arrived, under the scorching sun, they had little inclination for training. At most, they occasionally played for fun, but there was no serious practice to speak of. In contrast, the fourth factory had been playing daily. Their players tanned as if they were from a primitive tribe in Africa. Though their training could not be deemed formal, their ball control had certainly improved, and they possessed far greater stamina than other teams. Li Jin's observations were astute. When I played against Lu Xiao and his team, I fell short of breath before the time was even up. Zhang Jijuan quickly agreed. "So, does that mean no team can defeat the fourth factory?" Someone inquired. No one answered, and the group instantly appeared more disheartened. Their team had been virtually idle over the summer. Surely, other teams were in a similar predicament. Was it possible that the fourth factory would achieve 5 consecutive victories and then face off against the anticlimactic showdown? No way. Although no one spoke, the 5 of them collectively shook their heads in unison. Should the fourth factory indeed play against where would the dignity of their teams reside? After much contemplation, it seemed that only one team could potentially halt the fourth factory. Considering the time, they should be returning soon. Suddenly, a glimmer of hope illuminated Li Jin's eyes. "You're referring to..." Zhang Jijuan's eyes also lit up, but before he could finish, he found himself seized. Unmistakably, the only one bold enough to treat him this way on the field was Lu Xiao. "Zhang Jijuan, you little rascal, you've deceived me once again." Indeed, Lu Xiao's furious voice rang in his ears. "We're the strong teams you promised me. What kind of nonsense have you brought me? You..." Li Jin and the others rose, seething with anger, and glared at Lu Xiao for a moment before returning to their previous positions as if nothing had happened. There was no choice. The match had been lost, and arguing or even fighting with Lu Xiao would only make them appear incapable of accepting defeat. They were not ready to sever ties with him. Zhang Jijuan stayed close to them precisely to avoid trouble with Lu Xiao, yet none of them dared to step forward. Their faces bore a touch of bitterness as they hunched their necks and said, "Lu Xiao, I did not deceive you. These are teams that have participated in the city's primary school league. But rest assured, you will definitely not win against the upcoming opponents." "That's good to hear." As Lu Xiao spoke, he released Zhang Jijuan. This gesture left Zhang Jijuan feeling unexpectedly flattered. When had Lu Xiao become so benevolent? In truth, Lu Xiao was well aware that these teams possessed significant strength. He had deliberately uttered those words to provoke them. Despite the series of victories, Lu Xiao felt no joy. Rather, he sensed a blockage in his chest that urged him to seek an outlet for his frustration through confrontation. He had not anticipated that the group would accept defeat so readily and disregard his provocations, leaving him feeling somewhat disheartened. After releasing Zhang Jijuan, Lu Xiao turned to find Tang Song staring blankly at the empty stands, unable to suppress a laugh. "What is it? Are you still waiting for someone to come and ask for your autograph?" Tang Song shot him a disdainful glance and retorted, "I've already given my autograph." Lu Xiao was taken aback, then recalled that after recent matches, a few children had indeed pestered Tang Song for autographs, claiming it was for their summer vacation journals. A pang of jealousy surged within him. After all, the core of the fourth factory was he, yet no one sought his autograph. Even a simple acknowledgement would suffice. "What are you still watching?" Lu Xiao's tone grew increasingly irritable. "Whatever you're looking at, I'm looking at too," Tang Song replied. "What have I been looking at?" Lu Xiao was on the verge of shouting. In his frustration, he realized what was truly bothering him. For these past few matches, he had not seen Zhao Jiayao in the stands. Winning streaks, rather than simply being a means to earn a match against Zhao Jiayao, had become a demonstration of his prowess toward Zhao Jiayao. It was one thing for Zhao Jiayao to skip the matches against Li Jin's team, but this was already the 4th match, and still there was no sign of him. Lu Xiao couldn't help but feel doubtful. Were their opponents simply not up to par, or were they themselves underperforming? Ultimately, Lu Xiao lacked confidence about defeating Zhao Jiayao. To him, the city's primary school league championship was akin to the World Cup title in the eyes of professional athletes. Something so formidable it evoked admiration. Zhao Jiayao's calm demeanor, shrouded in an aura of mystery, undoubtedly instills fear in his adversaries. Hence, Lu Xiao incessantly urged Zhang Jizhuan to seek more formidable opponents. Only by triumphing over those seemingly insurmountable challengers could Lu Xiao sustain his hope of overcoming Zhao Jiayao. This time, Zhang Jizhuan did not deceive. The quintet of craftsmen deliberated for an entire afternoon, and that very night, they approached the captain of a rival team. What? The captain rose from his recliner, the darkness of the unlit room casting a kaleidoscopic glow on his face from the television. You want our team, which has participated in a soccer summer camp, to compete against a team whose uniforms are mismatched? 5 equally colorful heads nodded like chicks pecking at grain. Your team embodies the hopes of all primary schools in Linyuan City. Very well, I shall play against them. The television screen abruptly filled with static, and a fierce glint flashed in that childish eyes. I will make them understand what a true soccer match entails. The formidable energy emanating from him left Zhang Jizhuan and his companions momentarily breathless. However, they were acutely aware that the fourth factory was destined to lose this time. This sentiment felt oddly familiar to Zhang Jizhuan, as he suddenly harbored an ominous premonition. The previous guarantees from Li Jin and others had echoed similarly. But how could Li Jin and his cohort be compared to this individual? Zhang Jizhuan swiftly dismissed such concerns. On the day of the match, the stands were packed with countless spectators, predominantly members of the teams who had previously lost to the fourth factory. They incessantly booed upon the arrival of Tang Song and Lu Xiao. Yet, the cacophony of jeers had no effect on the two protagonists. Lu Xiao thrived on hostility, retaliating with greater fervor, while Tang Song remained impervious to external influences, only affecting others without being swayed himself. As they stepped onto the pitch, a melodious voice called out from behind, Lu Xiao. Lu Xiao froze momentarily. Lu Xiao, someone is calling you, Tang Song remarked. No, you must have misheard, Lu Xiao retorted. Indeed, it seems to be a girl's voice. Perhaps she seeks your autograph. Before Tang Song could finish, he too was rendered motionless as the voice called again. Tang Song. Tang Song, someone is calling you, Lu Xiao reiterated. I am not deaf. I do not require your prompting, Tang Song replied with displeasure. Then why don't you turn around? Lu Xiao intended to mirror Tang Song's words. But Tang Song was not playing by the rules. If you want to turn around, why should I? Tang Song assumed Lu Xiao's reluctance was a ploy to appear aloof, prompting him to adopt a similar attitude. What is wrong with you two? Did you not hear me calling you? Soon, the source of the voice appeared before them, her delicate face adorned with a hint of annoyance. None other than Lu Piapiao, with her long hair flowing and a smile reminiscent of blooming peach blossoms. She stood directly before Lu Xiao, compelling him to gaze upon her. Oui, Lu Xiao stammered, as awkward as a clumsy goose. For the past 12 years, his companions had solely been male friends, and his rivals mere scoundrels. Girls, to him, were akin to beings from another world. Yet at this moment, this extraterrestrial presence had invaded his sight, and rather than feeling invaded, he found her surprisingly captivating. What did you say? Lu Piapiao seemed somewhat bewildered. Lu Xiao stared at her, realizing that even her confusion was distinct, as if a fine mist had risen in her eyes, beckoning him to draw closer for a clearer view. He says, Earth is perilous. You should return to Mars, Tang Song asserted confidently. He was resolute that he would not be outdone by Lu Xiao in matters of space knowledge. He had heard of the record set by Russian astronaut Polyakova during a continuous stay of 439 days aboard the Mir space station, while adults speculated whimsically at Yujinshi. Lu Piapiao paused, then burst into laughter. I did not expect you two to be quite amusing. Scram. Lu Xiao had no patience for banter with boys, promptly shoving Tang Song aside. Chapter 15. The Moth to the Flame, what do you want from me? After pushing Tang Song away, Lu Xiao instantly regretted the action. Although Tang Song was bothersome, without him, Lu Xiao felt even more self-conscious before Lu Piapiao, akin to a student publicly summoned by a teacher to recite a text. Lu Piapiao remained silent, instead raising her fist in a playful manner. Is she going to hit me? Lu Xiao thought, interpreting her gesture as a challenge. After all, she was defending her friend, and it was entirely justifiable for one to stand up for another. What should he do? Lu Xiao made a swift decision. He would allow Lu Piapiao to strike him. Her petite, delicate fist presented no significant threat. He could endure a few punches. Moreover, it was his confrontation with Zhao Jiayao that had incited her anger. Thus he felt he deserved this blow. You, why aren't you hitting me? Lu Xiao waited for what felt like an eternity, noticing Lu Piapiao's fist merely hovering in the air without coming down upon him, deepening his confusion. Why was she refraining from striking him? Was she waiting for a larger audience to witness? Was he supposed to be hit in front of more people? Why would I hit you? Lu Piapiao chuckled, seizing Lu Xiao's right hand, curling his fingers into a fist, then bringing her own fist to meet his. I am here to cheer you on. You're cheering for me? You and Zhao Jiao's crew? Lu Xiao found himself perplexed. In his world, individuals could only stand alongside friends. Lu Piapiao, being Zhao Jiao's acquaintance, should not be rooting for him. Indeed, Zhao Jiao and his crew have also arrived. Lu Piapiao generously pointed towards the stands, seemingly unconcerned about whether Zhao Jiao could see her. At that moment, Lu Xiao no longer cared whether Zhao Jiao was present at the match. Yet, Lu Piapiao beckoned him to look, and he stole a glance. Among the crowd, Zhao Jiao stood out, flanked by a tall, dark-skinned companion. Lu Xiao, you must win today. Defeat Zhao Jiao for me. That guy thinks he is quite the player and never concedes at the tutoring center. I want you to vanquish him so that I can hold it over him, ensuring he studies diligently in the future. So that was it. Lu Xiao's heart was a tumult of emotions. Lu Piapiao wished for him to best Zhao Jiao for the latter's own good, which left him somewhat disappointed. However, the fact that Lu Piapiao wanted him to succeed filled him with excitement. Remember, you absolutely must win. As the opposing team from the fourth factory entered the field, Lu Piapiao stepped back, waving and smiling at Lu Xiao. The summer sun illuminated her smile, causing her eyelashes to glimmer. Yes, I will certainly win. Every match you desire. I shall secure victory for you. Though he did not voice this declaration, Lu Xiao clenched his fist tightly, swinging it fiercely in the air. At that moment, his opponent approached, a robust figure with bulging muscles visible beneath his jersey. Standing before Lu Xiao, he seemed to dwarf him in stature. I am that person, he spoke. Who you are is inconsequential. What matters is that you are bound to lose today, Lu Xiao replied, not even glancing at him as he turned to walk away. At this instant, Lu Xiao was brimming with vigor, as though he were on the verge of exploding with energy. You, Lu Xiao, I, Fang Xiaoqiang, would not spare you today. Fang Xiaoqiang seethed, baring his teeth in anger. Who was he? One of the finest defenders in Linyuan City. His team was the runner-up in the Linyuan City Primary School League and had been recommended for a national soccer summer camp. Among the children playing soccer in Linyuan City, who did not recognize him? How dare this Lu Xiao ignore his presence? When Zhang Jijuan first approached him, he did so with a playful mindset. Now, however, he had resolved to fight with all his might. Fang Xiaoqiang's fury brought joy to the 5 members of the losing team alliance, with Zhang Jijuan even performing a dramatic slide on his knees. Initially, he worried that a team like the fourth factory would not pique Fang Xiaoqiang's interest. Now, he was more concerned that Fang Xiaoqiang's enthusiasm might lead to a humiliating defeat for the fourth factory, resulting in retaliation from their players. As the match commenced, Lu Piapiao returned to the stands, joining Zhao Jiao and the others. What did you say to that rude fellow? Zhao Jiao inquired. I merely suggested he should win against you, Lu Piapiao replied with a smile. Win against me? Zhao Jiao scoffed, pulling a disdainful grimace. By the look on his face, he probably agreed to your request. A frog residing in a well knows nothing of the vast sky. Lu Piapiao remained silent, smiling. Next to them, a dark-skinned boy blew his nose, ignoring the tissue handed to him by Zhao Jiao, and instead wiping it on his shoe. How can you be so disgusting? Zhao Jiao exclaimed, immediately distancing himself. Oh, how am I disgusting? The boy retorted. A kind word farms and winter. While harsh words chill in June. My dad says it's truly vile to speak ill of someone behind their back. He chuckled. Lu Piapiao, hearing this, immediately extended her hand to give him a high five right in front of Zhao Jiao. You want to walk away in a huff, Zhao Jiao, but deep down, I know you're all blaming me for setting up the match with the fourth factory. But you saw what happened that day. It was Lu Xiao and Tang Song who insisted on playing against me. Cut it out, the dark-skinned boy rolled his eyes. Even if Lu Piapiao didn't say it, I know it must be your way of speaking that upset them. Zhao Jiao had no rebuttal, stammering for a moment before continuing. All right, maybe it is my fault. However, the fact that Zhang Jijuan managed to recruit Fang Xiaoqiang means we no longer have to compete with the fourth factory. Huh? The dark-skinned boy's face fell. Are you trying to be dishonest? Where's the dishonesty in that? Zhao Jiao replied, bemused. Then why not play against the fourth factory? The boy asked in a low tone. Zhao Jiao chuckled helplessly, patiently countering. Isn't Fang Xiaoqiang one of the best defensive players of our age in the city? The boy pondered for a moment and nodded. Aside from Li Qingdong, he is indeed the best defensive player. Seeing his firm conviction, Zhao Jiao frowned but said nothing more, merely shrugging. Exactly. The players of the fourth factory hardly coordinate at all. They can only rely on Tang Song and Lu Xiao to score, with Fang Xiaoqiang holding the defense. It shouldn't be too difficult to stop those two, right? If they don't score, won't the fourth factory lose? If they lose this match, will they even have the face to play against us? The dark-skinned boy thought for a moment, then nodded again. Fang Xiaoqiang's defense is indeed formidable. However, he quickly added, I fear he might stumble today. Can't you see? Although the fourth factory players lack skill, they play with a fierce determination. Moreover, they have gained immense confidence from defeating strong opponents. The fourth factory now is utterly different from the one you encountered before. And while Fang Xiaoqiang and his team participated in a summer camp, from what I know, that experience wasn't particularly delightful. What's different? Zhao Jiao's temper flared. First, Lu Piapiao insisted that Lu Xiao must win against him. Then this guy praised the fourth factory as if they were invincible. Zhao Jiao couldn't comprehend why both of his friends were not defending him. Regardless, he firmly believed the fourth factory was destined to lose today. Zhao Jiao thought so. Zhang Jijuan thought so. The young players in the stands thought so. And of course, Fang Xiaoqiang thought so as well. Originally, the summer camp slot was reserved for the Jiguan Primary School, but since they voluntarily relinquished it, Linyuan City sent them in their stead. This was an immense honor and a significant burden. Fang Xiaoqiang and his teammates were determined not to disgrace the city they represented. However, facing teams from across the nation, this team, deemed a powerhouse in Linyuan City, found themselves at a disadvantage and was eliminated in the group stage of the summer camp's final assessment. This painful defeat filled Fang Xiaoqiang with indignation, so much so that he didn't even want to turn on the lights while watching television at home. Thus, when he heard about the formidable fourth factory, he readily agreed to compete against them. He sought a rival to unleash his frustrations upon. What better opponent than the suddenly prominent fourth factory? With the tiger absent from the mountain, could these clownish monkeys claim dominance? Moreover, the leader of these monkeys dared to disregard his presence. Absolutely intolerable. Attack! The furious Fang Xiaoqiang issued a singular command to his teammates, leading by example as he relentlessly assaulted the fourth factory's defense and helped his team secure the initial goal. Following that, his teammates also contributed, expanding their lead to 2 goals. It seemed that his teammates shared his sentiments. Only by scoring could they soothe their souls. And only through a resounding victory could they be reborn. The fourth factory was finished. Zhang Jijuan shook his head, yet a smile graced his face. With even Fang Xiaoqiang scoring, what more could one expect from this match? The others in the losing team alliance could hardly contain their emotions, moved to tears. In recent matches, no team had managed to score so easily against the fourth factory, which had never trailed by 2 goals before. Even the brief setbacks had only occurred in the first match against the oil factory. It appeared that the football landscape of Linyuan City was not yet ready for the fourth factory to disrupt it. Zhao Jiao turned to glance at the dark-skinned boy, a hint of pride in his eyes. Even though they have emerged from their cocoon, they are still merely moths, not beautiful butterflies. The dark-skinned boy smiled silently, for he could see that despite having conceded 2 goals, the fourth factory players remained undeterred. Moreover, no one understood better than him what it meant for a player skilled in defense and trusted by his teammates to suddenly expend tremendous energy on offense. Just wait and see. Even if they are moths drawn to the flame, as long as their numbers are sufficient and their resolve strong, success is not beyond reach. Chapter 16. The fruits of victory. The dark-skinned boy's predictions proved correct. After conceding 2 goals, the resilient fourth factory did not give up and quickly launched a counterattack, striking with precision. When Lu Xiao received the ball in the penalty area, Fang Xiaoqiang was momentarily perplexed as to why a team known for its defense allowed Lu Xiao to gain possession so easily. By the time he chased back, Lu Xiao had already unleashed a powerful shot, scoring for the fourth factory. This goal deepened Fang Xiaoqiang's humiliation, intensifying his desire to score. Attack! Fang Xiaoqiang's command once more resonated with his teammates. Thus, they launched another fervent offensive, like a wound-up toy that could not be stopped once released. Now, what do you understand? The dark-skinned boy asked Zhao Jiayao with a smile. I understand, Zhao Jiayao replied, his face pale as he clenched his fists and slammed them against the cement bleachers. Fang Xiaoqiang was a fool. He was the linchpin of the defense, and his teammates had grown accustomed to coordinating with him while defending. Once he was absent, although their abilities remained unchanged, chaos inevitably ensued in their defense. What a fool. If only they had returned to defend, they could have at least maintained a one-goal lead. Yet he just had to sigh. Zhao Jiayao sighed deeply. Amid his lament, the fourth factory scored once more. After evading a defender, Tang Song found himself unmarked as he confidently entered the penalty area, executing a delicate chip shot that found the back of the net. Thus, the fourth factory equalized the score. As expected, the dark-skinned boy laughed heartily, for every goal scored by Lu Xiao was met with an eager response from Tang Song, as if his rival was none other than his own teammate. Despite trailing, the fourth factory displayed no fear. As they leveled the score, their momentum surged. Resembling a train constructed from various parts, rumbling across the field, effortlessly crushing the extravagant sports car driven solely by the accelerator that was Fang Xiaoqiang's team. 4-2. From equalizing to taking the lead, it was all executed with such precision and flair, akin to the flourish of a drunken calligrapher. The losing alliance stood in stunned silence. No one anticipated that this match would conclude in such a manner. After all, Fang Xiaoqiang was part of the City's primary school league's runner-up team. Sweat streamed down Fang Xiaoqiang's muscular frame. He felt an inexplicable sense of loss, yet he had to concede that Lu Xiao's audacity on the field, coupled with Tang Song's elusive prowess, truly merited such a victory. Moreover, he realized that even after a defeat, drenched in sweat, his spirits had significantly lifted. Congratulations! He approached Lu Xiao with genuine warmth. If this were the City Primary School League, you would be the champions. Fang Xiaoqiang was the runner-up, and by logical deduction, the victor would naturally be crowned champion. No, having fulfilled half of his promise to Lu Piapiao, Lu Xiao was in high spirits as he clasped Fang Xiaoqiang's hand. Setting aside their previous discontent, only by defeating the Mechanism Primary School could we claim the title of champions. Fang Xiaoqiang's expression shifted, hesitating for a moment before suggesting, perhaps you should forfeit that match. With a streak of consecutive victories to end the holiday, it would be a memory worth cherishing for a lifetime. Only through experiencing the pain of defeat can one truly understand its agony. Fang Xiaoqiang had suffered 2 losses in matches he should never have lost, one in the City Primary School League and another during the summer camp's final assessment. These losses haunted him, leaving him with an irrevocable sense of regret, which is why he offered such counsel to Lu Xiao. Indeed, this summer had been perfect enough. However, if we do not play that match, I shall regret it for the rest of my life, Lu Xiao replied with a smile. Even if the outcome is dismal, I shall still play. Faced with such a forthright opponent as Fang Xiaoqiang, Lu Xiao felt a rare sense of relief. Regardless of how resolute he appeared before Zhang Jijuan, there remained an inkling of uncertainty within him. Indeed, Fang Xiaoqiang pondered for a moment, then broke into a smile. You're quite right. Losing is a lifelong regret, and not playing would lead to eternal remorse. With that sentiment, our defeat in this match feels worthwhile. The 2 kindred spirits exchanged hearty laughter, inciting exasperation in Tang Song, who stood nearby. Lu Xiao, you shouldn't play in the next match, Tang Song exclaimed in frustration. The 2 were momentarily taken aback. What have they done to upset Tang Song again? In the next match, I will undoubtedly win. I will play even better than you. Tang Song pouted defiantly. What prompted this declaration? Lu Xiao was momentarily perplexed before a realization dawned upon him. He had been curious as to why the typically taciturn Tang Song was so insistent on playing against Zhao Jiayao. Now he understood. That day, Zhao Jiayao had remarked to Tang Song that he could perform even better, undoubtedly leading Tang Song to misconstrue it as a slight against his skills compared to Lu Xiao's. This was a grievous misstep with Tang Song. Even if one outright stated that Tang Song's performance was lacking, it would be acceptable. However, one must never imply that he played worse than Lu Xiao. Ah, I see. Upon hearing Lu Xiao's explanation, Fang Xiaoqiang burst into laughter. Zhao Jiayao's haughty disposition and tendency to offend others would surely be hard to change. Nonetheless, as the organizational core of the Mechanism Primary School, he undoubtedly possessed considerable talent. You must be cautious. Lu Xiao, however, paid little heed to Fang Xiaoqiang's words. He relied on sheer tenacity in his game. The thought of being cautious of others was simply out of the question. He preferred to instill caution in others instead. What is the organizational core? Tang Song inquired further. The organizational core is, Fang Xiaoqiang faltered, unsure how to articulate it. It is the player who unites teammates through passing, controlling the rhythm of the game, signaling when to attack and when to bide their time. You see, your team, despite winning this match, played like a disjointed assembly. Had it not been for our errors, you would not have emerged victorious. Tang Song absorbed the first half of Fang Xiaoqiang's statement, but dismissed the latter half. Their team had won. Therefore, they must have played the best game possible. What flaws could the best team possess? Nevertheless, Fang Xiaoqiang's concerns were alleviated by Lu Xiao's insights, leading him to regard them with newfound respect. Thus, he continued, revealing more about the Mechanism Primary School. Although Zhao Jiayao is the organizational core, the true linchpin of their team is the central defender, Li Qingdong. In terms of defensive ability, I might be his equal, but he also possesses formidable offensive skills. More importantly, he is far more composed. At times, I even suspect he is aged backward and is actually a man of 70 or 80. Do not underestimate this trait. Often, the tides of victory or defeat are decided in an instant. If one cannot maintain composure and makes erroneous choices at critical moments, the outcome is already sealed. Lu Xiao and Tang Song nodded, both partially comprehending. Lu Xiao nodded because he had heard that Li Qingdong was a defender and that they would inevitably face off. Tang Song, on the other hand, simply nodded out of politeness, acknowledging Fang Xiaoqiang's lengthy discourse. When someone speaks at length, regardless of the veracity, one must show some sign of engagement, mustn't one? Good luck to you. In the end, Fang Xiaoqiang embraced Lu Xiao, initially intending to exchange jerseys. He noticed that the Ram Rio print on Lu Xiao's shirt was beginning to peel and decided it would be wiser to purchase a new one. As for Tang Song, clad in a faded, unrecognizable short-sleeve shirt, there was little sense in exchanging jerseys. Thus, he subtly reminded the fourth factory that they should have their own uniforms. Abandoning the thought of a jersey exchange, those madmen truly pulled it off. Zhang Jijuan seethed from the sidelines, cursing under his breath as he squatted down to dig a hole in frustration alongside the other members of the losing alliance. On the bleachers, Zhao Jiao remained in stunned silence for a prolonged moment before regaining his composure. Could it be that no team in Linyuan City could conquer the fourth factory? No player could thwart Lu Xiao's scoring? Indeed, the dark-skinned boy flashed a bright smile. Mechanism Primary School can triumph over the fourth factory. Li Qingdong can stop Lu Xiao from scoring. Zhao Jiao realized that the boy was reluctant to engage in conversation, fully aware that Mechanism Primary School could indeed achieve such a feat, but he spoke of teams beyond them. Why did this fellow hold the fourth factory in such high regard? Nearby, Lu Piapiao stifled a laugh. Some individuals just enjoy boasting. The dark-skinned boy quickly covered his mouth. Oh dear, I have unwittingly fallen into my old habits again. Lu Class Leader, I shall pen 3 diary entries as penance upon returning home. Unlike certain individuals, while I am indeed quite remarkable, I still heed your guidance. It turned out that this dark-skinned boy was Li Qingdong. No wonder he was so familiar with Fang Xiaoqiang. Let your ire be directed at me. Zhao Jiao stormed off in anger. Li Qingdong and Lu Piapiao exchanged knowing glances, chuckling as they followed suit. However, as they exited the field, both glanced back once, their gazes landing on the same individuals. Lu Xiao and Tang Song on this day were the only two who truly warranted their attention. Upon their triumphant return to the staff living quarters, the players from the fourth factory were greeted joyously by those chatting with Yi Jinshi, who celebrated their victory with great enthusiasm, inviting friends and essentially hosting a small victory ceremony, the jubilant sounds echoing throughout the staff quarters of the fourth factory. As the festivities concluded, the parents of the players lovingly escorted their children home. Undoubtedly, they would be treated to a delightful evening, indulging their every wish. As the crowd dispersed, Tang Song remained behind, a faint smile gracing his lips, uncertain whether it stemmed from joy or sorrow. Tang Song, would you like to join us for dinner at my home tonight? The children all say you're the hero of the game, Yi Jinshi called out. No, Grandpa, I must return home, Tang Song replied, and began his journey back. He had scored again, matching Lu Xiao's tally. His team had triumphed, and his teammates expressed their gratitude. Even their parents praised him, and Yi Jinshi hailed him as a hero. He felt a surge of joy, for this signified that he had outperformed his peers. Perhaps, this time, things would be different? Hesitating yet unable to suppress his anticipation, he pushed open the door to his home. He too had a father. Perhaps he could. The light from the door did little to dispel the gloom within the room, and a heavy slap met him, causing stars to dance before his eyes and a familiar taste to rise in his mouth. Next time you play football, I will break your legs. The words, delivered in a calm tone amid the pungent odor of alcohol, were not a warning but a declaration of fact. Football equated to broken legs. There was no room for negotiation in this cause and effect relationship. With his head bowed, Tang Song retreated to his bedroom, using his tongue to lick the wound at the corner of his mouth. There were no tears in his eyes. He simply gazed quietly out the window. The dusk sky was filled with brown clouds, framed by the rectangular window panes, reminiscent of the football field where he only felt a fleeting sense of freedom, running as if he were flying. But why did that man wish to strip him of even this small liberty? Chapter 17. Waiting for Tang Song. The match between the fourth factory and the primary school was as anticipated. The players of the fourth factory, clad in their colorful uniforms, resembled a vibrant hurricane sweeping through the hearts of all the elementary school students. In youth, nearly everyone shares the same dream: to rise from anonymity, strengthen themselves through relentless effort, and ultimately possess the power to challenge formidable opponents. This dream, unattainable for many, was realized by the fourth factory. Time and again, they triumphed over their rivals and, like a hurricane, approached the grand castle. What lay ahead? Would the knights within the castle trample them underfoot? Or would they demolish the castle with their tempest? Everyone was unable to contain their excitement when Lu Xiao arrived at the field, erupting into wild applause. Even the children from the losing team momentarily entertained hopes of the fourth factory winning. At this age, when bodies are rapidly growing, Lu Xiao had undergone noticeable changes in the brief span of summer. He was taller and more robust, the sun leaving a bronzed mark on him, exuding an air of vigor. Much of the name on his jersey had worn away, yet Lu Xiao paid it no mind. He no longer required this banner, for in Linyuan City, more and more children recognized his name. His soccer shoes were brand new, the fourth pair he had changed into. For some reason, he seemed to wear out shoes faster than others when playing. Yet, he remained indifferent. His parents had contacted Yi Jinshi, hoping to procure a genuine pair of Nike shoes from abroad through his connections. Genuine Nike, not the tourist knockoffs commonly seen, but the kind worn by top athletes. Once more, Lu Xiao led his teammates around the field, expressing gratitude to the stands. Thank you. Thank you for your support. No one could accuse him of being overly sentimental, for many spectators had come specifically to see him play. Lu Xiao, you must win. Facing Lu Piapiao, Lu Xiao once again appeared like a foolish goose. Today, Lu Piapiao wore a light blue dress paired with pristine white sneakers, simple yet perfectly suited to him. To Lu Xiao, anything Lu Piapiao wore seemed just right. In recent days, her graceful figure had repeatedly surfaced in his thoughts, though that image had been vague. Now, he saw clearly that the Lu Piapiao in his mind should also be clad in a blue dress and white shoes. I must not fail my mission, Lu Xiao declared in a literary manner, causing his companion Ng to shudder with goosebumps. Observing his foolish demeanor, Lu Piapiao couldn't help but smile. Why was he so poised on the field, yet so awkward before her? Oh, by the way, Lu Piapiao said, her eyes sparkling as she casually inquired, why haven't I seen Tang Song? Only then did Lu Xiao realize, stumbling over his words, since winning against Fong Xiaoqiang, Tang Song has not been seen at the fourth factory. During team assembly today, someone called for him downstairs, but there was no response. If it were anyone else, Lu Xiao would have rushed to find them, but no player wanted to visit Tang Song's home. Moreover, everyone knew that if Tang Song were deliberately avoiding them, there was no way to coax him out. What should have been a simple matter took on a different weight when it emerged from Lu Piapiao's lips. Should he speak the truth? Would Lu Piapiao think him indifferent to his teammate? If he fabricated an excuse, what if she saw through it? Lu Xiao had never anticipated that he would one day fret over such trivialities. This hesitant demeanor, observed by Zhang Jijuan, elicited a different reaction. He scoffed without mercy. Is that even a question? That kid is as cunning as a fox. Why would he show up for something he knows he would lose? The players of the fourth factory bristled with anger. Tang Song was eccentric, and though they had played together for nearly an entire summer, no one truly considered him a friend. Yet, the fourth factory players refused to believe that Tang Song was that kind of person. Before they could retort, a dark-skinned boy stepped in front of Zhang Jijuan, squinting at him for a long moment before slowly asking, "Do you know how long it's been since I last fought?" The boy's dark complexion bore no hint of menace. His demeanor was even rather amicable. He was not as sturdy as Lu Xiao, and thus had no significant advantage over Zhang Jijuan. Yet, Zhang Jijuan felt his legs tremble, more intimidated than when facing Lu Xiao. "I don't know," the dark-skinned boy grinned, "but my dad says I've never fought since I was born." Before Zhang Jijuan could exhale in relief, the boy's expression suddenly turned serious as he continued, "But if you keep talking nonsense like that, I won't hesitate to try my hand at fighting." Zhang Jijuan's face paled instantly. The dark-skinned boy was Li Qingdong, and Zhang Jijuan knew his identity all too well. Despite his usual amiable demeanor and unremarkable attire, he was nothing like the ostentatious Zhao Jiayao. In Linyuan City, he was the foremost heir. If he crossed paths with Li Qingdong, it was likely his cousin Wu Yong would turn against him. Zhang Jijuan was rendered speechless for a long time, and when he finally spoke, his tone had shifted. "Actually, I know he wouldn't be afraid, but why isn't he here? The match is about to begin." Zhang Jijuan was eagerly anticipating the fourth factory's defeat. Children, after all, often harbor many little secrets of their own. Li Qingdong plopped down on the ground, seemingly in search of comfort before lying flat. "Since he hasn't arrived, we shall wait." Zhao Jiao circled around Li Qingdong a few times, yet refrained from imitating him. Instead, he pulled out a tissue from his pocket and sat down on the stands, appearing to await Tang Song without voicing any opposition. "Are you joking?" Li Jin exclaimed in frustration. He was not merely hoping for the fourth factory's defeat. The significance of this match had drawn many spectators. "With all these people here, we are waiting for just one child? What else can we do?" Li Qingdong replied, comfortably rolling over. "Shall we go play a bit, as a pre-match entertainment?" "Huh. No way." Li Jin promptly declined. "I think we should wait. The doctor said I lack calcium, and that sunbathing is good for my health." Thus, the two teams from the fourth factory and the primary school of the administration, along with a multitude of spectators enduring the scorching sun, commenced a protracted wait. Those who were aware of the situation fared better, while the unfortunate ones, merely wishing to witness the match, suffered in confusion. "What are you doing?" inquired someone, wiping sweat from their brow and seeking information from the players. "I am waiting for Tang Song. When will he arrive?" "I do not know." The bystander fell silent. They soon grew weary of the futile anticipation. The heat rising from the ground elicited perspiration and a chorus of curses. After all, they were mere mortals, unworthy of engaging in the lofty art of waiting for Godot under such conditions. The vitriol was directed primarily at the fourth factory. Lu Xiao felt his ears burn, and he noticed that Lu Piapiao's fair complexion had turned crimson. Bored, he fanned himself repeatedly and gritted his teeth, moving beside Li Qingdong. "We should start now." "Isn't that inappropriate? You know he's quite significant for your team," Li Qingdong replied, rubbing his eyes. Amid the cacophony of insults, he nearly succumbed to slumber. "Not waiting?" Easier said than done. Zhao Jiao, having been reprimanded by Li Qingdong previously, resolved to speak less and act more during this match. However, his patience waned in the oppressive heat, causing him to forget his earlier insights. Even with Tang Song, a victory was not guaranteed. But at least they would have a chance to retaliate. "Without him, we could still win." Lu Xiao interjected angrily, though Li Qingdong had subtly reminded him. Lu Xiao was well aware of Tang Song's importance to the team. Yet Zhao Jiao made it seem as though without Tang Song, the fourth factory would cease to function. This undoubtedly wounded Lu Xiao, especially in Lu Piapiao's presence. "What does it matter if Tang Song is absent? I formed this team, and my performance has been on par with his throughout our victories. Why must I wait for him? We either start now or cancel the match," Lu Xiao declared, departing with the players of the fourth factory onto the field. He aimed to demonstrate to Lu Piapiao that even in Tang Song's absence, he could score and lead the fourth factory to victory. "Oh, you Li Chengdong groaned, rising with disappointment as he glanced at Zhao Jiayao. Why can't you control that mouth of yours? Zhao Jiayao, recognizing his faux pas, asked with remorse, what should we do now? Perhaps we should cancel? Without Tang Song, Lu Xiao as capabilities 1T shine. Cancel? Li Qingdong observed Lu Xiao on the field and shrugged. I haven't fought anyone in 12 years, nor have I been struck. I'd prefer not to break that record today. Zhao Jiayao also glanced at Lu Xiao, who appeared furious, like a powder keg ready to explode. If the match were indeed cancelled, amidst a crowd of fans, who could predict what he might do? Thus, amidst the tumult of insults, the match commenced. What can one say about the offspring of officials? Zhao Jiayao mused, marveling at how quickly he had managed to resolve Lu Xiao as frustrations. Zhang Jizhuan believed Zhao Jiayao had intentionally provoked Lu Xiao. Excitedly tossing aside the hair that obscured half his face, he was determined to witness this match with his own eyes. Lu Xiao, let us see how you, the fish laid bare upon the chopping block, will struggle today. It is often said that those who understand you best are not your friends but your enemies. For the two teams on the field, Zhang Jizhuan, who had triumphed over both, was the one who understood them best. He firmly believed that the fourth factory stood no chance in this match. Their defense would crumble before the primary school of the administration from the start. Chapter 18. The dog-eat-dog tactic. The match, likened to an egg colliding with a rock, swiftly passed the first 10 minutes. Zhang Jizhuan, rarely revealing the entirety of his two eyes, widened them in disbelief, while Li Jin grew concerned that his eyes might pop out. How could this be? Zhang Jizhuan murmured in a daze. 10 minutes had elapsed, yet the score remained unchanged at 0-0. Although 10 minutes is not a lengthy span, Zhang Jizhuan recognized that the fourth factory would surely fight to the bitter end. However, against the primary school of the administration, no matter how extraordinary the fourth factory performed, they should not have endured for so long. Clearly, we had misjudged once again. Unlike Zhang Jizhuan, Li Jin had not lost his rationality amidst obsession. We had assumed that the absence of Tang Song would significantly hinder the fourth factory's offensive capabilities. Yet we overlooked that without Tang Song, their defense had improved. Indeed, during one-on-one defenses, when Tang Song was present, other players had to compensate for his physical shortcomings, thus granting their opponents numerous opportunities. In Tang Song's absence, with the Chubby and G stepping in, the defenders could concentrate solely on their assigned players, drastically reducing the gaps. Consequently, the fourth factory managed to hold off the primary school of the administration for the initial 10 minutes. Moreover, as the match progressed, the resilient fourth factory continued to extend their period of not conceding a goal. They were not as powerless as anticipated. In the 20th minute, Lu Xiao leaped high, heading the ball towards the goal amid the opponent's defense. Bang! The ball struck the goalpost with a resounding clang. Not only was his kick fierce, but even his header exuded ferocity. No one doubted that if this continued, he would undoubtedly score. Could it be that their dog-eat-dog tactic truly encountered no adversary? Zhang Jizhuan felt a sense of loss. If the fourth factory could defeat the primary school of the administration, how could he ever show his face on the field again? Hey, how can you insult others? Li Qingdong, having chased down the rebound and kicked it out of bounds, expressed his dissatisfaction. Dog-eat-dog. Are you insulting the fourth factory or our primary school of the administration? What of it? I'm insulting you. Zhao Jiayao appeared even more displeased, engaging in an argument with him on the field. If you don't focus on your defense, we might genuinely end up being bitten by dogs. Look at you. If you can't articulate, then don't speak at all. You could have simply said we might stumble. Why twist it into an insult? Li Qingdong seemed unfazed, remarking, Isn't the greater issue our offense right now? If you don't score soon, time will run out. If you don't cause chaos, I'll play well. Why do you always blame your teammates? That attitude is not commendable. Although Li Changdong voiced this, he cast a serious glance towards the entrance of the field. It appears you truly want to be coming. What is it that hinders your steps? After muttering to himself, Li Chengdong waved his hand to Zhao Jiayao. Let us play well. Don't let Zhang Jizhuan and his lot mock us. The two conversed as if oblivious to Lu Zhao's proximity, allowing him to overhear every word. His fists clenched repeatedly. Their implication was clear. The reason for their failure to score lay solely in their lack of seriousness. How audacious! Upon learning that the primary school of the administration was the champion of the city's primary school league, Lu Xiao had assumed they were formidable. especially with Li Chengdong's cautionary reminders. He had deliberately avoided passing to Li Chengdong on several occasions. However, after that recent header, Lu Xiao realized the primary school of the administration was not as formidable as he had believed, as the lauded Li Chengdong had barely managed to return to defense. It seemed that the primary school of the administration was not all that impressive. As for the claim of not playing seriously, had he not exerted his utmost? Since they still regard the fourth factory with disdain, Lu Xiao was determined to showcase his full prowess. After Li Chengdong had kicked the ball out of bounds, the fourth factory was awarded a corner kick. As they jostled for position in the penalty area, Lu Xiao noticed Li Chengdong approaching and proactively moved closer to him. This time, he was intent on overpowering Li Chengdong to score. In terms of physique, Lu Xiao had the advantage. However, he did not underestimate his opponent. Instead, he employed a clever maneuver he had recently perfected, positioning one foot slightly forward to block Li Chengdong from the side. This way, even if Li Chengdong had superior jumping ability, Lu Xiao could leverage his strength to ensure that he would be behind him upon takeoff, effortlessly claiming the ball. As the ball soared from the corner area, it appeared that the reputedly experienced defender Li Chengdong had not noticed Lu Xiao's subtle move. Lu Xiao smirked at this. If Li Chengdong did not reclaim his position now, he would miss his chance. The ball flew above their heads, and, amid the crowd's anticipation, both players leapt simultaneously. As expected, Lu Xiao shot upwards like a rocket, towering half a body length over Li Chengdong, his back pressing down on him like a storm cloud. This ball was destined to score. Lu Xiao roared in triumph, while Zhang Jizhuan and others on the sidelines gasped in astonishment. The fourth factory was on the verge of a goal, and those who had played longer were about to have their pride trampled by Lu Xiao. However, the cheers and roars abruptly ceased, for despite his overwhelming advantage in height, Lu Xiao misjudged his leap. The ball grazed past his scalp, soaring just above him. When they landed, as Lu Xiao attempted to regain possession, he realized too late that he had inadvertently positioned himself, only to find Li Chengdong expertly behind him, making his turn exceedingly challenging. One must always be vigilant regarding the ball's landing point. Li Chengdong smiled faintly, booting the ball out of the penalty area to Zhao Jiayao, who was maneuvering in the front. Just a fraction more. If only he had been a tad quicker. Lu Xiao was filled with frustration and began to respect Li Chengdong. It seemed that he had confidently allowed Lu Xiao to contend for the header, accurately predicting that Lu Xiao would not reach the ball. Until now, Lu Xiao had only demonstrated his jumping ability during that previous header attempt, and even then, he had not exerted his full strength. Indeed, Li Chengdong was a formidable opponent, exuding a calmness that belied his youthful impetuosity. Yet, Lu Xiao remained unperturbed. According to their prior defensive strategy, the offense from the primary school would soon be thwarted, presenting him with another opportunity. However, Lu Xiao miscalculated. The reason the primary school had not scored earlier was that Zhao Jiayao had been meticulously marked by Ng, who was determined to prevent any goal-scoring chances. During this attack, Ng quickly reappeared before Zhao Jiayao. His several successful defensive plays had bolstered his confidence. He focused intently on the ball, his footwork steady, waiting for Zhao Jiayao to attempt a maneuver before executing a steal. Having endured several nights of nightmares thanks to Tang Song, Ng was once again grateful to him, as he had realized his individual defensive skills had firmly established him as the best in the fourth factory. Thus, he felt assured in defending against Zhao Jiayao. However, this time, Zhao Jiayao did not attempt a direct challenge. Instead, he passed the ball to the left and then made a circular run to receive a return pass from his teammate behind Ng. As Ng rushed over, Zhao Jiayao swiftly sent the ball to the right. This back and forth continued, leaving Ng somewhat dizzy. Only when he heard Lu Xiao shout did he realize that Zhao Jiayao, now without the ball, had already entered the penalty area. By the time he arrived, Zhao Jiayao and his teammate executed a brilliant wall pass in the confined space. And when Ng finally spotted the ball, it was already nestled in the back of the net. The primary school had scored, and Ng stared blankly at the ball. Such coordination was something he had never witnessed from Tang Song, nor had he seen it from any other team in previous matches. Organizing an attack did not necessarily require a breakthrough first. Zhao Jiayao shook his head, feeling a hint of disappointment. He had hoped that, after 6 matches, the fourth factory would have improved their defense, only to find it unchanged from his first observation. If this were the case, winning would be too effortless, wouldn't it? Not only were the fourth factory's defenders left spinning by Zhao Jiao's movements, but those on the sidelines, including Zhang Jijuan, were equally confounded. So that's how they scored. The ball's continuous circulation among teammates was something they could replicate. Yet, when they faced the fourth factory, they were always preoccupied with defeating individual players, to the extent that they rarely considered teamwork on the field. Had they known it would be this simple, they too could have triumphed over the fourth factory. Zhang Jijuan slammed his thigh in frustration, wincing in pain. "You think too highly of yourself," Li Jin scoffed, pointing out that the coordination Zhao Jiao and his teammates displayed in the penalty area was something their team could not execute with such finesse. Zhang Jijuan paused, realizing the truth in that statement. It was not merely a display of individual skill, but a testament to the chemistry among teammates. Talented players are easy to find. A cohesive team, however, is a rarity, as many teams often lack this synergy. It seemed the children from the losing team exchanged knowing glances, their lips curling into smiles. The fourth factory had lost. Indeed, with such composed defenders and such a cutting-edge offense, one must wonder which team in Linyuan City could withstand this onslaught. Though after scoring once, the primary school slowed their offensive pace. No one doubted they would maintain their lead until the final whistle. Ugh! As the second half commenced, Li Chengdong spat in Zhao Jiao's presence, making him feel nauseated. "Are you intentionally avoiding an attack?" Li Chengdong rubbed his chest, glaring fiercely at Zhao Jiao. Ah, how could one claim such a thing was intentional? Zhao Jiao feigned innocence. Wide-eyed, "Did you not also mention that the fourth factory was quite resilient? In the face of their defense, I find it indeed challenging to seize opportunities. Moreover, if even Lu Xiao cannot be contained, can you still be deemed the best defender in Linyuan City? You rascal." Li Chengdong realized that Zhao Jiao was being deliberately provocative. However, Li Chengdong smiled at Lu Xiao. He was undoubtedly the best defender in Linyuan City. Even if he was at a physical disadvantage against Lu Xiao, he could still manage to keep Lu Xiao ineffective throughout the match. Chapter 19. I'm the wild dog. As the second half progressed, Lu Xiao's mood grew increasingly irritable. Fang Xiaoqiang had warned him to watch out for Li Chengdong, and he had indeed begun to pay attention. Yet, he found himself utterly powerless. Li Chengdong did not cling to him like a stubborn gum, maintaining a significant distance most of the time. Yet, he always appeared at the right moment, in the right place. When Lu Xiao was running, receiving the ball, or attempting to shoot, the shadowy figure of Li Chengdong materialized beside him, haunting him relentlessly. Lu Xiao suddenly felt fatigued. This sensation was more daunting than the team's deficit. He had not read The Old Man and the Sea and was unaware of the phrase that one can be destroyed but never defeated. Yet, he understood that while the team could lose, he could not succumb to Li Chengdong's defense. After all, Lu Piapiao was still watching. Nevertheless, that fear crept into his heart, leading him to reminisce about another person. Not only he, but other players from the fourth factory began to miss that individual as well. If Tang Song were here, would they have fared differently? If that slender figure were racing across the field, would it bring something unique to the game? Why was there only one goal? The second half was nearing its midpoint, and Zhang Jijuan could not help but stamp his foot in impatience. No one was more eager to witness the fourth factory's defeat than he was, yet no one was more fearful of them either. Even when Fang Xiaoqiang was leading by 2 goals, the prospect of a comeback seemed plausible. However, the single goal advantage held by the Jiangwo Primary School left him feeling rather insecure. Just 1 goal was sufficient. Li Jin, with a smile, offered him gentle reassurance. Have you ever witnessed a cat swiftly dispatching a mouse the moment it pounces? Jiangwo Primary School is not a mere cat. They are lions and tigers. And the fourth factory is but a pack of wild dogs. Would lions and tigers exhaust their strength against such adversaries? You are absolutely correct. Zhang Jijuan felt his heart sink. If Jiangwo Primary School were to exert themselves against such opponents, it would indeed be quite peculiar. As the losing team alliance chuckled at Li Jin's apt metaphor, a sudden, crisp voice pierced through the atmosphere from a corner of the stands. Why are you insulting people? The interruption was so abrupt that the match came to a halt, and all eyes turned towards the source of the sound. A child, just 6 years old, with slender limbs and an innocent face marked by a hint of pallor, stood there in an oversized shirt that had seen countless washes. Yet, under the gaze of the crowd, the child exuded no fear. Standing tall and straight, his frail form seemingly forged from steel as he approached the sidelines. Who are you calling wild dogs? Facing 5 older children, the 6-year-old looked up unflinchingly and asked with an air of dignity. In his presence, Li Jin found himself at a loss for words. "You are right. I am indeed a wild dog." The atmosphere froze as the crowd expected a retort, only to be taken aback by the child's admission. Such an unexpected response could only belong to one individual in Linyuan City, Tang Song. The players from the 4th factory exclaimed with gleaming eyes, "That child is Tang Song." No one knew when he had arrived, but once he appeared, everyone's attention was riveted upon him. "We are thrilled to see you, but you cannot insult us," Ji exclaimed, nearly brought to tears from joy, yet unable to restrain his chatter. "It's all right. If you don't want to play with me, then you can leave," Tang Song replied nonchalantly. Upon seeing Tang Song, everyone anticipated his imminent substitution. However, Ji, who had yearned for Tang Song's arrival, now felt conflicted. "Tang Song, you can't play like this." He pointed at Tang Song's bare feet. It was then that everyone noticed that not only was Tang Song barefoot, but as he walked over, one foot seemed to sink deeper than the other, almost as if he were limping. "Were your shoes taken?" Lu Xiao whispered, casting a suspicious glance at Zhang Jizhuan, suspecting foul play. "Hey, I'm completely innocent here. Why would I steal a pair of shoes?" Zhang Jizhuan protested. "It's hot. I just don't want to wear them," Tang Song replied coolly. Tang Song's shoes were quite unique. Those who had witnessed him play before held vivid memories of him wearing them during earlier matches, even in weather not dissimilar to today's. Thus, despite his feigned calmness, none believed his excuse. But since Tang Song had declared it, Lu Xiao knew he would extract the truth. He glanced at Tang Song's legs and refused to allow him onto the field. "The 4th factory does not need a limping hero. My legs are perfectly fine," Tang Song insisted, bouncing back and forth to demonstrate, feigning injury to mislead them. Jiao, who looked down upon the 4th factory players, found amusement in Tang Song's antics. "If this is a ruse to make them underestimate you, it would be wise not to voice it." "Do you truly wish to play?" Lu Xiao asked, his brow furrowed. Indeed, Tang Song's expression suddenly turned serious as he addressed the members of the losing team alliance. "I want to show them that even a pack of wild dogs, when united, can tear apart lions and tigers." Such words from a 6-year-old silenced the entire stadium, evoking profound emotion in everyone. Even Li Jin bowed his head in introspection. Yet, Tang Song followed it with a smile. "You could learn this lesson simply by watching Animal Planet." What had initially seemed like a heartfelt proclamation was merely a line borrowed from television, and the image of animals tearing each other apart transformed into something unpalatable, akin to spoiled leftovers lodged within everyone's throats. After a moment of silence, Lu Xiao tossed a pair of shoes in front of Tang Song. "You can play, but you must wear shoes." Tang Song looked at Lu Xiao disdainfully. "Your shoes are big and smelly. I refuse to wear them." His reluctance stemmed not solely from the odor. If he wore Lu Xiao's shoes, then Lu Xiao would be left without any. If Lu Xiao failed to score, he could not claim an excuse. Tang Song was determined to compete on equal footing, denying Lu Xiao any chance for deceit. "Then you shall not play." Lu Xiao's shoes, albeit new, were hardly appropriate to mention in front of Lu Piao. However, they were indeed too large for Tang Song, and given that the players on the field wore shoes larger than his, it seemed he would not be playing after all. Indeed, without shoes. "We cannot allow you on the field." Li Chengdong chuckled at Tang Song's earlier words, eager for a match against this remarkable player. However, wearing proper footwear was a fundamental rule. He would not compromise his principles. "My teammates oppose it, and so do the opponents." Tang Song's eyes began to glisten with unshed tears. This reaction startled everyone. Though the youngest among them, Tang Song was not the type to cry easily. His reddened eyes suggested an unspoken sorrow. Yet, even with unconfessed troubles, they could not allow Tang Song to play barefoot. "Were my shoes," Lu Piao said softly, her heart swelling with compassion for the diminutive Tang Song as she removed her shoes and placed them before him. Her small feet, clad in pink socks, appear before the crowd. "If none of their shoes fit you, mine should work." Tang Song regarded Lu Piao, then the glaring white shoes. Shaking his head, "I want to wear girls' shoes." Lu Piao smiled gently and ruffled his hair. "These are unisex shoes, and I'm not asking you to wear them for free. I want you to win this match for me. Is that too much to ask?" Tang Song hesitated. The field was so close, and with just a pair of shoes, he could run free. "I agree," he finally conceded, unable to resist the allure of the game. He picked up a tissue previously used by Zhao Jiayao, wiped his feet clean, and slipped into the white shoes. Surprisingly, despite his small stature, Tang Song's feet fit perfectly into the shoes of the girl who was 4 years his senior. "I will win this match and prove that wild dogs can conquer lions," Tang Song declared resolutely. Zhao Jiayao scoffed. "A wild dog is still a wild dog. No matter how sharp its fangs, it cannot harm a lion." However, Li Chengdong cautioned Tang Song seriously. "If you wish to fulfill your promise, you must act quickly. Time is running out." Li Chengdong's attitude further irked Zhao Jiayao, prompting him to take it upon himself to defend against Tang Song. Indeed, time was of the essence. Only 15 minutes remained until the match concluded. Having played a few games and observed from the stands, Tang Song understood the enormity of the challenge ahead. Scoring against the nearly flawless Jiangwo Primary School within that time frame would be no simple feat yet. This was the field, the one place where he could run freely. If he could not find his stride here, where else could he belong? Upon entering the field, his teammates swiftly passed the ball to him. With vigor and his feet clad in white shoes, he faced Zhao Jiayao's defense, skillfully maneuvering around him. This summer, both Lu Xiao and Tang Song had transformed. In the continuous training and matches, he acquired an array of dribbling skills, so much so that even Zhao Jiayao could not discern his movements before being left behind. "Come on, Tang Song," shouted Lu Piapiao from the sidelines. Indeed, he needed to rally himself. The smell of alcohol lingered around Tang Mingyu, who seemed to be just behind him, ready to strike and shatter his legs at any moment. Each player has their own reason for playing football. Song Fongjian plays to reach a grander stage. Lu Xiao plays to dominate others, while he plays simply to survive. A listless breath does not equate to living. Escaping Tang Mingyu's grasp is what it truly means to live. For Tang Song, football is his sole weapon, and even if his legs were to break, he could never let it go. The ball danced lightly beneath Tang Song's feet, guiding him toward the goal of the mechanical primary school, distancing him from a non-existent shadow that loomed behind. For a fleeting moment, everyone believed Tang Song would score. But at that instant, Li Chengdong appeared. With his dark skin and a cheerful smile, he dashed forth from the side, accurately intercepting the ball from under Tang Song's feet. "You're not a wild dog. You are a wolf that has forgotten its identity," Li Chengdong said earnestly to Tang Song. "But you are still not mature enough. So do not foolishly think of challenging lions prematurely." "No, I'm a wild dog." The ball was intercepted, yet Tang Song felt no disappointment. He turned and ran back. No one cared. No one was concerned. Wasn't he just a wild dog? Tang Song was unbothered by this label. Li Chengdong, with a bitter smile, wondered why he was so stubborn. Chapter 20. The misguided past Tang Song soon found himself in a predicament. He could still maneuver past defenders with ease. Yet upon breaking through, he was met with the defense of the mechanical primary school. Under Li Chengdong's command, the team operated like the mechanical gears in a factory, with someone always appearing before him, like a cog in the machine. Tang Song felt as though he had truly become a wild dog, limping through a graveyard, isolated and helpless. The white shoes beneath him were soft and comfortable, but he did not glance at Lu Piapiao on the sidelines. Unlike Lu Xiao, he did not need external motivation to play football. Even during his recent confinement by Tang Mingyu, devoid of a football, Tang Song had not ceased contemplating. Ever since he heard Fong Xiaoqiang define the role of the core organizer, he had been pondering how to excel in that position. There was no other reason. Just as he aimed to compete with Lu Xiao for the highest number of goals, he did not believe Fong Xiaoqiang's assertion that the position held by Zhao Jiayao was unplayable for others. He was determined to excel as the core organizer. Thus, after several unsuccessful breakthroughs and realizing that the factory team was indeed disjointed, Tang Song transformed. As he carried the ball, he calmly feigned movements in front of Zhao Jiayao's defense. When Zhao Jiayao anticipated a breakthrough, Tang Song suddenly flicked the ball with his foot, sending it to a teammate. He then immediately repositioned, ready to receive the ball again. This action left Zhao Jiayao perplexed, unsure of Tang Song's sudden backward pass. What was he up to? The changes in Tang Song were acutely felt by the spectators of the losing alliance, yet they were also bewildered. Although Tang Song's desire to attack on the field was not as fervent as Lu Xiao's in past matches when the ball left his feet, it often marked the most dangerous moments. Yet this pass offered no advantage to the attack. It seemed as if Tang Song, intimidated by Zhao Jiao's defense, had been compelled to relinquish the ball. Could it be that he intended to organize the team's attack? At that moment, Fang Xiaoqiang, unable to bear watching the factory team lose, yet unwilling to miss the match, approached the sidelines. Upon witnessing Tang Song's rare pass, his eyes lit up. He had only mentioned this once, and to see Tang Song act upon it so swiftly was unexpected. Every player possesses their unique style of play, often dictated by personal skills and character. Yet, in truth, it is akin to a comfort zone. Many remain ensconced within it, lacking the courage to step outside. But Tang Song, astonishingly, transformed on a whim. It was truly remarkable. A child without professional guidance, initiating such change was even more astonishing. Could he really be organizing the team's offense? Zhang Jijuan and others were incredulous. Typically, football requires mastering technical skills before delving into tactics. The players from Zhang Jijuan's cohort had no fixed positions on the field at that moment. Zhao Jiayao had been unanimously regarded as the indisputable core organizer of Linyuan City. Having amassed a wealth of experience through countless matches, coupled with his innate talent for dribbling. But what place did Tang Song have in this? His scant experience was hardly noteworthy to those in the know. As for his talent, well, even the losing alliance had to concede that Tang Song indeed possessed a gift for football. Yet, that did not necessarily imply he could excel as the core organizer. However, he was indeed fulfilling the role of the core organizer. After observing for a while, Li Jin could not help but exclaim. Although Tang Song's left and right passes seemed somewhat haphazard, there were moments of brilliance, and the factory team's attacks began to exhibit some coherence, appearing much smoother. Was it possible that some individuals were born with innate knowledge? Yet, Zhang Jijuan quickly scoffed. Even if Tang Song could perform well as the core organizer, his teammates would inevitably hold him back. Relying on Tang Song's organization, the factory team managed several balanced attacks against the mechanical primary school, creating a visually pleasing contest. Nevertheless, this was Tang Song's first time embodying the role of the core organizer, and his inspiration soon dwindled. More importantly, not every pass he made was met with his teammates' cooperation. The seasoned players of the mechanical primary school, having deciphered Tang Song's intentions, began to exert rhythmic pressure on the factory team. The players, lacking mature technical skills and awareness, quickly fell into disarray, which in turn disrupted Tang Song's unrefined organizational rhythm. They soon found themselves in chaos on the field, allowing their opponents to seize the opportunity and execute several successful counterattacks. Fortunately, the mechanical primary school did not exhibit a strong desire to attack. It seemed, as Li Jin had said, their intent was to toy with the factory team rather than to end the match prematurely. Thus, the score of 1-0 remained intact. With personal breakthroughs failing and cooperation with teammates proving ineffective, Tang Song's heart began to race as the time dwindled. He found himself tightly constrained by Zhao Jiayao, as if everything had been predetermined. No matter how beautiful the butterfly, it could not fly across the ocean. This dreamlike summer for the factory team seemed destined to conclude with an imperfect ending. Tang Song, you truly are still too naive. Li Qingdong remarked after once again thwarting Tang Song's pass, speaking with a hint of kindness. Tang Song remained silent, tightly pursing his lips. Sweat trickled down his cheek, mingling with a bitter taste reminiscent of the man's slap. Stay calm. Tang Song recalled Fang Xiaoqiang's reminder that the tide of victory or defeat could often shift in an instant. They say a newborn calf fears not the tiger. I am a newborn wild dog. Thus, I shall not fear you lions. Tang Song flashed a grin, leaving Li Qingdong perplexed once more. Why did this boy insist on calling himself a wild dog? Such a phrase was clearly derogatory. Yet Tang Song paid no mind. A wild dog had its own methods. He scanned the faces of his teammates, and suddenly an idea sparked in his mind. This notion might not guarantee success, but Tang Song resolved to calm his spirit. Even if it was a gamble, he had only one chance, and he intended to seize this opportunity to its fullest. Tang Song continued to break through. Understanding that his teammates were unreliable, he seemed to lose faith in organizing the team and return to his initial instinct, relying on his dribbling skills to create a goal. However, as he maneuvered past the first defender, the second defender from the elementary school immediately lunged at him. There was no doubt that Tang Song was undertaking a futile endeavor, for even if he evaded the second, a third and a fourth defender would still stand in his way. The elementary school's defense was indeed meticulous. Yet this time, Tang Song suddenly halted. As the second defender closed in on him, a moment of disorientation overcame him. Had he truly been so easily ensnared, like a loach? Before he could fully comprehend the situation, Tang Song made a sudden move. The ball, and he parted ways, each heading in distinct directions. This lad still intended to orchestrate an attack, Zhang Jijuan sneered. It seemed even Tang Song had exhausted his creativity, resorting to meaningless repetition. But wait. Seeing the direction of Tang Song's pass, Li Jin exclaimed. He has passed the ball to Lu Xiao. He aims to assist. The audience's eyes widened in astonishment as they witnessed the ball soaring accurately towards Lu Xiao's feet. Since Tang Song's entrance onto the field, Lu Xiao had been closely monitored by Li Chengdong, as if he were an outsider. This was also the first time Tang Song had passed to Lu Xiao since his arrival. It turned out that Tang Song's earlier breakthrough was merely to seek this opportunity. But what of it? Tang Song surely underestimated Li Chengdong's defense, Zhang Jijuan scoffed. The pass was commendable, yet it was evident to all that Lu Xiao, competing for position against Li Chengdong, would find it impossible to shoot even if he managed to secure the ball. His footwork was such that if the ball lingered at his feet for even a second longer, Li Chengdong would undoubtedly disrupt it. As Lu Xiao's teammate, or rather his opponent, Tang Song was undoubtedly aware of this. But why then did he still choose to pass to Lu Xiao? As the two drew closer to the ball, Li Chengdong swiftly swapped positions with Lu Xiao, firmly placing himself between Lu Xiao and the goal. It was at this moment that Li Chengdong's eyes widened in disbelief. The ball did not linger at Lu Xiao's feet. Instead, the determined Lu Xiao unexpectedly passed it. For the first time, Lu Xiao made the decision to assist. Who would have thought? Lu Xiao's smile was tinged with discomfort. The wild dogs could only tear apart the lion when united. As the leader, sometimes sacrifices must be made, becoming a mere green leaf. No, Li Chengdong lamented, shaking his head in disappointment. I meant to say your pass was wayward. How could Li Chengdong be oblivious to Lu Xiao's intentions? Faced with the formidable elementary school team, he could see the proud Lu Xiao wrestling with inner turmoil. Thus, during the final attack, he made an unprecedented change. However, under Li Chengdong's deliberate pressure, Lu Xiao's pass was less than perfect, skimming along the ground and rolling toward the sideline. Your performance has already become legendary. Li Chengdong sincerely told Lu Xiao as he noticed the referee raising the whistle. In this match, the fourth factory had showcased remarkable prowess, even managing to push the elementary school team to the brink of conceding several times. With continued practice, their future was truly promising. Indeed, it was legendary. Lu Xiao remained fixated on the ball, rolling away. Suddenly, Li Chengdong turned back, his expression shifting drastically. Against all odds, Tang Song had caught up to the football, skillfully guiding it along the baseline, now close to the net. Then, he lowered his foot and gently shot. The ball, skimming the ground, darted between the goalkeeper's legs. It was a goal. 1-1. Tang Song stood near the baseline, head bowed, his expression grave, as if the goal were not his own achievement. Chapter 21. A surge of light. How could this be possible? Zhao Jiao had never realized that the final whistle could sound so piercing, as if his eardrums were being torn apart. There was nothing impossible about it. Li Chengdong's usually dark visage lost its smile. If he had noticed we use habitual saves during the match, he could have deduced Lu Xiao's passing route after playing alongside him for so long. Indeed, when Tang Song passed the ball to Lu Xiao, he anticipated two outcomes. One was that Lu Xiao would not return the pass and would instead shoot himself. The second, the less likely outcome, was that Lu Xiao would indeed pass back. Yet, in the pursuit of a goal, Tang Song had to take the risk of believing that Lu Xiao would opt for the latter. After playing together for so long, he understood that if Lu Xiao were to pass back, a mistake was inevitable. Thus, upon passing the ball, he dashed toward the baseline. At that moment, he too feared that his efforts might be in vain. Thankfully, Lu Xiao ultimately made the right choice, and he scored. A cacophony of cheers erupted from the stands, resonating throughout the field and back to the spectators. Fang Xiaoqiang felt tears welling in his eyes, and, turning to evade others' gaze, he noticed Li Jin was already in tears. We equalized. We equalized. Li Jin stammered. Initially, he had undoubtedly wished for the fourth factory to lose the match. However, by the end of the game, he suddenly realized that this was how it should be. Only in this way would their loss to the fourth factory not seem so disgraceful. After all, they had lost to a team that could draw with the elementary school team. As for how long this team had played against them, who would remember that years down the line? Unfortunately, time was too fleeting. Seeing others more excited than himself, Fang Xiaoqiang felt reassured. If only Tang Song had arrived a little sooner. But what if he had? Zhang Jijuan was utterly frustrated, blaming the elementary school team for their failure to capitalize on more goals and instead showing off. Indeed, had the elementary school team maintained their focus from the first minute, or continued their relentless assault after scoring, the match would not have ended with this scoreline. There were no excuses for the match's outcome. Approaching the sidelines, Li Qingdong solemnly addressed Zhang Jijuan. One must accept the consequences of the choices made on the field. If we could do it all over again, we would certainly take the game seriously from the very first minute. But what about the fourth factory? Should they have waited for Tang Song to start before taking the field? Such a match would still present countless variations. We might even lose. No, it's impossible. You could never lose to the fourth factory. Zhang Jijuan's voice dwindled. Even he could not convince himself that, as Li Qingdong suggested, the fourth factory might triumph over the elementary school team. Sorry. After the match, Tang Song heard nothing but silence. The jubilant cheers of the fourth factory players and the resounding applause from the spectators felt distant. He silently approached Liu Piapiao, removing his shoes and cradling them in his hands. I will clean these shoes and return them to you. I will repair the torn hole. What are you saying? Liu Piapiao snatched the shoes from him, seemingly oblivious to their state of disrepair, and simply wore them. I might as well not wear these shoes again. Upon finishing her sentence, she noticed the unusual expression on Tang Song's face. These shoes I cannot afford to replace, Tang Song admitted earnestly. Liu Piapiao paused, realizing Tang Song had misunderstood her. I didn't mean for you to pay. These shoes are not valuable. Just forget about it. Besides, you've already helped me. Consider it my repayment to you. But we didn't win. Tang Song hesitated. He had promised to defeat Zhao Jiayao. If they had won, Liu Piapiao's offer to replace the damaged shoes would have been perfectly acceptable. But now that they had merely drawn, it left Tang Song feeling disheartened, because he truly could not afford to buy such a pair of shoes to return to Liu Piapiao. You have not won. Liu Piapiao stifled a laugh behind her hand, glancing at Zhao Jiayao's discontented expression. Even if it ended in a draw, he would no longer dare to challenge me in the future. Hey! Zhao Jiayao's countenance was indeed quite grim as he turned to Li Qingdong and earnestly suggested, you should hurry and break the record. That kid truly deserves a beating. Of course, I must break the record. Li Qingdong huffed angrily as he charged forward, seizing Tang Song. You little brat, don't get too cocky. Today, you've merely taken a hearty bite out of us. You haven't torn us to shreds yet. If you keep that sour face, I will truly make you suffer. You dare. Lu Xiao puffed out his chest, reclaiming Tang Song behind him and standing in front of Li Qingdong. Do you wish to taste the force of my fist? And mine. And Ji also stepped forward. Count me in. The players from the fourth factory gathered, forming a protective wall around Tang Song. What are you all doing? Li Qingdong shrank back slightly. Don't think that just because it ended in a draw, you can act so arrogantly. Moreover, when I said suffer, I meant suffocating this guy with ice cream for taking advantage while pretending to be innocent. The players from the fourth factory widened their eyes in unison, gazing at the backs of the fourth factory players and then at the furious Zhao Jiayao. Tang Song gradually came to an understanding. Although it was merely one goal, and though it only resulted in a draw, it seemed he had accomplished something others could not. As promised, Li Qingdong ensured that every player from the fourth factory, from starters to substitutes, even those who did not play, received an ice cream cone. However, the task of payment fell upon the gritting teeth of Zhao Jiayao. Tang Song, you truly wish to tear us apart. Li Qingdong, with cream smeared across his mouth, once again succeeded in irritating Zhao Jiayao. Do not think this was merely a simple draw. In football, not every match needs to be won. Sometimes, achieving a draw is a success in itself. Fang Xiaoqiang simply could not comprehend this notion, which was why he returned from summer camp with his tail between his legs. Hey, it's fine to annoy Zhao Jiayao, but why don't you spare me? Fang Xiaoqiang was furious, almost jabbing the ice cream cone at Li Qingdong's face. Ha ha! A chorus of children erupted in laughter. The chili ice cream tasted sweeter than ever to Tang Song, who smiled more brightly than anyone else. It was his first time enjoying ice cream with so many people. He was no longer with his tail tucked in. Tang Song spoke, which deeply touched Fang Xiaoqiang. Then, cautiously licking a bite, he added, because he doesn't have a tail at all. Tang Song, don't run. Fang Xiaoqiang waved the ice cream cone like a sword. Chasing after the barefoot Tang Song, who was fleeing amidst the crowd, shouting loudly. Ha ha! The children laughed even more joyfully. Song Fongjian hung up the phone, momentarily stunned, then burst into laughter. His laughter grew louder, frightening the nearby boss. Oh no, another one has gone mad. Back then, telephones were not widespread. Most people shared public phone booths for both making and receiving calls. As the owner of a public phone booth, he had witnessed countless emotions displayed after a call, some silent, some weeping, while others, like Song Fongjian, laughed themselves into the hospital. Fortunately, Song Fongjian had not lost his mind. He continued to chuckle as he walked into the nearby training base. Song Fongjian, why are you smiling so widely? Did the coach agree to let you play? A curious teammate inquired. Let him play? How could that be? Another teammate scoffed. Didn't the coach say it? The football in Linyuan City is rotten to the core. Every young player here is, without exception, trash that others have discarded. How could he let trash play? The mocking words ignited a flush on Song Fongjian's face. Yet he continued to smile. Indeed, in the radiant light of Linyuan City, he seemed rather mediocre when compared to youth training players from other places. But so what? He had not given up, and neither had those two children. The fourth factory was astonishingly able to compete with the primary school of the institution. Such vigorous vitality, such an eagerness to break ground. Those two seeds would surely grow into towering trees. Having indulged in ice cream for the first time and shared genuine laughter with so many, Tang Song felt he had gained friends. He no longer pondered the draw, nor did he dwell on what might have been if he had escaped home sooner, rushed to the field faster, or summoned the courage to take the field earlier. His bare feet left fleeting imprints on the scorching ground until they gradually came to a halt upon returning to the staff living quarters of the fourth factory. The other children of the fourth factory had returned home, but where was he to go? Climbing in through the window was beyond his current capacity. Entering through the front door would certainly alert that man to his escapade of playing football. Playing football could lead to a broken leg. Tang Song was frightened. He did not wish to lose the legs that allowed him to play. Tang Song, are you going home? Yi Jinshi asked with a smile, his gaze sweeping over Tang Song's bare feet without comment. Going home? Yes, I want to go home. Tang Song could only say, then I'll accompany you. I have something to give to Tang Mingyu as well. Yi Jinshi ruffled his hair, taking his hand as they walked toward that home. Tang Song was puzzled. Yi Jinshi was not carrying a bag, so what could he possibly have? However, Tang Song did not inquire further. Being with Yi Jinshi gave him the courage to return home. The door remained tightly shut as before. Tang Song steeled himself and slowly pushed it open. The same pungent odor of alcohol permeated the darkness, and the familiar sound of a roaring voice echoed within. Smack! This time, however, it did not land on Tang Song's face. At some point, Yi Jinshi had unfastened his belt and struck that hand mercilessly. You beast! Yi Jinshi struck again and again, the room reverberating with the man's bestial howls. This is your son. He has brought glory to the Tang family. And this is how you treat him? I do not care about your past mistakes. If you dare to prevent Tang Song from playing football again, I will strike you every single time I see you. Moreover, Yi Jinshi strode to the window, yanking the curtains open with a crash. From now on, pull the curtains open during the day. Living like this, are you even human? Blinding light flooded in, and Tang Song could not help but raise his hand to shield his eyes. Yet, in the end, the light illuminated the entire room. Chapter 22. The reunion with an old friend. Winter had yet to pass, but spring was already on its way. The warm yellow sunset streamed through the window, illuminating the whitewashed walls, where bold characters were affixed. Fight for 100 days and be happy for a lifetime. Having gathered his textbooks, Lu Xiao rose to his feet, dressed in a white shirt and tattered jeans. Fashion had long left Linyuan City behind, yet it could not hinder the youth's pursuit. That dreamlike summer vacation was now 6 years past, truly becoming an unforgettable memory. At this moment, a faint stubble had begun to grace Lu Xiao's jawline. Lu Xiao, are you playing football later? Someone called from outside the window. No, I have matters to attend to, Lu Xiao replied with a gentle smile, briskly making his way toward the school gate. Along the way, boys and girls in school uniforms discreetly observed Lu Xiao. A bold group of girls encircled him, chattering excitedly. Lu Xiao, your playing stance is so cool. Yes, your performance in the last match was splendid. Regardless of their praise, Lu Xiao remained unfazed, smiling as he continued on his path, until one girl handed him a letter. I'm sorry, you are indeed impressive. However, we should prioritize our studies now. Lu Xiao politely declined. The girl giggled, cover her mouth. You dropped this. Lu Xiao snatched the letter, his face turning crimson as he hurriedly fled. Several girls were laughing uncontrollably. I surmised he had sought out that person again. Was there really a need for speculation? Only that individual could render Lu Xiao so dazed. The somewhat foolish yet flamboyant Lu Xiao meandered through Linyuan City. 6 years had elapsed, and the city had aged considerably. Low-rise buildings stood in a haphazard array. Bicycles clattered chaotically along the streets, and cars, incessantly honking their piercing horns, crawled along at a snail's pace. Navigating across a significant part of the city, Lu Xiao arrived beneath that building. He purchased a piece of chewing gum from a nearby convenience store, popped it into his mouth, and leaned against a dull gray wall. Waiting quietly, the melodious sound of a piano drifted down, and Lu Xiao's ears perked up as he recognized the tune. It was a journey, a vast journey called fate. We encounter one another by chance, and then depart on this road that leads us never back. He hummed along softly. Lu Xiao was not particularly fond of music. He believed a man should not display excessive emotion. Yet he found himself familiar with this lesser-known track, Journey, from Pu Shu's album. Because she liked it, he liked it too. As the last note faded, Lu Xiao snapped back to reality, spat the gum onto the ground, adjusted his collar, and stepped back into the distance. After calculating the time, he nonchalantly walked forward again. When he returned to the base of the building, she emerged just in time. Dressed in a white floral long dress with a pink long-sleeve jacket, her long hair cascaded down, and a few strands danced freely in the gentle breeze. Lu Xiao, what a coincidence to run into you, Lu Piapiao exclaimed with delight. It seemed as though Lu Xiao had only just noticed Lu Piapiao, turning in astonishment. Ah, have you finished class? I happen to pass by here. How strange. Do you always have business to attend here every Friday afternoon? Lu Piapiao asked curiously. Yes. Lu Xiao replied, somewhat flustered. Just then, 2 boys stepped out behind Lu Piapiao, and the one with a flushed face laughed. The business you have is just to rub against that wall, isn't it? He pointed at a conspicuously clean patch on the wall next to them and the dust on Lu Xiao's back, rendering Lu Xiao speechless. Where did this brat come from? Who do you think you're to point fingers at me? Lu Xiao's face flushed with anger, unable to contain his rage. He was already displeased with these boys being with Lu Piapiao, and now they had publicly humiliated him without any regard for his feelings, pushing him to the brink. They say a dog can't change its nature. It only takes a moment for you to reveal your true self, sneered the other boy, whose complexion was fair. You. Lu Xiao clenched his fists, and had it not been for Lu Piapiao's presence, he would have swung at them. All right, Lu Piapiao giggled, standing between the 3 boys. You haven't seen each other in years, yet you're still the same. Years without seeing each other? Lu Xiao felt disoriented. He too found the 2 boys somewhat familiar, but couldn't recall where he had seen them. It's Li Chengdong and Zhao Jiayao. Lu Xiao was instantly taken aback. After the match 6 years ago, Lu Xiao had joined the school team upon entering junior high, looking forward to facing the 2 again. Unexpectedly, they left Linyuan City after that summer, rumored to have gone to study in another city, and Lu Xiao had even mocked them for being cowards. Now, upon their reunion, he almost found himself in a confrontation with them. Seeing his surprised expression, Li Chengdong and Zhao Jiayao exchanged smiles and stepped forward to shake his hand. Long time no see. I intended to go directly to the school to find you, but I feared you might resort to violence at the slightest provocation. So I thought it best to come here to Lu Piapiao first. Li Chengdong feigned a look of fear, leaving Lu Xiao feeling rather embarrassed. By the way, with the college entrance examination approaching, what brings you back? Lu Xiao inquired. After years apart, Li Chengdong had changed significantly. Upon shaking hands, Lu Xiao felt a remarkable strength. Zhao Jiayao, exuding an aura of bookishness, was no less impressive. While the weekend is almost here, Li Chengdong began, but Zhao Jiayao interjected. Do you think everyone is like you, compelled to take the exam in June? Not taking the exam? Reuniting with old friends. Lu Xiao felt a newfound tolerance toward Zhao Jiayao. Oh dear, what is this, standing around chatting like this? Lu Piapiao chided, separating the 3 boys. Let us head to my house now. I'll treat you all to a meal, and we can chat slowly. The 3 boys merely smiled in agreement, not bothering to refuse. After all, Lu Piapiao's family owned the largest restaurant in Linyuan City. None were foolish enough to insist on maintaining their gentlemanly decorum under such circumstances. By the way, what about Tang Song? Should we invite him as well? Lu Piao's suggestion sparked anticipation on the faces of Li Chengdong and Zhao Jiayao. That guy. Lu Xiao scratched his head. After that summer, the group had all entered different junior high schools, transitioned to high school, and their football team had essentially disbanded. Furthermore, Tang Song had never been particularly close with everyone, so Lu Xiao had no idea where to find him. If it's a hassle, let it be, Lu Xiao added. Without needing him to say more, Li Chengdong had already guessed the situation. That kid will show up when the time is right. As for us, it seems we aren't significant enough to warrant his attention. Why are you all mocking others behind their backs? Just as Li Chengdong finished speaking, a faint voice interjected from nearby. The four turned to see an 11 or 12-year-old boy standing by the roadside, pushing a bicycle and glaring at them in indignation. No need to say, this must be Tang Song. The four burst into laughter simultaneously. 6 years had left indelible marks on Tang Song as well. He had grown wildly like a wild plant, now standing at Lu Xiao's shoulder height. Yet his frame remained thin, and the pallor on his face had not improved. Nevertheless, he had undeniably transformed into a handsome young lad. Tang Song had come after school to help Yi Jinshi buy tools for repairs. Spotting the four conversing from a distance, he approached them. These four were among his few friends, so he wouldn't feign ignorance. However, as soon as he drew near, he overheard Li Chengdong remarking about not being able to summon his presence. Who mocks their friends behind their backs? Tang Song retorted angrily. Of course, I am the grand one, for I possess a bike, while you do not. Tang Song proudly patted the side of his bicycle, which was chipped yet gleaming, with mismatched wheels. This was a gift from Yi Jinshi. Initially, Tang Song had insisted on refusing it, but Yi Jinshi, citing his own inability to walk, insisted that Tang Song take on the responsibility of buying parts and tools from then on, leading to Tang Song finally accepting it. Seeing Tang Song's proud demeanor, Lu Xiao couldn't help but chuckle. How was it that 6 years had passed, yet Tang Song still flaunted things that others hardly regarded? Fantastic. I'll ride with you, and we can leave one less tricycle behind. In a small town, human-powered tricycles served as the primary mode of public transport. The four could have squeezed into one vehicle, but Lu Piao, being a girl, would find it difficult to lower her pride. Tang Song's arrival conveniently resolved this dilemma. All right then, Tang Song felt a twinge of pain for his beloved bike. However, recalling that it had once accommodated Lu Piao's shoes, he begrudgingly allowed it to bear 2 people's weight. As the tricycle and bicycle clattered along in the fading glow of the sunset, they ambled through the leisurely city, as if they had suddenly reconnected with the time of 6 years ago. Here we are. Lu Piao led the four into the restaurant, introducing them one by one to her father, Luanghua. Not bad, not bad. You've all changed. Luanghua warmly smiled at Li Chengdong and Zhao Jiayao, inquiring about their families. However, when it came to Lu Xiao, his smile became somewhat perfunctory, and upon reaching Tang Song, all that remained was confusion. Which family do you belong to? My father is Tang Mingyu. Tang Song spoke casually, as if referring to a stranger. Oh, Luanghua suddenly understood, forcing a smile as he arranged. Everyone is a guest here. Tonight, you will sit in a private room. Just let me know what you wish to eat or drink, and Uncle Lu will personally cook for you, ensuring your satisfaction. After entering the private room and settling down, amidst lively banter, Lu Xiao broached the previous topic again. Why aren't you participating in the college entrance examination? Tang Song was taken aback, putting down his chopsticks, and asked with concern, have you been expelled? Though Tang Song, as a friend, would not proactively inquire about other circumstances, he still cared deeply. Li Chengdong laughed for a long while without speaking. Zhao Jiao shot Tang Song an annoyed glance, realizing it was unnecessary to hold a grudge against him, and replied honestly, because we have already been recommended for admission. Recommended for admission? Tang Song echoed, his worry deepening. You can attend university without taking the entrance exam? You haven't been deceived, have you? In Yi Jinshi's company, one could often overhear adults discussing all sorts of bizarre matters. The tales of being scammed regarding university admissions were numerous, and Tang Song didn't wish for Li Chengdong and Zhao Jiayao to fall into the same trap. If you can't speak, it's best not to, Lu Xiao chided, glaring at Tang Song, frustrated that this guy still liked to embarrass him. What is really going on? Can you please stop keeping us in suspense? After the laughter subsided, Li Chengdong, seeing everyone as concerned, explained earnestly, we have been recommended for admission. The term recommended for admission was not unfamiliar to Lu Xiao, who was on the verge of taking the college entrance examination. What puzzled him were the intricate rules and regulations surrounding it. Li Chengdong didn't hold back, grandly introducing Zhao Jiao's impressive accolades. Math Olympiad champion, first prize in a speech competition, special prize in an essay contest, various awards in English competitions. Everything one could imagine. Ultimately, everyone unanimously agreed that if such a student were not recommended, it would be difficult to envision the hope of the nation's great rejuvenation. With such a dazzling record, you are making it hard for me to breathe. Haven't you stopped playing football? In truth, this was what he cared about most. After years of training, he wanted nothing more than to completely defeat the two of them one day. If they weren't playing football, winning wouldn't hold much significance. We're still playing. After introducing Zhao Jiao, Li Chengdong calmed down. I am rather lazy. I don't wish to compete for those honors one by one. As it happened, during a time when I was feeling anxious, our school participated in the national high school games. Our school team happened to achieve some minor accomplishments, and we both were members of the team. So, even without winning many awards, we qualified for the recommendation. Thinking back, I suppose I benefited from someone else's hard work. Zhao Jiao shot him an annoyed look, not because he genuinely believed Li Chengdong had taken advantage of the situation, but because he was dissatisfied with Li Chengdong's attitude. His active participation in various competitions stemmed from genuine interest, and he was unhappy that Li Chengdong's comment had made it sound rather pedestrian. What achievements did your team accomplish? Tang Song asked curiously. Champions of the National High School Football League, Zhao Jiao replied, somewhat nonchalantly. In terms of further education, neither of them needed that award. However, Li Chengdong argued that since they had achieved it, not utilizing it would be a waste. Thus, they both applied simultaneously and received the recommendation. So, while Lu Xiao and the others were preparing for the college entrance examination, Zhao Jiao and Li Chengdong appeared somewhat aimless. By the way, Lu Xiao, are you still playing football? Li Chengdong asked, looking at Lu Xiao. Lu Xiao's chopsticks paused in the bowl for a moment before he smiled and replied, I do play, though it's only occasionally. You know, the high school teachers in Linyuan City are quite against students playing football. Tang Song observed Lu Xiao, unsure why he didn't speak the truth to his friends. In reality, Lu Xiao was not merely playing occasionally. When he led the school team to victory in the Linyuan City High School Football League, his parents proudly displayed the trophy and medals in the employee living area for several days, almost parading them through the streets. However, Lu Xiao didn't mention this. He felt that a city-level championship paled in comparison to a national title. Neither Lu Xiao nor Tang Song spoke of it, and naturally, Lu Piapiao remained silent as well. Li Chengdong, having been away from Linyuan City for several years, was unaware of this. He could only shake his head in disappointment. Linyuan City is indeed not suitable for playing football. Lu Xiao, you really should leave early. The youth football training level in big city surpasses that of Linyuan City by 1,000-fold. I once mocked Fang Xiaoqiang, saying he was adept in local competitions but not in external ones, only to discover how vastly behind we are once we stepped out. Zhao Jiao and I, after 3 years in junior high, couldn't even make the school team until our first year of high school when we finally got a chance on the roster. In the end, we only secured a high school league championship, while those truly talented players are already representing professional teams. Li Chengdong spoke with a hint of melancholy. It seemed that this young master of Linyuan City had faced his share of hardships outside. Fortunately, we gained admission through our football specialty, and we will represent the university in competitions, making us half professional players. If luck is on our side, we might even sign with a real professional team. Zhao Jiao's tone was notably uncertain. The outside world is both magnificent and filled with helplessness. These two once spirited youths, through their struggles, had lost much of their original fervor. Why dwell on such unhappy matters? Let us toast to the bright futures of our two university students. Lu Piapiao, playing the role of host, encouraged everyone to raise their juice glasses. Before they could drink, a commotion erupted in the hall. The group hurriedly followed Lu Piapiao outside, only to find the hall filled with players clad in blue and white striped uniforms. A red-faced player, number 9, was gripping Luanghua with one hand while raising a cup of liquor to pour into Luanghua's mouth. Boss Lu, we are regulars here. Have we ever shortchanged you on a meal? After all the times we've supported your business, can't you at least share a drink with us? Luanghua, desperate, struggled to break free, watching helplessly as the cup drew closer to his lips. Let go of my dad, Lu Piapiao screamed anxiously. P.S. allergic to alcohol and can't drink. The owner of a restaurant is allergic to alcohol? Number 9 hiccuped, drunkenly looking at Lu Pia Piao, his eyes suddenly lighting up. If Dad wants tea drink, then the daughter will. Come here, little sister. Let me feed you. Let go of me. Lu Zhao's hand seized the number 9 player's wrist with a grip like iron. The player, in his late 20s, was at the peak of physical fitness. Yet he was unable to break free from Lu Zhao's hold. What kind of coward bullies the elderly and women? I'll drink this on their behalf, Lu Zhao declared. You'll drink? Who do you think you are? Number 9 retorted, somewhat flustered but still scornful. With a clatter, the entire hall of players stood up, encircling Lu Zhao and his friends. Someone poked Lu Zhao's chest with a finger, shouting, Kid, you think you can stand up for someone before you even have a beard? Drink? You might as well go home and drink milk. Most of these players were of similar age to number 9. They likely had been unruly in Linyuan City for a long time, and seeing Lu Zhao refusing to relent, the other 3 boys remained unfazed. What was most infuriating was a 12 or 13-year-old boy who coldly regarded them. With anger flaring, someone even picked up a stool, ready to take action. Lu Angua, drenched in sweat, hurriedly tried to placate number 9, subtly reminding him the police station is nearby. Causing a scene would be bad for everyone. I'll drink this cup instead. This group of players was merely a bit rowdy. They had not yet reached the point of being completely lawless. Lu Angua provided them with an off-ramp, and they naturally took it. Number 9's expression improved slightly as he nodded, saying, Boss Lu, it's not that I'm deliberately making things difficult for you. It's just that my friends and I are in high spirits today. We have secured the championship title in the amateur league of Linyuan City and will soon represent the city in provincial competitions. You think it would be unreasonable for us to ask the mayor of Linyuan to share a drink with us in celebration? Why are you still holding on? Lu Zhao coldly chuckled while clutching the hand of number 9. It's merely a city-level amateur league championship. I thought you had won the FA Cup. Why the pompous attitude? Hey, how dare you speak like that? The city-level amateur league championship is the pinnacle moment for these players. Feeling belittled by Lu Zhao's scorn, their eyes were instantly filled with rage. Lu Angua, witnessing the situation that Lu Zhao had disrupted, wore a displeased expression, just as the confrontation with number 9 was escalating. Someone from the corner shouted, Lu Zhao, is that really you? The person stumbled over, embracing Lu Zhao, then turning to gaze at Li Chengdong and others with astonishment. Finally confirming, Li Chengdong, Zhao Jiayao, Tang Song, it's truly you. I am Zhang Jijuan. Upon closer inspection, they indeed recognized the unmistakable features of Zhang Jijuan, whose hair, once only long enough to cover half of his face, now shrouded his entire visage. No wonder he had gone unrecognized earlier. After that summer vacation, Zhang Jijuan did not join the school teams in middle or high school, but instead trained and played with the oil factories team. With this amateur league championship, he had earned a few opportunities to play, thus considered a member of the championship team. After sharing his story, Zhang Jijuan excitedly introduced Lu Zhao and the others to number 9, who unexpectedly mocked. Back then, you lost to this guy? Ridiculous. It was just a game. And those wild brats really think too highly of themselves. Wild brats? Tang Song suddenly inquired. Wild brats indeed? Number 9 retorted angrily. Let them call me wild brats. Tang Song shrugged, puzzled by why this person would identify himself as such. Number 9 paused, realizing the implication, his mouth twisted in anger, and unable to free his hands. He attempted to kick Tang Song. Lu Zhao shoved him aside, smirking. So you're from the oil factory. Since you say my victory over your factory-esque kids was just a game, let us have a rematch. We will field the same players as before. You can choose whomever you wish, even professional players if you like. Are you daring enough to face us? The players from the oil factory burst into laughter. To be honest, the presence of the nearby police station made them hesitant to escalate the situation. However, when it came to football, they felt compelled to accept the challenge. Dare? Why would we not? Whoever loses will be labeled the wild brat. Number 9, humiliated by a 12 or 13-year-old, felt a deep sense of indignation and was determined to teach the arrogant fourth factory a lesson on the field. Coincidentally, the weekend approached, and thus number 9 and Lu Zhao agreed to a match on Sunday. Zhang Jijuan, hidden behind his long hair, wore a sinister smile. The reason he did not join the school team was due to his loss to the fourth factory, feeling that he had lost face among his peers. Now, as part of the city championship winning amateur league team, he could finally hold his head high. He dared not laugh too loudly, fearing Lu Xiao might discern his intentions, thus stifling his excitement to the point of trembling. "Are you having another seizure?" Tang Song, concerned, approached without shoes. "You're the one with seizures." Everything felt like a DJVU for Zhang Jijuan, as a sense of foreboding emerged within him. What if the match against the fourth factory, Lu Xiao, and Tang Song didn't go as planned? Chapter 24. The birth of a prodigy exiting Lu Piapiao's family restaurant. Lu Xiao walked along the dimly lit streets. The crumpled letter in his pocket had been twisted and crumpled countless times, yet he could not bring himself to present it to Lu Piapiao. It was simply too embarrassing. Lu Xiao sighed deeply. For 6 years, he had never once slacked off, practicing relentlessly, almost single-handedly leading the school team to a city-level high school league championship. However, the honor he once deemed supreme was now overshadowed in a heartbeat by others. Not to mention Li Qingdong and the others' national championship. They started from a higher platform. What was Zhang Jijuan anyway? His former subordinate had somehow also claimed a championship, and in the adult category, no less. After tirelessly climbing, he finally stood upon a summit he once thought unattainable, only to find it empty, with those rivals now perched on loftier peaks. Lu Xiao felt a sense of discontent. He wished to play against the newly crowned city-level amateur league champions from the oil factory to prove that he too could earn such accolades. Moreover, gazing at the letter in his hand, he sought a fitting opportunity to convey his sentiments. "Did you cry out of fright?" As Lu Xiao pondered, Tang Song, riding his bicycle, caught up with him, noticing Lu Xiao's troubled expression as he stared at the crumpled paper, mistakenly believing him to be strong in the restaurant, only to feel regret upon exiting. "You're the one who is crying," Lu Xiao retorted with a chuckle. "That is good to hear." Tang Song nodded with relief, adding that courage was essential in football. "If you're not afraid, I'll feel assured to let you play." "Do I need your permission to play?" Lu Xiao scoffed. 6 years had passed, and aside from his appearance, Tang Song seemed unchanged. Then, realizing something, Lu Xiao furrowed his brow. "What do you mean? In the upcoming match against the oil factory, you also want to play? I knew you would resort to tricks." Tang Song replied, unsurprised. "You promised that the fourth factory would consist of those same players from back then. If I'm not included, you'd be deceiving them." Lu Xiao suddenly understood. This fellow was clinging to him merely to secure a spot on the field. However, Lu Xiao was no longer the same person he used to be and would not select starting players through juggling tricks. Furthermore, the players from the fourth factory were not the same as before. Most had become key members of their respective school teams, which gave Lu Xiao the confidence to challenge number 9 from the oil factory. Although Tang Song had indeed grown sturdier, he still did not measure up against the oil factory S team. "Don't worry, I won't hold it against you if you lag behind." Tang Song reassured Lu Xiao, sensing his hesitation. Was he hesitating about this? Lu Xiao found it absurd. However, he acknowledged Tang Song's reasoning. If he were to consider Tang Song a liability, it would indirectly admit that the previous players from the fourth factory were indeed inferior. "Fine. As long as no one else objects, I'll let you play." Lu Xiao felt that even with 10 players, they could win a match. Yet, he puzzled over why Tang Song insisted on representing the fourth factory against the oil factory. Moreover, hadn't he considered himself a wild dog back then? Why would he take offense at being called a wild brat today? Tang Song, as ever, afforded Lu Xiao no opportunity for further inquiry, swiftly pedaling away on his bicycle, gleefully glancing back at him with a triumphant smile as he turned the corner. How outrageous! Lu Xiao nearly picked up a stone to throw at him. Did that shabby bicycle really need to flaunt itself before him twice? The following Saturday, Lu Xiao headed straight to Ng's home. He needed to gather the old crew. The fourth factory had a match to play. Ng, still the same robust figure, was overcome with emotion upon seeing Lu Xiao. "Really, Xiao Ge, is it finally my turn to play? 6 years have passed. I thought you had completely forgotten about me." "How could I? Even a pair of underwear or a piece of tissue has its purpose." That metaphor was splendid. "I'm ready. Let us go gather everyone." 6 years later, Ng was no longer the impulsive boy he once was. This time, he even remembered to put on a jacket before rushing out. Yet, he moved with the same swiftness, and by the time Lu Xiao made it downstairs, the former players had already gathered, each wearing different team jerseys. The opponents are the oil factory, the very team that clinched the amateur league championship. Observing the faces around him, Lu Xiao felt a wave of emotion. Many of these individuals had once succumbed to defeat against him in inter-school competitions, yet here they were, united in their representation of Factory 4. "Let's practice first," he declared, and without hesitation, they departed, a stark contrast to the boisterousness of years past. 6 summers ago had altered their fates, and now, 6 years later, they pursued the same goal. They had matured, unafraid of any adversary. The passage of 6 years had rendered Factory 4 silent as ever. In recent years, the factory had seen sporadic activity, but had yet to recapture its former glory. The wooden sign bearing the name of Linyuan City's 4th machinery factory was now marred with streaks of red paint, reminiscent of vivid blood. "Halt! The guards are not old Zhang, but a few fierce-looking men. Until Factory 4 settles its outstanding debts, no one shall enter." Lu Xiao, undeterred, led his group past them with an air of confidence. "Hey, it's one thing for the kids to be bold, but you lot think you can act tough? As if we don't exist." One of the burly men rolled up his sleeves, ready to strike, but was restrained by a companion. "We are here to collect debts, not to cause trouble. Just make sure their workers cannot work." The big man begrudgingly lowered his sleeves, fully aware of the truth in those words. Yet the audacity of these youngsters was astounding. The previously defiant boy of 12 or 13 had ignored him with innocent naivety. Now, this group of 17 and 18-year-olds also disregarded him. How could he save face? "Let them be," urged a bystander, which finally quelled the big man's desire for confrontation. Strangely enough, Ji went to summon people, but notably did not call for Tang Song. Upon entering the factory, they were surprised to find Tang Song had indeed returned. Throughout the journey, there had been discussions about whether to allow Tang Song to play. Over the years, many skilled players had emerged from this group, with even Ji becoming a key defender on the school team. Many believed they could accomplish what Tang Song had once achieved. However, upon seeing him, their prideful hearts fell silent. The unkempt concrete floor was neglected, with wild grass flourishing in the cracks. Amongst the growing weeds, a youth clutched a book in one hand, diligently scribbling with the other, creating an image reminiscent of a fine painting. Meanwhile, his feet danced in the air, skillfully juggling an empty soda can. The players from Factory 4 could juggle a football without issue, but they had never managed to juggle a soda can. They understood that an empty can, being light, presented a greater challenge than a football. Yet, as he juggled the can, Tang Song was also engrossed in his studies. No, to be precise, he was doing homework. The concentration etched on his brow was genuine, not a mere pretense. The level of difficulty was beyond their imagination. "I'm pressed for time. There is quite a bit of homework this week," Tang Song said nonchalantly. While he remained calm, the others found it impossible to stay composed. He spoke while juggling and doing homework simultaneously, truly multitasking. They realized this was no ordinary talent, but sheer genius. "Y&T the Jade Emperor come to take him away." "Agreed." And Ji promptly turned to his teammates. "This time, he has not taken my spot." During practice, Tang Song astonished everyone once more. His understanding of football was far beyond that of a mere 12 or 13-year-old. "Don't mind me," Tang Song said casually. "I played football at school." Over the years, despite Tang Mingyu no longer threatening to break his legs over football, Tang Song had not been able to secure sufficient funds for proper football gear. Thus, he cherished every opportunity to play at school. While others treated football as mere fun, Tang Song regarded it as precious as water in a desert, valuing each training session, every match, and every opportunity. Throughout the training, he made virtually no passing errors, nor did he execute any meaningless passes. A seemingly casual lateral pass would transform into a strategic wide transfer upon his teammate receiving it. A pass that appeared slightly overhit would suddenly penetrate the opponent's defense. By the end, even Lu Xiao began to doubt if, as Tang Song had claimed, it was they who were holding him back on the field. "Tang Song, I am utterly impressed." After practice, Lu Xiao felt a renewed sense of confidence in their chances of victory and tossed a jersey to Tang Song. "Tomorrow we'll all wear our kits. You're starting, so you must wear one too." Tang Song unfolded the jersey and examined it. A yellow shirt emblazoned with the number 11. The very one Lu Xiao had worn in his past. The act of handing this jersey to Tang Song signified Lu Xiao's acknowledgement of his position in the team. Yet, Tang Song promptly tossed it back. "If you want to scold me, just say it." Lu Xiao was taken aback. His kind gesture had been misconstrued as an insult. Upon Ji's prompting, Lu Xiao flipped the jersey over and understood immediately. 6 years had passed, and the shirt had been washed countless times, leaving only remnants of Rom Rio's name in Portuguese, reduced to a few letters. To Tang Song, who had only learned Pinyin and not yet English. The remaining letters appeared far from dignified. "So what if I scold you?" Lu Xiao fumed, embarrassed, and amidst the laughter of his teammates. He forced the jersey onto Tang Song. The laughter echoed far and wide, leaving the burly men smoking in the guardhouse utterly perplexed by the joviality of these young players. With a factory on the brink of collapse, how could they still find joy? Yet, they could not help but reminisce about their own cherished youth, evoking memories of days long past. As Lu Xiao and his team departed, the men even wished them luck in their upcoming match. The sun dipped low in the sky, marking the end of the day, and everything appeared so beautiful, momentarily allowing one to forget the long night ahead. Yet, inevitably, a new day would dawn, would it not? Chapter 25. The romance of players. Lu Xiao believed victory was assured, and so did the oil factory, for they possessed a secret weapon. The attack from Factory 4 surged across the field like a tidal wave, and Lu Xiao unleashed a powerful strike. The resounding thud of his foot meeting the ball reverberated throughout the arena, the force of his kick surpassing even that of his past. On the stands, Li Qingdong and Zhao Jiayao exchanged glances, slightly taken aback. This kid has become quite formidable. This was no casual level of play. Li Qingdong, rubbing his ears, smirked. He had always known Lu Xiao could not just be playing for fun, but he was astonished to see how much Lu Xiao had surpassed his expectations over the past 6 years. If he were to participate in the National High School Football League, he would undoubtedly make a mark on the scoring charts, perhaps even ranking among the top. But what does it matter if he plays well? He still can't score. Zhao Jiayao grumbled, feeling irked. Returning to familiar grounds stirred a mix of nostalgia. Yet he did not anticipate Li Qingdong's relentless cheerleading for Factory 4, which only served to irritate him further. Indeed, Lu Xiao's powerful shot did not find the net, for a silent figure loomed near the goal, leaping gracefully into the air and securely catching the ball. This individual was none other than the familiar Wu Yu. Like Zhao Jiayao, Wu Yu had not joined the school team, choosing instead to train and compete early with the oil factory's amateur squad. He did not feel ashamed to lose to Factory 4. He simply believed the level of the campus league was too low for his talents, and the amateur league suited him far better. After 6 years, the once young goalkeeper had grown more resolute and composed, helping the oil factory become the team with the fewest goals conceded in the amateur league. Faced with his old adversaries, he offered no opportunities for them to capitalize. The football is firmly in hand. Can Tang Song still follow up with a rebound? The shot didn't go in, but I have a premonition that you'll never score a goal against Wu Yu in your lifetime, Li Qingdong jested. Zhao Jiayao could only snort coldly. It's not that it can't be done, it's just that there may no longer be an opportunity. They have already embarked on different paths, and ahead of each path lie countless forks. This regret will likely remain unfulfilled for a lifetime. As he tossed the ball, Wu Yu raised an eyebrow at Tang Song. Much of his current success is owed to a piece of advice from Tang Song years ago. It turns out that even professional goalkeepers have their flaws. That child, only 6 years old back then, spoke with the tone of a wise sage beyond the mundane world. Whenever Wu Yu conceded a goal, the words would echo in his ears, urging him to refine his goalkeeping skills again and again. It can be said without reservation that, at this moment, facing Tang Song, who was adept at exploiting the weaknesses of goalkeepers, he was like an impenetrable wall, a fortress shielding the goal. This is perhaps the essence of a born goalkeeper, a sentiment shared by both Li Qingdong and Zhao Jiayao. However, this wall soon came crashing down. While Tang Song may never replicate Lu Xiao's shooting prowess, football has never been confined to a singular method of scoring. When Tang Song took a long-range shot from outside the penalty area, everyone suddenly realized that 6 years had passed. Tang Song was no longer the boy who could only score by cleverly exploiting angles due to a lack of strength. His range of attack had expanded. The lightly kicked football soared toward the goal, only to suddenly dip in front of Wu Yu's graceful dive, rebounding off the ground and crashing into the net. While everyone was still lost in the elegance of that goal, Tang Song struck again. He emerged from the chaos in front of the goal, darting past Wu Yu, and calmly slotted the ball into the empty net. These 2 goals utterly disrupted the defensive rhythm of the oil factory team, granting Lu Xiao ample opportunities. The sound of shots echoed continuously, akin to a penalty shootout. Even Wu Yu could hardly withstand this relentless barrage, and amidst the pain in his palms, he conceded 2 more goals to Lu Xiao. In the end, This newly crowned champion of the Linyuan City Amateur League could only salvage a semblance of dignity through a somewhat controversial penalty awarded after Zhang Jijuan fell. After scoring the penalty, Zhang Jijuan broke into tears. The 18-year-old was even more heartbroken than 6 years ago. 6 years had passed, and he had longed to win back glory, yet the defeat was even more devastating. On the sidelines, Wu Yong, clad in a suit and clutching a briefcase, resembled a monkey donning a crown. After the match, he approached the tearful Zhang Jijuan and kicked him. The oil factory team could lose the game, but not their dignity. "Get up," Wu Yong shouted. Zhang Jijuan wiped his tears and stood up, only to be knocked down again by Wu Yong. The players from the fourth factory forgot to celebrate, left staring in disbelief. "Were these two here to entertain? I need you to wipe those tears and stand up," Wu Yong roared. Only then did everyone grasp that this was Wu Yong's rugged method of education, leaving them momentarily speechless. Li Chengdong and Zhao Jiayao were still reeling in shock. "I've been mistaken about something," Li Chengdong mused. "The youth training level outside is indeed stronger than that of Linyuan City, but they lack the fierce tenacity that defines this place. If it came to a comparison, I could hardly discern who is superior. In 6 years, everyone had been striving to advance, akin to plants in barren soil, frantically competing for scarce nutrients. Even Zhao Jiayao had been compelled to grow. The fruits of such growth could be dangerous. So what? Even if they are dazzling golden coins, their brilliance is merely a reflection of the sand surrounding them. What if they were tossed into a vault of riches? Who could distinguish them? Having witnessed a broader world, Zhao Jiayao was not merely seeing through tinted glasses. "What about diamonds?" Li Chengdong countered. "All right, stop bickering," Lu Piapiao interjected, slightly exasperated. Normally, they were fine. But why did these two always argue when watching the fourth factory's matches? After both fell silent, Lu Piapiao suddenly sighed. "How wonderful it would have been if you had all stayed. Then, perhaps, you could have played together in the same school, with Wu Yu as the goalkeeper, Li Qingdong and Fang Xiaoqiang in defense, Zhao Jiayao and Tang Song in midfield, and Lu Xiao as the forward. What a team that would be. Who knows? You might even have been granted direct admission to a university. Lu Xiao wouldn't need to worry about the college entrance examination at all." Yes, Li Qingdong and Zhao Jiayao both expressed a hint of longing. What accomplishments could such a team have achieved? But that was impossible. Li Qingdong averted his gaze to the ground, for Tang Song was still not of age. "Do you think I'm too young?" Tang Song's icy voice rang out. "I think you're too old." He was genuinely upset. After the match, he had approached Li Qingdong and the others without celebration, treating them as friends, only to overhear Li Chengdong's words. "What do you mean impossible? What do you mean I'm not of age?" He had indeed not yet turned 12. But in what way was he inferior to others? "It seems I've erred again," Li Chengdong thought with a wry smile. This kid always appeared when least expected. "What? Then I'm leaving." Tang Song, now even angrier, turned to storm off. Yet before Li Chengdong could stop him, he was knocked back by Lu Xiao from behind. "Lu Xiao, let us not be friends with these two," Tang Song insisted, wanting Lu Xiao to understand that these two looked down on them. However, Lu Xiao walked past him, seemingly oblivious to Tang Song's presence and words. Ignoring Li Qingdong and Zhao Jiayao, he stood before Lu Piapiao. "We won," Lu Xiao declared to Lu Piapiao. "That's obvious. We're not blind," Zhao Jiayao interjected, only to be pulled back by Li Chengdong. After a moment of confusion, Zhao Jiayao quickly understood and kept silent. "Right, we all saw it." Lu Piapiao felt an inexplicable flutter in her heart. She noticed that Lu Xiao was different from before. The fervor in his eyes seemed to burn her. "We defeated the oil factory, which means we can also win a championship and represent Linyuan City to play. In the future, we could even be national champions." "Wait," Tang Song interjected hastily. "It'll take a few years to win a national championship, because I'm not of age yet." Of course, Tang Song would be willing to win a championship, but he didn't want to be left behind by Lu Xiao. "Shut up." Li Chengdong and Zhao Jiayao continually gestured for Tang Song to be quiet. "Do you have a problem with your eyes?" Tang Song retorted. He had practically become an encyclopedia, knowing everything after spending too long with Eugene Shi. "Please just be quiet." Li Chengdong and Zhao Jiayao simultaneously leaped up to cover Tang Song's mouth. Everyone vaguely sensed what might transpire, but it all came too suddenly, leaving them unprepared. Lu Piapiao's heart raced, as if it might leap from her chest. "I believe you will become national champions," she said in a voice barely above a whisper. Her cheeks flushed and head bowed in shyness. "That is not what I meant," she wanted to say, but Lu Xiao's heart was ablaze, and his courage seemed to be burning away. "Useless." Li Qingdong and Zhao Jiayao scoffed from the side, while Tang Song covered his eyes. "If you don't know what to say, then I'll take my leave." Lu Piapiao's ears buzzed. For 6 years, every Friday afternoon, she had seen Lu Xiao. Their encounters and farewells had unfolded countless times in the same place. Yet each memory remained vivid. As if she could recall the various flavors of chewing gum Lu Xiao had chewed. If she remained unaware of Lu Xiao's feelings, she would not be the same Lu Piapiao who had dedicated every Friday afternoon over the past year to play Journey for him. But was she truly prepared? "I like you." The words finally escaped her lips, lacking the force of Lu Xiao's decisive strike, resembling more a deflated balloon, drifting aimlessly. Yet, they struck Lu Piapiao's heart, leaving her momentarily stunned, like a rose blooming in a vacuum. The clutch of it all offered no surprise. Zhao Jiayao rolled his eyes. If it were him, he would have revealed a heartfelt message on his jersey after scoring. That would be the romance befitting a player. As anticipated, following that declaration, Zhao Jiao felt both of his feet stepped on, one by Li Qingdong and the other by Tang Song. He couldn't fathom how Tang Song, with his eyes covered, managed to step so accurately. Glancing over, he discovered that Tang Song's hands had parted just enough to create significant gaps. Then why are you still covering them? Chapter 26. The dilemma of staying or leaving Lu Xiao. It seems, is not the right time to discuss this. Lu Piapiao, nervously clutching the hem of her clothing, spoke in a tone that seemed to echo solely for her ears. "I understand," Lu Xiao proclaimed, his chest swelling with confidence. "I am not worthy of you yet, but I will strive to earn your and your father's approval." "That's not what I mean." Lu Piapiao, flustered and at a loss, knew her father disapproved of Lu Xiao. Yet she was indifferent to Lu Ong's opinion. "What I meant was that it's too early to discuss this now." "It's all right. I can wait." Lu Xiao gazed at Lu Piapiao's youthful face and vowed solemnly, "If 1 year is not enough, I can wait 2. If 2 is insufficient, I can wait 3. The reason I am saying this now is to ensure you understand that from this moment forth, I am committed to you. In this lifetime, my heart will beat solely for you. Piapiao, I will not pressure you for a decision, nor do I expect an answer right now. But when you do find your answer, please be sure to share it with me." Having expended nearly all his strength, Lu Xiao found it difficult to turn away after uttering those final words. The ticking second hand seemed to slow dramatically as he took each heavy step away. In that quiet arena, even the heartbeat was audible, yet the unknown answer remained elusive. Lu Xiao was unfazed. He had promised to wait. Wait. Lu Piapiao's soft voice suddenly pierced the air, propelling time back on course. Lu Xiao turned in surprise, tears glistening in his eyes. "Have you made up your mind?" It was not that Lu Piapiao could not meet Lu Xiao's gaze. She said, "My dad mentioned that regardless of the game's outcome, he insists on treating you all to dinner tonight. Please don't decline." Exhausted, she spoke her last word, and like willow fluff in the wind, she floated away from the field. Watching her graceful figure depart, Lu Xiao murmured, his lips barely moving, "I will go. I will certainly go." Time ticked away, and after a while, someone finally broke the silence. The melodramatic narrative had come to a close. Tang Song shivered. "Ha ha!" Li Qingdong laughed. "Now we move on to reality. And reality seldom lacks farewells. Are you all leaving?" Lu Xiao turned in astonishment. After witnessing the earlier scene, he hadn't yet figured out how to face Li Qingdong and the others when he received this unexpected news. "What do you mean by that? Do you think we are aimless drifters?" "Although we've been accepted, there is still much to accomplish," Zhao Jiayao replied coldly, though a faint smile betrayed his true feelings. "Lu Xiao, I reiterate, you should truly consider venturing out. If you delay any longer, opportunities may slip away." Before departing, Li Qingdong earnestly advised Lu Xiao. He recognized that Lu Xiao was now 18, an age when many players had already honed their skills and begun to shine. If Lu Xiao remained in Linyuan City, he would miss the prime opportunity to refine his talent, and he might forever remain stagnant. As for Tang Song, neither Li Qingdong nor Zhao Jiayao knew what to say. The 12-year-old boy remained an enigma, and they could not ascertain the trajectory of his fate. Good luck. They could only ruffle Tang Song's hair. Their words a blend of sincerity and jest. "Actually, you just want to mess up my hairstyle." Tang Song saw through their intentions, which were both genuine and feigned. "Ha ha ha." The three 18-year-old boys laughed in unison. I will not be leaving Linyuan City. After their laughter subsided, Lu Zhao's expression turned grave, at least not right now. For I have significant matters to attend to. Li Qingdong and Zhao Jiayao left Linyuan City, unaware of what Lu Zhao's significant matter could be. They had no time to inquire, for the wheels were turning, and if they missed their bus, they would be left behind. Gather around. After bidding farewell to his old friends Li Qingdong and Zhao Jiayao, Lu Zhao assembled the players from Factory 4. From this moment forth, Factory 4 shall officially establish a team. We will compete in amateur leagues, then ascend to lower-tier professional leagues. In the future, we will become a legitimate professional team. Lu Zhao's proclamation hit like a tempest, catching everyone off guard. The educational standards in Linyuan City were not high. Even with recent expansions in university admissions, only a handful among them could gain entry. The college entrance examination represented a pivotal and perplexing crossroads in their lives. With no clear direction ahead, Lu Zhao pointed toward a path strewn with fallen leaves. Where to go from here? That's fantastic, Angie exclaimed, jumping with excitement. What are we waiting for? Let us start training right away. Time is of the essence. The sun has already set, someone whispered. If there is potential, let us seize it now. Living without dreams is no different from being a salted fish. Angie urged impatiently. Indeed, it is getting a bit late. Lu Zhao chuckled, stopping Angie in his tracks and turning to the shy figure, Wang Jianjun. You have excellent grades. You must pursue higher education. Factory 4 needs university students. I did not expect everyone to stay with the team, but whether you choose to stay or leave, remember that we are from Factory 4, and whatever we do, we must strive for excellence. As for tonight's gathering, let it serve as a blessing for each other. All right, Wang Jianjun lifted his head, equally resolute. No matter where I go, I will always remember Factory 4. When you step onto the professional stage, I will be your most devoted fan. The 20-some boys fell silent, then erupted in laughter, tears streaming down their faces as they embraced one another, laughing once more. Each had found their answer, perhaps hasty, as is the nature of youth at 18. Yet in that moment, they each truly discovered their dreams. Are you not our fan now? Tang Song, not joining in the tears and laughter, observed from the sidelines, waiting for them to regain their composure before asking. Now, Wang Jianjun hesitated, unsure how to respond. He could be a fan of anyone, but never of Tang Song, for he was not yet a member of Factory 4's new team. Lu Zhao interjected, I know, and I can wait. Tang Song suddenly realized that being younger was not necessarily an advantage. He yearned to be as mature as Li Qingdong. If 1 year isn't enough, I can wait 2. If 2 isn't enough, I can wait 3. But you all must wait for me. No championships before I join the team. Scram. Tang Song's words rang familiar, and Lu Zhao, realizing they were a repetition of his own confession, felt his cheeks flush again. Let us go eat. Fearing Tang Song would further embarrass him, Lu Zhao waved his hand emphatically, leading the team away from the field. Behind them, Zhang Jijuan, relentlessly tormented by Wu Yong's brutish methods, curled his lip in disdain. Could they really form a team? What audacity they possessed! Before his words could fully dissipate, Zhang Jijuan was once again sent sprawling to the ground by a kick from Wu Yong. We can do it. Why can't they? Wu Yong squinted at the retreating figures of the 4th Factory team, feeling uncomfortable in his suit. The billiards room ultimately could not sustain the young men from the oil plant who followed him. Thus he heeded Song Fongjian's suggestion over the phone and established a team for the oil plant. He transformed into the team's manager. Aware that Lu Zhao's sudden announcement was inspired by his own initiative. Was it destined for the 4th Factory and the oil plant to be in perpetual opposition? Wu Yong found the situation rather troublesome. The players from the 4th Factory were formidable rivals. Rest assured, Zhang Jijuan proclaimed confidently, our poor performance today is merely due to lingering effects from Friday's drinking. Once we step onto the court, our experience will surely see us victorious. For some inexplicable reason, Wu Yong seemed particularly inclined to kick Zhang Jijuan today. Drinking? You may not excel in other areas, but you've certainly mastered this, he retorted. At 27 or 28, it's one thing to ruin yourself, but you're still so young, daring to cavort with them. Cousin, I haven't been drinking, Zhang Jijuan protested, feeling wronged and unsure whether to rise. Get up and quickly change into your finest clothes, Wu Yong commanded, exasperated by his lackluster demeanor. Tonight there's a gathering, and you must attend. But didn't you say we shouldn't drink? Zhang Jijuan felt a bit dizzy. You. As Wu Yong lifted his foot, Zhang Jijuan scrambled away. You'll be the death of me. Wu Yong's voice echoed behind him. Lu Hongguo indeed held a low opinion of Lu Xiao at that moment. He knew Lu Xiao's parents, who worked tirelessly in their 40s to support his football aspirations. Yet what was the point of playing? Observing the players from the oil plant and the negative headlines surrounding professional athletes in the newspapers, Lu Hongguo pondered that football was not a pursuit for respectable individuals. Nevertheless, he did not neglect the players from the fourth factory, as Lu Xiao was standing up for him. At 18, he still viewed them as children. Loyalty was commendable and deserved encouragement. That evening, he personally cooked to ensure they were well-fed and well-hydrated. In a private room, over 20 youngsters reveled in boisterous laughter, the noise reverberating against the walls. When Lu Piapiao, flushed with excitement, personally delivered dishes, the commotion was enough to send dust cascading from the walls. Keep it down. We have important guests nearby, Lu Piapiao murmured, fidgeting. Did you hear that? Everyone be quiet. Sister Angie, initially eager to speak up, was silenced by a glare from Lu Xiao, causing her to shudder and hastily change her tune. Time flies. Though I left home young, my accent remains unchanged. A good poem indeed. Oh dear, my hairstyle is a mess. I must go to the restroom to fix it. With that, the short-haired Angie hastily exited the room, as if her behind were on fire. As soon as she left, the players in the private room suddenly became busy, darting out one after another. In the blink of an eye, only 3 remained: Tang Song, Lu Xiao, and Lu Piapiao. An awkward silence enveloped them as they exchanged glances. Chapter 27. Boasting and deceit. Tang Song did not wish to leave, but with so many excuses exhausted, he found himself at a loss for words. Tang Song, please don't go, Lu Piapiao and Lu Xiao stammered simultaneously. They genuinely wanted to keep him there. Their feelings for each other were indeed deepening, yet in that moment, they both felt reserved. Some might argue that holding hands signifies an agreement, but alas, dear, that is not love. Love is far more intricate, particularly for the responsible Lu Xiao. What gives you the right to stop me? I need to go home and do my homework. The team doesn't allow me to participate, but does that mean I can't read? Tang Song feigned anger at being barred from joining the team, storming out. After slamming the door, he remained rooted at the entrance, frustrated. Why was it that he was younger than Lu Xiao and the others? Why couldn't he join the team? In this moment of delay, a waiter approached. Young man, there's no need to worry about the bill. Boss Lu has arranged for your meal to be complimentary. Please step aside so I can clean up. The waiter, having noticed the dwindling crowd, assumed their meal had concluded and approached with eagerness. Young man, I'm not a child. Tang Song blocked the doorway, half irritated at the waiter and half genuinely unwilling to let her pass. He racked his brain for an excuse to create a private space for the two, unwilling to let anyone disrupt their moment. What's the rush? There's no one inside. Lu Uncle said we should enjoy our meal. We just finished eating and went out for some fresh air. We'll be back shortly. The waiter paused, taken aback by such audacity. While others graciously accepted the offer, they treated it like a buffet, intent on getting their money's worth. Well, the waiter stammered, caught off guard by the boldness. I wish you a pleasant meal. With that, she turned to leave. After contemplating, Tang Song did not rush to exit, choosing instead to remain at the door. He had no homework to write, yet he did not wish to return home so soon. Thus he resolved to act as a guardian at the entrance. Shameless. As Tang Song leaned against the door, lost in thought, a crisp voice laced with disdain reached his ears. He paid little mind to it, as the bustling hall was filled with people, and he could not discern who the remark was directed at. I'm talking to you, shameless. The voice rang out once more, this time directly in front of him. Looking down, Tang Song noticed a pair of crimson princess shoes, adorned with butterflies perched on the straps, as if they were dancing across the feet clad in pink and white socks. You must be mistaken. If this keeps happening, I suggest you visit a doctor. Tang Song, unfamiliar with the shoes or the voice, was certain the other party had misunderstood him. Once was forgivable, but twice, especially with such rudeness, was intolerable. Tang Song detested such people, even refraining from informing her of which hospital specialized in ophthalmology. You didn't even look at me. How do you know you're not mistaken? What if I'm an old classmate of yours? The rare retort from the other party struck a chord, infused with a hint of tenderness, as if they truly were long-lost friends. Tang Song frowned, slowly lifting his gaze. He knew this could not be an old classmate, while some had indeed drifted away. They all avoided him like the plague. Why would anyone approach him in such a manner? However, curiosity piqued. He wished to see what this individual looked like. The pink and white socks merged with a white lace-trimmed red skirt at her slender calves, while a green ribbon tied around her waist cascaded with 2 tassels. Her twin tails flowed like black silk down to her chest. She was a girl, a princess-like girl. Tang Song was uncertain of what a princess should resemble. Yet at that moment, he felt a princess was precisely like her. The girl, who had coaxed him to lift his gaze with her gentle voice, wore a faint frown on her rosy cheeks. Yes, look me in the eyes. This is the proper attitude for receiving criticism. With hands on her hips, she admonished Tang Song like an adult. When someone treats you to a meal, regardless of their intentions, you must maintain politeness. It is a fundamental principle of being human. Your manner of eating is quite unbecoming. You should apologize to that waiter immediately. Tang Song understood then. The little girl had taken his excuse at face value. While he did feel somewhat in the wrong, her attitude did not sit well with him. Upon entering, she chastised him for his shamelessness, then tricked him into raising his head only to lecture him directly. Why should Tang Song heed her words? Just as he was about to retort, the door of the adjacent room swung open, revealing a gentleman in his 30s, who emerged with a gentle reprimand. Tong Tong, come inside. Stop causing a scene. The uncles are treating you for your birthday. Ah, Tang Song knew that the man needed not utter a single word. His gaze alone conveyed the entirety of his message. Why are you looking at me? The little girl's rosy cheeks flushed crimson, akin to a ripe tomato. She shot Tang Song an indignant glare and, hands on her hips, declared to the man, they're not here to celebrate my birthday. This entire room is filled with insincere flattery, and I detest it. Tong Tong, how can you speak like that? The man's voice heightened slightly. You insisted on coming to Linyuan City. Is that right, Lin Gaofeng? Are you blaming me for coming? Then I shall return at once. Tong Tong, you know that's not what I meant. The man named Lin Gaofeng wore an expression of guilt, but it was not he who followed Tong Tong. It was Wu Yong who stepped out behind him, dressed impeccably in a suit. Wu Yong held a glass of wine and, with a flattering tone, addressed the little girl, Princess Tong Tong, we truly came to celebrate your birthday. You absolutely must not leave. There's a grand cake awaiting you. Tang Song had never witnessed Wu Yong in such a manner. The man, who in the past had often flaunted his prowess, now appeared humble before a child, eliciting both amusement and an indescribable pang of sadness. Politeness is essential when one is hosted. It is a fundamental principle of being human. Tang Song leaned against the door, seemingly speaking to himself. Yet his voice reached Tong Tong's ears perfectly. Tong Tong's lips pursed. The earlier reprimand of Tang Song had given her a fleeting sense of victory, only to be swiftly returned. Wu Yong shot Tang Song a fierce glare and, lowering his voice, threatened, Tang Song, do not ruin my plans. He suspected Tang Song was deliberately provoking the little girl to thwart his intentions for the evening. Yet, the girl blinked and then laughed. Yes, right. I was rude just now. Uncle Wu, let us go inside to eat cake. But since it's my birthday, you must not drink. Wu Yong was baffled by the sudden change of dynamics, but he understood what needed to be done next. He promptly poured the drink he had intended to offer the little girl onto the floor, feigning disgust. Your Uncle Wu also despises alcohol. I only brought this cup to request a replacement of hot water. Waiter, please bring me a thermos with hot water, and remember to add goji berries. Only then did Tong Tong accompany Wu Yong back to the private room, though she did not forget to cast a warning glare at Tang Song. Lin Gaofeng smiled helplessly, offering Tang Song a grateful look before entering the room as well. They neglected to close the door, allowing Tang Song a clear view of the scene within. A throng of individuals surrounded Lin Gaofeng and Tong Tong, showering them with incessant chatter. The little girl's face, obscured by a table laden with drinks and bottles, was only partially visible. Yet, from that half-visible face adorned with a smile, Tang Song discerned an overwhelming sense of loneliness. No one understood loneliness better than Tang Song. Thus he could not be mistaken. Had he erred in his actions? A wave of guilt washed over him. Yet, he could not comprehend why, amidst a celebration, one could feel so isolated. He had always believed that spending a birthday alone epitomized true loneliness. After a while, Wu Yong stood, lifting his companion Zhang Jijuan alongside him. Mr. Lin, this is my team's star forward, a top scorer in the amateur league. When it comes to fine players in Linyuan City, he is unmatched. Zhang Jijuan, tell Uncle Lin how many goals you scored in this municipal competition. My cousin, how many goals should I say I scored? Fool, Wu Yong exclaimed, tugging at Zhang Jijuan's thigh. Just say the number. Haha, Wu Yong. Don't pull on him like that. No amount of pulling can change the fact that Zhang Jijuan has not scored any goals, another voice chimed in. When it comes to great players in Linyuan City, they're still from our sports school. This gentleman here is the golden shoe winner of this year's Interscholastic League. Another added, huh, Wu Yong scoffed. Who doesn't know that the golden shoe of the Interscholastic League has been claimed by Lu Xiao for 3 consecutive years? Where did you find this golden shoe? Yet the intensity of high school leagues pales in comparison to amateur leagues. So, certainly Zhang Jijuan is the best. You're bragging. The other retorted. You're deceiving. Wu Yong shot back. Enough, enough. Lin Gaofeng interjected sternly, silencing both. Others who wished to speak found themselves at a loss for words. First and foremost, today is little Lin Yutong's birthday. If anyone wishes to discuss other matters, I shall take my leave. Furthermore, I am but a humble football agent and cannot dictate the futures of players. A table full of awkward laughter followed. Wu Yong, with unabashed audacity, remarked, Mr. Lin, you're too modest. After all, Song Fangjian was once taken under your wing. Nonetheless, you are right. Today, Princess Tong Tong is the true star. He then rapped on the table, urging, waiter, where's the grand cake I ordered? Coming, coming. Lu Onghua, drenched in sweat, hurried in with 2 servers carefully carrying the cake. For the first time, Tang Song beheld such a magnificent cake, towering between the 2 servers like a small, snow-covered mountain, adorned with 12 candles that flickered with a light that deepened his envy. However, before they could enter the room, one of the servers slipped on the spilled wine from Wu Yong, and the immense cake toppled to the floor in a catastrophic cascade. Silence enveloped the restaurant. Lin Yutong stared at the chaos at the entrance, blinked her eyes, and suddenly burst into tears, pointing an accusatory finger at Tang Song. It's your fault. You owe me a cake. How long would it take to eat such a large cake? Tang Song's mind was consumed by this thought, and he found himself the focal point of everyone's gaze, momentarily stunned. Chapter 28, The Audacious Car Thief. Naturally, no one genuinely believed Tang Song was responsible for the mishap. Tong Tong, stop this. If you desire cake, I shall go buy you one right now. Lin Gaofeng felt guilty towards Lin Yutong, but would not abandon all principles. Yes, yes. Tong Tong, don't cry. It's merely a cake. We could buy another. Everyone chimed in, eager to console her. It's our fault. Tong Tong, don't be upset. I shall make another one right away, Lu Onghua assured, patting his chest. Everyone surrounded Lin Yutong, seemingly oblivious to the fact that it was Tang Song who truly needed comfort, for the base of the cake had landed squarely on his foot. Yet Tang Song remained silent, merely watching as the restaurant staff bustled around Lin Yutong. No, I want him to pay. Lin Gaofeng, you've changed. You no longer care for me. How could you side with an outsider? Lin Yutong sobbed, her voice strained. Yes, he must pay, but he surely cannot afford it. Let him apologize to you instead, Wu Yong implored, tugging at Tang Song, whispering, Brother Tang Song, please help me out. Just say you're sorry, I'm begging you. Isn't that enough concern? Tang Song regarded the father, who appeared to be sinking into the ground, and felt a pang of sorrow, losing the desire to speak. Tong Tong. Lin Yutong's relentless demands finally prompted Lin Gaofeng to raise his voice. No matter how you cry, I will not allow someone else to apologize. Lin Gaofeng, how dare you yell at me? You drove my mother away, and now you shout at me. I don't want to stay with you anymore. Lin Yutong exclaimed, leaping from her seat and racing past Tang Song, tears streaming down her cheeks, her sorrow palpable and genuine. Tong Tong. Lin Gaofeng stood frozen, his face etched with agony. After a moment, he recalled what needed to be done, offered a brief apology to those present, and hurriedly pursued her. Mr. Lin, please don't worry. We will accompany you. A throng of individuals quickly followed, shouting after Lin Gaofeng, Tong Tong, where are you? Come back. The voices gradually faded into the distance, indicating that they had lost track of the little girl and were searching further away. Tang Song felt a twinge of concern for Lin Yutong, yet he refrained from intervening. With so many people involved, he felt insignificant. Lu Onghua also remained behind, tasked with directing others to tidy up the area. Amidst the flurry of activity, Lu Onghua suddenly furrowed his brow, pushed Tang Song aside, and forcefully opened the door behind him. Pia Piao, how can you not come to help in such a situation? What are you doing hiding here, Lu Xiao? The sight that met Lu Ongua's eyes left him momentarily speechless. The commotion outside had also startled those within the private room. Lu Xiao opened the door to gain clarity, only to be pulled back by Lu Piapiao upon hearing Lu Ongwa's voice. However, Lu Ongwa had already caught a glimpse of Lu Piapiao's silhouette, and upon realizing he needed her assistance, he was taken aback to find only a man and a woman inside, both blushing with embarrassment. Lu Xiao, I invited you to dinner, and yet, Lu Ongwa trembled with anger. Uncle Lu, I genuinely love your daughter, Lu Xiao declared earnestly. Piapiao has said it herself. She's still young. Once she comes of age, we can be together. I assure you, no matter what happens in the future, I will cherish Piapiao and also be filial to you. Having been spotted by Lu Ongwa, Lu Xiao had no intention of hiding. He stepped past Lu Piapiao, bowing deeply before Lu Ongwa. You love Piapiao? You think you deserve her? Lu Ongwa's hand struck Lu Xiao's face with a resounding slap. Lu Xiao, I was once with the fourth factory too. I know your situation better than anyone. Do you know how much it costs for Piapiao to learn piano each year? Do you have any idea how much her allowance is each month? Love? What do you have to offer? Is it your parents' meager salary? Lu Ongwa's voice rose in agitation. Oh, I forgot. They invested everything to make you presentable. Now that the factory can't even issue salaries, do you still expect them to support you? Your parents work tirelessly. Well, what do? You gallivant around, pretending to be a hero. You won't even get into college. At best, you'll end up as a street thug. How will you support Piapiao? My daughter, raised with gold and silver, just to suffer with you? The sting of the slap burned on Lu Xiao's face, igniting a fire within him. He understood every word Lu Ongwa spoke. At school, he always wore the best shoes and consumed the most nutritional supplements among his peers. After 6 years, his fierce playing style was a product of relentless training, coupled with home-cooked meals that far surpassed those of an average family in Linyuan City. The traces of hardship etched on his parents' faces weighed heavily on his heart. Yet, the depth of that feeling had never been articulated by Lu Ongwa in such a piercing manner. He felt as if he were a leech, greedily draining the lifeblood of his parents, intent on leaving them with nothing. I will not let Lu Piapiao suffer, nor will I allow my parents to endure hardship any longer. I have formed a team. I will play well, I will gain fame, and I will earn a fortune. Lu Xiao murmured resolutely. You little rascal, dare to speak of playing football. Lu Ongwa's voice faltered. Playing football? Gaining fame? Earning money? Zhang Jijuan, who had not followed Wu Yong outside, laughed derisively. Lu Xiao, do you think having a few people makes a team? Even if you call yourselves a team, do you have your own training ground? You might last at that rundown fourth factory, but who knows how much longer it will survive. These aren't even major issues. But you dream of playing football to achieve fame and fortune? Don't be naive, Lu Xiao. Our oil factory has played for 5 years and only managed to win an amateur city championship. Do you really think you are a prodigy? As he spoke, Zhang Jijuan felt an inexplicable pang of bitterness. Moreover, do you know how our oil factory team has survived over these 5 years? It's all thanks to the factory subsidies. Even then, our players earn no more than a regular worker, and sometimes they even have to chip in from their own pockets. Our oil factory can afford to subsidize. Can your fourth factory? Do you know how much suffering it takes for an amateur team to become a professional one? Look at my cousin. His back is almost broken. If this path were so easy, will my cousin need to beg someone to take me away? Perhaps he thinks you are a burden to the team? Tang Song interjected, displeased. He genuinely believed that having players together constituted a team. Isn't it just playing football? What restrictions are there? Zhang Jijuan's expression twisted into a mocking smile as he addressed Lu Xiao. I, Zhang Jijuan, cannot stand to see your fourth factory team succeed. But if you share the same narrow-mindedness as Tang Song, then consider my previous remarks as mere nonsense. You truly. Lu Xiao wanted to retort that Zhang Jijuan was indeed speaking nonsense, but the words failed to escape his lips. 5 years for only an amateur league championship. Lu Xiao believed that the fourth factory could achieve what the oil factory had in just 1 year. But what about higher levels? Provincial, regional, national? Moreover, Lu Xiao began to realize that to become a professional team, they needed their own club and their own football field. As a startup, how long would they have to wait for that? Get lost. Never come looking for Lu Piapiao again. Go live your life with your football dreams. Lu Ongwa, having retrieved a large spoon from the kitchen, shoved the disheartened Lu Xiao out of the restaurant. Lu Xiao, are you crying again? Tang Song asked, arms crossed in the cold night breeze. How could that be? Lu Xiao kept his head down. That's good. Tang Song nodded, then inquired, when does the team begin training? Although I can't be a member, Surely I can join the training early? In no rush. Lu Zhao's fingernails dug into his palm. We still have classes and the college entrance exams. We will start once all of that is over. Oh, that's true. Tang Song tilted his head. I have to take my final exams too. After the tests, I will be a junior high school student. Sigh. How wonderful it would be if I were in high school. If you were in high school, Tang Song would be 16 and could join the field. Were you? A little kid in such a hurry for? Lu Xiao chuckled, looking down as he walked ahead. I'm heading home first. Hey, Lu Xiao. Tang Song suddenly called out. What now? Lu Xiao turned around. You're going the wrong way. Lu Xiao looked up and realized he indeed had taken a wrong turn. Embarrassed. He smiled sheepishly and turned back to continue walking with his head down. Tang Song scratched his head in confusion. He had just walked this route 2 days ago. How could Lu Xiao get lost? But then he felt a twinge of regret. Perhaps it would have been better to let Lu Xiao get lost and be mocked by the team members. Yet, he dismissed the thought. He would not let Lu Xiao wander aimlessly. As he contemplated the prospect of the fourth factory having its own team post-exams, Tang Song felt a surge of excitement, whistling as he approached a secluded corner behind the restaurant. He cherished his bicycle and would not leave it on the street to face unknown risks. As he unlocked it, he suddenly heard a faint sobbing sound from a dark corner, causing him to shiver, recalling the ghost stories he had seen recently. Hey, you're a ghost, and I'm a little ghost. We're friends, so don't get carried away. Tang Song shrank back, unable to discern his direction, and bumped into something soft, letting out a startled scream. Little ghost, you stepped on the foot of a dead ghost. The dead ghost is very angry. What sent chills down Tang Song's spine was a light, airy voice accompanied by a soft giggle whispering in his ear. Before a ghost appears, there is always such laughter. In a panic, Tang Song stumbled backward and ran out of the alley without looking back. Yet, after a few steps, he felt something was amiss. The figure of the ghost felt soft and warm. For what he learned on TV, ghosts shouldn't have warmth. That held true for female ghosts as well. Moreover, after he pushed that female ghost, she uttered a slight cry. How could Tang Song take out the flashlight that Yi Jinshi had given him, directing a beam of light into the dark alley? You rascal! How dare you play tricks? Tang Song pondered, perplexed, as his vehicle was hardly worth such effort. However, upon illuminating the face with the flashlight, he was instantly taken aback. Chapter 29. The final assessment, the light from the flashlight fell upon Lin Yutong's face, causing her to squint slightly. After having a quarrel with Lin Gaofeng, she hadn't run far. Instead, she hid in this alley, listening to Lin Gaofeng's anxious calls as he walked away in distress. It was evident that he still cared for her, which brought her joy. Yet, by the time she regained her senses, Lin Gaofeng's voice had faded, and he was now far off. Now, Lin Yutong was in a quandary, uncertain of how to emerge. Returning directly to the restaurant to wait for Lin Gaofeng was out of the question. That would render her meticulous planning a farce, possibly subjecting her to ridicule. Finding another hiding spot along Lin Gaofeng's likely path was equally impractical, as she was entirely unfamiliar with Linyuan City. Thus, she remained in the alley, hoping for a twist of fate. However, sitting in the darkness made her feel somewhat timid, and thoughts of her mother and their fractured family flooded her mind, overwhelming her with emotion until tears began to flow. Just then, a suspicious remark from Tang Song in the dark made her laugh, and a mischievous idea to frighten him emerged. Unexpectedly, Tang Song pushed back, causing her to twist her ankle, prompting her to cry out in pain. What a thief! Are people in Linyuan City this barbaric? Can't you be gentler with a girl? Lin Yutong grumbled, rubbing her ankle. The combination of pain and isolation brought forth fresh tears. Who was truly barbaric? Had Tang Song ever endured such a loss? Anger surged through him, and he prepared to deliver a proper reprimand to this headstrong young lady. Yet, upon seeing the glistening tears on Lin Yutong's face, his heart softened. In the glow of his flashlight, this princess, who appeared so grimy, had transformed into a wild girl, one as lonely and abandoned as himself. Thus, he said nothing, squatting down and extending his hand toward Lin Yutong. What are you doing? Lin Yutong startled, retreating. If you dare to offend me, I'll call for help. Go ahead, I'm a minor. The law won't concern itself with me. Tang Song seized her foot. Ouch, I'm really going to call for help. Just as Lin Yutong began to cry out, she paused, realizing that though her foot still lacked strength, the pain had subsided after Tang Song's ministrations. Was he here to help her? Lin Yutong stared at Tang Song wide-eyed. People aren't that fragile. A sprained ankle will heal in no time. Tang Song replied nonchalantly, recalling the countless times he had sprained his own ankle on the basketball court, always enduring alone. Besides, he and T cried out in pain when he had just hurt his own foot, had he? Initially, Tang Song had no intention of engaging further with Lin Yutong, but as he turned to leave with his bicycle, he noticed her helpless expression and couldn't resist advising her. You should head home. There are many unsavory characters in Linyuan City. Don't let your quarrel with your father lead to irreversible consequences. Go home. I can't. Tang Song. I'm lost, and my father's lost too. We can't return. Lin Yutong murmured dreamily. Home was such a warm place, but without her mother, could still be called home? Tang Song scratched his head. Why were there so many lost souls tonight? Watching the petite Lin Yutong sitting in the dust. His heart inexplicably ached. Ride with me. Tang Song generously patted the back of his bicycle. I know Linyuan City well. I'll take you home. Tang Song felt a sense of pride. With the bicycle, he had traversed every street and alley, becoming intimately familiar with Linyuan City, even if everyone else was lost. He would not be. You'll take me home? Lin Yutong regarded Tang Song with hesitation. Leave it to me, Tang Song declared proudly. Whether it's you or your father, if you're lost, I can guide you both home. From this young man, Lin Yutong found a rare sense of security. She dried her tears and quietly sat behind Tang Song, holding him tightly. Be gentle. I can't breathe. Tang Song feigned a cough, eliciting a tinkling laugh from Lin Yutong. Do little ghosts need to breathe? She asked. Of course. Only the dead don't breathe. Why does that sound like an insult? Who started first? It did seem that he had initiated the banter, prompting Tang Song to chuckle. Amid their laughter, the bicycle jingled through the enveloping darkness of Linyuan City, swiftly locating Lin Gaofeng, who was anxiously banging on the wall. In the encouraging gaze of Tang Song, Lin Yutong hurriedly recounted the events to Lin Gaofeng, wrapped tightly in his embrace. It felt as if she had reclaimed the most precious treasure in her life. Her worries about being ridiculed dissipated as she repeatedly apologized to Lin Gaofeng. By the time they regained their composure, Tang Song had already walked away. One person and one bicycle cast a lonely shadow beneath the street lamp. Dad, let us go home, Lin Yutong said. All right, but may I speak with the uncles for a moment? After receiving Lin Yutong's consent, Lin Gaofeng turned to those nearby, each carrying their own burdens. I'm a football agent. Facilitating player transfers is my profession. However, compared to others, I prefer to discover lesser-known talents. I assume this is why you sought me out. Regrettably, I must deliver a disappointing answer. I have returned for personal matters. After years without a top-tier team, the youth training program that Linyuan City once took pride in is now in shambles. You should know better than I how the remaining players measure up. If I were to leverage my connections to send them away, that would be tantamount to fraud, and such a deed is beneath me. Lin Gaofeng's words shifted the crowd from anticipation to disappointment, ultimately leading to despair. However, after taking a deep breath, he continued, I can offer an opportunity. I will select the best young player from Linyuan City and provide them with a chance to play abroad. If that individual seizes it, more people will recognize Linyuan City's players, and I will be able to recommend them to the larger clubs. If you desire that opportunity, bring your players to the field for tryouts next weekend. Having concluded his statement, Lin Gaofeng took Lin Yutong's hand and headed home. Behind them, a group of individuals exchanged glances filled with shifting emotions before dispersing with hostility. Dad, why did you change your mind so suddenly? Lin Yutong asked, curious. Because this is also my home. Regardless of how it was in the past or how it is now, I hope it can improve. Lin Gaofeng used to be from Linyuan City, where he still had an old house. Thus, it truly counted as their home. I thought it was because of Tang Song. Lin Yutong was not pleased with Lin Gaofeng's response. She felt that Tang Song was special, and thus, everything should be attributed to that extraordinary person. Ah, you caught me. Lin Gaofeng chuckled. Indeed, when he offered that opportunity, the image of Tang Song lingered in his heart. That boy had managed to return Lin Yutong, who often opposed him, back to Lin Gaofeng's side, stirring deep-seated feelings for this city within Lin Gaofeng. He suddenly realized that the mistakes of the past should not fall upon the shoulders of the youth. Another Friday arrived. After school, the afternoon saw a bustling crowd at the school gate, and Lu Xiao flowed along with the tide of people. ISNT that Lu Xiao. Indeed, today he seems different from usual. Should he not be in a hurry to find that person? Amidst the buzzing discussions, someone patted Lu Xiao on the shoulder and exclaimed, Lu Xiao, I heard you formed a team. When is the match? I want to cheer for you. A team? A match? Indeed, there is one, but it requires more time. More time until when? Lu Xiao was uncertain. Over the past week, he had delved into numerous resources, gaining insights about establishing a team. For the first time, he realized that some endeavors cannot be achieved solely through effort, and some individuals cannot be conquered merely by determination. He was indeed young, with plenty of time ahead. Yet, he sensed that he could no longer afford to wait. Talented players transitioning from amateur to professional are exceedingly rare. Even those who gain fame tend to do so late in their careers. He could not afford to be late. His parents could not wait, and neither could Lu Piapiao. Moreover, could he truly afford to be late? Was the dream of football destined to remain just a dream? Lu Xiao, I knew you were trying to slack off. From the crowd, Tang Song, perched on his bicycle, leaned on one foot, glaring at Lu Xiao. I'm not slacking off. Didn't Ti say I'd start training after the college entrance examination? Oh, Tang Song chuckled apologetically. There are just too many people from your school. I got confused looking for you. Hurry, let us get going. Grandpa Yi wants us to visit him. Tang Song, with his bicycle, would rush to help Yi Jinshi after school and was sent to fetch Lu Xiao. Grandpa Yi is looking for me? Yes, looking for both of us. Tang Song was particularly attentive to this. Yi Jinshi was not just seeking Lu Xiao alone. Hurry up and get on. Not wanting to keep Yi Jinshi waiting. Tang Song reluctantly allowed Lu Xiao to ride with him. However, he wouldn't let Lu Xiao ride the bicycle. It was reserved for him and Yi Jinshi alone. As they traveled, with Lu Xiao's weight on the bike, Tang Song pedaled with gritted teeth, enduring the strain. Lu Xiao could only smile wryly behind him, wondering why this guy insisted on enduring such hardship. Why not let him ride? Upon reaching Yi Jinshi's place, Yi Jinshi dispersed the onlookers and, wiping his hands, addressed the two. 6 years ago, I had you both play football together, and I mentioned there would be periodic assessments. Now, the final assessment has arrived. Both were momentarily stunned. 6 years ago, on that afternoon when Lu Xiao taught Tang Song to play, Yi Jinshi indeed made such a statement, but as time passed, Lu Xiao understood that Yi Jinshi merely wanted Tang Song to have another friend. Why bring up such matters after all these years? This was not a mere assessment. Yi Jinshi's expression grew serious. Perhaps it was an evaluation that could determine the course of your entire life, and only one could succeed. Lu Xiao vaguely grasped what Yi Jinshi was implying. He had numerous avenues for acquiring information, while Tang Song beside him appeared somewhat bewildered. Rest assured, I will definitely be the one to succeed. Tang Song had not given it much thought. He had long been impatient for Yi Jinshi's assessment. He firmly believed that no matter the nature of the evaluation, he would undoubtedly triumph over Lu Xiao. Chapter 30. Cherish the environment. The warm sunlight bathed Linyuan City, and the scent of spring grew ever more potent. When Fang Xiaoqiang arrived at the football field, he quickly attracted countless gazes. He was as robust as a walking iron tower, instilling confidence for this assessment. Those who knew him regarded him as a formidable opponent. Fang Xiaoqiang, you should just go back. You're merely wasting time here, teased Lu Guanjun, a student from sports school. If I'm here to waste time, why then? Among so many players, do you come to speak only to me? Didn't he notice? You've quite the sharp tongue. As he spoke, Lu Guanjun shook hands with Fang Xiaoqiang, secretly applying pressure to catch Fang Xiaoqiang off guard. But unexpectedly, Fang Xiaoqiang squeezed his hand hard enough to cause pain. What if I'm strong? This is a player selection, not a strength competition. You'll find out soon enough. Fang Xiaoqiang disdainfully released his grip, scanning the field to observe today's opponents. When his gaze swept across the entrance of the field, his expression suddenly changed, and he exclaimed, "Had I known he would come, I truly shouldn't have wasted my time here." Who? Lu Guanjun followed his gaze and spotted an elderly man accompanied by two individuals, one of whom was tall and robust, evidently a worthy adversary. However, Lu Guanjun smirked dismissively. Is one Lu Xiao enough to intimidate you? He can indeed score. But this selection involves more than just one skill. In terms of scoring, Lu Guanjun could not compete with Lu Xiao. Nevertheless, the training from the sports school rendered him quite versatile on the field, leading him to believe in his greater adaptability. I'm not talking about Lu Xiao. I'm referring to Tang Song. It was then Lu Guanjun realized Fang Xiaoqiang's unwavering focus was on another child beside the elder. At 11 or 12 years of age, his face bore a somewhat unhealthy pallor. Could such a person really play football? Nevertheless, Fang Xiaoqiang's unusual reaction prompted Lu Guanjun to scrutinize Tang Song with newfound interest. As players continued to arrive, Lin Gaofeng wore a grim expression, pursing his lips in silence. Wu Yong and the others felt unease creeping in and hastily began their pitches. Mr. Lin, look at that one, Zhang Jijuan. See how high he jumps. Is he a monkey? Mr. Lin, look at our Lu Guanjun. See how fast he runs. Running fast. He should go into track and field. Mr. Lin, look at Fong Xiaoqiang. His playing is methodical. Although his technique isn't flashy, he is quite aggressive in defense. Yet Lin Gaofeng remained silent. Higher, faster, stronger is indeed a fundamental requirement for athletes. But such players are all too common, easily found in abundance. This time, he sought a player who was entirely different. Were it not for prior arrangements, Lin Gaofeng would have surely taken his leave. His persistence, waiting for the formal selection, indicated his affection for the city of Linyuan. A group of individuals from various teams and schools chatted incessantly, but upon noticing Lin Gaofeng's indifference, their anxiety began to mount. Just then, an elderly gentleman approached them with a smile, directly addressing Lin Gaofeng. Xiao Lin, you've returned? Why didn't you come to see me? Do you find this old man too talkative? Wu Yong immediately felt displeased. He recognized Yi Jinshi and the individuals accompanying him, given the scarcity of opportunities. Why must this old man insert himself? Old Yi, go where it's cool. Don't waste Mr. Lin's time. Mr. Lin, you master. Lin Gaofeng bowed deeply before Yi Jinshi, his face etched with remorse, feeling unworthy to meet him due to his own inadequacies. Master, Wu Yong was taken aback. He was certain Lin Gaofeng had not referred to him as master, but rather as Shifu, a title that signifies a lifelong bond akin to that of father. Could it be that Lin Gaofeng had indeed studied under him? Wu Yong couldn't help but recall the rumors he had heard while investigating Lin Gaofeng. It was said that Lin Gaofeng had spent some time at Factory 4 and later earned his sports agent certification through sheer perseverance, eventually becoming a football agent. It now appeared that those rumors were indeed true. Grandpa Yi, please have a seat. Wu Yong hurriedly moved a stool over. I want to sit. This old man has a request. I hardly deserve a seat. Master, you're being too modest. Lin Gaofeng lowered his head even further. If you have a matter at hand, your disciple shall assist in any way. Very well, I want to make it difficult for you. Since it's a selection, it means everyone can participate. We have 2 children from Factory 4 who wish to join. Hey, why is everyone meddling? The selection list has already been finalized. Wu Yong had nothing to counter this with, and the others began to protest. They believed that this selection was a result of Lin Gaofeng's connections and had nothing to do with this old man. What the master says is correct. Everyone can participate. A single remark from Lin Gaofeng silenced the crowd, and this must be the 3-time Interscholastic League Golden Shoe winner, Lu Xiao. Lin Gaofeng scrutinized Lu Xiao, only to find himself puzzled. Where is the other one? The other one is surely this? Yi Jinshi turned around, only to realize that Tang Song had vanished. After a prolonged search with Lu Xiao, they finally saw Tang Song hurriedly re-entering the court, but instead of approaching them, he dashed to the stands. How rude, how uncouth. Wu Yong kept chastising. Oh well, he's just a child. A knowing smile crept onto Lin Gaofeng's lips as he discerned Tang Song's intent. The selection had yet to commence, so it was best to allow them some freedom. Tang Song swiftly ascended the stands and settled beside Lin Yutong, who was idly watching the sky and counting the returning migratory birds. Here, take this, your birthday cake. Tang Song offered a sweet cone to Lin Yutong. Oh, Tang Song, what brings you here? Lin Yutong exclaimed, her spirits lifting upon hearing his voice. I've been deceived, Tang Song replied, his head hanging low. Though Tang Song was somewhat out of touch, he was astute. Upon arriving at the field and seeing Zhang Jijuan, Fong Xiaoqiang, and others alongside Lin Gaofeng, he quickly understood Yi Jinshi's implication. He believed that the assessment was merely a competition against Lu Xiao and not against so many others. Thus, he felt misled by Yi Jinshi. Lin Yutong couldn't help but laugh at Tang Song's grievances. Countless individuals would break their heads to partake in this assessment. Yet Tang Song perceived it as a ruse. This child was truly extraordinary. You dare to mock me? Tang Song felt even more dejected. I'm not laughing at you. I'm merely delighted to see you. Lin Yutong quickly clarified, then curiously inquired, why is there only one sweet cone? I don't like eating. Tang Song refrained from mentioning that he only had so much money on him. Oh, I see. Lin Yutong blinked, suddenly displaying a look of regret. I genuinely adore sweet cones, but I fear the cold and can't consume a whole one. Shall we share it then? Would that be acceptable? Fine. Tang Song hadn't anticipated that this headstrong girl would also be afraid of the cold, so he feigned reluctance and quietly shared the sweet cone with her, each taking a bite. You think you can defeat Lu Xiao? After watching for a while, Lin Yutong, as Lin Gaofeng's daughter, had already discerned the player's abilities on the field. Lu Xiao, moving freely, showcased exceptional skill. Of course, I'm quite adept at football. None here can surpass me. Tang Song was fond of boasting. But, given that he was comparing himself to Lu Xiao, he felt compelled to be assertive. What audacity! Where does this boy find the courage to speak such grandiloquent claims? Lu Junxian, who had been secretly observing Tang Song, suddenly erupted. This boy had instantly caught Lin Gaofeng's attention, then cavalierly disregarded the opportunity they cherished, and now, flaunting his ability to win before a girl. How could Lu Junxian tolerate this? A child bold enough to poke Wu Yang's tattoo. How could Tang Song care about Lu Junchuan's outburst? He didn't even glance at Lu Junxian, but instead asked Lin Yutong, "Do you believe in me?" "Yes, I believe you," Lin Yutong replied without a moment's hesitation. "You dare to ignore me." Unlike Zhang Jijuan, Fang Xiaoqiang, and others, Lu Junxian was unfamiliar with Tang Song and felt a swell of anger. With Lin Gaofeng present, he dared not act aggressively. Instead, he took out a football and began to juggle it. A series of dazzling tricks served both as a provocation to Tang Song and a bid for Lin Gaofeng's attention. When he finished, applause erupted. Juggling with his back was simply spectacular. Surely, this selection must belong to him. Amidst the applause, Lin Gaofeng's gaze shifted toward him. Lu Junxian felt a swell of pride. He was more than just quick on his feet. However, he soon observed that not everyone in the crowd was applauding. For instance, Wu Yong, Zhang Jijuan, Fang Xiaoqiang, and Lu Xiao were not clapping. They must be envious, Lu Junxian thought, looking down on their pettiness. When the applause subsided, Tang Song earnestly told Lin Yutong, "One must not easily trust what others say, for some may not fulfill their promises. However, you can trust me, for when I say something, I will surely deliver." Who's to have the sweet cone now? The sweet cone had dwindled to a mere sliver, and Tang Song forgot whose turn it was to eat. "I won't eat it." Lin Yutong shook her head. "Then I shan't eat it either." Now, want to take advantage of Lin Yutong, Tang Song proposed, "Let me perform a magic trick for you." With that, he stood up in the stands, facing the irate Lu Junxian, and tossed the small piece of sweet cone into the air. As it was about to hit the ground, Tang Song sprang into action. He did not stop moving. The piece of sweet cone danced between his feet like a flea unable to escape his control. Lu Junxian stared in disbelief. Aside from football, he had practiced juggling other objects, yet he could never manage to juggle something of that shape. Having previously witnessed Tang Song juggling an empty can, Lu Xiao was once again astonished. He understood that Lu Junchuan's provocation was a fool's errand, but never did he expect Lu Junxian to falter so miserably. Without any ostentation, Tang Song's performance surpassed everyone's imagination. Ultimately, as the sweet cone descended, Tang Song kicked it, sending the small piece soaring like a bullet, landing squarely in a distant trash bin. We must cherish the environment. Tang Song believed this to be of utmost importance. In the midst of the astonishment, only Lin Yutong's applause resonated. "Tang Song, you truly did not deceive me. I hope you never mislead me in the future," Lin Yutong remarked, her gaze reflecting a prism of colors in Tang Song's pupils. Chapter 31. The Fractured Grouping for Tang Song. Juggling a small piece of sweet cone was merely a charming trick to amuse Lin Yutong. He desired to see this carefree girl who shared her sweet cone with him smile, for he realized that her laughter was far more beautiful than her tears. Even if only Lin Yutong's applause filled the air, he cared not, for she was his sole audience. In truth, others were equally captivated by Tang Song's performance. They refrained from applauding, partly due to sheer astonishment that left them at a loss for expression. Moreover, with only one individual able to succeed in this assessment, Tang Song's outstanding performance posed a significant threat to them, making it difficult for them to openly express their admiration. Lu Junxian, stunned into silence, eventually turned and walked away, momentarily coming to the realization that Fang Xiaoqiang was right. With Tang Song's presence, their continued stay here was indeed a futile waste of time. Everyone was a player and should understand that football is not mere flamboyance. No matter how well one juggles, it does not guarantee success in a match. Returning to the crowd, Lu Junxian forced himself to explain, having forgotten his earlier pride after juggling. Some players unfamiliar with Tang Song breathed a sigh of relief. Indeed, a football match is not merely a contest of juggling. To score requires skill and teamwork. Fang Xiaoqiang shook his head. Lu Junxian, you truly do not comprehend how laughable you are. Have you ever seen Zhang Jijuan flaunting his amateur league championship? But have you noticed that once Tang Song appeared, he became meek? Lu Junxian certainly recognized this, but remained unconvinced, believing Fang Xiaoqiang's praise of Tang Song was a ploy to deceive him into leaving. If you know you cannot defeat Tang Song, why not leave? Fang Xiaoqiang pondered for a moment, then sighed. The opportunity is right before us. If one refrains from trying due to fear of loss, one will live with regret. Unlike years past, Fang Xiaoqiang no longer placed such importance on victory. He valued the experience instead. It may seem somewhat lamentable, yet it is equally deserving of respect. For life is not solely defined by winning. The courage to try is a success in itself. Lu Junxian failed to understand Fang Xiaoqiang and scoffed, still believing he could defeat Tang Song. For the upcoming assessment would focus on physical prowess and individual capability. Even though Tang Song has turned 18 this year, Lu Guanjuan is confident that he can far surpass Tang Song in these two major categories, even in the areas where he values Lu Xiao the most. There may be one or two events where he exceeds him, but overall, he is not a match for Lu Guanjuan. This prediction did not miss the mark. He indeed garnered favorable evaluations in the subsequent assessments of physical fitness and personal abilities, even altering Lin Gaofeng's expression slightly. Conversely, Tang Song's scores in these two major categories lagged far behind all players, earning him a score of 0. I want to compare myself to them, Tang Song stated, arms crossed, as he was pulled down from the stands by Yi Jinshi. Years ago, Yi Jinshi had mentioned that the assessment would focus on playing football, without specifying a comparison of running, jumping, or physical coordination. Tang Song felt deceived from the start and now exhibited a decidedly uncooperative attitude, beginning to sulk in front of Yi Jinshi. What do you want to compare? I'll accompany you in any competition. Lu Guanjuan scoffed, yet his expression changed immediately under Tang Song's indifferent gaze. If Tang Song suggested a juggling contest, he could. Football is a team sport. The victory of the team surpasses everything. Comparing individual skills is a foolish endeavor. Tang Song, wishing to end this all, calmly echoed Zhao Jiayao's words from years past. But his criticism now encompassed a wider audience. What does that little brat mean? The players around him nearly exploded with rage. With two major categories broken down into over a dozen subcategories, they had exerted themselves to the utmost, only to be dismissed in this manner. Lin Gaofeng furrowed his brow, his fondness for Tang Song diminishing. He recognized the validity of Tang Song's words and understood that since Yi Jinshi had brought him in, the boy's football skills could not be lacking. However, he disapproved of players who were arrogant. Young athletes should embody humility. Out of respect for Yi Jinshi and acknowledging Tang Song's commendable relationship with Lin Yutang, he refrained from harsh words. You should have been excluded for not participating in the two major assessments. However, since the conversation has reached this point, I can allow you to partake in the upcoming practical combat. This does not indicate my endorsement of you, but rather aims to show you that without a foundation in the two major categories, your football skills are nothing but a castle in the air. After the evaluations of the two major categories, Lin Gaofeng had a rough understanding of the players' abilities. He had to admit that he was pleasantly surprised by the results, particularly with players like Fang Xiaoqiang, Zhang Jijuan, Lu Xiao, and Lu Guanjuan. It appeared that the young players from Linyuan City were not as lacking as he had feared. Thus, he believed the upcoming practical confrontation would be intense. Since Tang Song was so obstinate, it was just as well to throw him into the fray for some training. Lin Gaofeng did not wish to humiliate Tang Song, but intended to impart a lesson that would benefit him for a lifetime. Unexpectedly, as soon as he finished speaking, Wu Yong vehemently opposed. Mr. Lin, we cannot allow this brat to take the field. He has disrupted the selection rules. I suggest we expel him immediately. Wu Yong even intended to take matters into his own hands. Hearing that Lin Gaofeng wanted to exclude Tang Song made Wu Yong as elated as if he had struck gold, only for Lin Gaofeng to quickly offer Tang Song another opportunity. This was unacceptable. Though Zhang Jijuan might not necessarily make the cut without Tang Song, he at least had a substantial chance. With Tang Song in the mix, there would be no room for struggle. Wu Yong's reaction drew laughter from those around Lin Gaofeng. It was clear that he was not genuinely concerned about maintaining the rules. His expression was one of fear. Was this man truly afraid of child? It seemed utterly ridiculous. Here, I am the rule, Lin Gaofeng said coldly. He himself was unsure why he was so insistent. But Tang Song's youthful face, illuminated by the sun, evoked a familiar shadow in him. He wished to prevent past mistakes from repeating. Hence his eagerness to instill humility in Tang Song through a setback. Once Lin Gaofeng spoke, everything was set in motion. In the team assignments, he did not impose on Tang Song. Instead, he placed him on the same team as Lu Xiao, while Zhang Jijuan, Fang Xiaoqiang, Lu Guanjuan, and others were assigned to another team. There was a noticeable disparity in strength between the two teams, but this was intentional on Lin Gaofeng's part. The temporary grouping meant that there was no pre-existing chemistry among the players, yet this would serve as a test of their on-the-spot performance. Professional teams can alter their roster for each match. You might find yourself suddenly transferred to other teams during the season. This ability to perform under pressure ensures that you can deliver commendable performances in any circumstance and secure your position within the team. Lin Gaofeng explained earnestly. Tang Song was quite pleased with this arrangement. He was accustomed to fighting alongside Lu Xiao and anticipated them being fine teammates in the future. There was competition between them, but Tang Song hoped it would be of a healthy nature. No, since it's about on-the-spot performance, I should not be grouped with Tang Song, Lu Xiao suddenly remarked. Unusually silent until now. Tang Song felt as if he had been struck, the noise in his ears deafening, his mind blank. Lu Xiao, I understand your concerns. In the practical confrontation, you may indeed lose, but the outcome of the team does not reflect individual performance. This assessment places greater emphasis on the latter. Lin Gaofeng was more focused on Lu Xiao at this moment, having not paid attention to Tang Song. In the two major categories, Lu Xiao's strengths and weaknesses were equally pronounced, with an overall score significantly lower than Lu Guanjuan's, and even Zhang Jijuan surpassed him. His greatest shortcoming was his overly hasty ball control. However, Lin Gaofeng found this even more admirable. He sought players with unique qualities, and the raw power inherent in Lu Xiao, with its terrifying explosive potential, captivated Lin Gaofeng's attention. Techniques can be honed, but some attributes are innate. His team arrangement took this into account. He wanted to test whether Lu Xiao's strength could be unleashed in adversity. Meanwhile, Lu Xiao's toughness could create space for Tang Song, preventing the young man from suffering a complete defeat. That is precisely why I cannot be grouped with Tang Song, Lu Xiao insisted, because we have a greater understanding of each other than anyone else. Yes, they've played football together since childhood, Wu Yong quickly chimed in. Since they could not rid themselves of Tang Song, they absolutely could not allow him to team up with Lu Xiao. Otherwise, Zhang Jijuan would truly be at a loss. Testing on-the-spot performance without prior chemistry is Lin Gaofeng's exact words. Thus, even though he had ulterior motives, Wu Yong could not stubbornly cling to his opinions in the face of the opposition from the involved parties and bystanders. Then let us switch Zhang Jijuan and Lu Xiao. Lin Gaofeng sighed. Since Lu Xiao was unwilling to be on the same team as Tang Song, he had no choice but to place him on the stronger side to observe how he would interact with teammates who were equally unwilling to yield. Wu Yong was left dumbfounded. Was he really shooting himself in the foot? He understood better than anyone that no matter who Tang Song was paired with, he would always be the brightest star. Even the players from the fourth factory understood this. Wu Yong had witnessed the two matches between the oil factory and the fourth factory 6 years ago. Tang Song had needed Lu Xiao to first open the scoring before he could shine, yet upon their reunion 6 years later, it was Tang Song who led the charge, allowing Lu Xiao to contribute thereafter. If Lu Xiao couldn't eclipse Tang Song's brilliance, how could Zhang Jijuan? As it stood, Wu Yong could only find ways to console Zhang Jijuan. The oil factory can lose matches, but they cannot lose face. Cousin, I remember everything you said. Zhang Jijuan replied with rare seriousness. All right, it seems you have grown up. Wu Yong fell silent, his mind echoing with the lyrics from Song Fangjian's song 6 years ago. Let us go. Let us go. One must learn to grow up. Indeed, it was a song of confession. Albeit not a lover-esque confession, but rather a declaration to fate. Lu Xiao, what do you mean? Tang Song, snapping back to reality, glared at Lu Xiao. He felt betrayed. Ever since they began playing football, they had been teammates in both training and matches. Suddenly, they had become rivals, leaving Tang Song with an unsettling feeling of something fracturing. He despised this sensation, having already witnessed too many fractures around him. He yearned for something that could remain perfect forever. Football is a team sport, and leading your respective teams to victory is the essence of the assessment, Lu Xiao replied, his gaze evasive. Oh, it seems I misunderstood you. Tang Song smiled apologetically, initially intending to pass the ball to you more often so that you could score more than them. Now, I can only lead the team to victory. Unable to meet Tang Song's innocent smile, Lu Xiao could only lower his head deeply. Chapter 32. It's not imitation. It's about winning. Tang Song was not fond of this assessment, yet he noticed Lu Xiao seemed quite earnest. After some contemplation, he felt relieved. The fourth factory aimed to establish a football team, and it certainly needed to make a resounding debut. Lu Xiao was striving to earn recognition for the fourth factory. Observing Lu Xiao's dedication to the team, Tang Song resolved to support him, ensuring he stood out among the rest. Though Lu Xiao wasn't on his team, which briefly saddened him, he felt guilty after hearing Lu Xiao's explanation. Lu Xiao was focused on earning accolades for the fourth factory while also remembering their assessment. His dual dedication made Tang Song feel ashamed of his own nonchalance. Tang Song was reluctant to participate in the assessment, desiring to keep their competition free from any ambiguity. Yet, seeing Lu Xiao's forthrightness, he too decided to give his all. While preparing, Tang Song recalled something and dashed to the stands. Speaking to Lin Yutong, I remember you said you could defeat Lu Xiao. Lin Yutong responded confidently, I remember every word you said, and I believe you will win. Feeling a sense of impending doom, Tang Song turned and ran. He wished for attention, but the thought of someone remembering every word he spoke was somewhat terrifying. At 6 years old, he dared to challenge Lu Xiao and even Wu Yong, unafraid of threats to break his legs. Yet now, he found himself intimidated by the girl who took his words seriously. Tang Song had never considered breaking a promise to Lin Yutong. Fear only heightened his resolve. It seemed imperative that he win this match. Lin Yutong watched him flee like a startled rabbit, smiling with delight, before turning to the crowd surrounding Lin Gaofeng, saying, Dad, let us take Tang Song with us. A wave of unease swept through the group behind Lin Gaofeng. Though he had principles, they wondered how far his love for Lin Yutong would stretch those principles. Ridiculous, Lin Gaofeng exclaimed. You were bought off with an ice cream? Lin Yutong made a silly face and stuck out her tongue, saying, You'll have to take him anyway because he said he would win against everyone. And he always keeps his word. Can we take a child's words seriously? Lin Gaofeng's expression softened. His greatest concern had been that Tang Song sought Lin Yutong's help to gain an unfair advantage. But it appeared that it was merely Tang Song's innocent words that Lin Yutong took to heart. This realization eased his mind, as Tang Song, though seemingly unruly, had not crossed any lines. Lin Gaofeng dismissed Lin Yutong's words, and those around him felt relieved. They remarked that Tang Song was arrogant. But two individuals remained silent. Yi Jinshi, who smiled without speaking, and Wu Yong, who felt bitter yet lacked the courage to voice his thoughts. This assessment held significant meaning for the players. Once prepared, they instinctively took to the field. As the whistle blew, they sprang into action. For that coveted spot, they would unleash all their skills, even inventing new techniques. Zhang Jizhuan, a forward, angled his run towards the opponent's goal, but hesitated midway. After all, the one with the ball was Tang Song. Would he actually pass? Just then, Tang Song dashed over, pointing a finger at him and scolding, Zhang Jizhuan, I know your skills are subpar, but I didn't expect you to be this useless. Can't even receive a good pass? What pass? Zhang Jizhuan was utterly bewildered, only to see the referee regretfully signaling for a throw-in to the opposing team. It turned out that while Zhang Jizhuan was lost in thought, Tang Song had already delivered a precise through ball. If Zhang Jizhuan had continued running, he would have had a chance to score, or at the very least, make a brilliant assist. Unfortunately, his sudden slowdown caused the ball to roll out of bounds. Tang Song's pass had been clever, yet he could not have anticipated Zhang Jizhuan's indecisive mindset. After being publicly chastised by Tang Song, Zhang Jizhuan suppressed his irritation and desperately sought an excuse. There were objective reasons for not receiving the ball. Tang Song scrutinized Zhang Jizhuan and remarked, Your hair obstructs your vision. That's not good. It needs to be fixed. That's not the reason. Zhang Jizhuan felt caught between laughter and tears. With a change of heart, he rushed to the sidelines to tie his hair back. Tang Song, next time, I promise I won't drop the ball. This vow was akin to a declaration. If Tang Song could generously pass to him, was his mindset not broader than that of a child? It doesn't matter if you drop it. I didn't expect much from you anyway, Tang Song replied nonchalantly. This was an assessment between him and Lu Xiao. He had no intention of relying on Zhang Jijuan for victory. All right then. Zhang Jijuan conceded with a hint of resignation. Tang Song remained as inscrutable as ever, prompting him to add, I guarantee I won't hold you back. I may not be as skilled as you, but I can manage that. Zhang Jijuan voiced his thoughts candidly. He was aware that his chances of being selected were slim, yet if Tang Song could overlook past grievances, he too would not embarrass himself. He aimed to play well, indifferent to the outcome, focusing solely on playing with integrity. That's more like it. You actually have some talent. Play well, and you'll surely score. Zhang Jijuan lowered his tone, leaving Tang Song feeling slightly uncomfortable. Their first collaboration inevitably involved some mistakes. But Tang Song was not petty. He quickly forgave Zhang Jijuan. As the game progressed, Zhang Jijuan indeed played diligently, leading to a series of smooth combinations from Tang Song's side, eliciting mixed emotions from those in the stands. Those supporting Tang Song rejoiced at the rapid formation of a cohesive team, sure that their post-match ratings would be commendable. Conversely, those aligned with Liu Xiao felt anxious, as most of their players had performed admirably during the assessment, increasing their chances of selection compared to Tang Song's team. Consequently, they focused more on personal performance, even leading to instances of competing for the ball with teammates, which appeared quite unbecoming. Wu Yang's mood finally improved. Tang Song's public reprimand of Zhang Jijuan had indeed put him in an awkward position. Yet the subsequent brilliant collaborations between Tang Song and Zhang Jijuan showcased a performance he had never exhibited before, drawing Lin Gaofeng's attention several times. This was a promising sign. Despite Tang Song's brilliance, he remained merely a child yet to turn 12, with an uncertain future. Zhang Jijuan, on the other hand, at 18, possessed youthful impulsiveness and ignorance, yet his mindset was undoubtedly more mature than Tang Song's. By humbling himself before Tang Song, he had earned a favorable impression. As Tang Song's side began to show signs of improvement, the players on Liu Xiao's team felt an increasing sense of pressure. Liu Junxian increasingly agreed with Fang Xiaoqiang's assertion that trying to show off in front of Tang Song was foolishness, and believing they could defeat him was even more laughable. That young man quickly became the core of the team. Not only was he active in offense, but he also contributed significantly to defense. While everyone on the pitch aspired to shine in both attack and defense, only Tang Song excelled at both. Meanwhile, with Liu Xiao and his dual forward formation, they had played for nearly 10 minutes without even a decent combination, let alone a threatening shot on goal. Liu Junxian received the ball. Suddenly, Liu Junxian heard a shout, jolting him from his reverie as he caught sight of a dark figure rapidly approaching. Instinctively, he leaped, only to be struck squarely by that figure, making his vision explode with stars. Liu Xiao, are you passing or just kicking me? Liu Guanjuan felt a searing pain on his face, his heart ablaze with indignation. It would have been one thing if the ball had merely struck him. He could have accepted that it ricocheted off his head and into the goal. However, the ball had instead soared straight out of bounds, rendering him the butt of the joke among the spectators. Surely, Liu Xiaoshu could not have intended such an outcome. The more clumsily Liu Xiaoshu performed, the more his own competence shone in comparison. Aware of Liu Xiaoshu's fiery temperament, Liu Guanjuan prepared himself for an outburst. Yet, Liu Xiaoshu merely glanced at him and nonchalantly remarked, "Be careful. I will assist you shortly." Liu Guanjuan, momentarily convinced that he had misheard in his ire, confirmed the reality of Liu Xiaoshu's words when he saw Fang Xiaoqiang's equally incredulous expression. This was Liu Xiaoshu, a 3-time Golden Shoe Award winner. When had he ever chosen to play the supporting role? Fang Xiaoqiang found it even harder to believe. Their rivalry had begun 6 years ago, and in all that time, he could recall only one instance where Liu Xiaoshu had willingly passed up a scoring opportunity to assist another player, during the match between the 4th plant and the primary school of the government office. Suddenly, a memory struck Liu Xiaoshu, and Fang Xiaoqiang pondered, "Are you attempting to emulate Tang Song?" Liu Xiaoshu did not respond. He simply turned to walk back, brushing past Tang Song, who had raised his hand in greeting. It was not imitation, it was about victory. Liu Xiaoshu harbored his own ambitions. He understood better than anyone that once the game commenced, Tang Song would be the chosen one. Thus, he resolved to defeat Tang Song using his own methods. If Tang Song was selfless, so would he be. If Tang Song could assist, so would he. If Tang Song could play the core role in the team, so could he. Unable to achieve this while playing alongside Tang Song, He was willing to disappoint him to venture to the other side. All of this stemmed from that singular opportunity, the only immediate chance to join a professional team. Liu Xiaoshu craved recognition, and the professional team could provide that. He saw financial stability, and the professional team could grant him that as well. Everything he yearned for, the professional team could offer. The only obstacle was Tang Song, the one with whom he had triumphed over the oil factory, bested Fang Xiaoqiang, and drawn against the primary school of the government office. "I'm sorry," Liu Xiaoshu thought as he observed Tang Song's pale face, once again marred by disappointment due to him. But this time, merely apologizing would not suffice. He was determined to win. Chapter 33. The best teammate Wu Yong, who had just felt that Zhang Jijuan had a significant opportunity, extended his neck as he saw Liu Xiaoshu begin to actively create plays. Liu Xiaoshu's style was not typically like this. He was a fraud. In his desperation, Wu Yong spoke without thinking, attempting to redirect Lin Gaofeng's attention back to Zhang Jijuan. This match tested their ability to perform under pressure, and players could make any choice they deemed right. Liu Xiaoshu's actions were not incorrect. Lin Gaofeng remained unfazed. Yet, he felt differently within. He valued the fierce spirit that Liu Xiaoshu exuded, not the willingness to change for the sake of winning. There were countless ways to achieve victory. Each player had their own style, and there was no hierarchy among them. To imitate a tiger and end up resembling a dog. Liu Xiaoshu had chosen the least fitting approach for this game. Lin Gaofeng was most averse to such a transformation. He would rather see Liu Xiaoshu seize every opportunity, anchoring the team's fate on his own scoring prowess. That was the approach most suited to Liu Xiaoshu. The team needed supporting players, but a vibrant red flower could never become mere foliage. The moment a red flower altered its hue marked its descent into decay. Nevertheless, Liu Xiaoshu's transformation invigorated their team's performance. While he could not meld the team together as seamlessly as Tang Song, his teammates' superior abilities allowed for a back-and-forth dynamic on the field, with the score fluctuating thrillingly. When Liu Xiaoshu assisted Liu Guanjuan in scoring, the latter raised his fist in triumph, awakening everyone to the current score. 4-3, Liu Xiaoshu's team momentarily in the lead. During this period, whenever Tang Song scored, Liu Xiaoshu would also respond with a goal, and for every assist Tang Song made, Liu Xiaoshu would quickly follow suit. At that moment, both had contributed 2 goals and 1 assist, while other players on Liu Xiaoshu's side had also scored, maintaining their lead. Time remained in the match. Yet all understood that this evaluation was already half over. The final spots would be determined solely between Liu Xiaoshu and Tang Song. Even Wu Yong ceased his self-importance. Realizing that after more than 70 minutes of play, Lin Gaofeng's gaze had not lingered on Zhang Jijuan for even a second. The illusion that Lin Gaofeng had considered Zhang Jijuan arose only because Tang Song had coincidentally run past him. Lin Gaofeng could no longer overlook Tang Song. He didn't even need to highlight Tang Song's strengths, instead focusing on identifying his weaknesses. For instance, his speed was lacking, at times his ball handling was sluggish, and his defensive positioning could be imprudent. Yet, what more could one expect from a player not yet 12 years old? It seemed you had already arrived at your conclusion. To avoid clouding Lin Gaofeng's judgment, Yi Jinshi had scarcely spoken. But now, as the answer became apparent, he felt unencumbered. Yes, Lin Gaofeng acknowledged, knowing there was no need for concealment. However, time was of the essence, and this was the crucial moment. A football match lasts for 90 minutes. I understand, Yi Jinshi replied calmly. His tranquility prompted Lin Gaofeng to voice the dilemma that had been troubling him. Both of these boys are your prodigy, yes, but I can truly only select one. Do you think that is fair to the one who does not make the cut? There is nothing unfair about it. This is their fate, and they will come to understand, Yi Jinshi replied with a bittersweet smile, reminiscent of your own experiences from years past. Lin Gaofeng's lips twitched, and despite several attempts to speak, he found himself at a loss for words, ultimately redirecting his gaze to the field. With only 10 minutes remaining, everyone heightened their defensive efforts. Whether selected or not was secondary. This match could not be lost. Fang Xiaoqiang called out loudly. He felt a pang of frustration. Had this group of players been his teammates in the school team, they would never have allowed Tang Song to score so freely. His current teammates were indeed superior to those from his school days, yet pride was prevalent among them, even in defense. After hearing the same instructions a few times, impatience set in, leading to accusations of him seeking the spotlight. Fang Xiaoqiang's instructions were merely habitual. He had not anticipated anyone would truly come to his side. Fang Xiaoqiang, Let me join the defense, Lu Xiaoshu said. You want to defend? What about offense? Fang Xiaoqiang asked. No more attacking. We all know Tang Song's desire to win will compel him to achieve the unimaginable at the last moment, Lu Xiaoshu responded. Fang Xiaoqiang, of course, remembered the stunning 4-2 comeback from years past. As for how to position Lu Xiaoshu defensively, Fang Xiaoqiang was a loss. I will do my utmost to mark Tang Song, Lu Xiaoshu declared. Can you manage that? Fang Xiaoqiang was skeptical. If he couldn't accomplish it, how could Lu Xiaoshu? It should be feasible. Tang Song has weaknesses that you may not comprehend or may disdain to exploit, Lu Xiaoshu replied, his head bowed, concealing his expression from Fang Xiaoqiang. Is that true? After a moment of bewilderment, Fang Xiaoqiang's pupils dilated. He gasped, like a fish out of water, Lu Xiaoshu, you truly are a remarkable teammate. The blunt sarcasm seemed lost on Lu Xiaoshu, who, when he lifted his head, wore a mask of stoicism. Having made that decision, he knew there was no turning back. Tang Song was unconcerned about his team trailing by a goal. What mattered to him was achieving parity with Lu Xiaoshu. In this manner, Yi Jinsher could only gently pat the heads of the two individuals, remarking, "Ah, splendid, both of you have performed admirably." Tang Song, however, was not inclined to share in the commendation directed towards Lu Xiao. Since Lu Xiao was so earnestly engaged in the competition, Tang Song felt compelled to exert every ounce of his strength to secure victory over Lu Xiao, for that was the true manifestation of his diligence. Upon noticing Lu Xiao had repositioned himself, Tang Song mistakenly assumed Lu Xiao was awaiting his challenge. It seemed that after a 6-year wait for this assessment, Lu Xiao too was eager for a definitive outcome. Why delay any further? With a joyful spirit, Tang Song dribbled the ball towards Lu Xiao, confronting him directly. He feigned emotion, pivoted, and leaned against Lu Xiao, preparing to maneuver past him. Yet at the very moment their bodies made contact, Lu Xiao suddenly thrust forward, his immense strength causing Tang Song to stumble and fall. Lu Xiao, what are you doing? Tang Song heard Lin Yutong's voice from the stands, exclaiming in surprise. However, he paid her no heed, his focus solely on Lu Xiao. Confusion and disbelief clouded Tang Song's thoughts. Physical confrontation was indeed a vital aspect of the match. Listen, the referee has not blown the whistle, Lu Xiao said softly, maintaining control of the ball. Fang Xiaoqiang watched in astonishment. Lu Xiao had indeed exploited that weakness, a vulnerability he had been reluctant to utilize. It had been ineffective 6 years prior, and it remained so now. They were 6 years older than Tang Song. And while age might not have mattered among adults, at their age, such a gap could lead to a significant disparity in strength, especially one as pronounced as 6 years. Lu Xiao's advantage over Tang Song was unmistakable. Suddenly, Fang Xiaoqiang felt a pang of frustration for Tang Song. From a technical standpoint, Lu Xiao had not committed a foul. But morally, as a friend, his actions were decidedly inappropriate. It appears I have misjudged you, Tang Song said, rising to his feet, brushing off the dirt as he smiled apologetically at Lu Xiao. You are not in the wrong. I concede that in physical confrontations, I am at a disadvantage. Nevertheless, I shall still triumph. As long as there were no infractions and everything remained within the bounds of football regulations. Tang Song genuinely did not perceive any injustice in Lu Xiao utilizing his physical advantage against him. If Lu Xiao were to hold back out of pity, any victory he achieved would lack honor. Tang Song felt somewhat remorseful towards Lu Xiao, having mistakenly believed he would resort to unscrupulous tactics to hinder him. As a gesture of apology for this misunderstanding, he resolved not to vie for the captaincy of the 4th factory team against Lu Xiao. Subsequently, Lu Xiao indeed executed his promise, marking Tang Song tightly. This led everyone to uncover another flaw of Tang Song. His pallid complexion was indicative of malnutrition. His previous ability to play the entire match had stemmed from the fact that he did not have to defend in the 4th factory. Today, however, with a makeshift defense riddled with gaps and driven by urgency, Tang Song was forced to expend some of his energy in defensive efforts. As the match approached its climax, a weary Tang Song persevered solely through sheer determination. At that moment, he encountered Lu Xiao once more. Lu Xiao's aggressively relentless defense rapidly drained the last remnants of his stamina. Many believed Tang Song could no longer run. The harder he struggled, the more Lu Xiao clung to him like a relentless shadow, toppling him repeatedly. Lu Xiao did not go too far. Fang Xiaoqiang expressed his concern. The youth who lay on the ground clenched his palm tightly, clearly unwilling to reveal the gash on his hand. This was a football match. As long as no fouls were committed, it was within reason. Lu Xiao's hair, damp with sweat, clung to his forehead, lending him a somewhat disheveled appearance. Indeed, Tang Song rose once more, as if nothing had transpired. Fang Xiaoqiang, do not interrupt us. I must prove to ye grandpa that I am the superior player. What did you say? Fang Xiaoqiang thought he had misheard. Why are you participating in this assessment? To Tang Song, this assessment of fate was merely a means to earn a compliment from Yi Jinshi. Yet, Fang Xiaoqiang, knowing Tang Song, understood he would not lie about such matters, which rendered it even more incredulous. Was it truly worth competing to this extent for a compliment that was merely superfluous? You heard correctly. Lu Xiao's expression was more sorrowful than one of tears. To this point, Tang Song remained oblivious to the true significance of a match. Fang Xiaoqiang glanced at Tang Song and then at Lu Xiao, his disdain growing more palpable. He no longer wished to converse with Lu Xiao, instead patting Tang Song's shoulder meaningfully, saying, Tang Song, you truly have an exceptional teammate. Indeed, Tang Song nodded earnestly. Lu Xiao was indeed remarkable. The very idea of forming a team at the fourth factory had originated with Lu Xiao, and such a teammate was undoubtedly commendable. Lu Xiao quickly turned his face away, fearing that if he looked at Tang Song any longer, he would be unable to bear it. Chapter 34. The pace of growth thanks to Yi Jinshi's explanation. The spectators in the stands became aware of a small incident that had transpired years ago. Lin Gaofeng wished to laugh, but found no humor in it. Had he not heard it from Yi Jinshi himself, he would never have believed that someone could fall in love with football for such a simple reason. And yet you tripped him? Yi Jinshi furrowed his brow. Although Lu Xiao's actions had not constituted a foul, they were indeed excessive. Several times, the referee raised his whistle, only to have Lin Gaofeng's glance alter the referee's judgment. None of this escaped Yi Jinshi's keen observation. For in football, absolute fairness has never existed, or rather, absolute fairness is a myth in this world. Lin Gaofeng suddenly felt a surge of emotion. Why do others run faster, possess greater strength, have more wealth, and exhibit more beauty? If one lacks the courage to confront such injustice, no matter how talented a player may be, they will not achieve their rightful success. Lin Gaofeng could have replaced Tang Song at that very moment. From a competitive standpoint, Tang Song had indeed surpassed Lu Xiao. Moreover, at merely 12 years old, his potential for development far exceeded that of Lu Xiao. Yet for reasons unknown, Lin Gaofeng sensed an uncanny familiarity about Tang Song. That sensation frightened him, as he feared Tang Song might repeat the same mistakes. Thus, he hesitated to make a final decision. You have changed, Yi Jinshi observed, looking at Lin Gaofeng with unfamiliarity. Indeed, I have changed. Lin Gaofeng dared not meet Yi Jinshi's gaze. Just then, Lu Xiao attempted to tackle Tang Song, who, unwilling to relinquish possession, fell to the ground. His unprotected shins scraped against the rough surface, leaving a long, visible gash that he could not conceal. Enough. I will have him substituted immediately, and I shall inform him that he has indeed played better than Lu Xiao. As for whether you take him away, that is no concern of mine. Yi Jinshi resolutely decided, convinced that Tang Song would heed his words. I apologize. I will have them substitute immediately. Lin Gaofeng suddenly recognized his excessive demands. Tang Song's displayed talent was already sufficient to qualify him as a competent player. I will take him with me. No one opposed Lin Gaofeng's decision. Even though the team was behind, Tang Song's performance had moved everyone. He will not agree to it. Lin Yutong suddenly stepped forward, halting Yi Jinshi, her gaze sweeping across the varied expressions of the crowd. Do you not believe? Then I shall tell him, and you may listen to his response. Lin Yutong jumped down from the stands, crouching beside Tang Song, and declared loudly, Tang Song, Yi Grandpa has sent me to tell you that you have indeed played better than Lu Xiao. You need not continue. We all believe you have won. And Yi Grandpa has prepared a gift for you. Tang Song looked up at the stands, where Yi Jinshi smiled amidst the crowd, sincerely stating, Tang Song, you have indeed played the best among all the players. Tang Song fell silent. The wounds on his palm and shins were conspicuous. Yet the pain he bore in unseen places was far greater. Even Li Qingdong was left aching all over from his confrontations with Lu Xiao. How could Tang Song fare any better? Yet now, he had heard the very words he longed to hear. With a simple nod, he could rest. There was a moment when nearly everyone believed that Tang Song would agree to be substituted, and indeed, he nodded in acknowledgement. However, he did not intend to leave the field. Rather, he had uncovered a significant secret, which he whispered to Lin Yutong. I had long suspected that Grandpa Yi did not understand the game, and it turns out I was right. Our team is still trailing. How can we claim to play better than Lu Xiao? Lin Yutong, fixated on the weary expression of Tang Song, suddenly burst into laughter. Yet, as her gaze fell upon the ghastly injury on his calf, her vision blurred with tears. Your name is unfortunate, Tang Song grumbled, pushing Lin Yutong off the field. His eyes perpetually glistening with unshed tears, resembling a sorrowful child. I promised that we would win against Lu Xiao, and if you refrain from crying, I shall perform the magic of winning the game for you. All right, I won't cry. If you perform well, I will treat you to an ice cream cone after the match. Lin Yutong replied, promptly wiping away her tears and smiling sweetly at Tang Song. He turned his head away, realizing that Lin Yutong's tear-streaked smile was rather unappealing. It would have been better had she continued to weep. I already said I dislike ice cream, Tang Song retorted, yet soon added with resignation, but who has to blame for you only being able to have half? He felt vexed. How could someone who feared the cold invite another to share an ice cream? Thus, Tang Song remained on the field, bearing his scars, resolutely gazing at Lu Xiao, who loomed before him like an insurmountable mountain. The stands fell silent. They no longer understood why this child played football. It seemed as though he played to defeat Lu Xiao, yet it also appeared he wished to burn his finite life on the pitch, undeterred until his last breath. The ball found its way to Tang Song's feet. His teammates had already accepted their fate and ceased to care about the outcome of the match. Since Tang Song was still intent on playing, they willingly relinquished all possession to him. Lu Xiao approached Tang Song swiftly, his gaze landing on the scar on Tang Song's calf, a mark inflicted by him, and his heart ached, yet he could not turn back. In pursuit of fame and fortune, he chose to betray the already rare friendship with that child. For fame and fortune, perhaps, yet betrayal is indeed shameful. In making that decision, he had resolved to live a life steeped in disgrace. Therefore, he must win. Otherwise, all his actions would be rendered meaningless. Tang Song, give up. I concede my defeat, and everyone thinks the same. Could you please stop playing? As he watched Tang Song struggle to dribble the ball, Lu Xiao found it increasingly difficult to continue. Why was this child always so foolish? 6 years ago, he had wanted to play barefoot, and now, 6 years later, he insisted on riding a bicycle with him. Why must he endure such hardships? Give up? Tang Song appeared infuriated. If you think you can manipulate me psychologically, save your breath. I want to fall for it. He did not disclose to Lu Xiao that since discovering that football at the age of 6, it had become his entire existence. If he were to abandon this, he would truly have nothing left. Yet, you cannot win this match alone. Lu Xiao could see that Tang Song's teammates had chosen to surrender. I don't need their help. This is my game, Tang Song scoffed, slowly dribbling the ball to the left with his right foot. He was indeed exhausted. The first dribbling move he had learned could only be executed as sluggishly as when he had first attempted it. Lu Xiao stood still, knowing that even at a slow pace, Tang Song could still create a threat. Sure enough, as Tang Song pulled the ball back from the left to the right, his movements quickened significantly, leaving one guessing whether he would continue left or veer right. Lu Xiao could not guess, for he did not need to. He stepped forward, moving close to Tang Song. His objective was to thwart Tang Song. Regardless of whether he moved left or right, the ball would advance. And all he needed to do was block Tang Song to succeed. Suddenly, his vision blurred. Tang Song's foot, which had been resting on the ball, struck the ground. And with a gentle flick, the football soared high into the air. In a swift turn, Tang Song evaded Lu Xiao's challenge, passing him as he expertly headed the ball, descending from the sky. A skillful flick, Tang Song, capable of juggling a can or even a small piece of ice cream, executed this move effortlessly. No, Lu Xiao lunged, but missed entirely, his heart sinking. The football landed before Tang Song and bounced up. Fang Xiaoqiang rushed in, but it was already too late. Tang Song swung his leg fiercely, sending the ball hurtling towards a goal. Whoosh! The ball whizzed past, a long-range shot that even Wu Yu could not save. Despite its slightly lacking power, it left the goalkeeper helpless, watching as the football weaved through the crowd and traced an elegant arc into the net. 4-4. 6 years ago, Li Qingdong had not misjudged. Tang Song was not a wild dog, but rather a wolf that had forgotten its identity. In the mundane fabric of life, he had strived to conceal his true self. Yet in times of desperation, his sharp fangs would emerge, delivering a lesson in defeat to anyone who dared to underestimate him. Everyone was taken aback. They could not comprehend how Tang Song, utterly fatigued, could unleash such tremendous strength. However, they would soon understand. After scoring, Tang Song swayed unsteadily. Had it not been for Lin Yutong rushing onto the field to support him, he would have collapsed, having fought valiantly to the point of exhaustion. He was now battered and drained. Lin Gaofeng unconsciously approached the sidelines. His mind was devoid of any reservations. This was the player he had been searching for. Lin Yutong quietly supported Tang Song, and neither spoke. As Tang Song departed her side, gradually returning to the center to await the restart, Lin Yutong slowly retreated to the sidelines, halting Lin Gaofeng, who intended to issue orders to the referee. Tang Song had not yet won. There was no need for a substitution. Tong, this time I wish to take him away willingly. I did not intend to replace him, but to conclude the match. It cannot end prematurely. Father, haven't you grasped the situation yet? Tang Song does not care whether you take him away. He simply wishes to play each match earnestly, as if every game were the last of his life. Lin Yutong glanced at Tang Song, whose complexion had grown even paler, though they had met only twice. Her concern for him was no less than anyone else's. She empathized with his injuries and fatigue, and she understood his fervor for the game. Yet, it was not a matter of great consequence. After all, time was indeed running short, was it not? Lin Yutong's words compelled Lin Gaofeng, worried about Tang Song's condition, to decide to continue the match. He could end this game early, but what about the future? Since he intended to take Tang Song away, he must allow him to endure the trials of hardship. Tang Song remained on the field, his emaciated form standing tall. The seed that Song Fangjian once believed in had grown, akin to a robust green pine. Zhang Jijuan gazed at that silent figure, suddenly turning to look at the stands. He wished to tell Wu Yong that he had finally comprehended what it meant to lose a game without losing oneself. If it were merely about drying one's tears and standing up again, that could not serve as an excuse for this phrase. Only someone like Tang Song could truly embody the essence of losing a match without losing one's dignity. No, perhaps in this game, he could indeed emerge victorious. In the shadow of Tang Song, Zhang Jijuan regained his spirits, as if rejuvenated. Chapter 35. A special fool. The match resumed, and Tang Song's teammates frantically reclaimed the ball. Then, without a second thought, passed it to Tang Song. This time, it was not out of despair for the game. Rather, it had become a matter of course for them to entrust the ball to Tang Song. Yet, Tang Song was genuinely unable to run. His speed barely exceeded that of a walk. Yet he still clutched the ball, drawing closer to Lu Xiao once more. Lu Xiao gritted his teeth, his resolve nearly wavering. Even with an overwhelming advantage in strength, defending against Tang Song was no trivial matter, and he was already utterly exhausted. As the game resumed, Tang Song's teammates fervently fought to reclaim the ball, confidently passing it back to him, and Lu Xiao felt as if his heart had been torn apart. He understood that Tang Song had won over his teammates. This makeshift team, under Tang Song's leadership, had transformed into a cohesive unit. The child who once struggled to juggle a ball had now left him far behind. Lu Xiao was reluctant to accept this truth. He lunged at Tang Song like a beast, engaging in a more frenzied confrontation. Enough already. Fang Xiaoqiang stepped in to push Lu Xiao aside, unwilling to let him further harm Tang Song. What right does a coward destined to lose have to speak to me? Lu Xiao bellowed. Deep down, he recognized his defeat, a crushing one at that. Yet he was unwilling to concede. The team's avoidance of loss to Tang Song was his only remaining source of dignity in this match, and he could not allow Tang Song to strip that away. His eyes were bloodshot, his menacing demeanor startling Fang Xiaoqiang into halting his advance. However, Tang Song was undeterred, hoping to witness Lu Xiao's refusal to give up. Yet, he was determined to win, for this was a test between the two of them. Tang Song, why won't you stop? You can barely run, you are battered and bruised, and you have already earned the recognition of Old Yi and even Lin Gaofeng. Why continue? Lu Xiao's expression approached madness. Barely able to run? In response to the future captain of Factory 4's challenge, Tang Song did not conceal his intentions. But I can still pass the ball, the football can run for me. Lu Xiao's face turned ashen. Indeed, Tang Song was still capable of passing. From the moment he assisted Song Fangjian, he had delivered countless unexpected passes. No one understood Tang Song's passing prowess better than Liu Xiao. Yet he had nearly forgotten this aspect, believing that Tang Song would opt to break through alone to claim victory over him. Thus, he had chosen to personally defend Tang Song, attempting to prevent him from approaching the goal. However, for Tang Song, the countless futile attempts at breakthroughs were merely a facade, designed to lower Liu Xiao's guard. The victory of the team was the true objective of their test. Passing was Tang Song's sharpest weapon. How could he not utilize it? Therefore, when he made the pass, Liu Xiao could hardly react in time. A sudden through ball shot forth from Tang Song's feet, soaring over the crowd, traversing time, and heading straight for the team's forward line. In that moment of adversity, the recipient of Tang Song's pass, who would alter the course of the game, should have been Liu Xiao, yet it was Zhang Jizhuan instead. This time, Zhang Jizhuan fulfilled his promise. He did not hinder Tang Song. 5-4. Tang Song's assist was converted into a goal by Zhang Jizhuan. After scoring, Zhang Jizhuan could not hold back his tears on the field. This time, Wu Yong did not come to kick him, for he too was misty-eyed in the stands. The scales of fate had irrevocably tilted in favor of Tang Song. In a remarkably short span, against such formidable defense, and when physical stamina had waned, Tang Song astonishingly produced 1 goal and 1 assist, leading the team to a comeback victory. The whistle finally blew, marking the end of the evaluation. Lin Yutong was the first to rush onto the field, embracing the exhausted Tang Song as he collapsed onto the ground. Tang Song was slender, being a boy, and the petite Lin Yutong quickly found herself panting for breath. Nevertheless, she did not let go, nor did she cry, fearing to upset Tang Song. Meanwhile, Tang Song grinned foolishly and asked, "Wasn't that a great trick? You were such a big fool." Lin Yutong struggled to contain herself, but ultimately broke down in tears once more. She adored this version of Tang Song. Even his foolishness was uniquely charming. Lin Gaofeng took a deep breath, suppressing his emotions, and said to Yi Jinshi, who had come to his side, "Liu Xiao is indeed impressive, but his obsession with victory has become somewhat distorted. I hear he plans to establish an amateur team. That'd be a good thing. Only through setbacks can one grow. His character still requires refinement. And no need to say more, take Tang Song with you." Yi Jinshi smiled through tears, suddenly realizing that this outcome was indeed the best. However, Tang Song seemed blissfully unaware of what had transpired. Lin Gaofeng hesitated, wondering if he would be willing to come with me. "That is not the question. I will persuade Tang Song for you." Yi Jinshi felt he understood Tang Song well. To escape that man, he would do anything. That man? Lin Gaofeng voiced the unspoken words. Tang Song truly was the son of that person. But you need not seek him out. That man is unlike you and does not deserve your concern. What happened back then has nothing to do with you. Visiting him would only add to each other's troubles. Lin Gaofeng's expression fluctuated, and after a lengthy silence, he sighed, "Then I shall not go. His son, I will ensure he becomes successful." For Tang Song had nearly inherited all of that person's talent. After a brief pause, Lin Gaofeng confidently asserted, "No, Tang Song possesses greater talent than that individual. He possesses the tenacity that person lacks. In truth, even without my assistance, Tang Song would become an outstanding player." Lin Gaofeng gazed at Tang Song, and before him, everything blurred, as if he were reliving the past. With Yi Jinshi's assistance, Lin Yutong helped Tang Song to a bench on the sidelines, then began to massage his legs, saying, "Tang Song, come with me. Of course, I will go with you. The place that sells sweet cones is not nearby, and you will surely get lost," Tang Song replied earnestly. He did not particularly enjoy sweet cones, but Lin Yutong did. The thought of needing to help Lin Yutong eat half of one later felt like a hassle. "I, Lin Yutong, truly do not know how to express myself to Tang Song." "Tang Song," Yi Jinshi said with a smile, "would you like new jerseys and new shoes?" Tang Song glanced down at his worn shoes. The modified pair he had once owned had been discarded by Tang Mingyu, yet over the past 6 years, he had crafted countless pairs of modified shoes, and the ones he wore now were in a deplorable state. "I want to wear them." Tang Song certainly wished for new shoes. While modified shoes were durable, they were far from breathable, making him reluctant to remove them in front of others. However, he quickly shook his head, "But it's unnecessary." Tang Song assumed Yi Jinshi's offer was merely for new shoes and clothes, so he declined, not wanting Yi Jinshi to spend money on him. "Then would you like the opportunity to play in a big city?" Yi Jinshi inquired further. "Yes." Tang Song nodded, then shook his head, "But not right now. Of course not now. The players from Factory 4 still had college entrance exams, and he needed a few more years before joining a team. Nevertheless, when the time came, he would definitely lead Factory 4 to play in the big city. Perhaps he would even encounter Li Qingdong and Zhao Jiayao, or maybe even Song Fangjian. To be honest, Tang Song found himself missing Song Fangjian a little. Lin Gaofeng chuckled to himself, increasingly pleased with Tang Song. The temptations that most young players coveted were also enticing to Tang Song, yet he managed to restrain himself, which was truly remarkable. Lin Gaofeng grew even more curious about how Yi Jinshi could persuade Tang Song. Yi Jinshi's expression turned serious. What if it were an opportunity to leave Tang Mingyu and play soccer freely without constraint from now on? I could, Tang Song replied instinctively, then froze. Pain washing over his face, slowly transforming into anger, reddening his pale complexion. I certainly want to leave him. I dream of it. Tang Song did not disguise his loathing for Tang Mingyu. In fact, he could be said to harbor an intense hatred. He did not wish to return home after school, where he would be greeted only by the stench of alcohol filling the house. He dreaded sneaking out to play soccer, terrified that another slap might land on his face. He also did not wish to leave his freshly cleaned sneakers on the balcony, only to find them missing the next day. However, such good fortune was unlikely. Tang Song soon chuckled at his own self-deprecation. Leaving that home was not a matter to be taken lightly. At merely 12 years of age, what could he accomplish by departing? Where would he reside? No, an opportunity was at hand. Lin Yutong was filled with exuberance. She had once thought Tang Song would be reluctant to leave home. Come with me. My father is a football agent. He can secure you a spot on the best team. You would then reside in the players' dormitory with all your needs covered. All you need to do is play football well. Moreover, when you reach a certain age, you will even receive a salary. Once you earn money, you can purchase a large house, dictating who may enter. Come with me. If you prefer not to stay in the dormitory, you can live at my home. I won't let anyone bully you. Really? Tang Song was astounded by the beautiful scene Lin Yutong painted. He was unaware that such places existed in the world. He had thought the team from the oil factory was the best. Swallowing hard, Tang Song asked, if I break a football, will I have to pay for it? He was somewhat anxious, recalling an incident at school where he had broken a football and was made to buy a new one by the sports committee. Ha ha ha. Those still lingering in the stadium burst into laughter. Don't worry, Tang Song. No one will ask you to compensate. They will be delighted if you broke it. Lin Yutong did not laugh. Tang Song's ignorance about such matters revealed the hardships he had endured. She was determined to take Tang Song away. Everyone could see the undeniable yearning in Tang Song's eyes. Such places were irresistibly alluring, and he was no exception. Besides, Tang Song had more reason than others to seek such a place. Escaping from Tang Mingyu was Tang Song's lifeline. I won't go. Just as everyone began to predict which team Lin Gaofeng would send Tang Song to with a smile, Tang Song suddenly shook his head resolutely. Lin Gaofeng's expression instantly changed. Chapter 36. Breaking windows with bricks. Leaving Linyuan City to play football was surprisingly simple, requiring only the purchase of a ticket to appear outside the doors of a club in another city, seeking an opportunity. While playing football was easy, joining a major club was a formidable challenge. Countless domestic players existed, yet only a handful of good clubs remained, with the top league comprising merely 14 teams at that time. One could only imagine the difficulty a player would face in finding a club that would recognize and accept him. The players from Linyuan City indeed possessed talent, yet they could not venture forth. A region devoid of elite football clubs not only lacked opportunities to watch top-tier leagues in person, but also suffered from a lack of standardized youth training systems, competent scouting networks, public enthusiasm for football, and even local government investment in sport. In other words, Linyuan City had been forsaken by the football community. No club under pressure to achieve results would provide opportunities for players leaving this place. This was why Wu Yong and others were humbly seeking Lin Gaofeng's assistance. Though Lin Gaofeng was not a scout, he possessed resources that many scouts lacked. Tang Song, why don't you go? Are you worried I cannot manage it? Since returning to Linyuan City, it was the first time Lin Gaofeng had lowered his stance in front of a player. You can rest assured, for I am a football agent. By the way, do you know what a football agent is? I know, you all are human traffickers. Tang Song was not entirely unfamiliar with the football world. He had heard some things. Lin Gaofeng did not take offense. Indeed, trading players is part of my work. Hence, I possess an extensive network of connections. I will recommend you to the most suitable team. Alternatively, you may choose the team you prefer. I can make that happen. Furthermore, I guarantee that you will become an exceptional player. The dreams unattainable by others seemed as easy as selecting vegetables from Lin Gaofeng's lips. Yet amidst the crowd, not a single person perceived him as boasting. I believe you. Tang Song placed his trust in Lin Gaofeng, not merely because he was Lin Yutong's father, but also due to the sincerity he saw in the man's eyes. What concerns you, then? Lin Gaofeng could not fathom Tang Song's reasons for refusal. The prospect of leaving Tang Mingyu, accessing the best environment for playing football, and enjoying fame and fortune that others toil a lifetime to achieve drew the anticipation of dozens of players. Some had even made despicable choices for this opportunity. Lin Gaofeng did not believe Tang Song would decline. However, noticing Lu Xiao, who appeared guilt-ridden nearby, Tang Song pondered before cautiously saying, "The city is too large. I fear I might get lost." What kind of excuse is that? Yi Jinshi was infuriated, wanting to scold Tang Song. "You little rascal, have you been possessed?" Such an opportunity should be accepted without hesitation. Yi Jinshi shouted, pressing Tang Song's head down a few times. "It's settled. You all go and go now." Yet, this was not a matter of mere words. Everyone could see that Tang Song had lost all desire to leave. What a splendid opportunity. Was this child bewitched? "Tang Song, you will not get lost. I am here," Lin Yutong assured him like an adult, patting her chest. "I may not be familiar with Linyuan City, but once we reach the big city, I will be your map. Don't you trust me?" "I trust you." Tang Song did not doubt Lin Yutong. He was familiar with Linyuan City because he was born there. In Lin Yutong's hometown, she would undoubtedly know it better. Yet, he still refused to go. Then what is the reason? Lin Yutong implored, her eyes reddening. She understood Lin Gaofeng's temperament. He would not beg. Speaking kindly to Tang Song was already a significant shift in perspective, and if Tang Song did not change his mind, the opportunity would vanish. "There is no reason. I simply do not wish to leave." Tang Song smiled, adding, "I did not come to participate in this assessment to leave Linyuan City." Lin Yutong was about to say something further when Lin Gaofeng pulled her away from Tang Song. "Tang Song, I will not persuade you any further. Indeed, I have not encountered a player with talent like yours in a long time. However, the more exceptional you are, the less inclined I am to force you into a decision. I offer you one last chance. I will be here waiting until 10 o'clock tomorrow. If you do not come, I will leave Linyuan City." With that, Lin Gaofeng took Lin Yutong, who was reluctant to part, and prepared to leave. Yi Jinshi sought to make one final effort, but was halted by Lin Gaofeng's words. "Master, have you forgotten that person? If this choice is not made voluntarily by Tang Song, should he encounter setbacks later, can you guarantee he won't shift the blame onto those who made choices for him?" A flicker of regret crossed Yi Jinshi's eyes as he muttered. Tang Song would not act like him, yet did not manage to keep Lin Gaofeng from departing. Once Lin Gaofeng left, the crowd at the stadium quickly dispersed. Tang Song dragged his weary legs to chase after Lu Xiao, wishing to apologize. He knew Lu Xiao valued his pride. Losing to him in front of so many people must have been difficult for him. For this reason, Tang Song had not informed Lin Gaofeng that he remained in Linyuan City to play with the 4th Factory team. He refrained from mentioning it, fearing others might misconstrue that the 4th Factory team could not function without him. Tang Song believed that the 4th Factory team needed Lu Xiao the most. He was broad-minded and understanding, earning the respect of the players. As for Tang Song, he felt he played better than Lu Xiao, yet still fell short in other aspects. Although he would strive to bridge those gaps, time was required. The 4th Factory team was set to be established after the college entrance examination, making Lu Xiao an indispensable figure. Tang Song's legs felt somewhat weak, preventing him from catching up to Lu Xiao, who soon vanished from view. "Wow, the future captain of the 4th Factory is angry." Tang Song silently berated himself. He still believed that Lu Xiao's participation in this assessment was to demonstrate that the players of the 4th Factory were not inferior to others. After all, why would Lu Xiao engage in the 2 major categories of physical fitness and individual ability? Tang Song was not competing with him in that regard. Lu Xiao was wholeheartedly focused on the well-being of the 4th Factory, while Tang Song, due to personal reasons, had left him in a difficult position during the competition. Thus, Tang Song felt that Lu Xiao's anger was entirely justified. It turns out I truly am a fool. Tang Song realized that his stubbornness today was quite foolish, and he couldn't even compare to Lu Xiao's slightest merit. Dejected, Tang Song ran straight home, something he rarely did before evening. Although it was still daylight, Tang Mingyu was predictably drunk, lying flat on the living room recliner. Empty bottles lay shattered on the floor, nearly slicing through Tang Song's shoe and piercing his foot. With an impassive expression, Tang Song walked past and paused when he opened the bedroom door. After a moment, he furrowed his brows and retrieved a blanket, tossing it over the man before ignoring him entirely, closing the bedroom door to block out the annoying snoring. This place was not home. It felt like a cold prison, and more than anyone else, Tang Song yearned to escape. Yet, he did not regret his decision. Despite the myriad of flaws within this place, he had a compelling reason to remain. Suddenly, a dull thud echoed, and Tang Song looked up, realizing something had struck the window. Initially thinking it was merely a gust of wind, he paid it no mind. However, soon after, a series of objects began to hit the window. Tang Song quickly understood. Someone was throwing stones from below. Who dared to provoke him from the fourth factory? With a fierce expression, Tang Song yanked open the window and leaned out, only to be startled and retract his head immediately. Downstairs, perhaps after several attempts to knock on the window went unanswered, Linyuan was directing NG to bring a brick to throw upwards. This was intolerable. Tang Song felt relieved that he had withdrawn his head in time. Otherwise, a brick to the head would likely land him in the hospital for stitches. Tang Song, stop hiding. I can see you. If you don't come down, I will come up to find you. Lin Yutong shouted fiercely. Tang Song dared not remain hidden, fearing that Lin Yutong would indeed come up. He tiptoed through the shards of glass scattered on the floor and quickly made his way downstairs. Upon seeing Tang Song descend, NG tossed the brick aside with a thud and scampered over to Lin Yutong, ingratiatingly saying, "He has come down, Miss Lin. Where's my treat?" Lin Yutong pouted, retrieving an ice cream cone from her bag and handing it to NG. Tang Song clutched his chest in anger. This guy had sold him out for an ice cream cone. At 18 years old, could he not resist the temptation of a simple treat? Tang Song, I heard you're going to play for a big club. NG said, while licking the ice cream cone. I knew it. How could someone who can't be stopped by my fat tiger be an ordinary person? If you leave, it's all good. Fewer people competing for the starting position. Everyone will be so happy. After licking a few more bites, as if recalling something unimportant, he added casually, when Miss Lin told me about this earlier. Wang Jianjun and the others heard too. They want to know when you're leaving. They'd like to send you off. Just so, don't leave too early. I don't like waking up early. It turned out that Lin Yutong had returned, running alone to the unfamiliar living quarters of the fourth factory employees to find Tang Song, and had coincidentally encountered NG and the others chatting, thus relaying the news to them. NG then eagerly volunteered, securing the honor of bringing Lin Yutong to Tang Song's downstairs. I'm not leaving, Tang Song exclaimed angrily. What kind of friends were these? To send someone away just for a starting position, and they expected him to accommodate their waking hours when he departed. You're not leaving? Why not? NG gasped, nearly dropping his ice cream cone in shock. Tang Song turned to look behind NG against the light. After 6 years, NG's once pudgy silhouette had become somewhat robust, yet Tang Song could still see the shadow of 6 years ago within it. After the match at Ping Primary School, the players of the fourth factory had stood up, forming a protective barrier between him and Li Qingdong, who joked about causing him trouble. 20 youthful backs stood like a great wall before him, making Tang Song feel safer than ever before. Because I won T let you easily get the starting position, Tang Song declared, believing this to be a significant reason worth remembering. With a thud, NG's ice cream cone indeed fell to the ground. He was petrified by Tang Song's words. What kind of grudge did he hold against him? Chapter 37. The captain's armband NG, of course, did not take Tang Song's reasoning to heart. He didn't ponder much. He could never decipher Tang Song and was too lazy to think too hard. He merely offered one serious piece of advice as Tang Song prepared to leave. Tang Song, you should leave tomorrow. Honestly, aside from Wang Jianjun and the others who are heading off to college, who else would dare to leave early? My fat tiger would look down on them. But you're different. Your family situation. You think my family is poor? I think your soccer skills are terrible. Tang Song retorted while picking up a brick to chase NG away. He felt aggrieved. He had given up such an opportunity to stay and play with everyone. And NG was not only ungrateful, but also critical. If anyone should be complaining, it should be him. Lin Yutong quietly watched from the side, then approached with the last ice cream cone from her bag. She tore open the wrapper, took a small bite, and then handed it to Tang Song. She had originally bought two, one to bribe NG, leaving them with only one to share. I promise to treat you, Lin Yutong said. Without hesitation, Tang Song took a bite and then passed it back to her. They stood together in the shade of a tree within the community, quietly sharing a single ice cream cone. You're not leaving because of them? Lin Yutong asked after they had eaten halfway. Yes, because without me, those fools would never win the championship. Tang Song nodded. He had promised not to deceive Lin Yutong. Actually, you could go to the clubs you've training first, then return to lead them to victory. By then, your skills would be stronger and the chances of winning would be greater, Lin Yutong suggested softly. Don't think I don't understand anything, Tang Song replied with a smile, shaking his head in the dappled sunlight. Those clubs train me for free, and they wouldn't even make me compensate for a broken ball. What is their motive? Isn't it just to have me bring them glory? By then, could I still return to the fourth factory? If it came to worldly experience, even 10 Tang Songs could not compare to Lin Yutong at that moment. Yet Lin Yutong understood that she had been persuaded by Tang Song, so she chose to remain silent, slowly finishing the ice cream cone with him until the last bite. All right, you can go. I'm quite poor and have nothing to give you. How about this? When we meet next time, I will definitely give you a grand gift, Tang Song said, feeling somewhat embarrassed after finishing the last bite. You're trying to send me away? Lin Yutong knew it was time to go, yet she found it hard to move her legs. I'm not sending you away. I have a little errand. Tang Song scratched his head and confided in Lin Yutong about his troubles. Today, I defeated Lu Xiao, and I feel guilty. I want to buy him a gift. Having helped Yi Jinshi for so long, Tang Song still had some savings. He and bought Lin Yutong a gift because he wanted to apologize to Lu Xiao first. Lin Yutong stared at Tang Song in surprise before suddenly turning to leave. She didn't inform him that as she left her home. Lu Xiao was already visiting with his parents, carrying gifts in hand. Lin Yutong's abrupt departure left Tang Song feeling guilty towards her. Yet he had no choice. He didn't have much money and might not even be able to afford a decent gift. So he could only focus on comforting the future captain of the fourth factory. Lin Yutong and Tang Song silently vowed that if they were to meet again, he would comply with any request made by Lin Yutong. Having rarely received gifts himself, Tang Song found himself in a state of indecision while selecting a present. After perusing one supermarket and then another, he nearly scoured every notable establishment in Linyuan City. Coupled with the exhaustion from playing football, by the time he returned to the fourth factory living area, he was nearly too fatigued to speak. However, he held firm confidence in the gift he had chosen. The mere thought of reconciling with Lu Xiao made all his efforts worthwhile. The following day, Tang Song, unusually, did not rise until after 10 o'clock. As he descended the stairs, he felt his legs were still somewhat weak, yet it mattered little, for today he would present the gift to Lu Xiao, and he was certain Lu Xiao would appreciate it. Passing by Yi Jinshi's car repair stall, Tang Song noticed Angie stomping his feet and berating a player. Mistakenly believing that training was about to commence, and hurried over to greet him. He certainly did not wish to be left behind. Hey, Tang Song? Angie was momentarily taken aback. You haven't left yet? I thought I had missed a chance to send you off. It's all Lu Xiao's fault. That guy still hasn't shown up. Angie had intended to organize a farewell for Tang Song with the fourth factory players, but the turnout was dismal, especially with Lu Xiao, who had promised to attend, still absent. He felt that such a farewell should have been orchestrated by Lu Xiao. If he had merely spoken up, the players would surely have risen from their slumber. I said I wasn't leaving. Tang Song nearly regretted his decision to stay just for this group, eager to send him off. Oh, are you talking about Lu Xiao? At that moment, Lu Xiao's parents approached, carrying a large bag of goods, their spirits high. They opened the bag and began distributing candies to everyone. Lu Xiao's mother cheerfully announced, Lu Xiao is off. He has been selected by Lin Gaofeng to play football. She added with excitement, oh, you may not know, but the income of a professional player is astonishing. A main player earns over 10,000. I couldn't believe it until I heard it from Lin Gaofeng. Our Lu family is finally... Hey, Yi, why are you glaring at me? Lu Xiao's mother continued, oblivious to the discomfort of Tang Song nearby. Can't you hold your tongue for a moment? Yi Yinsi Gurumblet. Why shouldn't I speak? Lu Xiao was selected due to his own hard work. Why shouldn't I mention it? Lu Xiao's mother retorted, unaware of what had transpired during the selection process. Even if she did know, she likely wouldn't care about Tang Song. Nonetheless, she handed Tang Song double the amount of candy. Lu Xiao asked me to tell you he is sorry. That child is always so kind-hearted, worrying about not being able to protect you in the future. Lu Xiao is gone? The players of the fourth factory held the candies as if they were statues. The one who, at the mere mention of playing football, drew them out of their beds to accompany him, had left. The one who inspired them to envision a future when discussing establishing a team had departed. Good riddance, Angie muttered, absently peeling a candy wrapper and tossing it into his mouth, only to spit it out in haste, finding it bitter, something he had never tasted before. Tang Song did not reach for the candy. Instead, he clutched the gift in his hand, feeling a profound sense of estrangement from everything around him. When did Lu Xiao leave? Where had he gone? When would he return? In just over 2 months. Training for the fourth factory team would commence. Could he make it back in time? If he didn't return, he would not be allowed to be captain. What are you thinking about, child? Lu Xiao's parents laughed heartily, finding Tang Song foolish. He has gone to the big city to play football. He won't be coming back. What does the fourth factory team matter? You'll just see him playing on television in the future. However, it was strange, although they had arrived early. Lin Gaofeng insisted on waiting until after 10 to leave. What a waste of time. That was several hours of training lost. Hey, Tang Song, what are you doing? That's quite rude. In a frenzy, Tang Song shoved Lu Xiao's parents aside, seized a nearby bicycle, and shot off like an arrow. Every street and corner of Linyuan City was familiar to him. He even remembered the timing of every traffic light. He was not lying. As long as he was in Linyuan City, he would not lose his way, even on this day. His vision may have been blurred, and his ears ringing, rendering him oblivious to the blaring horns and the sight of the large truck ahead that had to brake abruptly because of him. He dashed through the narrowest alleys and the busiest streets of Linyuan City, his mind devoid of thoughts. Fixated solely on one truth. There was only one road out of Linyuan City, and he would surely catch up. The car moved slowly, Lu Xiao clutching his backpack, burying his head within it. The spacious cabin echoed with silence. Lin Gaofeng and Lin Yutong having said nothing, leaving only the sound of the engine's hum, resembling a mournful cry. Amidst the silence, the driver, glancing in the rearview mirror, suddenly burst into laughter. It turns out there really are fools in this world. That dilapidated bicycle could catch up to our car? The 3 passengers in the vehicle abruptly looked up, exchanging glances before leaning out of the window to peer behind. A slender youth, gritting his teeth, pedaled furiously on a heavy bicycle, kicking up clouds of yellow-brown dust as he sprinted forward, the distance between them closing rapidly. Becoming increasingly clear, his pale face was drenched in sweat, and on his exposed calf, a scab scar was visible. The boy, whom the driver had mocked as a fool, was none other than Tang Song. Stop! Quick, stop! Lin Yutong cried out. The car jolted and came to an abrupt halt. The driver compelled to do so as the bicycle came to a stop just inches from the front of the vehicle. Open the door. Quickly, open the door. Without waiting for the driver to curse, Lin Yutong urgently called out, rushing towards the door. Tang Song, you finally made it. Tang Song did not glance at Lin Yutong or at Lin Gaofeng, who stood to block his path, but walked directly to Lu Xiao, staring at him blankly. Tang Song, you can't blame Lu Xiao, Lin Gaofeng interjected. I gave you the opportunity. It was you who... Lin Gaofeng's words were cut short as Lin Yutong covered his mouth. Tang Song, Lu Xiao is 18 this year. It is said he spoke fluently by the age of 1. By now, he has been speaking for 17 years. Yet at this moment, he found himself at a loss for words. You didn't tell me you were leaving. Tang Song's expression was devoid of emotion. Yes, because I feel guilty towards you. Tang Song seemed to disregard his words, instead pulling out a gift box dampened with sweat from his pocket, solemnly placing it in Lu Xiao's hands. You should have told me. Otherwise, I might not have been able to give you this gift. Not only was Lin Gaofeng taken aback, but even the driver was left dumbfounded. This boy had made such a commotion simply to deliver a gift? What kind of gift was worth risking being hit by a car to present? Under Tang Song's watchful gaze, Lu Xiao, with veins bulging in his hands, meticulously tore open the wrapping, slowly lifting the lid of the box. The moment he glimpsed the contents, Lin Yutong gasped in astonishment, while Lu Xiao's hands began to tremble uncontrollably. Inside lay a captain's armband, an emblem reserved for the leader of the team. Chapter 38. Share my dream. The gift intended for Lu Xiao must be delivered to him, and Tang Song's thoughts are not at all complicated. Thus, upon witnessing Lu Xiao holding the armband, Tang Song made to exit the vehicle without uttering a word. He had initially intended to inquire if Lu Xiao liked it and whether he was still upset, but now such questions seemed unnecessary. The destination Lu Xiao was heading to was one where even a damaged ball would not require compensation. How could the loss of a mere armband matter? Contemplating this, Tang Song returned to stand before Lu Xiao. "Give it back," he demanded, extending his hand toward Lu Xiao. Lu Xiao's heart was in turmoil. He understood that what Tang Song sought to reclaim was not merely the armband. However, he could not afford to return the opportunity to Tang Song. Once he boarded this vehicle, there was no turning back to Linyuan City. Tang Song, some things cannot simply be returned. Lin Gaofeng also forbade Lu Xiao from relinquishing the opportunity to Tang Song. Tang Song glanced at Lin Gaofeng, his clear eyes evoking a sense of remorse in Lin Gaofeng, who regretted ever attempting to interpret Tang Song's thoughts through his own lens. Then, Tang Song turned his gaze back to Lu Xiao. There was no blame or resentment in his expression, yet it filled Lu Xiao with shame, compelling him to lower his head further. "You really can't give it back?" Tang Song asked. "Indeed, I cannot." Lu Xiao's voice was barely audible, meant only for himself. "Fine," Tang Song replied decisively. After a brief nod, he leaped from the car, turning back to glare at Lu Xiao. "That football cost me 10 yuan. Lu Xiao, since you do not wish to return it, you must compensate me. I will make it difficult for you. How about you bring me 5 golden shoes as compensation? One less, and you are a scoundrel." 5? The driver could not suppress a chuckle. "You really are a bit naive, thinking you can just procure as many golden shoes as you desire. That accolade is a remarkable achievement. Who could possibly win 5? Others cannot because they are not from the 4th factory." Tang Song felt no qualms about this demand. Lu Xiao had proclaimed that those from the 4th factory must excel in all endeavors. His words must be honored. Tang Song's statement struck Lu Xiao like a resounding slap across the face. Indeed, he had made such a declaration on the day of announcing the formation of the 4th factory's team to Wang Jianjun and the others. At that moment, Lu Xiao, who had resolved to remain at the 4th factory, had been filled with lofty aspirations. Yet, within just a week, Lu Xiao became the first to depart, leaving even before Wang Jianjun and the others. "Hurry and leave." Without waiting for Lu Xiao to recover from his regret, Tang Song moved his bicycle aside, his calm voice carrying from outside the vehicle. "In the past, you arrived at the factory later than I did for training. That cannot continue. I heard from Li Qingdong that the young players outside are far more skilled than us. You must double your efforts to catch up." The football entrusted to Lu Xiao by Tang Song had long since deteriorated beyond recognition, now residing in Lu Xiao's backpack, but he could not bear to part with it. This was the only item connected to his memories that he had taken with him, and he was reluctant to return it to Tang Song. His grip tightened once more, the captain's armband nearly dripping with the sweat of his palm. He had stolen Tang Song's opportunity. Anything Tang Song did in retaliation would be justified. Beating him, scolding him, even spitting at him would be acceptable. The only thing he could not endure was this, that the boy bore him no grudge, and even offered him blessings with his unique demeanor. He knew he was unworthy of such goodwill. "You need not feel sorry for anyone." Lin Gaofeng spoke to the silent Lu Xiao. "I am taking you away, not out of Tang Song's unwillingness to leave. To become a professional player, ambition is equally essential. It is the innate drive from within that propels one further. This is something Tang Song lacks. However, I hope you understand that your current level is still a far cry from that of a qualified player. In the coming years, there is a significant possibility that you will not have an opportunity to join the first team. What you need to do is control your inner desires." Lu Xiao bit his lip, his tone pained. "It is not like that. That child's ambition is greater than mine." Lin Gaofeng was taken aback, unable to comprehend why Lu Xiao would defend Tang Song. "Indeed," Lin Yutong interjected. "With this statement, your favorable impression in my heart has not entirely vanished." She gazed out the window, observing Tang Song standing alone by the roadside, akin to a discarded, soiled toy. An uncontrollable impulse surged within her, compelling her to slowly approach the door. "Dad, you know nothing." Upon reaching the door, Lin Yutong turned to look at Lin Gaofeng, her smile radiant. "Tang Song wishes to stay. He has grand ambitions as well. He aims to lead the 4th factory team to victory, to transform the 4th factory into a professional team. This ambition surpasses that of everyone else, and the path he chooses is far more challenging than merely following you out of Linyuan City." "What kind of ambition is that?" Lin Gaofeng furrowed his brow slightly, perplexed by Lin Yutong's actions. "It's merely a childish jest. He doesn't even understand the conditions required to form an amateur team, let alone a professional one. Moreover, current teams rely on corporate sponsorship. Given the 4th factory situation, no one will support him. Indeed, it was a jest, yet that child spoke with sincerity. Lu Xiao was engulfed in profound regret. He had long since realized that the declaration made on the day of establishing the team was an impulse common to all young individuals stepping into the melting pot of society for the first time. He also understood that Ji and the others would soon come to grasp this truth. The fourth factory lacked the capability to allow this group of inexperienced youths to take risks. Their families could not bear the burden of an uncertain fantasy. Perhaps, in the end, only Tang Song would remember what transpired that day. But how long could Tang Song retain that memory? He too would grow up, and he too would confront such powerless choices. Eventually, everyone would forget that day. That was not a jest. Tang Song would fulfill what he had promised. I must stay because Tang Song knows nothing. He needs my assistance, Lin Yutong declared resolutely, suddenly leaping from the car. Yutong! Lin Gaofeng exclaimed in alarm, rushing down the aisle. But he could not catch Lin Yutong, only watching helplessly as she flew out of the vehicle, plummeting toward the ground. No, Lin Yutong did not fall to the ground. It seemed as though Tang Song had anticipated her actions and was right outside to catch her. The two children, close in age, embraced amidst the peculiar, grayish atmosphere of Linyuan City, rolling together onto the ground. As dust flew, Tang Song grinned, visibly irritated. This is the clean outfit I just changed into today. Tang Song was quite displeased. Lin Yutong chimed with a melodious laugh, gently whispering in Tang Song's ear, Tang Song, you promised to give me a grand gift when we meet again. Why not share half of your dream with me? Tang Song abruptly halted his complaints. He was quite startled by Lin Yutong. This young girl not only remembered every word he had said, but was also audacious enough to demand half of his dream. How could he possibly allow that? Yutong! Lin Gaofeng attempted to exit the vehicle, but Lin Yutong, now standing, blocked his path. Dad, my staying in Linyuan City is not a matter of creating conflict with you. I did not wish to leave with Mom, and your work leaves you little time to care for me. Therefore, I want to remain in Linyuan City, where my grandparents are, where Grandpa Yi is, and most importantly, where I have Tang Song, who will never lead me astray. I will be very happy here. You need not worry about me. Lin Yutong spoke earnestly to Lin Gaofeng, her face resolute, prompting Lin Gaofeng to slowly lower his outstretched hand. He understood that Lin Yutong's choice was the best for both of them. Her staying here was indeed preferable to accompanying him on his frequent business trips. Tang Song, I entrust you with seeing Yutong back to her grandmother's house. You are still youthful. It is wise to relinquish those impractical notions early on and focus on participating in campus competitions. With your talent and a touch of external support, venturing beyond the confines of a school is not insurmountable. This was the heartfelt counsel Lin Gaofeng offered to Tang Song. The football community tends to hold a more favorable impression of players who emerge from educational institutions, as they embody a certain purity compared to those who struggle through amateur leagues. As long as Tang Song demonstrates his prowess in the campus league, Lin Gaofeng vowed to assist him once more. I understand why you distanced yourself from your father. Tang Song chose to disregard Lin Gaofeng's insinuation and quietly remarked to Lin Yutong, he is overly verbose. Lin Yutong laughed uncontrollably, while Lin Gaofeng's expression shifted through various shades, ultimately settling into a resigned smile. He could aid Tang Song, yet he could not dictate Tang Song's choices. As for what lay ahead, it could only unfold in its own manner. The car departed, carrying Lu Xiao away along the solitary road leading to the outside world, never pausing nor looking back. Tang Song leisurely pedaled his bicycle, with Lin Yutong perched on the rear seat, making their way back to Linyuan City. Tang Song felt fatigued and wished to take a break, thus he did not hurry. Lin Yutong, content simply to be with Tang Song, shared his unhurried pace. As they walked, a taxi halted before them. After a considerable wait, a figure emerged, her long hair dancing wildly in the wind, obscuring her eyes and face. He has left. Lu Piao's voice seemed to dissolve in the breeze. He has indeed departed, Tang Song affirmed with a nod. He will return, won't he? Surely he will, for I shall wait for him here. Lu Piao appeared to be both inquiring of Tang Song and reassuring herself. After a moment's contemplation, Tang Song nodded emphatically, he will. If he cannot find his way home, I shall bring him back. We traverse through suffering, through the warmth and tears of a woman, through the unending coldness and solitude of life. By the roadside, a tricycle selling pirated goods concluded the last note of journey. Chapter 39. A plot of land in this world. Everything may come to a halt, but time ceaselessly flows. The ticking clock marks the passage of day into night, winter into spring, and the cycles of years emerge. Tang Song relished this transformation as a new semester commenced. He now found himself seated in the bleachers of the school playground as a high school freshman. Most importantly, he was now 16 years of age. The sky after the onset of autumn was refreshingly crisp. As Tang Song watched the sun gradually descend towards the horizon, he mumbled incessantly, completely oblivious to the world around him. The playground bustled with activity. Some were playing football, others jogging, while a few shouted English words loudly through their headphones. After a while, a boy clad in a football jersey, cradling a ball, approached the field accompanied by his teammates. His gaze bore a hint of coldness as it roamed across the pitch before finally resting upon Tang Song in the distance. Upon witnessing Tang Song's languid demeanor, Jian Yifan curled his lip in disdain. Though he was only a sophomore, he had already ascended to the role of captain of the school team. For years prior, Linyuan City's 7th Experimental High School had clinched the championship in the Municipal Campus League, with the legendary striker Liu Xiao leading the charge. Jian Yifan had enrolled at the school inspired by Liu Xiao, aspiring to replicate the past glory. Regrettably, last year they stumbled to a mere 4th place. Nevertheless, no one doubted Jian Yifan's capabilities. The students of the 7th High believed that under his leadership, they would surely surge forward this year, aiming for the championship. Thus, when Jian Yifan made his entrance, the previously raucous playground fell into a hush, with some girls gazing at him adoringly, their eyes sparkling with affection. Instinctively, they followed Jian Yifan's gaze, eager to discern which fool dared to provoke his ire. Upon spotting Tang Song, their eyes flickered with disdain and disgust. So, is that impoverished wretch? In truth, Tang Song's poverty was indeed conspicuous, yet he could hardly be deemed miserable. Clad in a somewhat faded middle school uniform, coupled with his pallid complexion, he exuded a unique aura that captivated onlookers. Alas, his rival was Jian Yifan, and the girls' perceptions of him were tainted by prejudice. Tang Song could sense the unfriendly stares. He even discerned Jian Yifan approaching him with palpable hostility. Yet, he remained unfazed, continuing his mutterings. The purpose of land varies, and so, too, does its period of use. Residential land lasts for 70 years, while industrial land endures for 50. The plot of land my family possesses was renewed a decade ago, meaning it still has 40 years remaining. Upon hearing Tang Song's murmurs, Jian Yifan paused momentarily, then regarded him with a look of incredulity. How could someone who appeared so destitute possibly own a piece of land? It felt akin to playing Age of Empires. Jian Yifan was uninterested in whether Tang Song could afford to visit an internet CF. He was not there to discuss gaming strategies. You are Tang Song? Jian Yifan said bluntly. Huh? I heard someone claim you were more handsome than I. Huh? Tang Song lifted his eyelids, as though he had encountered a kindred spirit. In this day and age, individuals with discerning taste were scarce. Please extend my gratitude to her on my behalf. Well, the message has been conveyed. You may leave now. You. Jian Yifan was momentarily speechless. He had never encountered someone so brazen. Me? Tang Song appeared perplexed. I know I am quite handsome, but I have never boasted about it. Are you perhaps a parasite in my stomach, privy to my thoughts? Fuming, Jian Yifan clenched his fists and glanced in a certain direction before barely suppressing his urge to retaliate. That person also mentioned that you play football better than I do. Do you concur with that assessment? Jian Yifan inquired with disdain. That depends on the situation, Tang Song replied hesitantly, glancing in the same direction. Now, what is it you wish to discuss? Then I shall consider my response. Tang Song's tone was solemn, for this genuinely posed a significant dilemma for him. To Jian Yifan, this demeanor came across as arrogant mockery. He could not fathom how a mere freshman, too timid to even attempt the school team selection, could possibly be more skilled than he. Very well, I shall enlighten you. That person instructed me to challenge you to a match. If I win, she shall agree to be my girlfriend, Jian Yifan stated coldly. He had pursued that individual since entering high school, yet had received no response for an entire year. At last, she relented, presenting him with this test. To Jian Yifan, this was not merely a challenge, but rather the final vestige of her reluctance before committing her heart to another. Surely, the captain of the 7th High could not possibly lose to Tang Song, could he? Then go tell her you have already won. I cannot possibly defeat you, Tang Song replied lazily. This anticipated response left Jian Yifan feeling somewhat disoriented. Just moments ago, Tang Song had been defiant. How had his attitude shifted so abruptly? Jian Yifan relished this answer, yet he did not depart. For the individual had instructed him to relay another statement that he deemed utterly pointless. She also said that if you win, she will treat you to an ice cream cone. Jian Yifan believed no one would play football for an ice cream cone, nor did he think that the prospect of a sweet treat could sway Tang Song, who was fully aware of his impending defeat. Very well, let us commence. Tang Song eagerly sprang up, seized the football from Jian Yifan, and dashed onto the field, swiftly clearing the area as if he were a champion awaiting his opponent. Observing his enthusiastic demeanor, Jian Yifan on the bleachers felt somewhat disheveled. Could there truly be someone willing to play for an ice cream cone? News of this audacious challenge spread rapidly through the campus, and soon the football field was teeming with spectators. Time has a way of erasing many memories, especially for children of this age, who, in relation to Liu Xiao and the others, are but juniors. Most had only witnessed Liu Xiao playing football on campus. They remained unaware of the pivotal victory 4 years ago alongside Tang Song against the oil factory, along with the subsequent assessment. Jian Yifan stepped through the gap that had naturally formed in the crowd and approached Tang Song. He had little to worry about. Winning the match in front of the audience would also win him the affection of his beloved, making him a resounding success in life. Tang Song was merely a stepping stone, incapable even of tripping him up. How do we play? Tang Song inquired. In Jian Yifan's eyes, his seriousness was merely the last flicker of stubbornness. Jian Yifan waved his hand, and the members of the school team entered one by one, dividing into 2 teams on the field. I want to take advantage of you. You'll join the main team, while I'll take the substitutes. I assure you, your teammates will give their all. Jian Yifan sought to win fair and square. That might not be ideal. You're all wearing the same uniforms, and I'm afraid I won't be able to distinguish between you. Tang Song expressed his concern, noting that the only difference among them was the numbers, which he couldn't memorize all at once. Starting to make excuses, are we? Jian Yifan scoffed. If you're too afraid to play, just admit it. Your reasoning is rather flimsy. However, he had prepared in advance. The team had ordered vests of different colors last year at someone's suggestion. Before Jian Yifan could speak again, Tang Song had already found a solution. I'll just find teammates along the sidelines. Your uniforms are quite distinctive. No one else is wearing them. That way, there won't be any confusion. Tang Song indeed began to recruit players from the sidelines. The students who had come to relax and play football after classes were retreating to the back. They were keen to enjoy a game, but the thought of playing against the school team in front of so many people was daunting. Are you trying to humiliate me? Jian Yifan said with a grim expression as he pulled Tang Song back. I realize your logic is quite twisted. You intended to use victory to humiliate me, yet you're the one complaining? Tang Song looked puzzled, but the thought of an ice cream cone he disliked brightened his mood. So, with patience, he advised, when playing football, just focus on the game, but don't forget to study math well. It helps develop logical thinking. His words elicited suppressed laughter from the onlookers, who felt a mix of amusement and discomfort. How could he not distinguish between right and wrong? Yet, they couldn't refute Tang Song's logic. It seemed he must excel in mathematics. Jian Yifan clenched his teeth, shaking off Tang Song's hand in frustration. I don't care anymore. It's a loss regardless. And no matter what tricks you pull, it will still be a loss. Wait. Tang Song felt it was necessary for Jian Yifan to take charge. Look, you are the one playing. Without teammates, you can't play at all. Here's the deal. For me to complete my recruitment, you just need to nod at whatever I say later. That is not too difficult, is it? What's hard about that? Even if you recruit one more person, I'd still dare to nod. Jian Yifan mocked, quickly adding, but if you expect me to concede automatically, that's not happening. Was Tang Song merely grasping at straws to obtain that assurance? Jian Yifan wasn't falling for it. He would agree to all other conditions. Of course, that one happened. Tang Song smiled generously and turned to announce to the people at the edge of the field, Jian Yifan has agreed. If you help me win this match, he will select a few outstanding performers to join the school team. The crowd erupted in excitement, turning to gaze at Jian Yifan, who was momentarily taken aback. He hadn't anticipated that Tang Song would come up with such a clever scheme. The selection for the school team had already concluded, and these players had undergone rigorous evaluation. If they were to be replaced after this match, they would surely object. Moreover, did those who were not selected even possess the skill to secure a place on the team? Yet, he had promised to nod. This left him in a state of indecision, more challenging than conceding outright to Tang Song. Among the crowd, a girl of graceful stature concealed her mouth, unable to suppress her playful laughter. Her laughter elicited a smile from the man beside her, who appeared to be in his late 20s. "Is this Tang Song?" the man inquired. "Indeed. Have you ever encountered someone more unique than him?" The girl gazed at Tang Song, her pupils reflecting a spectrum of colors. "He is indeed quite special," the man mused, scrutinizing Tang Song, uncertain whether his skills matched his distinctiveness. "Rest assured," the girl replied, her face betraying no hint of concern. If there is one area where Tang Song is not exceptional, then he would cease to be Tang Song. Chapter 40. Losing half without playing the conditions announced by Tang Song left Jian Yifan feeling overwhelmed and indecisive. He was encountering such a situation for the first time in his life. Curiosity piqued. He wondered just who this seemingly unimpressive Tang Song truly was. Jian Yifan agreed to him. The vice-captain of the school team, Tian Quan, spoke in a low voice. As an outstanding winger, Tian Quan held significant sway in the team. He would never have engaged in such a farcical match, if not for Jian Yifan's plea. Yet at this moment, he found himself utterly irritated with Tang Song for stalling and resolved to teach him a lesson. Meeting Jian Yifan's puzzled gaze, Tian Quan explained, "Do you truly believe you will lose? If you're confident of victory, what is the harm in agreeing to him?" After speaking, he surveyed the crowd, proclaiming with pride, "Besides, which fool would dare oppose our school team? This guy can't even find teammates. In the end, he'll have no choice but to play against us." Indeed, at a height of 6 feet tall, Tian Quan stood out among the students of Linyuan City. Just a glance from him sent several students retreating, fearful of making eye contact. Jian Yifan chuckled at himself, realizing that Tian Quan was right. Why worry about something that would not happen? "All right, Tang Song, I agree. As long as you and your recruited teammates win, the doors of the school team will always be open to you. And if you lose, don't worry about being mocked. After all, losing to the school team is nothing to be ashamed of." Jian Yifan finally nodded. The benefits of winning were substantial, and losing would have no repercussions. Jian Yifan had even arranged a safety net for Tang Song's yet-to-appear teammates in case of defeat. Tang Song felt that Jian Yifan was more thoughtful than he had imagined and couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. How had he not considered that his teammates might worry about losing? The captain of the school team has already agreed, so everyone should eagerly sign up. Don't miss this opportunity. Tang Song made his rounds, bowing as if performing in a marketplace. However, despite his enthusiastic calls, no one stepped forward. A few who had clearly considered it retreated upon making eye contact with Tian Quan. Tian Quan seemed to be right. No one dared to oppose the school team. "Tang Song, don't embarrass yourself. Everyone here has more self-awareness than you do. If you don't want to play, just admit it openly. No one will mock you." Tian Quan taunted. Self-awareness? Tang Song turned back. For the first time, Tian Quan saw genuine seriousness on his face, causing his heart to skip a beat as if he were facing an opponent he could never conquer. "Impossible," Tian Quan shook his head. Before today, he had never heard Tang Song. Even if he could play football, his skills would surely be subpar. If you had any self-awareness, you would understand you've underestimated two things. Tang Song stepped closer to Tian Quan. Although he was shorter and slimmer, there was not a trace of fear or cowardice in him. First, you've underestimated the courage of the youth in Linyuan City, and second, you've underestimated my abilities. Therefore, today, you will undoubtedly lose. But losing is no shame. The real disgrace lies in lacking the courage to fight. Tian Quan found himself almost face-to-face with Tang Song, a boy he had to look down upon, yet he instinctively took a step back. "Keep talking tough. It's been nearly 10 minutes, and you haven't found a single teammate." Tian Quan forced himself to say this, something he would never have done in the past. Is 10 minutes a long time? For a match, a professional team can prepare for an entire week. Tang Song remained unfazed, but moments later, he suddenly recalled something and became quite anxious. "Classmates, I implore you to lend a hand. There truly isn't enough time. If no one steps up, I shall have no choice but to cancel the match." The members of the school team sneered simultaneously. "So soon, your true colors are revealed? Keep pretending. If you lack the courage to play, then so be it." After all this fuss, it seems the match is being canceled because no one dares to play with you. This young man is rather cunning, cleverly shifting blame in such a unique manner. Tang Song, stop struggling. It appears the awareness of the youth in Linyuan City surpasses yours. Just admit defeat, and it's not necessary to play this match. From now on, we shall never say you lost because we never played, Tian Quan stated, his disdain for Tang Song evident. He would never acknowledge him again. I'll do it. Before Tian Quan finished speaking, a voice called out from the back of the crowd and slowly made its way to the field. Who is this brave soul? The onlookers eagerly awaited the reveal. Whether they could win or whether the match could even take place was of little importance. Merely possessing such courage made one appear formidable and handsome. A collective sigh of disappointment reached its peak when the individual emerged. He was scrawny and unremarkable, starkly contrasting with the expected image. Wang Dezhuang, realizing he had disappointed everyone, awkwardly clasped his hands and then approached Tang Song. Are you serious about this match? My 100-meter time is around 12 seconds, which, according to my knowledge, surpasses everyone on the school team. Do you think I could play with you? This is football, not a sprint. After the initial disappointment, the crowd found Wang Dezhuang utterly absurd. Even if Tang Song knew defeat was inevitable, he wouldn't want such a teammate. Tang Song smiled faintly, his eyes filled with approval as he regarded Wang Dezhuang. Of course you can. However, in this match, you must not only run faster than others, but also run more than others. When everyone thinks we cannot win, we must run for victory. Wang Dezhuang nodded, gratitude shining in his eyes. He had originally hoped to join the school team based on his speed, only to be ridiculed and dismissed. He had complained to his friends about this, who laughed at him, saying he was like a toad aspiring to eat swan meat. But was it wrong to be fast? Was it wrong to want to play football instead of pursuing athletics? Wang Dezhuang believed it was not, and today, someone had also accepted him, without question, making him feel he had found a kindred spirit. Honestly, I don't expect you to win the match for me, but let's keep this between us. Don't let them hear. Just as Wang Dezhuang was overwhelmed with emotion, he heard Tang Song whisper in his ear, leaving him both amused and bewildered. Yet, he felt Tang Song was right. If he placed his complete trust in someone whose background he did not know, Wang Dezhuang would deem Tang Song hypocritical. Therefore, he resolved to run well and prove himself to Tang Song. Feeling encouraged by Tang Song's words, Wang Dezhuang made a silent vow, unaware that Tang Song had never contemplated relying on him to win. Indeed, now you have an oddball teammate. But can the two of you actually play together? Is there anyone brave enough to challenge our school team? Wang Dezhuang's presence left Tian Quan feeling frustrated, prompting him to shout, and me. I'm in too. If Wang Dezhuang dared to step forward, why shouldn't others? In no time, players began flocking to Tang Song, quickly forming a large team. Enough even to create 2 substitute teams. What is the school team? Tang Song smiled at Tian Quan, stating, in truth, there is no school team, or rather, everyone is part of the school team. Those who run fast, jump high, boys and girls alike, can be part of the school team. Football, after all, has no restrictive conditions. Tian Quan's nose crinkled in anger as he retorted, just wait and see. You will lose. Seeing so many people siding with Tang Song, Jian Yifan felt a sense of embarrassment. Why were so many suddenly opposing the school team? These people usually treated him with utmost respect. You'll regret this, Jian Yifan threatened. Tang Song remained unfazed, beginning to discuss with his teammates who would take the field. He didn't care about the individual abilities of his teammates. Since they were now a team, they needed to form a coherent unit, respecting each other's choices regarding positions. Witnessing the harmonious atmosphere among the impromptu team, Jian Yifan felt a twinge of jealousy. As the captain of the school team, his strength was well recognized, yet he could not command the same loyalty within his own team. How had Tang Song achieved this? The man on the sidelines gazed at Tang Song with astonishment. His teammates had come together out of frustration with Tian Quan's provocations, naturally uniting against a common foe. Yet, Tang Song showed no pretense toward those who came to assist him, not even expressing gratitude. This attitude played a crucial role. It indicated that he did not consider defeating the school team as a personal endeavor, but rather transformed it into a collective goal. You come and help me. But I don't need you. You are helping yourselves. This was Tang Song's unintentional attitude. As for what Tang Song truly thought, that mattered little. Even if this attitude was a misunderstanding, it was better than feigned pretenses. It seems you have taken a liking to him, said the girl beside the man. Not quite. He replied, I seek players, not social activists. What a coincidence, the girl teased. Tang Song wishes to be a player, not a social activist. At this moment, Tang Song had finished discussing with his team and took his place on their side of the pitch. The group of makeshift players suddenly seemed revitalized, as if they had been playing together since birth, their heightened spirit genuinely startling the school team. Even the school team, due to personnel changes and the fact that they had just started the semester without formal training, appeared somewhat lackadaisical. Captain Jian Yifan felt bitterness. How had he fallen so far behind Tang Song, even before the match commenced? Nevertheless, Jian Yifan remained resolute, opting to play as a substitute. Most of these players had only just been selected for the school team, and their coordination was lacking. With Tian Quan, they had at most 2 key players, and Tian Quan had insisted on this arrangement, even threatening to withdraw from the team if Jian Yifan did not comply. Jian Yifan was determined to defeat Tang Song, initially for love, now to reclaim his lost pride. Chapter 41. Conditions for winning in the eyes of some. Football is akin to war, a means to vent anger in peaceful times. This afternoon, Jian Yifan and Tian Quan, both eager to humiliate Tang Song for their respective reasons, were filled with energy and ready to pounce the moment the referee blew the whistle, ready to pounce on Tang Song like a beast. The referee, understanding the gravity of the moment, wasted no time and blew the whistle without a word. The sharp sound sliced through the silence, and Jian Yifan and Tian Quan darted forward like twin dragons. For them, this match would be a feast of goals. Just at that critical moment, another voice cut through the air like a splash of cold water. Wait! Tang Song's voice was as loud as the whistle. The young dragons abruptly halted, nearly tumbling over. What now? Tian Quan fumed, losing all composure and disregarding rules. If you continue this nonsense, you'll be declared the loser. I'm not being unreasonable. We haven't yet established the conditions for victory. Tang Song absolutely refused to accept defeat. He wouldn't indulge in a sweet treat after a loss, even if he had no particular liking for it. However, when others suggested treating him, he felt it would be impolite to decline, as he was genuinely pressed for time. Why don't we aim for 3 goals? The team that scores 3 first shall be the victor, he proposed. This statement initially left everyone bewildered. Wasn't football simply a game played over 90 minutes, with the team scoring the most goals declare the winner? Why discuss conditions for victory? However, after listening to Tang Song's explanation, they no longer found his words incomprehensible, but rather perceived a peculiar flaw in his reasoning. Often, even after 90 minutes, one might not score a single goal. If he was in such a hurry, why set a target of 3 goals? Wouldn't the match then be extended indefinitely if they failed to achieve that? Jian Yifan, having already learned a lesson from Tang Song, was at a loss, unsure of what to make of Tang Song's reasoning and hesitated to speak. Tian Quan, growing increasingly irritated by Tang Song's demeanor, urged, just agree. Do you really think we need to wait until the second half to score 3 goals? Jian Yifan pondered this and realized Tian Quan was indeed correct. If Tang Song was in a rush, he too was equally pressed for time. The sooner they finished the match, the sooner he could savor the sweetness of love with that special someone. All right, it's settled then. After nodding, Jian Yifan, wanting to ensure Tang Song had no further stipulations, signaled to the referee to blow the whistle. Thus, Jian Yifan and Tian Quan launched their assault, intent on striking decisively. However, someone was swifter than they anticipated. As soon as the whistle blew, Jian Yifan, still surveying his teammates' movements, was suddenly bewildered. The ball had vanished from beneath his feet. When he regained his senses, he discovered Tang Song had deftly maneuvered past the defender and entered the penalty area. Jian Yifan, a newly selected goalkeeper, felt a twinge of panic as he saw Tang Song approaching him after successfully stealing the ball and outmaneuvering his opponent. As Tang Song fainted, Jian Yifan instinctively lowered himself to widen his defensive stance, anticipating a shot on goal. To his astonishment, Tang Song halted, nudging the ball forward, which rolled smoothly beneath the goalkeeper's legs and into the net. Tang Song had scored the first goal. What has transpired? Not only the onlooking students were baffled, but even the referee was momentarily confused, still with the whistle in his mouth, unsure how to signal a goal so soon after the match had commenced. Jian Yifan and Tian Quan exchanged astonished glances, reading shock in each other's eyes. They still believed in their teammates, those selected for the school team, despite any lack of cohesion, must possess superior skills compared to the makeshift team of those who did not make the cut. Thus, they focused on their positions, hoping to signal for the ball once they settled in. Yet, upon turning back to find their positions, they saw the ball nestled in the back of the net. This Tang Song was something else. Both recognized they may have underestimated him. In truth, Tang Song's goal, from the steal to the finish, took a fair amount of time, though the attention of the crowd had been captured by Jian Yifan and Tian Quan, leaving no one to notice the details. except for a girl and a man in the crowd, who observed everything with clarity. You need not concern yourself with my feelings. That goal deserves applause, the man remarked, noting the girl raising her hands in celebration, only to lower them moments later, assuming she feared that her enthusiasm might influence Tang Song's performance. I won't be applauding him. The girl pouted, especially since he never shared his defensive progress with me. Tang Song's decisive interception was impressive. On one hand, the opposing team had yet to find their rhythm, and on the other, it showcased Tang Song's improvement in defensive technique, which had not previously been so striking. The girl felt a pang of irritation, as if a close friend had kept a secret from her. Is that even considered progress? The man questioned, surprised. Tang Song's interception was indeed successful, but employing such tactics in a real match could be risky. A failed interception could lead to a defensive lapse, putting the team at a disadvantage. If this was deemed improvement, how poor had Tang Song's defensive awareness been before? Defensive awareness and initiative are two distinct concepts. Even a player tirelessly running around without awareness will struggle to contribute meaningfully to the team. Realizing her slip of the tongue, the girl quickly stuck out her tongue playfully. Isn't he in a hurry? If he's pressed for time, a little risk is warranted, and he succeeded, didn't he? Is it really that simple? The man replied, scrutinizing Tang Song intently. The match continued, and the sudden goal, along with Tang Song's displayed abilities, caught Jian Yifan and Tian Quan off guard. It did not diminish their confidence in winning. After all, this was merely the first goal. In the following moments, Jian Yifan actively dropped back to receive the ball, while Tang Song, having failed to intercept a few times, drifted away, seemingly conceding. This filled Jian Yifan with pride, as it appeared Tang Song's prowess was limited, leaving him with nothing substantial after his initial burst. Is this his so-called improved defensive capability? The man mused with furrowed brows. Isn't it wise for Tang Song, who excels in offense, to leave the defense to others? The girl defended him, having not seen Tang Song play in a while, yet believing that he acted with purpose. While it is acceptable for an attacking player to be weaker defensively, it does not justify neglecting defense altogether. Selecting appropriate positioning to delay the opponent's advance and allowing defensive players time to react is an essential quality for an attacking player. Moreover, even in offensive play, what was visible now was solely Tang Song's individual skill. Great personal ability does not necessarily translate to being a good offensive player. Wouldn't you agree? The man countered. Football cannot be won by a single player alone. Even a talent like Maradona, who could dribble past 5 defenders to score, could not rely solely on that method each time. There is still time. No need to rush, the girl reassured, unfazed. Jian Yifan played as a left winger, proficient in advancing down the flank before cutting in. Such players are common in campus leagues, as most individuals are right-footed, even when playing on the left. They tend to favor their dominant foot. Cutting in from the left allows them to exploit this tendency. For defenders, players of this type pose a challenge. If they defend against the cut-ins, they leave space on the flank for the opposing fullback. Conversely, if they do not defend, the player can directly threaten the goal. Thus, employing skilled players in these positions often yields favorable outcomes. Jian Yifan possessed good technical skills, and his ability to cut in from the left was a key scoring method for his school team. As students of the same institution, Tang Song's teammates were well aware of this, quickly shifting their defensive focus toward Jian Yifan. Yet, they struggled to contain him. Jian Yifan's speed and skill allowed him to make significant strides with just a few steps, creating multiple dangerous situations in front of Tang Song's goal. Luckily, Tang Song's team was aware of Jian Yifan's talent and retreated almost entirely to defend against him. Moreover, Jian Yifan's forward, newly selected for the school team, was unable to keep pace with Jian Yifan's rhythm, preventing a breakthrough. However, it was evident to keen observers that allowing Jian Yifan such freedom to operate merely meant it was a matter of time before he would find the back of the net. The girl on the sidelines felt a pang of anxiety for Tang Song, yet he remained unfazed on the field. Instead of interfering with Jian Yifan's movements, he seemed to intentionally drift towards the other side. What are you doing, Tang Song? Wang Dazhuang was perplexed. I mentioned the need for more movement before the match. Look at my running distance. It's quite commendable, isn't it? Tang Song replied with a smile. Wang Dazhuang, having been dismissed from the school team, understood that it was not due to his lack of football knowledge, but rather because he was perceived as merely fast. To him, Tang Song's explanation was utterly nonsensical. The distance he was running in pursuit had no bearing on the effective running distance necessary to secure victory in the match. However, since Wang Dazhuang had insisted on participating in this game, he could hardly blame Tang Song for not exerting himself, especially since others had already scored. In fact, he had an epiphany. Jian Yifan was fast, but so was he. Thus, when Jian Yifan attempted to cut inside during his next dribble, Wang Dazhuang seized the moment and dashed forward like lightning, intercepting the ball. He was not exaggerating. His speed truly surpassed that of everyone on the school team. This unique skill was not without its merits on the pitch. With a triumphant roar after the interception, Wang Dazhuang released the pent-up frustration that had weighed heavily on his heart. Was it merely luck? Must he make such a fuss? Jian Yifan, despite his nonchalant words, could not hide his own embarrassment. Luck, you say? Let's see how this unfolds. Wang Dazhuang's tone was imbued with a newfound confidence, starkly contrasting with his usual demeanor. This was the allure of football, the very reason Wang Dazhuang yearned to play. Chapter 42. The counterattack begins. Subsequently, Wang Dazhuang seemed to discover the optimal position, using his speed to thwart Jian Yifan's attempts to cut inside. With Jian Yifan's ability to penetrate diminished, the defensive pressure on Tang Song notably lessened, allowing the formation to expand and giving rise to an opportunity for a counterattack. The frustrated expression on Jian Yifan's face brought Wang Dazhuang immense satisfaction. He even speculated that Tang Song's lack of defense against Jian Yifan was a deliberate ploy to afford him a chance to shine. This deepened Wang Dazhuang's gratitude towards Tang Song, whom he now viewed as a life mentor. What's so commendable about just being fast? Jian Yifan grumbled as he advanced along the wing, still holding the majority of possession despite his inability to cut inside. If you're so unimpressed, why don't you cut inside and show me? Wang Dazhuang retorted. Jian Yifan's expression shifted, but he quickly responded with a cold smile. Do you think I, unlike you, possess only a singular style of play? Before Wang Dazhuang could process this, Jian Yifan suddenly slowed his pace, deftly pulling the ball towards the sidelines with his left foot, then lofting it high across to the center. I forgot to mention, I am actually a dual-footed player, Jian Yifan scoffed. On the left flank, when a defender pressured from the right side, it was challenging for a right-footed player to make a pass. However, dual-footed players possess equal agility with both feet. Throughout the match, Jian Yifan had predominantly cut inside, causing many to overlook this fact, even if Wang Dazhuang were aware. He found himself ill-equipped to handle a technically proficient dual-footed player like Jian Yifan, leaving him in a state of dismay. This cross, combined with Tang Song's reshaped formation, made scoring an unchallenging feat. Even if the forwards lacked the ability to score, there was still Tian Quan. Familiar with Jian Yifan's style, Tian Quan had been roaming along the right flank and had now surged towards the center, positioning himself perfectly to receive the ball. He expertly controlled it with his chest and prepared to execute a stunning volley. Yet, just as he was about to strike, the moment was interrupted. As the ball rebounded from the ground, Tang Song appeared before him with a grin, and by the time Tian Quan glanced back at the ball, it had already been claimed by Tang Song. Once again, he executed a remarkably elegant interception. What followed seemed like a reenactment of the first goal. As Jian Yifan advanced down the wing, their team surged forward, significantly reducing the number of defenders. Tang Song skillfully maneuvered past the opposing midfielder, then faked out a defender. And faced with the goalkeeper, he executed a deft nutmeg. 2-0. The entire sequence unfolded with such effortless grace. This time, everyone watched in astonishment, feeling even more bewildered than after the first goal. How could this fellow consistently transform scoring into such a simple affair? Jian Yifan and Tian Quan exchanged incredulous glances, their expressions marked by shock, disbelief, humiliation, and resentment. They had never anticipated that Tang Song's side could score, let alone achieve a second goal. With the same player netting both, Tang Song and Wang Dazhuang clenched their fists, silently chanting his name. Disheartened, Wang Dazhuang felt a flicker of surprise as he witnessed Tang Song's interception. However, once Tang Song scored, that surprise swiftly morphed into an endless confusion. He recalled Tang Song's words spoken before the match, and it now appeared that Tang Song had not intended to encourage him from a different perspective, but rather had genuinely never considered relying on him for victory. Am I merely being delusional? Wang Dazhuang pondered. He soon realized that Tang Song's decision not to defend Jian Yifan stemmed from initial intuition that Jian Yifan would suddenly cross the ball, thus opting to step back to guard against Tian Quan, rather than offering him a chance to shine. Understanding these 2 points filled Wang Dazhuang with overwhelming shame, turning his face as red as a monkey's backside. Are you tired? Should we substitute? We have plenty of substitutes available, Tang Song asked with concern for his industrious teammate, whose face was flushed from exertion, a testament to his diligent defense against Jian Yifan. This concern made Wang Dazhuang feel like banging his head against the ground. It was clear that Tang Song had never considered relying on his performance to win. In Tang Song's eyes, he was merely an expendable player. Wang Dazhuang looked at Tang Song with a sense of grievance. Did you genuinely mean for me to run more? Or was that just a casual remark? Not at all. Tang Song replied earnestly, instilling a glimmer of hope in Wang Dazhuang. However, that hope was quickly dashed as Tang Song continued. Running more is beneficial for physical conditioning. You should also venture forward into the attack. That would be even more effective. Wang Dazhuang ceased to struggle against this notion, realizing that disputing with Tang Song was simply self-deprecating. He chose to remain on the field, recognizing that he still had some utility, preventing Jian Yifan from cutting inside. As for how significant that contribution was in Tang Song's eyes, he lacked the courage to inquire further. The girl on the sidelines was now laughing so hard she could barely stand. It seems he's really in a rush. Amid the laughter, the man's expression grew uncomfortable. He believed Tang Song's interceptions lacked substantial defensive value. Yet Tang Song executed another crucial interception. He felt that Tang Song's individual abilities were difficult to replicate. And yet Tang Song just scored with a stunning solo effort. It was as if Tang Song was targeting him specifically, rendering all his conclusions utterly worthless. Even so, I maintain my previous opinion, the man muttered gloomily. Don't rush. Your perspective isn't incorrect. But I believe Tang Song won't solely rely on this method to create opportunities for the team, the girl replied with a wink. If he only employs this one approach, it won't be long before others catch on. What would make him special then? If he loses that uniqueness, will he still be the same Tang Song? The girl remained unconvinced that Tang Song would ever descend into mediocrity. Once again, the ball is in play. This time, Jian Yifan finally showcases the skills befitting his role as captain of the school team. With determination, he forces his way past Wang Dazhuang's defense, combining seamlessly with Tian Quan before unleashing a powerful shot within the penalty area. The counterattack begins now. Jian Yifan raises his fist, letting out a rallying cry that resonates through the air. The spectators erupt with cheers, particularly the girls, whose voices grow hoarse from their excitement. The girl beside a man rolls her eyes, thinking these people are blind. It is clearly Tang Song's goal that deserves such fervor. No matter, Tang Song covers his ears, reassuring his teammates that at least possession has returned to their side. His tone so nonchalant, it seems as if they allowed Jian Yifan to score on purpose. Little brat, don't get cocky, Tian Quan retorts fiercely. From now on, we won't let you near the goal. True to his word, he and Jian Yifan do not charge forward together, but instead retreat to the midfield, simultaneously compressing Tang Song's space on both flanks, forcing him to incessantly switch sides in search of an opportunity. With the relentless pursuit of other players, Tang Song finds himself surrounded. Even if he possessed extraordinary agility, he would be rendered immobile. However, Jian Yifan and his companions are not faring any better, despite their numbers. They are unable to snatch the ball from Tang Song's feet. Go ahead, Tang Song. Let us see how long you can carry the ball. Tian Quan nearly shouts in rage. He believes no one dares to oppose the school team, and with Tang Song leading a squad, he feels the match will be easily resolved. Yet in less than an hour, everything he prided himself on has been turned upside down. This humiliation is one he cannot swallow. How long can you really keep this up? Tang Song exclaims, a hint of panic crossing his face. Indeed, he cannot maintain possession for long. Time is running out. With urgency, Tang Song takes a step forward with the ball, then dramatically changes direction, throwing Tian Quan off balance and creating a pathway for a breakthrough. Unfazed by the loss of positioning, Tian Quan smirks coldly. In moments of haste, mistakes are made, and even if Tang Song manages to evade him, he is completely unaware that Jian Yifan has quietly moved in, lying in wait behind him. Jian Yifan is prepared for this, as Tang Song oscillates between the left and right flanks. Nimble as a grasshopper, he leaves Jian Yifan dizzy. Yet this time is different. Tang Song has squandered too much time on Tian Quan's side, granting Jian Yifan the opportunity to flank him. concealing himself behind Tian Quan as he awaits the perfect moment. Just then, he observes Tang Song and Tian Quan parting, Tang Song lifting his gaze to survey the field, seemingly plotting his next advance. Jin Yifun's heart leaps with excitement as he charges forward, determined to reclaim the ball from Tang Song's feet. To his surprise, Tang Song is quicker. Instead of advancing, he merely feints with his right foot, and in the blink of an eye, he launches the ball with tremendous force. The soccer ball whizzes past the sprinting Jin Yifun, heading straight toward their defensive line. Jin Yifun momentarily freezes. What is Tang Song attempting? A long-range shot? Impossible. He is too far from the goal for that. A misstep? That seems unlikely. No one mishandles the ball with such power. Gradually, Jin Yifun turns around and witnesses an unimaginable scene. While they focus their defense on Tang Song, Wang Dazhuang has already infiltrated their backline, poised between the two center backs. As the ball soars past, Wang Dazhuang bolts forward like a wild stallion. He has indeed heeded Tang Song's advice, transitioning from defense to offense, eagerly awaiting this opportunity. Neither defender can match Wang Dazhuang's speed, not even the goalkeeper. The unfortunate goalkeeper, fearing Tang Song might attempt to slip the ball through his legs, positions himself facing Tang Song. Yet the pass is directed toward the opposite side of the goal, leaving him helpless as Wang Dazhuang catches up to the ball and, with a swift maneuver, sends it sailing into the net. The goalkeeper is left bewildered, unsure of how to express his frustration. Here he is, a legitimate substitute goalkeeper for the school team. Yet today he is unable to make even a single respectable save. Jin Yifun glances at the ball, then at Tang Song, who stands smiling lightly before him, and finally at the onlooking students with mouths agape. Suddenly, his ears feel aflame. The echoes of his declaration of a counterattack still linger. In the blink of an eye, they have conceded a third goal. What counterattack can they mount now? They have already lost. Chapter 43. Fragrance of the 7-mile path. After the goal, Wang Dazhuang is nearly beside himself with excitement. Who says speed cannot play soccer? He bellows at everyone around him, not distinguishing between opponents, teammates, or mere onlookers. Once he has vented, a more composed Wang Dazhuang remembers the one he should truly thank. He hurriedly searches for Tang Song, only to find him casually inquiring about the time from someone on the sidelines. It is only 6:30. There is still plenty of time to head home for dinner, leaving the student he asked utterly perplexed. Just how pressed for time is Tang Song? However, at this moment, no one dares to mock Tang Song. In just over 30 minutes of play, he has orchestrated 3 goals against the school team. Even though he still dons his middle school uniform, sweat evaporating and exuding a hint of acidity, no one perceives him as pitiable. Hearing this response, Tang Song breathes a sigh of relief, a smile of joy gracing his face. It seems he does not care about winning. What matters to him is whether it will impede his schedule. His remarkable detachment from triumph and despair leaves Wang Dazhuang feeling ashamed once more. He quickly resolves to emulate Tang Song's humility. While Wang Dazhuang finds inspiration in Tang Song, Tian Quan is left with yet another blow to his pride. Losing to Tang Song is deeply unsettling. Should Tang Song celebrate exuberantly in his presence, it would be even more unbearable. Yet that discomfort resides within an acceptable range. It suggests that Tang Song still regards them as formidable opponents, hence the relief in victory. Yet the current situation reveals Tang Song wearing no sign of the excitement one might expect after winning. He appears as though he is merely a passerby, casually riding by, with victory being a mere coincidence. Tang Song, Tian Quan bellows, his face contorted with rage. If you're so capable, why not play a match against our starting lineup? You certainly wouldn't win. Tian Quan's fierce demeanor frightens the onlookers. Yet Tang Song merely glances at him, responding coolly. Isn't your school team about to be restructured? You should be more concerned about whether you can retain your position. Restructured? Who said that? Tian Quan is momentarily stunned. As the team's vice-captain, he ought to be aware of such news. It was Jin Yifun who mentioned it. Wang Dazhuang interjects, surrounded by his temporary teammates. It was agreed that whoever performs well in this match would have a chance to join the school team. There are only so many spots available. If we join, someone must be let go. I foresee you being the first to be dismissed. Tian Quan recalls that this was indeed discussed prior to the match, and he is momentarily too shocked to respond. The girl on the sidelines laughs again, turning to the man beside her. What do you think? Tang Song is certainly full of surprises. Isn't he? Indeed. The man replies with a resigned expression. Those apparent flaws somehow transform into unique strengths. This is a type of player he has never encountered before. Yet, he is not good enough. Of course, he can improve. Otherwise, you would not require him. The man chuckles awkwardly, then inquires, why hasn't such a player joined the school team? Surely, no one could refuse him if he participated in tryouts? The girl shrugs. That is a question you must find the answer to yourself. I have heard that the head coach of a European club, upon taking an interest in a player, would humbly visit and personally negotiate, akin to the legendary 3 visits to the thatched cottage. Surely you can manage that? The man pondered for a moment before smiling. Why do I feel like I've been deceived? I came to the school as a physical education teacher, and now I find myself being persuaded to act as the exclusive coach for Tang Song, even needing to plead with him. Nevertheless, I shall comply and speak with him. Not now. The girl shook her head. He is pressing matters to attend to shortly, and at this moment, whatever you say will fall on deaf ears. The man forced a bitter smile. How did I get deeper into this predicament? Do I really have to consider his feelings? In her eyes? Who is truly helping whom? Him or me? The girl blinked, offering no response to his inquiry. Instead, she pushed through the gathered students and stepped onto the field. The scene on the pitch was chaotic. Wang Dazhuang had surrounded Tian Quan and Jian Yifan, insisting they fulfill their pre-match promises. The two, fully aware of their mistakes, were rendered speechless. Where once they had been arrogant, they now found themselves in a most embarrassing predicament. Silence. As the girl spoke, the field fell quiet, all eyes drawn to her. Though clad in a loose school uniform, her slender figure remained evident. Her 2 ponytails cascaded beside her charming face, lending her an air of both aloofness and charm. Her mere presence seemed to drain the color from everything around her, especially as everyone recognized her as the vice president of the student council and the manager of the school team. At number 7 high, half the boys harbored feelings for her, and outside school, lines longer than those at the cafeteria formed just to catch a glimpse of her. You finally arrived, Jian Yifan exclaimed, his expression brightening. This girl was the one who had brought him and Tang Song together on the field, and he believed she held feelings for him. Her appearance at this critical moment only solidified his conviction. Had I not come, you would surely embarrass the school team, she replied, her expression impassive. Since you have already made a promise, the team must be restructured. This will commence next week. Jian Yifan's heart sank. Where was the help he so desperately needed? Tian Quan opened his mouth several times, yet could not utter a word under the weight of her gaze. Wonderful, Wang Dazhuang exclaimed, tears welling in his eyes. I can join the school team. He believed he had performed well enough in the match to warrant this opportunity. You? The girl looked at Wang Dazhuang, then at Tang Song. When the others understood the implication in her gaze, disbelief swept through them. This girl was inquiring about Tang Song. What was the nature of their relationship? Speculation ran rampant in their minds. Wang Dazhuang, however, was oblivious to the murmurs around him. He was now elated. He interpreted Tang Song's instruction to run forward as a sign of approval, and when he received a pass from Tang Song, it confirmed his belief. Knowing the girl respected Tang Song's opinion, he thought that as long as Tang Song nodded in agreement, his place on the team was virtually assured. You are not yet qualified. Tang Song shook his head, regretfully telling Wang Dazhuang. You should focus on track and field. Soccer is not suited for you. I have heard that high school students can consistently run the 100 meters in under 12 seconds, making it quite easy to win awards. What? Wang Dazhuang thought he misheard. Everyone has their own suitable path, Wang Dazhuang. You're not cut out for soccer. Abandon this notion sooner rather than later. Tang Song seemed oblivious to the pained expression on the face of the first person who had stepped up to assist him. Not even you think I have potential? Wang Dazhuang's heart plummeted. He had regarded Tang Song as his confidant, so Tang Song's rejection stung deeper than any judgment from the school team or his friends. He muttered despairingly, pushing through the crowd and heading toward the teaching building. His heartbroken expression even moved those who had previously looked down upon him due to his appearance. Yet Tang Song, as if untouched by the scene, did not spare a glance at the departing Wang Dazhuang. Tang Song, you truly have a heart of stone. Many internally cursed. Only the girl smiled softly, believing Tang Song's actions were justified. Moreover, why would Tang Song care about others' opinions? Even if they expressed disdain in front of him, he would remain indifferent. As Wang Dazhuang left, Tang Song turned to the girl and suddenly extended his hand, saying, Lin Yutong, where's my ice cream? I won the game. You cannot back out. This girl was none other than Lin Yutong, facing Tang Song's outstretched hand. She playfully pouted, retrieving an ice cream cone to hand to him. Mind your manners. Remember to call me senior from now on. Is that all? Tang Song pretended not to hear her, tearing open the packaging. Who told you to play for so long? The other one melted. Tang Song did not ponder why only one ice cream had melted. After taking a bite, he casually offered it to Lin Yutong. She naturally took a bite and returned it to him, reminiscent of their past. I am heading back to watch the match. What about you? Tang Song inquired. I'm going too. And remember to call me senior. Lin Yutong reminded him with a serious expression. In the past 4 years, they had not attended the same school. Despite both residing in Linyuan City, and their time together had been scarce. Thanks to Lin Gaofeng's connections, Lin Yutong had skipped a grade and entered No. 7 high first. At that time, it seemed she anticipated Tang Song would soon join as well, eagerly awaiting the moment he would be compelled to call her senior. Now reunited, there was no sense of awkwardness between them. The only downside was that Lin Yutong realized Tang Song would not relent, even when pressed, to call her senior. Then we must hurry. The match starts at 7:30. Tang Song indeed did not call her, which made Lin Yutong stomp her foot in frustration. However, she quickly smiled, pulling out her phone to ask, "Do you listen to music?" "It's Jay Chou's latest album." Tang Song grimaced. He was not fond of music and had never even heard of Jay Chou. Yet, wishing to avoid a quarrel, he allowed Lin Yutong to insert one of the earbuds into his ear. Thus, they shared an ice cream, listening to the same song. Walking side by side out of the school, their intimate silhouette left all onlookers at the pitch momentarily bewildered. The relationship between Tang Song and Lin Yutong seemed all too clear. Jian Yifan felt a bitter pang rise in his throat as he glanced at Tian Quan, who wore a similarly pained expression. At that moment, they were both defeated. Yet Jian Yifan's loss was more profound. He had deluded himself into believing he had gained Lin Yutong's affection, but had not even earned a token of friendship from her. Rewind, Tang Song suddenly said while quietly listening to music on the way back to the factory. Lin Yutong chuckled to herself. How could he claim not to know the song meant for Jolin Tsai while still recognizing it? I meant to go back to the previous track. Tang Song thought Lin Yutong had misunderstood and clarified. This is track 3. There is no rewind function. Lin Yutong scolded in frustration. Not only had he failed to call her senior, but now he was instructing her like a servant, which she found intolerable. However, upon noticing Tang Song's earnest expression, she obediently pressed back to the previous track. If I burst forth from the shroud of darkness, do not expect to bind my freedom. In the tempest, I shall roar, struggling like a cornered beast. I strive to break through, my closed thoughts cracking open. The metallic cadence of the song gradually captivated Tang Song. Chapter 44. Soccer. Without love, the employee living quarters of Factory 4 remained unchanged, with gray buildings standing silently and clothes flapping on various balconies. Yet, changes were afoot, as an increasing number of small vendors appeared in the vicinity. The place where Yi Jinsher used to repair cars had now transformed into an open-air barbecue with 5 low tables. The most valuable possession at the entire barbecue stall was the large color television prominently displayed in the center. Even without indulging in food, one could comfortably sit down and watch. Lu Zhao's parents were busy lighting the fire while enticing passersby. Don't be shy. Come take a seat. It doesn't matter if you eat or not. Just come and watch the match. The Liaoqing Moonlight team is playing soon, so don't miss it. Lin Yutong chuckled to Tang Song. Are they acting as business owners or cheerleaders? Lu Zhao's mother spotted the two and greeted them warmly. Tong Tong, you're a rare guest today. You absolutely must stay and eat. Tang Song, you should join us too. Just yesterday, Lu Xiao mentioned you during our call. He has never stopped thinking about you, always concerned if anyone is bothering you. The two were already there, so they felt no need to be polite. Lin Yutong knew Tang Song would be hungry after playing football, so she ordered a large spread, adding, Aunt Lu, you go ahead and keep busy. I'll take care of the bill later. With such words, it felt as if she were at home, as if one should pay for food in their own house. Lu Zhao's mother shot Lin Yutong an annoyed glance, then turned to Tang Song. Don't be so formal. Since Lu Xiao cares about you, we consider you part of the family. Let her pay. Tang Song focused intently on the television. I helped her out today. It's only fair she treats me. Lu Zhao's mother dismissed Tang Song's words, thinking, what kind of boy insists a girl pays when dining out? Nevertheless, she had no intention of collecting money, so she busied herself elsewhere, unconcerned about who would ultimately pay. Did you hear that? Even Aunt Lou has an opinion. Why can't you show a bit of gentlemanly conduct toward a girl, especially a beautiful one? Lin Yutong pouted irritably. A girl who doesn't treat love as a joke. Besides, considering you're using me as a pawn, isn't it only right for you to treat me to dinner? Tang Song continued to watch the television. You know about that? Lin Yutong stuck out her tongue, feeling embarrassed. After all, Jin Yifan and Tian Quanming treated her like the team's manager in front of others, yet privately dismissed her as a girl who knew nothing about football. They hadn't even consulted her about such an important matter as team selection. She intended to show them a lesson, making sure they understood that they were not fit to decide on player selections. After venting her frustrations, Lin Yutong curiously asked, "In your heart, what matters more, the ice cream cone or me? If you're not offering to treat me to ice cream, are you truly planning to lose to Jin Yifan? The outcome is that I won. That is sufficient." Tang Song did not answer directly, leaving Lin Yutong's heart feeling as though it were being playfully scratched by a cat's paw, an unbearable itch. No matter how she pressed, Tang Song remained absorbed in the television, saying not a word. You'll die alone." In exasperation, Lin Yutong cursed Tang Song. "Football, not love," Tang Song retorted calmly, further aggravating Lin Yutong, who began to stomp on his foot. After a while, noticing a change in the television screen that revealed a stadium, Lin Yutong obediently ceased her antics. Lu Zhao's parents and others at the barbecue stall also quieted down. "Good evening, viewers. Welcome to the 12th round of the Super League, featuring the Liaoqing Moonlight versus Shudu Jinxing match. This match will be commented live by me, Kejun, alongside my partner Yongli. There is still some time before the match begins. Let us first review the current standings. The Liaoqing Moonlight team had achieved 6 wins, 3 draws, and 2 losses in the first 11 rounds, placing them second in the standings by a 4-point margin. In contrast, Shudu Jinxing had a dismal record of 2 wins, 5 draws, and 4 losses, accumulating only 11 points, second to last in the rankings. Though relegation was not a concern for the honor of the team, Shudu Jinxing would undoubtedly give their all in this match. The camera had yet to focus on the players, but anticipation filled the air, especially for Lu Zhao's parents, who held each other's hands tightly as if awaiting a verdict. At that moment, another individual approached the barbecue stall and sat down at Tang Song's table. His hair completely white and his face lined with deep wrinkles. "Grandpa Yi," Lin Yutong exclaimed in surprise, drawing attention to the newly arrived Yi Jinshi. "Engineer Yi, how are things progressing?" someone inquired anxiously. Yi Jinshi sighed softly, forcing a smile as he replied, "No rush. Vivi said the investment promotion is not yet concluded. We just have to be patient and wait. They will inform us as soon as there is news. How can we not be anxious?" The questioner slammed the table. "The factory hasn't received an order in an entire year, and wages are nowhere in sight. My family is on the brink of starvation." "Your family is struggling? Whose family and factory? For isn't. Don't just point fingers at Factory 4. So many heavy industries in Linyuan City are in the same boat." Yi Jinshi waved his hand dismissively. "But there is no need to panic at this moment. Everyone must remain confident. Trust me, and trust that those above will find a solution." "Right, let us just watch the match." Lu Zhao's parents gestured for everyone to quiet down and listen to the commentary announcing the teams. First, they reviewed Shudu Jinxing's lineup, which remained unchanged. The number 1 goalkeeper, regarded as the finest in the country, was described in a calm manner by Kejun. Only when he began to announce the substitutes did his voice exhibit a hint of emotion. Number 13, Song Fangjian, was still a substitute. The coach's explanation for this substitute player not making the starting lineup was due to an old injury. "I'm curious, Yongli, what kind of old injury would keep a player who performs well as a substitute off the starting roster?" Yongli Laogit, skillfully shifting the topic to the Liaoqing Moonlight team. Compared to Shudu Jinxing, there is a delightful surprise in the lineup of Liaoqing Moonlight. Indeed, a significant surprise. Kujun excitedly interjected, "A brand new name has appeared on their substitutes list." The elongated pause raised the anticipation of everyone at the barbecue stall. Lu Xiao. Kujun did not disappoint them, announcing the name that was both familiar and strange to them. In an instant, Lu Zhao's parents were in tears, and Yi Jinshi approached to comfort them with a smile. As a young player, 22-year-old Lu Xiao was no longer a child. "However, I have seen this player. He has worked diligently in the youth training team of Liaoqing Moonlight, often showcasing remarkable performances in youth competitions. Today, being included in the first-team S roster, even if he does not play, is already a tremendous leap forward. Let's all look forward to this player's future together. Speaking of Liu Xiao, one cannot help but draw a connection to Song Fangjian. Both hail from Linyuan City, and if they both take the field, this match would indeed be a derby for Linyuan City. Young viewers may not know that Linyuan City was once a prominent name in the football world. It birthed numerous stars whose names once resonated but are now forgotten by fans. For instance, Tang Jun's enthusiasm was interrupted by Yang Li's lighthearted comment. It seems Teacher Ku is indeed a living encyclopedia of football. But let us not dwell on the past. Let us focus on today's match. Seemingly aware he had spoken too much, Jun chuckled. Right? Perhaps those involved prefer not to revisit those times. Let us concentrate on the present. The football match on television had commenced, yet few were attentive to the unfolding events. For those at the barbecue stall, the most tense and exhilarating moment had already passed. Finally made it onto the roster after 4 years. Liu Xiao's parents, nearing 50, were crying as if they were children. They had opened this barbecue stall a year ago, inviting everyone to watch matches together. Without Liu Xiao, they had endured ridicule throughout the year. But today, they finally heard that name on television. The pride and worry for their faraway child could no longer be contained. Yes, being on a roster means everything will get better. Even Jun praised him. Although they had initially been guests, the roles had now reversed. They not only needed to comfort Liu Xiao's parents, but also had to prepare their own food. The scene was somewhat absurd. Yet no one blamed Liu Xiao's parents for their negligence. By the time they regained their composure, the match had already entered its second half. At this juncture, Shudu Jinxing was trailing by a goal, and the live broadcast shifted its focus to the fourth official. Lin Yutong sensed Tang Song's body suddenly tense up. The fourth official raised a sign indicating that number 13, Song Fangjian, was set to come on as a substitute. It was Song Fangjian. He was finally on the field. Jun's voice trembled slightly, wondering if this substitute prodigy could conjure yet another miracle. He made his run, received the ball. There it was. With a classic display of skill, Song Fangjian succeeded in outmaneuvering his opponents. He entered the penalty area. The shot. It's in. A splendid strike, a magnificent goal. Song Fangjian, making his entrance as a substitute, had scored once more. Jun did not afford Yang Li an opportunity to respond, continuing with fervor. This is an extraordinary player, and his backstory is even more remarkable. One cannot help but question whether the power to arrange the team lies in the hands of Shudu Jinxing's head coach or in the hands of those with ulterior motives. Jun's commentary was abruptly cut off, leaving Yang Li to cheerfully narrate. Teacher Ku seems a bit fatigued, so he asks, taking a break. I will be your sole commentator from here on out. The match is nearing its conclusion, even if Song Fangjian scores to equalize. It may not secure victory for Shudu Jinxing. As the final whistle blew, Tang Song finally relaxed, his piercing black and white eyes turning to Lin Yutong with a query. What did Jun mean by that? Lin Yutong hesitated, unsure of how to explain to Tang Song. Fortunately, the live broadcast shifted again, diverting Tang Song's attention. Perhaps it was the director's intent. As the camera focused on Song Fangjian leaving the field and Liu Xiao waiting for him in the player tunnel. Chapter 45. Nothing is a problem, Liu Xiao. Congratulations. Today is a day worth remembering for you. 10 years had passed, and Song Fangjian was now 29, at the zenith of a forward-ass career. Yet, standing before Liu Xiao, he smiled like the big brother he had been a decade ago. Are you injured? Liu Xiao inquired. Song Fangjian's smile faltered momentarily before he replied. Just a minor injury. It's nothing serious. I must head back to the locker room now. After taking a few steps, he turned back, recalling something. Play with peace of mind under coach Mu Weiping. He's a good coach who won Team Street as players. Liu Xiao remained silent, gazing at the stands filled with fans. This was the home ground of the Liaoqing Moonlight team, and although it was his first appearance here as a first-team player, many fans were fervently calling his name. After 4 years, he had finally arrived. Throughout those years, he had never relaxed, not even returning home for the new year, but instead continuing to train with the team. Sitting on the bench, he had countless times contemplated asking the coach to let him play, yet he never voiced it. Lin Gaofeng had reminded him that he would have to wait longer, but he believed that day was not far off. What are you thinking about, young man? Coach Mu Weiping approached, patting Liu Xiao on the shoulder. Nothing in particular, Liu Xiao replied, withholding his thoughts from Mu Weiping. Is it my fault for not putting you on the field? Mu Weiping jested. Do you think that because you scored effortlessly in the youth team, you could easily replicate that in the first team? Coach Mu Weiping kaleft heartily, acknowledging Luxio's sentiment. I was once a player too, and my first visit to the stadium was just like yours. But rest assured, you are not Song Fangjian, and I am not his coach. When I feel you are ready, I will grant you your time on the field. Coach, do you think Song Fangjian should start? Lu Xiao asked in surprise. Different coaches have different philosophies. I cannot comment on that, Mu Weiping shrugged. By the way, we have an international break coming up, and the team has no scheduled matches. This year marks the first of the league's restructuring, and the Football Association has organized several exhibition matches. I have submitted your name to participate. Exhibition matches? Lu Xiao had heard of these during his time in the youth team and felt a wave of unease. This meant we would be. Indeed, we have a match in Linyuan City. I applied to the club for special permission for you to stay a few extra days. You wouldn't refuse, would you? This time, make sure to go home and let your family see that our team treats you well. Mu Weiping patted Lu Xiao's shoulder once more before heading off to the post-match press conference, leaving Lu Xiao standing in place, shadows of countless people flashing before his eyes. The live broadcast captured this moment, but regrettably, the sound was inaudible. However, viewers could see Mu Weiping pat Lu Xiao's shoulder twice, a gesture of intimacy that made Lu Xiao's mother choke up. Tonight, it's on the house. Immediately, dissenting voices arose. How can it be on the house tonight? I saw him pat twice. It should be at least 2 nights on the house. It's a promise, right? Lu Xiao's mother, we're coming back to eat tomorrow. Laughter erupted, and the atmosphere at the small barbecue stall became joyous. At that moment, a boisterous voice interrupted. Oh, is there such a good deal? I must join the fun tomorrow night. A figure jumped down from a tricycle, handing several packs of vegetables and meat to Lu Xiao's father, smiling as he nodded at Tang Song and Linyuan, with a plump figure and a round face. The newcomer was none other than Ji. Why are you here again at this time? The match is over. Lu Xiao's mother complained. Congratulations, then. But the bill still needs to be settled. Do you want it on credit or cash? And Ji assumed a businesslike demeanor. After graduating high school, Ji did not enter university and wandered through society for a few years. He initially intended to take over his father's business, but since that didn't pan out, he delved into the vegetable trade. Definitely on credit, Lu Xiao's father replied, handing him a bottle of cola. All right then, enjoy your meal. I'll be off. I have a few more places to deliver to. Ji did not accept the drink and jumped back onto his tricycle, about to pedal away when Tang Song stopped him. Ji looked puzzled and smiled. What's up, Tang Song? Do you want to buy some vegetables? No problem. Take whatever you fancy. It's all fresh. I'm 16, Tang Song declared. Wow, you're quite the young man now. Take some more meat. I still have a pig trotter left. You could take it home to stew. Ji reached back to grab it. Ji, I want to represent Factory 4 in the matches. You should join too, Tang Song added. Ji's expression stiffened slightly. Haha, sounds good. Who are we playing against this time? Don't be fooled by my appearance. I can still kick a ball occasionally. What I mean is, we're forming a team for Factory 4. We'll compete in the amateur league, win the championship, and then move up to a lower-tier professional league, and then. Suddenly, Ji became animated. And then? There's no and then. Tang Song, why are you still so naive? Factory 4 has nothing left. We don't even have players now. Focus on your studies. If you want to play, do so at school. Some things cannot be accomplished just by wanting them. Ji turned his tricycle around and sped away through the crowd, drawing a chorus of curses behind him. Linyuan observed the silent Tang Song, her heart aching, and approached to comfort him. Let's not think about that anymore, okay? I have good news. Our school has a new physical education teacher, and with him leading the team, we will surely win the championship this year. The school team will be selecting players again next week. You should come. Once he joined the school team, I need to prepare for the Factory 4 matches, Tang Song replied with a smile. But you don't have any players. I've already notified one of them. Isn't he eager to return and prepare? Linyuan found herself struggling to follow Tang Song's line of thought. Wasn't Ji really preparing to return? She shook her head, deciding to disregard such trivialities, and continued, but even if there are players, you have no place to train. That will change soon, Tang Song replied. Building a stadium will take a considerable amount of time. This reality posed a challenge for Tang Song. While he could play football, he lacked the expertise to design and construct facilities. We will soon advance to the second division, but it seems we will need to rent a home ground in the meantime. Linyuan was momentarily speechless, uncertain whether to deem Tang Song naive or overly serious. For years ago, she had vowed to assist him, but her perspective had shifted since then. Everything she did was for Tang Song's benefit. And now that a more straightforward path had emerged, she couldn't bear to witness him endure needless hardships. At the very least, you must have a coach, right? According to the registration rules for amateur leagues, that's a necessity. Lin Yutong could not bring herself to remind Tang Song of the harsher realities, his lack of funding, setting aside the costs of building or renting a stadium. Assembling a team capable of competing in professional leagues would require players to devote extensive time to training and matches, necessitating full-time commitment. Even if Tang Song could forego a salary, what about the other players? For instance, Ng, whom Tang Song had recruited, was not the only one with financial responsibilities. This posed a significant problem. Tang Song appeared troubled once more. It had been a long time since Ng and the others had played, and they needed a coach for guidance. In fact, there was no shortage of such talent at the fourth factory. However, as Tang Song's gaze swept across the astonished faces at the barbecue stand, he shook his head again, feeling reluctant to trouble someone who seemed too old for the task. But there must be a way, he insisted. This isn't a problem for me. Therefore, I will not participate in the campus league. I intend to play with the fourth factory team, as we agreed 4 years ago. Lin Yutong observed the confident Tang Song, feeling increasingly estranged from him. Finally, she stamped her foot in frustration. Tang Song, wake up. Ng and the others will not play with you. The dream from 4 years ago was nothing more than your own wishful thinking. If you do not make the school team, do not come looking for me. Lin Yutong felt aggrieved. Why had she entered high school early? Was it merely to hear Tang Song call her senior? No, she did not care how he addressed her. After entering the 7th middle school, she had pressured the principal to provide numerous conveniences for the team, acquiring training jerseys, resistance bands, meal subsidies, and hiring new coaches. All of this was to ensure that when Tang Song arrived, he could focus wholeheartedly on playing. And what about Tang Song? For the sake of an unrealistic notion, he threatened to render all her efforts futile. She was angry with Tang Song and frustrated with herself for having invested so much in such a stubborn individual. After venting her displeasure, she noticed Tang Song hesitating, as if he had committed a transgression, which somewhat eased her heart. You should apologize. Just say you're sorry, and we can still be friends. No, Tang Song shook his head. Actually, you sought me out more often. You. Lin Yutong was utterly speechless, tears welling in her eyes. She stared at Tang Song, wishing she could bite him on the neck. Yet, in the end, she refrained from doing so, instead pulling money from her pocket and shoving it into the hands of Tang Song's bewildered mother before turning to leave. Tang Song, I will no longer seek you out. Take care of yourself. Lin Yutong's resolute voice echoed, reminiscent of her declaration 4 years ago to remain in Linyuan City. Tang Song watched Lin Yutong's retreating figure with a faint smile. He did not possess the misguided confidence to believe his standing in Lin Yutong's heart had surpassed that of Lin Gaofeng, yet he remained unconcerned. He believed Lin Yutong, like Ng, simply was not prepared. After all, he had been preparing for this day for the past 4 years. When they were ready, they would naturally return, and he felt it would not be long before that happened. Of course, Lin Yutong might never be ready, as this matter was inherently unrelated to her. The necessary people had been informed. When would the first step commence? Tang Song felt it best to act swiftly, planning to procure some tools this weekend and begin next week. Chapter 46. Truly insane. A new week had arrived, and on Monday, the school team of the 7th Experimental Middle School in Linyuan City began its reselection process. This time, as the team S captains, Jian Yifan and Tian Quan observed from a distance, feeling like outsiders while Lin Yutong directed personnel for testing. Don't be too downcast. Tian Quan gritted his teeth, feeling uneasy. Once Tang Song joins the school team, he will regret it. This was not mere bravado from Tian Quan. They indeed possessed the capability. No matter how the team was selected, the newcomers would merely serve as role players. The true core would remain the seasoned players for the previous year's competitions, who would look to him and Jian Yifan for direction. If they targeted someone in the team, that individual would have a miserable high school experience. Let us not go overboard, Jian Yifan cautioned, offering a reminder but stopping short of intervention. Many at school were aware of his pursuit of Lin Yutong. Seeing Tang Song take her away in front of so many people had felt like being trampled underfoot. Even knowing that the captain should be magnanimous, he found it hard to swallow the humiliation. Jian Yifan and Tian Quan both believed that since Tang Song had missed the first selection, he would undoubtedly attend this one organized by Lin Yutong. While the school team might not be highly regarded by the teachers, among the students, it held an exalted status. Someone like Tang Song, who was otherwise worthless apart from his poverty, would not miss this opportunity to make a name for himself. Under Lin Yutong's organization, the selection process unfolded smoothly. However, until the very end, Jian Yifan and the others saw no sign of Tang Song. Wang Dazhuang appeared a few times, but after enduring multiple taunts, he seemed to have truly given up on playing football, simply standing quietly to the side. What's going on? Upon learning that Tang Song would not be joining the school team, Jian Yifan and Tian Quan felt once again like they had been toyed with by him. Their proud identities seemed to hold no interest for Tang Song whatsoever. Is he scared? Tian Quan chuckled, but soon his laughter faded. Regardless of how they belittled him, they knew that the audacious Tang Song, who had challenged the school team in front of the entire student body, could not possibly be intimidated into skipping the selection. Could he be trying to leverage Lin Yutong's connections to bypass selection and join the team? Jian Yifan felt a wave of bitterness wash over him. How could such an outstanding girl like Lin Yutong be so close to Tang Song? Perfect, Tian Quan sneered. The school team's selection process was established by Lin Yutong herself. When the time comes, we can oppose him together and have him expelled from the team. The prospect of ousting Tang Song brightened their spirits, and they imagined his desperate pleas to remain. Jian Yifan and Tian Quan were surprised by Tang Song's absence from the team selection. The man himself felt equally taken aback. Could it be that Tang Song is truly so arrogant that he insists on waiting for me to beg him? He asked Lin Yutong, "Don't go looking for him. From now on, consider him non-existent at the 7th middle school." Lin Yutong replied sharply. The man was startled, sensing something amiss. "Tong Tong, are you speaking in riddles to test me? Rest assured, I do have a bit of pride, but I can also be flexible. A player like Tang Song would be of great benefit to the school team, and I will definitely seek him out. Do you really believe you cannot win a championship without Tang Song? Do not ever mention that name in my presence again." Lin Yutong bit her lip, her resolve unwavering. Where is this coming from? The man felt somewhat bewildered. Just last week, he had been incessantly urging him to invite Tang Song out of retirement. Yet now, the attitude had shifted inexplicably. Have you had a falling out with Tang Song? It's a trivial matter. I have attended school before and have had my share of innocent affections with female classmates, he reassured. Trust me, I can not only persuade Tang Song to join the school team, but also coax him into apologizing to you. He believed that the discord between Tang Song and Lin Yutong was merely a minor misunderstanding, a common occurrence among adolescents. Lin Yutong, on the verge of laughter due to her irritation, realized that their communication had devolved into a fruitless exchange. Go ahead, and you'll find that Tang Song is nothing short of a lunatic. The man remained convinced that the rift was insignificant. I'll visit him after school. However, Lin Yutong, it's perfectly normal for boys to act a bit wild sometimes. I once confessed my feelings to a girl during the flag-raising ceremony and nearly got expelled. Just go. Lin Yutong noticed the significant generational gap between them. Of course, I shall take my leave, he chuckled, feeling optimistic about mending the rift between Tang Song and Lin Yutong while simultaneously securing Tang Song's place on the team, a win-win situation. Before the afternoon classes had concluded, he awaited Tang Song outside the classroom. When Tang Song emerged, he dropped the pretense of authority and embraced Tang Song's shoulders like a close friend. Tang Song, I'm a new physical education teacher, one Lianyang. But don't regard me as merely a teacher. We can be friends, brothers. The man indeed lowered his guard to cultivate a rapport with Tang Song. All right, Wenge, can I leave now? Tang Song inquired with urgency. Wenge, when Lianyang was momentarily taken aback, his intent had been to bridge the emotional gap, not to dictate terms of address. Why did Tang Song have to take liberties? However, since he had made the offer, he could only swallow his pride and endure the situation. Can we have a word? When Lianyang inquired, shifting his approach. You say you're a physical education teacher? Tang Song countered. When Lianyang nodded, adding, I will soon assume the role of head coach for the school team. Then we cannot talk. Once Tang Song confirmed Wen Lianyang's identity, he felt at ease. Subject teachers could keep him after class for academic discussions, while homeroom teachers could engage him in conversations about life aspirations. However, he did not believe a physical education teacher had the authority to detain him for personal matters. I genuinely have things to attend to. When Lianyang was taken aback again, he had met several players today, and even Jian Yifan and Tian Quan had welcomed him warmly upon learning of his position. Why was he encountering resistance from Tang Song? Moreover, why did this boy always seem to have pressing matters after school? Was he in such a hurry to return home? May I accompany you? When Liangsheng felt compelled to see things through, even if it meant following Tang Song home to persuade him. Tang Song contemplated for a moment and replied, "Just don't cause any trouble." When Liangsheng found it peculiar that a 16-year-old would instruct an adult not to misbehave. Then, Tang Song pedaled him on a bicycle to a location, taking the lead. Upon dismounting, when Liangsheng was taken aback, "The fourth machinery factory of Linyuan City? Tang Song, you're not working here to earn tuition, are you?" He deemed this assumption plausible, considering Tang Song as financial struggles and the tuition fees of their school. "Not all. I receive a tuition waiver at school, along with a monthly living stipend. Besides, this factory has not been operational for quite some time and may soon shut down," Tang Song replied nonchalantly. When Liangsheng felt a pang of sympathy transform into self-pity. To bolster the school's admission rates, many high schools indeed offered such benefits to outstanding students. However, when Liangsheng had been a poor student himself, lacking such privileges, and had even paid extra fees each year, the disparity between individuals struck him profoundly. After some time, he managed to regain his composure, internally reminding himself that these were merely minor concerns. He then grew curious about Tang Song's purpose for being there. Tang Song led when Liangsheng into the factory and greeted the old custodian, Lao Zhang. Years had passed, and those who once pursued debts from the factory had long since realized the futility and moved on. Lao Zhang had returned to his post. The workplace now devoid of familiar faces. Even the old dog had passed away. However, Lao Zhang had taken in a golden retriever, which approached Tang Song, wagging its tail. Tang Song affectionately patted the dog's head and walked towards the cracked concrete ground. Years of neglect had rendered the chalk-drawn lines faint, and the wooden goalposts were riddled with wormholes. One of the crossbars had been retied with rope after breaking. The force of Lu Zhao's kick had caused the crossbar to be replaced multiple times, and eventually, they had run out of suitable replacements. As he surveyed the familiar surroundings, a smile surfaced on Tang Song's face, as if he were lost in nostalgia. "You come here to practice?" When Liangsheng presumed he understood. "No." Tang Song retrieved a brand-new pickaxe he had purchased over the weekend and hoisted it in the center of the field. "I intend to build a football pitch here. In the future, our factory team will practice here, and when we become a professional team, this factory will transform into a modern football venue. Everyone in Linyuan City will be able to come watch us play." Without grandiose declarations, Tang Song simply smiled, sharing his dream with Wen Liangsheng. This was the first step Tang Song intended to take. Years ago, Zhang Jijuan had mentioned that the factory needed a training ground to establish a team, so he was determined to create one. Measuring 110 meters in length and 75 meters in width, the highest standard for such fields was not beyond reach. Tang Song believed he could excavate the concrete and plant grass, thus creating a training ground. Wasn't it simple? Why did others perceive it as difficult? By the way, Wengo, what did you wish to discuss with me? As he struck the ground with the pickaxe, sparks flew, and some discomfort pulsed in his hands. When Liangsheng's mind became a tangled mess as he recalled Lin Yutong's words, murmuring, "Tang Song, are you truly mad?" Chapter 47. One strike towards glory. Whether Tang Song was mad remained uncertain to Wen Liangsheng, but he felt as though he were on the brink of insanity. Despite the cracks, the concrete ground of the factory, built to withstand the weight of heavy machinery, could not be easily broken. Tang Song hammered away. Yet after a considerable time, he barely made a dent in the surface. The boy continued, even as it was apparent to Wen Liangsheng that he was gritting his teeth against the pain in his hands, unable to bear it any longer. Wen Liangsheng stepped in and took the pickaxe from Tang Song, bringing the relentless noise to a halt. "Tang Song, you cannot build this pitch." Seeing the blisters on Tang Song's hands, he felt a pang of sorrow. "It does seem a bit challenging," Tang Song admitted, wiping the sweat from his brow. "But that's all right. I mentioned before that I could wait. If it takes a year, then so be it. If 2 years, then I shall wait too. If it takes 3 years, so be it. One day it will be completed. Wengo, you promised not to interfere. That's not the issue." When Liangsheng pulled Tang Song aside to sit. "Do you know what my identity was before I came here? I'm a professional athlete. Having studied football and possessing some understanding of the workings of club, establishing a training ground is a straightforward endeavor, as is participating in amateur leagues. However, what follows? The next step is to compete in professional leagues. Tang Song, with a smile, remarked, "Isn't it equally simple?" But it is far from simple. When Lianyang believed Tang Song was not merely naive, but rather had lost his senses. Unlike Linyuan, he did not overthink matters and began to scribble figures on the ground with a stone. "Let me calculate the expenses for you, considering an ideal scenario. First, to establish a professional team, even at a lower level, there must be a first team and several youth training squads within the club's framework. The nurturing and maintenance of these youth squads surely incurs substantial costs annually, does it not? Then, there are the competition expenses. Currently, domestic clubs rent venues, and each match incurs venue fees, security costs, and organizational expenses, all of which must be covered by the club. Additionally, there are player salaries, transfer fees, and operational costs, culminating in astronomical figures by the end of the year. Now, do you understand why domestic teams are primarily sustained by enterprises and sports commissions? Because the club alone cannot survive on its own. And if you were to establish a team, who would support you? The fourth factory? That is implausible." After completing his calculations, when Lianyang was taken aback, he knew a football team was costly, but he had not anticipated the exorbitance of it all. Every stride a player takes on the field burns money as energy. "I understand," Tang Song replied, maintaining his calm demeanor. "However, you have miscalculated one aspect. In the future, we will have our own stadium, eliminating the need for rentals. Moreover, you have not accounted for potential revenue. Once we establish our own stadium, we will manage the surrounding businesses ourselves. Provided we perform well and attract an audience, this could yield substantial income. Furthermore, ticket sales for each match, annual broadcasting revenue, ranking bonuses, and sponsorship contracts will also amount to significant figures, given our success. Are there not clubs abroad that thrive under such circumstances?" With that, Tang Song wiped away the figures from the ground, leaving no trace behind. When Lianyang's expression reflected his astonishment, he had always assumed Tang Song was simply naive. Yet here he was, contemplating matters with greater depth than himself. "Thus, we shall succeed," Tang Song proclaimed, lifting the pickaxe with a smile. "Tang Song, have you not considered the possibility of failure? You are aware that all of this hinges on achieving good results. Yet no team can maintain peak performance indefinitely, especially a newly established one. Should you experience a fluctuation in performance for just one season, bankruptcy looms." Tang Song swung the pickaxe down, sparks flying with his sweat. "If you wish to avert failure, then you must work harder to prevent it. Mere fear is insufficient." The clanging of the pickaxe resonated, each strike reverberating within when Lianyang's heart. He lacked the courage to convey to Tang Song that, in this country, even a consistently high-performing team could still incur losses. For some inexplicable reason, he hesitated to shatter Tang Song's dreams. Perhaps, even if he were to divulge this truth, Tang Song would still press on. "But you are currently alone," when Lianyang murmured softly. "Others will arrive shortly. The players from the fourth factory are already preparing," Tang Song replied without looking up. "Even if they can play based on dreams like you, does your fourth factory have a coach? The quality of the coach is crucial in developing such a team. Can the fourth factory afford such a coach?" Suddenly, Tang Song halted, staring blankly at Lianyang, as if realizing that this was their most formidable obstacle, one that seemed insurmountable. Coaches of that caliber are rare, capable of maintaining an exceptionally high level of performance, and there are but a handful in the world, none of whom would likely come to coach at the fourth factory. "What was your previous role?" Tang Song inquired slowly. "I am about to become the coach of the 7th Middle School's team, and I possess a coaching certificate. Trust me, I can lead the 7th Middle School to victory." When Lianyang responded, sensing Tang Song's voice was dry, indicating his imminent success. This suggested that Tang Song's heart was being tormented. Once the torment ceased, Tang Song would obediently return to the school to play. Indeed, Tang Song immediately grasped his hand tightly, tears glistening in his eyes. "Wengo, you are the coach we need. Come to our fourth factory and be a true head coach." Tang Song was overjoyed, feeling fortunate that a younger individual had appeared just as he worried about an older candidate. When Lianyang stared at Tang Song in disbelief, perplexed as to how he had come to convince Tang Song to join the fourth factory's team instead of persuading him to join the school team. After a moment, he finally managed to withdraw his hand, exclaiming, "You lunatic," before turning to leave. As he passed the reception area, When Liangcheng remained agitated, complaining to old Zhang, "Is there no one to manage your fourth factory? Such lunatics should be sent to a mental hospital." Old Zhang grinned widely, warmly replying, "Teacher Wen, do take care, and come by often." "Lunatics! Lunatics! They're all lunatics!" When Liangcheng shouted, running away without daring to look back. Behind him, the clanging sounds persisted, resembling an invisible beast intent on dragging him back. Ultimately, he could not escape its grasp. Throughout the night, he felt as if he could still hear that relentless clanging, whether awake, in a daze, or dreaming. The following day, as he arrived at school, when Liangcheng felt somewhat disoriented, images of Tang Song wielding the pickaxe continually flashing before his eyes. "Wenge, come be our coach. With just one swing of this pickaxe, I can guarantee a championship for you." Not only did he envision the scene, but he could also hear Tang Song's voice. "Teacher Wen, would you like some water?" A teacher in the office inquired. No, I do not want a championship." When Liangcheng exclaimed, startled, and slid off his chair. "Teacher Wen, I was merely asking if you wanted water." The teachers in the office hid their smiles behind their books, amused by the new teacher who was already discussing championships before the school team had even played a match. "Oh, thank you." Only then did when Liangcheng realize he was at school and not still at the fourth factory. As he sipped water to calm his nerves, Lin Yutong approached him. "It seems you have already gone to see him." "I would rather not know him," when Liangcheng replied, still shaken. "Neither would I," Lin Yutong said indignantly. "I have already drafted a training plan for the school team." Since neither wished to mention Tang Song, when Liangcheng shifted the conversation, "I will assist you in implementing it." Lin Yutong nodded, accepting the form when Liangcheng offered. About Tang Song, when Liangcheng hesitated before speaking, "I will continue to make an effort. That boy may just be a bit impulsive, and he will surely come to his senses in time. I advise you not to go back. You have no idea how terrifying he can be. If you wish to continue as a physical education teacher, it is best to keep your distance from him. This is my final advice to you." Lin Yutong shook her head decisively. Tang Song's terrifying nature? When Liangcheng believed Tang Song was indeed somewhat stubborn, but not to the extent Lin Yutong suggested. He resolved to visit again that afternoon, on the day Tang Song grew weary of his relentless labor, which would be the day he successfully persuaded Tang Song to return to the school team. Since Tang Song was persistent, he would need to be even more so. Throughout his journey, he had never given up. Thus, in the following days, when Liangcheng rushed to the fourth factory immediately after school, at first, he ventured inside to observe, but soon he dared not enter, remaining at a distance while still hearing the commotion within. 1 day, 2 days, 5 days passed, yet the activity inside showed no signs of abating. On the afternoon of the 5th day, under the glow of the setting sun, when Liangcheng felt a creeping sense of nervous exhaustion. "Hey, do you have a cigarette?" At that moment, a rotund man on a tricycle stopped beside him, asking to borrow one. "I don't have any, but if you do, you could spare me one." When Liangcheng maintained his composure throughout his career, he only smoked when absolutely necessary. Yet today, the urge was undeniable. "I don't smoke either," the man replied, shaking his head, "but I really wish I could have one." At once, they found common ground. "Are you also disturbed by that noise?" When Liangcheng inquired curiously. "Yes," the man sighed. "I pass by here every day delivering vegetables, and that sound is maddening." When Liangcheng, not easily fooled, deduced that the vegetable deliveries had no reason to reach this area, leading him to suspect that the man had a peculiar connection with Tang Song. He pressed further. "When do you think that noise will cease?" The man glanced skyward, a hint of melancholy in his voice as he replied, "Perhaps it will stop tomorrow." "Why?" When Liangcheng asked, puzzled, "Tomorrow is Saturday. Does Tang Song take weekends off from pounding the concrete? There is a match I must see tomorrow. And after that?" When Liangcheng was aware of a team touring Linyuan City and was more interested in when Tang Song would truly cease his incessant noise. "After that? How should I know? He's a madman. Who knows when he'll stop?" The man suddenly erupted in anger, pedaling away hastily. When Liangcheng felt a twinge of annoyance, was it too much to speak civilly? Why hurry away like that? Yet mere seconds later, he found himself running as well. The relentless noise was simply unbearable. Chapter 48. The kindness of the landlord. The news of a Super League team visiting Linyuan City failed to create much excitement. Everyone knew that the national team members would be called up, leaving most of the main players resting, and that the visitors would primarily consist of youth and role players. However, the fourth factory buzzed with activity. Lu Zhao's parents had begun distributing tickets door to door several days in advance, repeatedly urging everyone to arrive on time. What? Are you a ticket agent now? I can't be bothered with this match. Many expressed their concerns while clutching their tickets. Indeed, domestic football fans form a considerable demographic. During the peak of Linyuan City's top league, attendance per match often exceeded 20,000. Yet, compared to the vast population, the number of attendees was minuscule. At one point, Linyuan City's population approached 4 million. 20,000 is less than 1% of that. Furthermore, for the ordinary workers of the fourth factory, even in the best of times, attending a match was seen as an unnecessary expense to be avoided. Never seen the world, have you? Lu Zhao's mother exclaimed with excitement. Lu Zhao is highly regarded by the coach. Why should you all spend your money? Rest assured, the tickets are prepared for us by Lu Zhao, and they one tea cost a penny. Plus, everyone will have drinks. Naturally, the tickets were not provided by Lu Zhao, but were complimentary from the organizing company. Such exhibition matches aimed not to recoup costs through ticket sales, but serve as promotional gimmicks for the company. However, gathering a few hundred tickets entailed considerable effort from Lu Zhao's parents. Everyone was aware of this, yet no one dared to expose the truth. Thus, a group of people praised Lu Zhao's prowess. All right, we'll definitely go. Should we bring the drum from the factory to support Lu Zhao? If he gets to play, that is. When someone suggested this, they couldn't resist teasing Lu Zhao's parents. Of course he will play. Lu Zhao's parents themselves felt uncertain. You're right. Let us bring the drum. Lu Zhao's team is our fourth factory's team. We must rally behind our team. On the day of the match, Lu Zhao's parents, carrying the drum into the municipal stadium, were filled with frustration. They felt deceived. Having distributed hundreds of tickets, only a handful from the fourth factory showed up. Alongside other fans, the total attendance barely reached 2,000. This was not solely due to envy from Lu Zhao's colleagues. Rather, the motivation to watch the match simply lacked urgency. People have varying priorities. A few dozen of us is enough. Lu Zhao's mother awkwardly encouraged the attendees. Tang Song arrived at the stadium and joined Linyuan City, who had come early. True to her word, they hadn't crossed paths all week at school. Not even a chance encounter. This time it's not you seeking me out or vice versa. It's merely a fortuitous meeting, Tang Song grinned, revealing a set of pearly whites. You talk too much. Linyuan City shot him a glare, uninterested in engaging. Yet soon after, she grabbed Tang Song's hand, noticing the calluses formed there, and sighed, tossing a brand new pair of gloves to him. I found these outside. This stadium is poorly designed. There isn't even a trash can. Not a problem, Tang Song replied, tucking the gloves into his pocket. In the future, every seat at the fourth factory stadium will have a trash can. Determined to appear stern in front of Tang Song, Linyuan City let out a laugh. Were you building a stadium or a dump? Of course it's a stadium, Tang Song asserted earnestly, adding, but if no one maintains it, it will inevitably become a dump. Linyuan City, you promised to help me back then. Linyuan City recalled every promise Tang Song made, just as he remembered hers. You genuinely think of me as your servant? Linyuan City seized the moment and stomped on Tang Song's foot with considerable force. Don't even think about taking advantage of me. I absolutely want to participate in this. Linyuan City was genuinely annoyed with Tang Song, but her frustration was met with his indifference. He had grown accustomed to pain. His ability to endure discomfort was a gift bestowed by time. Seeing him unfazed, Linyuan City felt a pang of regret. As the match commenced, she refrained from further anger, choosing instead to quietly watch alongside Tang Song, in sync with the beat of the drum struck by Lu Zhao's father. Although Mu Weiping did not attend the match, he must have briefed the assistant coach as Lu Zhao started the game, inciting cheers from the stands. First, it was the fourth factory's employees, then others inspired by their enthusiasm. Oh, the captain of Liaoqing Moonlight, Ma Jun, raised an eyebrow at Lu Zhao. If it weren't for the poor pitch, I do think we were at our home ground. Lu Zhao felt a twinge of embarrassment. You jest. Regardless of the location or the condition of the field, the game remains the same, does it not? Ma Jun held a unique position in the team. Even Mu Weiping had hinted that Lu Zhao should cultivate a rapport with him. Yet this was precisely where Lu Zhao struggled. Whether among the fourth factory, the school team, or Liaoqing Moonlight's youth training squad, Lu Zhao was always the one others rallied around. Now, asking him to accommodate others, while reasonable from a junior's perspective, felt unnatural to him. How should we address each other? A teammate interjected, displeased. It's not you or me, it's Brother Ma. Although the core members from Liaoqing Moonlight were absent, most players on the field were first-team members, and with such a comment, even a few young players friendly with Lu Xiao fell silent. The manner of address mattered little. Youthful pride was expected. Ma Jun squinted at Lu Xiao and said, "But you're the local hero. After the match, you must show some hospitality. I should need to elaborate on that, right?" Lu Xiao understood that this was a common occurrence, having contemplated it prior to returning, and thus nodded in agreement. "That is only natural. However, Brother Ma, let's focus on playing football," he remarked. Ma Jun played as a defensive midfielder, yet throughout most of the match, his positioning mirrored that of Lu Xiao, who occupied the forward position. The nearby players expressed their discontent, but with a mere gesture, Ma Jun silenced them. It is commendable for the youth to be earnest, yet taking matters too seriously is unwarranted. This is merely an exhibition match. The aim is for everyone to enjoy themselves. At my age, I too wish to experience the thrill of joining the attack. You wouldn't object to that, would you? Ma Jun inquired of Lu Xiao. "Not at all," Lu Xiao replied, glancing at the assistant coach on the sidelines, who signaled for them to continue. Assuming it was a tactical arrangement, he refrained from further comment. Ma Yunlin smiled knowingly at Lu Xiao. The match unfolded without much excitement, with half of the first team from Liaoqing Moonlight competing against a local second-division team named Linyuan City, resulting in a surprisingly balanced contest. Throughout the game, Lu Xiao diligently sought opportunities, yet his teammates consistently directed their efforts toward creating chances for Ma Jun. Nevertheless, for years had passed, and Lu Xiao's progress was undeniable. Even in this context, he managed to secure the ball during a contested free kick, showcasing his remarkable physical prowess. Instead of passing to Ma Jun, who was waving for the ball despite being in a less favorable position, Lu Xiao seized the moment and scored his only goal of the match, marking the team's second goal after Ma Jun's. The crowd erupted in thunderous applause, the cheers far surpassing the enthusiasm displayed during Ma Jun's goal. Tang Song joined in the clapping and shouting, his face radiating genuine joy. Lin Yutong stole a glance at him and sighed quietly. For years ago, it should have been Tang Song stepping onto the field, and 4 years later, returning to Linyuan City to score should have been Tang Song as well. Lu Xiao ought to be the one assembling the team and cheering from the stands. The future of one individual had been usurped by another, and perhaps only someone as carefree as Tang Song could accept that with such equanimity. "Wait for me a moment." As the applause subsided, Tang Song's expression shifted to one of seriousness. Lin Yutong, with thoughtful concern, handed him a tissue. Tang Song paused, shook his head, and replied, "I'm not going to the restroom." Lin Yutong's cheeks flushed. She thought Tang Song had been moved and that the tissue was meant for him to dab tears. Instead, he completely misunderstood her intention, twisting it into something entirely inappropriate, which irked her and made her want to step on his foot. Yet she refrained, as Tang Song did not afford her the opportunity. Tang Song squeezed through the crowd to find the chubby Ng, who was hiding in a corner of the stands. "Are you ready? I've completed 1/10 of the training ground, but we can build while we train," Tang Song stated, fabricating yet another lie. The concrete surface was quite difficult to break, and for someone inexperienced like Tang Song, it was even more challenging. After 5 days, he had managed to create only a small gap. However, Tang Song believed that since it was a goal he would inevitably reach, revealing it in advance was not inappropriate. Ng looked at Tang Song with a serious demeanor but nearly chuckled. The notion of converting a concrete surface into a football training ground was either a project not yet completed or one that had been completed. Breaking through 1/10 of it was futile. It would have been better not to break ground at all. Yet Ng withheld these thoughts, for he had encountered one Liaoqing the previous afternoon. He understood Tang Song's determination. Had it been 4 years ago, he would have unhesitatingly joined Tang Song. But now, as an adult and the head of a household, he faced his own challenges. "Tang Song, I cannot join you," Ng confessed, his hand gripping his thigh in his pocket. "My wife is pregnant." Becoming a father meant the weight of responsibility was increasingly heavy, leading Ng to make what he believed was the right choice between dreams and reality. Anyone could comprehend that his refusal to join the team was resolute. "That's wonderful." Tang Song surprisingly appeared even more elated than Ng. "Ng, we must hurry. Winning a championship before the baby arrives would be the best gift for him." Ng stared at Tang Song, as if gazing at a true madman. Chapter 49. Answers that do not require answers. Tang Song, do you truly not understand? Or are you feigning ignorance? Ng exclaimed, striking the back of his chair with his fist. Now that I have a child, my focus will be on raising him. I have not achieved much, and I do not wish for him to follow suit. Therefore, I will no longer play football. Within G's outburst, Tang Song's expression abruptly shifted to one of profound seriousness. And G, I comprehend your sentiments. Yet, you are not acting for your child. You are merely evading responsibility. This excuse is no more compelling than claiming you cannot play because you lack proper footwear. Perhaps you believe that sacrificing your dreams for the sake of your child is noble. But have you considered how your child will perceive this story years from now? Do you truly wish for him to abandon his ambitions for similar reasons? Tang Song paused, and just as Ng was about to speak, he continued, What I aspire to build is a professional team that will not demand selfless devotion from its players. Trust me, even if the team encounters challenges in the beginning, everything will turn out well. Everyone will receive their due rewards. Ng, I do not wish for you to respond immediately. You may continue preparing, but I hope you do not delay for too long. We need to secure our qualification for the FA Cup next year, and soon we must participate in the preliminary rounds. Having said this, Tang Song departed, seemingly indifferent to whether he received Ng's answer, yet perhaps already aware of what it would be. The exhibition match concluded swiftly, with both teams ending in a 2-2 draw. Ma Jun appeared somewhat displeased upon leaving the field, and Lu Xiao shared his sentiments. Upon returning to Linyuan City after 4 years, he sought victory, not a stalemate that rendered their efforts fruitless. When the assistant coach called out to him, Lu Xiao was prepared to voice his complaints, only to be met with a reprimand. Lu Xiao, is your brain filled with mush? The tactics were outlined by Mourinho, yet you lack the ability to adapt in real time? Do you think Mourinho will review the match footage after this kind of game? Lu Xiao listened in a daze, his mind truly feeling like mush. Forget it. There are some things I cannot say. Everyone has put in considerable effort for this match. Please take Ma Jun out for a nice dinner tonight. And make sure to relax afterward, the assistant coach suggested subtly. And you, coach? Lu Xiao had already decided that everyone on the team should treat me. The assistant coach's expression was enigmatic. What business do I, an old codger, have mingling in the affairs of you young people? You all go ahead. You will be in Linyuan City for the next few days, so do not worry about affecting your performance. Lu Xiao remained somewhat puzzled, failing to understand what was inappropriate about the assistant coach dining with everyone. During the match, Ma Jun had urged Lu Xiao to treat. However, upon returning to the locker room, Ma Jun said nothing about it. Even after Lu Xiao inquired several times, Ma Jun pretended to be oblivious. His attitude prompted other senior players to similarly evade the matter. Ultimately, after the assistant coach and younger players persuaded him, Ma Jun relented. Then let us go. It seems there is nothing special in Linyuan City. Lu Xiao, do not make it too formal. Just find a place to unwind. With Ma Jun's acquiescence, the matter was settled, leaving Lu Xiao feeling secretly displeased, uncertain of how he had offended him. Moreover, the subsequent events further perplexed Lu Xiao. The team had a bus, and after everyone showered and changed into clean clothes in the locker room, they could have gone directly to the restaurant. Yet Ma Jun insisted on returning to the hotel first before instructing Lu Xiao to arrange transportation to the venue. You do not understand, do you? An experienced player on the team discreetly explained to Lu Xiao. We are, after all, a Super League team, and countless reporters are waiting for us to make fools of ourselves. This is called concealing the truth while crossing the sea. Lu Xiao could not comprehend this notion. It was merely a meal. Why the necessity for such secrecy? Lu Xiao was not stingy, having chosen to host the gathering at Lu Piapiao's restaurant. 4 years had elapsed since Lu Onghua had renovated the establishment, which was already well known and had now become a hallmark of Linyuan City. Is this the place? Ma Jun sneered, discontent etched across his face. You truly invited everyone for a meal? Lu Xiao's fists clenched abruptly. Though he had endured Ma Jun's sarcastic remarks for Mu Weiping's sake, he found it increasingly difficult to restrain his temper, especially with Lu Onghua present. The arrival of the super team brought joy to the city, and despite Lu Onghua's disdain for footballers and Lu Xiao, he maintained a fade of cordiality, even personally attending to them. Lu Xiao's choice of venue was deliberate. He wished to demonstrate to Lu Onghua that the impoverished boy he once looked down upon had since transformed into someone of significance. However, Ma Jun's words rendered both Lu Xiao and Lu Onghua somewhat uncomfortable. As Lu Xiao's expression darkened, Ma Jun feigned ignorance, growing increasingly caustic. A small place is just that. No amount of tiles can mask the rustic odor. You. Lu Xiao stood up indignantly. What of it? Ma Jun smirked, regarding Lu Xiao with scorn. Don't think that just because Mu Weiping favors you, you have leaped to greatness. Let me tell you, even a carp that leaps over the dragon gate remains a carp. It can only serve as a small dish. Say that again. Lu Xiao pushed past several young players attempting to restrain him, striding directly to Ma Jun, his eyes ablaze with fury. At that moment, Lu Xiao, towering over 1.8 meters, was a muscular figure, his shirt straining against his physique. Standing before Ma Jun, he loomed like a storm cloud, causing Ma Jun's heart to race. Yet, Ma Jun retained his insolent demeanor, retorting sharply, "No matter how many times I say it, my words remain the same. Young players ought to act their age. You've yet to step onto the pitch, yet you disregard us older players. If you rise to prominence, will you not trample over us?" As Ma Jun finished speaking, other veteran players joined in, chiding, "Lu Xiao, go back and sit down. What kind of decorum is this? No matter how much Mu Weiping favors you, you want to escape our ire." Luangwa intervened, attempting to smooth things over. "Everyone is a teammate. We're just joking around. Don't take it to heart. I heard some reporters next door say that the atmosphere in the Liaoqing Moonlight team is the best among the Super League teams." Seizing an opportunity, a few young players quickly restrained Lu Xiao, urging, "Lu Xiao, both you and Brother Ma should take a step back. If this escalates, we'll all face consequences." Despite Lu Xiao's impulsiveness, he was wary of the reporters. Mu Weiping, who had only recently become the head coach after serving as a youth training coach, would garner criticism for any scandal, even in his absence. Thus, he reluctantly returned to his seat, sulking. Across the table, Ma Jun was jovially engaging with others. Luangwa forced a smile, taking orders from the players and leaving the room, never to return. Lu Xiao felt increasingly despondent, wishing to escape. He would rather endure 1,000 penalty kicks than remain in this uncomfortable situation. Yet, he could not leave, as it would signify retreat. Lu Xiao had never been a coward. That was a humiliation far greater than appeasing Ma Jun. In the midst of this awkwardness, a young player discreetly nudged him. Offering a cup, "Lu Xiao, Brother Ma wants you to drink with him." Lu Xiao looked up sharply, and indeed, Ma Jun stood tall, proclaiming like a victor, "Lu Xiao, to be honest, tonight's meal has been rather unpleasurable. However, you are young, and I can overlook some of your thoughtlessness. Let us do this. Since this is our first gathering since you joined the first team, I'll use this cup to welcome you. Let us drink together, and from now on, I'll treat you like a younger brother, teaching you in every aspect." Laughter erupted around the table. "Brother Ma, eating and drinking is fine, but teaching you how to play seems a bit inappropriate, doesn't it?" Silence. "I'm speaking seriously." Ma Jun feigned anger, his glare sweeping the room, and the laughter quickly subsided as all eyes fell upon Lu Xiao. Someone shouted disapprovingly, "Lu Xiao, fill your cup. Brother Ma is honoring you. What right do you have to act aloof?" Lu Xiao remained unmoved, placing his cup aside, and replied earnestly, "Brother Ma, while there is no match for the next week, we are still in the league cycle. Drinking may not be wise. After the league concludes, I will treat everyone again, and I promise to drink to our heart's content." "Huh, you think you can refuse? You're too arrogant," completely disregarding Brother Ma. The room erupted with angry shouts, and Ma Jun's expression shifted as he held his cup. "Lu Xiao, are you truly refusing to drink?" Ma Jun inquired pointedly. "I must remind you, Mu Weiping is the coach, and he is just a dog tied to the coaching seat. His words may not hold much weight." Lu Xiao's fists clenched once more. He intended to remember Mu Weiping's kindness for a lifetime, and while he could tolerate Ma Jun's bullying, the latter's disrespect towards Mu Weiping was a wound too deep to bear. Just as Lu Xiao felt on the verge of exploding, the door swung open. Lu Xiao's mother rushed in, tears streaming down her face as she tightly embraced him. "Xiao, you finally returned. Your mother has missed you dearly." The warmth of her tears instantly soaked Lu Xiao's shirt, filling his heart with warmth. "Look at you." Lu Xiao's father complained from behind. "Xiao is an adult now. He is dining with his teammates. Why must you disrupt him?" Although he said this, his gaze softened as it met Lu Xiao's. "Dad, Mom." Lu Xiao's earlier frustration dissipated entirely. His voice choked. "Didn't we agree you would come home later?" The previously tense atmosphere in the room transformed into one of familial warmth. Tang Song stood outside the private room, scanning the varied expressions around the table. Finally resting his gaze upon Ma Jun's face. Chapter 50. A shoe box initially. Lu Xiao had informed his parents about hosting the meal and had assured them he would return home afterward. However, his mother could not remain still. Having previously lived in different cities, she had longed to visit Lu Xiao several times, but refrained due to concerns about expenses and causing him trouble. Now that they were in the same city, her maternal instincts surged uncontrollably, compelling her to come. Lu Xiao's father could not dissuade her, perhaps not genuinely wishing to, and thus accompanied her. Meanwhile, after dropping Lin Yutong home, Tang Song inexplicably found himself outside the restaurant and quietly followed them inside. He had no intention of seeing Lu Xiao. He merely wanted to avoid returning home and take a stroll. It is well known that athletes should maintain good living habits. At that moment, seeing Ma Jun raise his glass with a slight flush on his face, Tang Song conceived a bold thought. "Is today your farewell match?" he asked Ma Jun, believing this would explain the events of the day. On the field, the entire team had been creating opportunities for Ma Jun to shine, and afterward, they gathered in a heavy atmosphere to drink together. It resembled a farewell ceremony for an older player. The clear voice of Tang Song brought an immediate hush to the private room, with all eyes darting between him and Ma Jun. "Kid, who taught you to say that? Who told you that I am retiring?" Although the question was directed at Tang Song, Ma Jun's gaze was fixed on Lu Xiao. In Linyuan City, Ma Jun could discern that the relationship between Tang Song and Lu Xiao was quite extraordinary. What ordinary child could utter such words? Ma Jun couldn't help but suspect that Lu Xiao had spread rumors about his impending retirement when communicating with his family. "Do I need someone to teach me?" Tang Song replied dismissively. "I've watched every match of the Liaoqing Moonlight this season. As a defensive midfielder, you almost always start. Yet when the team needs to strengthen its defense to maintain the score, you are often the first to be substituted. The 4 draws and 2 losses your team has experienced are all because the coach couldn't substitute you in time. Take the match against Shudu Jinxing, for instance. If you hadn't lost your position defending Song Fangjian at the last minute, the team wouldn't have conceded a goal in those final moments." Before Tang Song could finish, the players in the private room erupted in shouts of indignation. Where did this brat come from, spouting nonsense? Brother Ma is in his prime. He could easily play for another 10 or 8 years. Children just don't understand football. Amidst the angry shouts, Ma Jun's grip tightened, nearly crushing the cup in his hand. Lu Xiao's mother sensed the escalating tension and quickly smiled apologetically. "Mr. Ma, please don't be angry. This child is good in every way, just a bit stubborn. He has been insisting on forming a team and building a stadium at our factory, wanting to play professional league matches. Do you think that as something a normal kid would do?" Then, Lu Xiao's mother recounted Tang Song's recent activities at the 4th factory. It had been a long time since the factory had operated, but it remained a factory, and any unauthorized work was a serious taboo. On his first day at the 4th factory, Tang Song's intentions to build a training ground became known. No one stopped him because everyone thought it was just a child acting foolishly, and Yi Jinshi had mentioned that the area he wanted to dig wouldn't be an issue, allowing him to continue. "What? This kid wants to form a team to play professional football?" The players who had just been cursing suddenly fell silent, followed by an eruption of laughter that drew many patrons in the restaurant to set down their chopsticks and gather around. Ma Jun, filled with rage, laughed bitterly. "Well, that's quite an ambition. But do you realize that to play professional football, you need not only money, but also players? Does anyone at your 4th factory have the capability to compete in a professional league?" Tang Song paused, his gaze toward Ma Jun shifting slightly. This made Ma Jun feel a sense of pride. From Lu Xiao's mother's tone, it seemed many had advised Tang Song, yet he remained oblivious. Ma Jun's straightforwardness set him apart from the rest. However, Tang Song soon expressed his frustration. "I don't know about others, but if we faced players similar to you, I believe we could still win. Moreover, our team would have youth training and transfers to enhance our strength. Youth training and transfers are pathways for all teams to grow stronger." Tang Song couldn't believe that a professional player was unaware of such fundamentals. Feeling a pang of pity for Ma Jun, thinking he had wasted his years. Ma Jun's face turned ashen. He realized Tang Song's change in expression was not one of agreement, but of perceived foolishness. He slammed his cup down on the table and turned to Lu Xiao, saying, "Lu Xiao, if you think bringing a kid like this to insult me will work, you're sorely mistaken. Let's discuss this matter rationally. You should know the level of professional players. Do you really think anyone would take this child's words seriously?" Lu Xiao's face flushed with embarrassment. Having not seen Tang Song's skill over the past 4 years, he could not believe that Ng and the others could play professionally. Amidst the mocking laughter from the assembled players, Lu Xiao pulled Tang Song outside. Tang Song, can you please not embarrass me? Before I left, I told you that forming a team at the fourth factory was not feasible. I know you want to play professionally, and I'm trying to find a way for you. Right now, Mu Weiping trusts me. After a while, once I secure a starting position, I will ask him for a trial opportunity for you. You can come to our team then. Tang Song looked at Lu Xiao, his expression unreadable, which made Lu Xiao feel uneasy. I won't go. Finally, Tang Song slowly shook his head. I promised Ng that I would help him win a championship. Why can't you understand? Lu Xiao exclaimed in frustration. Ng and the others won't play with you. Setting aside their abilities, do you really think they love football? If they did, wouldn't they have formed a team on their own instead of waiting for you to turn 16 to beg them? Tang Song, just give up. Even if I stay in Linyuan City, there's no guarantee Ng and the others will continue playing. As Tang Song looked at Lu Xiao, he felt increasingly alienated. He was filled with anxiety. Although he sensed many fallacies in Lu Xiao's words, he momentarily forgot how to respond. At that moment, a hoarse voice emerged from the crowd outside the private room. Indeed, among the former fourth factory team, you were the most passionate about football, the most skilled. The others were merely your vassals. How could they dare to dream of football? The familiar voice caused Lu Xiao to freeze, mechanically turning to find Ng with an expression devoid of emotion. Some of the ingredients for the restaurant were procured from Ng, and when the delivery was made, he happened to see Lu Xiao pulling Tang Song out of the private room. Ng had intended to avoid Lu Xiao, but couldn't he help but linger when he noticed Tang Song's troubled expression, only to overhear Lu Xiao's dismissive comments. Ng, please don't misunderstand. I said that to persuade Tang Song to leave. He wants to get ahead if he stays here. Lu Xiao regretted his words. Had it not been for his guilt over Tang Song, had he not wanted to solidify Tang Song's resolve to leave Linyuan City, he would never have uttered such things. Misunderstand? Ng chuckled bitterly. Do you not remember how you got your chance to play? Do you not understand why we, the fourth factory players, could not continue? You left without a word, as if escaping from a festering sore, and now you return. Relieved that you didn't stay with us. Lu Xiao, you truly are a good friend. Oh, no. Perhaps you never regarded me as a friend. It was merely my one-sided sentiment. Ng, let me explain. Lu Xiao hurriedly approached Ng, but the latter was quicker, already outside, riding away on his tricycle. Lu Xiao chased after him, watching Ng's silhouette blur under the streetlight until it vanished entirely. I'm leaving too. Tang Song mounted his bicycle, seemingly wanted to say something, but ultimately just shook his head. He considered reminding Lu Xiao not to take the wrong direction again, but then thought it unnecessary. Lu Xiao surely wouldn't get lost now. Even if he did, he had the means to take a taxi, and the driver would take him anywhere in the city. With both Ng and Tang Song gone, a profound sense of loss enveloped Lu Xiao. All of this could have been avoided when Tang Song confidently asserted in front of everyone that the fourth factory team could play professionally. Lu Xiao need not have felt humiliated. He could have chosen to smile and encourage Tang Song. In advising Tang Song to leave Linyuan City, he could also have refrained from mentioning Ng. Yet, he couldn't help but do so. It seemed he was eager to use others' mistakes to validate his own past choices. But did he achieve the desired outcome? Lu Xiao sighed softly, turning to see Lu Onghua standing at the restaurant entrance, watching him. Tell your teammates to keep it down. They're disturbing others' meals, Lu Onghua remarked. Understood, Uncle Lu. That Piao Piao is back this time. I haven't met Lu Piao Piao yet, and it would be inappropriate to ask in front of others. Lu Onghua coldly scoffed. Let me tell you, Pia Piao has gone to university. She is the president of the student council and has received a first-class scholarship. And look at you. For years ago, you were unworthy of being with Pia Piao, and you remain unworthy now. The night wind suddenly intensified, chilling Lu Xiao to the bone. In a daze, he returned to the private room, his heart adrift, unaware of where it had flown. That night, many found themselves sleepless. Angie tossed and turned in bed, only to be kicked to the floor by his wife. If you can't sleep, get out. In the darkness, his wife threw a box at him. Angie felt an overwhelming sense of distress. Since his wife became pregnant, they had quarreled countless times, but none had been as resolute as tonight. She had even packed his belongings, clearly intent on casting him out. Honey, the child is mine. I will work hard to provide, Angie pleaded. The child is indeed yours. But if you don't bring home a championship, don't blame me for letting him call you uncle, his wife coldly retorted. What? Call me uncle? Angie broke into a cold sweat, an unbearable thought creeping into his mind. You fat fool. If you dare think like that, I'll divorce you. His wife, exasperated, kicked him several times before turning on the light. Angie looked at the box in his hands, instantly struck by a thunderbolt. It was a brand new shoe box for football boots. Chapter 51. The gray area as a new week began. The 7th Experimental Middle School of Linyuan City received delightful news. As the team manager, Lin Yutong was particularly thrilled upon hearing this. She skipped her morning study session and rushed to the office to find Wen Liangqing. Is it true that Liaoqing Moonlight is coming to our school? Did you arrange this? When Liangqing glanced up at Lin Yutong before returning to his lesson preparations. Yes, Liaoqing Moonlight is indeed coming today, but it has nothing to do with me. The principal personally invited them, knowing that Lu Xiao had studied here before. That's wonderful. Even if we don't learn anything, just having contact with a professional team is a tremendous encouragement for the players, Lin Yutong exclaimed with uncontainable excitement, though she sensed something was amiss. Teacher Wen, why do you seem so unenthusiastic? When Liangqing smiled faintly and replied, I am quite happy. Have you forgotten? Not long ago, I was also a professional player. If I were as jubilant as you, it would seem rather odd, wouldn't it? Lin Yutong playfully stuck out her tongue, realizing she had indeed overlooked this fact. Nevertheless, she still felt that something was off about Wen Liangqing, as if he were apprehensive about meeting someone. However, regardless of the relationship between Lin Yutong and Wen Liangqing, they were teacher and student, and there were certain matters Lin Yutong felt she could not inquire too deeply about. By afternoon, the school organized all students to gather at the football field. The principal himself hosted the event, introducing the players from Liaoqing Moonlight one by one. With each introduction, applause erupted from the stands, and when it came to Lu Xiao, the applause was particularly fervent. After the introductions, there was a flower-giving ceremony. Jin Yifan and Lin Yutong each held a bouquet, ready to present them to Lu Xiao and Ma Jun. In the waiting area, Jin Yifan was so excited he felt faint. Lu Xiao was his idol, and now he was about to have close contact with him alongside Lin Yutong. Last week, Lin Yutong had distanced herself from Tang Song, and Jin Yifan had noticed, secretly delighted. Walking toward the podium with Lin Yutong and the flowers felt like walking down a red carpet to him. He glanced to the stands, where Tang Song sat in a corner, dressed in old, shabby clothes, a stark contrast to his own world. How could someone like that compete with him for Lin Yutong? Lu Xiao, I am Jin Yifan, the captain of the school team. I will follow in your footsteps, Jin Yifan stammered as he introduced himself, expressing his admiration. Yet, Lu Xiao didn't even glance at him, casually accepting the flowers before turning to Lin Yutong. Lin Yutong, why didn't you let Tang Song join the school team? Hey, shouldn't I be asking you that? Lin Yutong replied, handing the bouquet to Ma Jun, not mincing her words. Didn't you even try to persuade him? I'm sorry, I failed, Lu Xiao said, his expression dimming. Then he turned to Jin Yifan. What did you say just now? What could Jin Yifan say? He could only mechanically introduce himself again, forgetting to ask for an autograph as he walked back, feeling as if he was treading on cotton. Is Lu Xiao apologizing? Or is it because of Tang Song? Jin Yifan felt as if he were turning to stone. His idol actually knew Tang Song, and their relationship seemed quite unusual. What on earth was happening in this world? After the flower giving, the highlight of the event began, a live football teaching session from Liaoqing Moonlight. Teacher, it's your turn to lead the school team onto the field, Lin Yutong whispered as she nudged the distracted Wen Liangqing, reminding him quietly. Only then did the usually decisive Wen Liangqing snap back to reality, exclaiming, Now, the match officially begins. Everyone, follow me. Laughter erupted from the stands. As many students thought Wen Liangqing was joking, only Lin Yutong quietly worried. It seemed there was indeed something wrong with him today. When Wen Liangqing, representing the school team, shook hands with Ma Jun, the Liaoqing Moonlight representative, Lin Yutong finally understood what Wen Liangqing feared. Isn't this Wen Liangqing? I heard you vanished after being dismissed from Shunsheng Quanjian. So, you were hiding out here, or rather, you've come to work here? Ma Jun's voice was not loud, but it was perfectly audible to the nearby team members. A group of bewildered students immediately gasped. They knew Wen Liangqing was a professional player and were curious about his early retirement at the age of 28, but they never expected he had been dismissed. Brother Ma, you jest, Wen Liangqing chuckled awkwardly. I parted ways with the team amicably. Oh, I see. I must have been mistaken. Parting ways is good. Being a teacher is even better. You receive a steady salary each month, without the pressure of performance, and you're respected. That is much more comfortable than being constantly scolded by coaches and fans. Brother Ma, I didn't become a teacher to escape. I simply want to realize my tactical philosophy. Seeing the confusion on the faces of the team members, when Liangqing's smile gradually faded. Teacher, you're being too harsh. That is not what I meant. Ma Jun quickly apologized, turning to the team to explain, your teacher is a person with great ideas. He often debated with coaches when he was a professional player. Although the coaches dismissed his views, you should look down on him for that. His ideas may have been useless in professional teams, but they will surely find application in campus league matches. The team members shook their heads, indicating they didn't take it to heart, but the way they looked at when Liangsheng had already changed. The intensity of campus leagues couldn't compare to professional leagues. Yet as members of the school team, they hoped their teacher would have a glorious history. A coach deemed unworthy by professional leagues was hard to trust, no matter how one looked at it. Ma Jun, your strange tone and the students' doubts are making Liangsheng feel quite uncomfortable. I apologize for any previous offenses I may have committed, when Liangsheng said. Now is the time for player-student interaction. Can we please focus on the task at hand? Teacher, why are you apologizing? You said I shouldn't have started in the first team for Xinjiang Quanjian. I think you were right, which is why I'm now starting for Liaoqing Moonlight. We're currently ranked second in the league, while Xinjiang Quanjian is last. I should be thanking you. Ma Jun's face was genuinely filled with gratitude. Unfortunately, the more he appreciated Wen Liangsheng, the more he put him on the hot seat. Mo Yun, do you want me to explain how you became a starter? Wen Liangsheng asked in a low voice. Go ahead, if you wish. Ma Jun cast a glance at Wen Liangsheng and sneered. But do you truly believe anyone here would be convinced? Wen Liangsheng paused for a moment and looked back at the school team. The youthful faces of the students still bore the innocence of childhood in their eyes. The world remained starkly black and white. Wen Liangsheng found it impossible to unveil the heavy fade of this dichotomy and illuminate for them the elusive gray areas that elude the ordinary perception. Brother Ma, in my past, I was impulsive and ignorant, making many mistakes. However, I have distanced myself from that circle. For the sake of our former camaraderie and the fact that your son calls me uncle, could you find it in your heart to forgive me? When Liangqing's tone softened considerably, he understood that from this moment onward, he would no longer be regarded as the esteemed teacher and coach by the school team, but rather as an incompetent coward. He could endure this transformation. His only wish was for the team members to acquire professional football knowledge, which would greatly benefit their future lives. Teacher Wen, there is no need for apologies. Why be so courteous? Ma Jun replied with a triumphant smile. He then took the microphone from the principal, who had walked over upon sensing the atmosphere shift, and addressed the stands with a booming voice. Good afternoon, fellow students. I am Ma Jun, the captain of Liaoqing Moonlight, and at the behest of your principal, I am here to impart a football lesson to you all. As he paused momentarily, applause erupted from the stands. Regardless of whether they followed football or recognized Ma Jun, the status of a professional player was something high school students could only admire. Once the clapping subsided, Ma Jun continued, in comparison to the senior Liu Xiao, my position on the field may be less familiar to you. I am a defensive midfielder, commonly referred to as a holding midfielder. Many students who don't frequently watch football might wonder, isn't defense the role of a defender? What does that have to do with midfield? Surely, Ma Jun isn't speaking nonsense? Another pause elicited laughter from the audience. Ma Jun's wit and humor quickly earned the students' approval. However, I'm not speaking in vain, he went on. The holding midfielder has two primary responsibilities. One is to intercept the opposing team in midfield, and the other is to pass the ball to teammates to initiate an attack. The latter is not easily demonstrated here, as aside from the people present, we have this makeshift podium, which makes it quite impractical for me to launch an offensive. Thus, I will share some techniques for defensive play in midfield. The applause thundered as Ma Jun completely captivated the students of the 7th high school, especially the team members. When Liangsheng had been the head coach for a week, but had focused primarily on Tang Song and had little interaction with the team, leading to some dissatisfaction among them. The dialogue during the handshake with Ma Jun had left the team questioning the new teacher's capabilities. Yet at that moment, Ma Jun revealed a humorous side beneath his serious exterior as a professional player. Although the team members were already aware of the role of a holding midfielder, Ma Jun's explanation was engaging, making them feel it was considerably better than what Liangsheng had provided. particularly for Jian Yifan, who had been disheartened by Liu Xiao's connection with Tang Song and subsequent neglect. He now regarded Ma Jun as a new idol. Intercepting in midfield is not primarily about disrupting the ball, but rather about preventing the opponent. Simply put, it's about letting the ball go, but not the person. If the ball passes, we still have defenders. If the person passes, we are left vulnerable to conceding a goal. Amidst the laughter of the students, Ma Jun turned to Jian Yifan and inquired, "This student here is the team captain. Your skills must be quite impressive. Would you care to join me in a practical demonstration?" Receiving such an honor nearly made Jian Yifan faint. He realized that with numerous reporters at the sidelines, facing off against a player of Ma Jun's caliber would undoubtedly elevate his standing among the players of various high schools, regardless of the outcome. And if he could manage to outmaneuver Ma Jun, even just once, he would achieve remarkable fame among his peers. Chapter 52. My turn to shine again. The school recognized that mere theory was insufficient, so they had prepared a football on the side. Jian Yifan eagerly fetched one and respectfully handed it to Ma Jun. After receiving the ball, Ma Jun juggled it a few times with both feet, then lifted it higher and headed it a few times. In the final instance, he seemed to fumble as the ball grazed his head and changed direction toward the ground. Gasps erupted from the stands as Ma Jun appeared flustered, shaking his head in an attempt to locate the ball. "It's behind you," the students shouted nervously, suddenly bursting into an incredulous chorus. The football that had fallen behind Ma Jun soared back into the air. At that moment, Ma Jun, astonishingly, did not even glance at the ball, but instead flicked it back up with his heel. Witnessing this spectacle, the applause erupted once more. The students understood that Ma Jun's earlier fluster was an act, and the mishap was entirely intentional. Not only the students of the 7th high school, but even Tang Song was taken aback. He had thought Ma Jun's on-field contributions were minimal, yet he was surprised by the player's nimbleness. It seemed that no professional player should be underestimated, and the level of professional leagues should be regarded with utmost respect. After showcasing his skill, Ma Jun returned the ball to the awed Jian Yifan and said, "Let us begin." Jian Yifan, now holding the ball, felt his legs tremble slightly. Ma Jun had to encourage him, "Don't be nervous, just treat it like a regular game." With Ma Jun's amiable demeanor, Jian Yifan took a deep breath, trying to avoid glancing at the reporters with cameras at the sidelines. Following his usual playing style, he approached Ma Jun, dribbling the ball with his right foot. Students, take note, most players dribble using their right foot, so regardless of how convincing the opponent's feints are, the core of all movements lies in that right foot. As Ma Jun lowered himself to defend Jian Yifan, he continued to deliver a lesson to the students, showcasing his exceptional skill. As a holding midfielder, the key is to intercept the opponent at the moment they separate from a ball. Ma Jun swiftly extended his foot, but unexpectedly, Jian Yifan switched the ball to his left foot and quickly slipped past him. The stands fell silent as the students glanced between the stunned Ma Jun and the bewildered Jian Yifan, unsure how to react. "Captain Ma, I'm left-footed," Jian Yifan sheepishly reminded him. Ma Jun cleared his throat and chuckled. I was a bit careless. This student is rather crafty, although we are demonstrating. You should cooperate a little when I mention the right foot." The students in the stands suddenly understood and began to chastise Jian Yifan for not adhering to the plan. Jian Yifan felt his face flush. He had been too focused on his own style, completely disrupting Ma Jun's demonstration, which left him feeling guilty. "Then, should I only use my right foot from now on?" Jian Yifan asked. "No worries. Play however you feel comfortable. I'll adapt to you," Ma Jun graciously replied, though he was somewhat surprised. Facing a high school player, he felt he might have underestimated his opponent. However, given his status, he should have been able to handle Jian Yifan easily. Yet he hadn't anticipated that a moment of negligence would almost cost him his dignity. Fortunately, he recovered just in time, and instead of being ridiculed, the students blamed Jian Yifan. In subsequent exchanges, Ma Jun took a more serious approach, easily managing to ensure that Jian Yifan's ball passed him, but not the man. Even when Jian Yifan attempted to exploit his speed, he found no success against Ma Jun's adept positioning. As a result, the students of the 7th high school no longer questioned Ma Jun's abilities, and Jian Yifan began to idolize him as a deity. All right, that concludes our demonstration on the defensive techniques of a holding midfielder. This student has performed admirably, truly worthy of being the team captain. Would any of the students like to give it a try? Perhaps he would be more suited to be the captain of the school team than this particular student. Ma Jun, having successfully turned the situation around, jestingly extended an invitation to the students in the stands, filled with a sense of triumph. The audience erupted in laughter. Who would dare to step forward now? They could all see that, even if someone were to be several times more skilled than Jian Yifan, they would still not match Ma Jun. Moreover, it was well understood that Ma Jun was merely speaking for the sake of lightening the atmosphere. Beside him, Wen Liangqing observed the charismatic Ma Jun with a twinge of discomfort. As the head coach of the school team, he felt he should have been a part of this interaction, yet the spotlight had firmly shifted to Ma Jun regardless of the player's private demeanor. The news of today's events would undoubtedly portray him as a positive figure in the world of football. The jester stands in the hall, while the genius wanders. Unable to contain himself, when Liangqing repeatedly murmured this phrase. However, just because the audience dismissed the invitation as a jest did not mean that no one took it seriously. "I'll do it," Tang Song declared, leaping down from the stands and approaching Ma Jun directly. The moment Jian Yifan saw Tang Song appear, an ominous premonition washed over him. This anxiety struck him unexpectedly, leaving him bewildered as to its origin. But regardless, he felt compelled to stop Tang Song. "Tang Song, why is it you again?" Jian Yifan was momentarily taken aback, for it was not he who uttered these words, but Ma Jun. If it was understandable that Liu Xiao, hailing from Linyuan City, recognized Tang Song, how could even Ma Jun know him? Jian Yifan felt a wave of dizziness, not from joy, but from sheer astonishment. "I was about to ask you the same thing." Tang Song, who had no desire to see Ma Jun, was perplexed that a professional player would turn up at his school. Thus he felt compelled to inquire, "Ma Jun, why are you here? What do you want?" Ma Jun's expression shifted slightly. Tang Song frowned, utterly confused. "Did you drink and not wake up yet? Wasn't it you who invited us to spar?" "Be quiet. I haven't been drinking." Ma Jun anxiously glanced around at the reporters, hoping they hadn't caught that slip. Meanwhile, the students from the 7th middle school, now aware of Tang Song's intentions, began to shout insults. "Hey, who let this bumpkin in? Get lost. You want to play with Captain Ma? I want to box with Tyson." Tang Song's previous victory over Jian Yifan had garnered only a modest audience compared to the entire school, so most spectators had yet to witness Tang Song's football skills. Jian Yifan wished to mock Tang Song in turn and send him away, but found himself at a loss for words. Having lost to Tang Song, how could he possibly ridicule his abilities? "Do you really want to play against me?" Fearing that Tang Song might say something inappropriate, Ma Jun felt compelled to silence him. The stands gradually quieted down, and once again, everyone felt Ma Jun's expansive generosity. "Indeed, I wish to verify something. If you're not in good form, then never mind." Tang Song, ever considerate, did not wish to take advantage of the situation. Loud jeers erupted from the stands, deriding Tang Song as shameless and oblivious to his own limitations. Amidst the uproar, Ma Jun's expression began to falter. Engaging in a brief match with Tang Song was fine. He could easily handle this type of student. However, the moment he agreed to play, it transformed into a matter of proving his own form. Very well, Ma Jun resolved, determined to make Tang Song embarrass himself in front of everyone. The two stood 2 meters apart, facing each other. Ma Jun fixed his gaze on Tang Song, poised to teach him a lesson the moment he made a move. Tang Song did not disappoint. He swiftly tapped the ball with his right foot, nudging it to the left. Ma Yun scoffed. Such a common maneuver was daring to be executed in his presence. He pounced forward like lightning, thrusting his left foot toward the ball, stating, "A holding midfielder must ensure the ball passes, but the player does not. However, if the opponent is too weak, we can simply intercept the ball." While Ma Jun did have some weaknesses in turning speed, his ability to intercept was formidable. The 2-meter gap vanished in the blink of an eye. The feints required space, and Ma Jun's strategy was to completely compress Tang Song's room for maneuver. He intended to prevent Tang Song from executing even a single feint in front of him. Yet, such swift and precise actions fell short. As Tang Song pulled the ball back midway, he retreated, thereby re-establishing distance between them. Ma Jun raised an eyebrow, now aware that Tang Song possessed some skill. However, it was still far from enough. As his left foot landed, he advanced a step forward, using his right foot to jab at the ball. This was the reaction speed of a professional. A single mistake could swiftly transform into a second opportunity for interception. Ma Jun was unconcerned about Tang Song's retreat. If he stepped closer, Tang Song would retreat as well, and without any additional effort from him, Tang Song would lose face in front of everyone. But at that moment, The ball unexpectedly vanished from beneath Tang Song's feet. By the time Ma Jun realized what had happened, Tang Song had already dashed past him on the right, receiving the ball that was played in from his left. The separation of man and ball. The stands fell silent. All eyes widened in astonishment, mouths agape. With Ma Jun's left foot just planted firmly on the ground, he was unable to disrupt the ball, and his right foot was still airborne, making it impossible to block Tang Song's run. His rapid response had, astonishingly, played right into Tang Song's calculations. Everyone could see that during Jian Yifan's encounter, Ma Jun had not exerted his full strength. However, against Tang Song, Ma Jun was entirely serious. They had no doubt that he was exhibiting a level of play akin to that of a professional match. Yet, he had still been outplayed by Tang Song. This doesn't T-count. In the profound silence, Tang Song returned with the ball, stating, "You didn't T-specify how I should cooperate with you. Also, I forgot to mention that I'm also ambidextrous." Having witnessed Ma Jun juggle the ball, Tang Song believed him to be more resilient than this. Thus, he found the situation somewhat surreal. After a moment of contemplation, he grasped the issue. During his match with Jian Yifan, Ma Jun had indicated that such interactions were primarily for demonstration. Hence, conditions must be established. He hadn't yet clarified the terms with Ma Jun, so it certainly didn't T-count. "Don't be so arrogant. Ma Yun Kodel." Tang Song was perplexed. What had seemed like a considerate remark to spare Ma Jun's dignity had drawn such ire instead. Chapter 53. The correct answer with Ma Jun's astuteness. Any mistake could be transformed into a favorable outcome for him. However, the ladder that Tang Song had offered him left Ma Jun feeling somewhat at a loss. In his encounter with Jian Yifan, he had explained the defensive techniques of right-footed players, while Jian Yifan had suddenly switched to his left foot and only revealed his ambidexterity after successfully breaking through, which was certainly illogical. Defending against Tang Song was different. He spoke of players with weaker defensive skills, and if he insisted that Tang Song had made a mistake, he would be indirectly acknowledging that Tang Song's prowess far surpassed his own, which would require him to feign inferiority in front of the student. Before student, no matter how thick-skinned Ma Jun was, he could not impose such a demand. His expression shifted numerous times, forcing out a few awkward chuckles as he remarked, "It is said that old horses know the way. It appears that today this old horse has stumbled. Your esteemed school truly hides dragons and crouching tigers. Or perhaps your school is playing a trick on me, with the real captain of the school team actually being this student, Tang Song? Nevertheless, it matters not. Let everyone consider my earlier overconfidence and hasty actions as a mere misrepresentation. Now, I shall demonstrate how to confront players of considerable skill." Ma Jun spoke with candor. Yet inwardly, he felt a profound discomfort. As a professional athlete, it was a humiliation to commend an obscure student merely to mask his own blunders. The repercussions were equally lackluster. Tang Song, a mere student, and Ma Jun, a professional player, were not expected to exert full effort. So where was the notion of underestimating the opponent? It should be the opposite. Not underestimating was the true expectation. The justification for his hasty actions felt even more forced. The students in the stands lacked experience in proper defense, yet they were undoubtedly well-versed in erroneous defense. A defense so purposefully aimed did not resemble a desperate attempt. Thus, despite Ma Jun's attempts at humor, the applause from the stands was tepid. The school team felt directly affronted. The implication of hidden dragons and crouching tigers was clear to all high schoolers. Tang Song was superior to them. While this was indeed factual, it should not have been stated so bluntly in front of so many. Jian Yifan's face burned with embarrassment, and Lu Xiao, who knew Tang Song, saw his image plummet, turning into a fervent admirer of Ma Jun, only to be subtly mocked for being inferior to Tang Song. In a single day, he suffered 2 blows from different idols, leaving an indelible wound in his heart. When he turned to see Lin Yutong gazing intently at Tang Song, her eagerness was undoubtedly salt in his wounds. He had previously reveled in the notion of being a golden couple with Lin Yutong, yet now it appeared he was merely a turtle clad in splendid garments, while Tang Song was the prince awaiting transformation. Tang Song, however, thought little of it. He was not there to outshine Ma Jun, but to seek an answer. If Ma Jun claimed he had not employed correct defense, then he would simply need to try again. He was patient and unhurried. Next time, avoid mistakes. If errors become habitual, they are difficult to amend, Tang Song kindly reminded Ma Jun's previously bright expression darkened once more. Again, he muttered to Tang Song. Naturally, Tang Song was eager to continue. It was akin to his usual approach to solving problems. Until he arrived at the correct answer, he would employ countless methods to break through. Thus, on the field, their figures intertwined as they engaged multiple times. Ma Jun's defensive talent was fully displayed, leaving reporters familiar with his abilities in utter astonishment. Despite criticisms of Ma Jun's individual skills in the Super League on that afternoon, they found it nearly impossible to pinpoint any flaws. However, even amidst their astonishment, Tang Song's performance captivated their attention. Missed. If only that kick had been a fraction faster. It could have succeeded. Gradually, with each encounter, the reporters gasped in amazement. Their exclamations revealed that Tang Song did not always manage to outmaneuver Ma Jun with both ball and body. His successes barely equaled his failures. Yet, considering their respective statuses and Tang Song's age, this was an extraordinary feat. A professional player, and particularly one in the Super League, should have dominated Tang Song, regardless of Ma Jun's status as a non-top-tier athlete. One mistake could be attributed to chance, two could be dismissed as coincidence, but 3 or 4 would not go unnoticed, even if Ma Jun attempted to brush it off. Hearing the reporter's astonishment, Ma Jun realized he had suffered a significant loss that day, one that might even make headlines. His expression became increasingly grave, and had it not been for Linyuan's timely intervention, he might have entertained the dreadful thought of a reckless tackle against Tang Song. Such a notion was terrifying and indicative of Ma Jun's distress. This was merely a football interaction class. Why were the two still lingering? They risked the ire of their classmates. When Linyuan smiled as he positioned himself between Tang Song and Ma Jun classmates, having witnessed this splendid demonstration, I trust you now comprehend the skill levels of both Tang Song and Captain Ma. However, do not underestimate Captain Ma. As a defensive midfielder, he requires teamwork. Given the full strength of the Linyuan City Moonlight players, Captain Ma would undoubtedly shine, rendering our classmate Tang Song ineffective. When Linyuan, you have caused Ma Jun discomfort, and with the sweat from his vigorous defense against Tang Song, his image appeared rather disheveled. Now, let us applaud our departing classmate, Tang Song. When Linyuan's voice was drowned out as applause surged like a tidal wave, at that moment, every student was cheering for Tang Song, both from the stands and the school team. Jin Yifan and Tian Quan were compelled to join in applause. To abstain would surely invite ridicule from their fellow players. Initially, the Linyuan City Moonlight players remained still, but their genuine emotions could not be suppressed, and amidst the overwhelming applause, several players involuntarily joined in. Amidst the clapping, Lu Xiao observed Tang Song's solitary figure as he walked towards the sidelines, lost in thought, as if he were witnessing the Tang Song of 10 years prior. Barefoot, he had descended from the stands to face the match between the 4th Factory and the Machinery Primary School with the same solitude. A decade had passed, yet Tang Song seemed unchanged, still the enigma regarding his motivations for playing football. Yet he also appeared to have evolved significantly. His technical proficiency had undoubtedly reached the pinnacle of youth teams in professional clubs. Lu Xiao could not help but ponder a question. If it had been Tang Song who had ventured out years ago, would he have secured a stable position in the Linyuan City Moonlight? Yet, this remarkably talented individual, so fervently devoted to football, chose to remain in Linyuan City, rejecting all that outsiders deemed irresistible. In that slender silhouette, Lu Xiao felt himself shrinking, rendered insignificant. As Tang Song approached the sidelines, it signified the conclusion of this interaction. Even if the school had additional plans, it would be impractical to request the ill-tempered Ma Jun's cooperation, so the event was swiftly declared over. As the Linyuan City Moonlight players prepared to depart, they suddenly sensed something amiss and halted in unison. Shouldn't there be reporters taking photos? Someone voiced the collective concern. Indeed, they came to the school for interaction with students, both as an invitation from the school and for the promotion of the Super League. Those reporters who arrived with a mission should be capturing our moments and writing about this successful conclusion. However, as they approached the bus parked at the edge of the field, the reporters remained unresponsive. It appears we are no longer the main attraction today, someone remarked with a bitter smile. They were about to leave the field, and Tang Song was likewise departing. At that moment, all the reporters had gathered around Tang Song, neglecting the other players entirely. This was quite understandable. The core of Linyuan City Moonlight was absent, and interviewing them held little news value. However, interviewing Tang Song was an entirely different matter. With the league's restructuring, a new wave of football fervor had surged in the country. Yet, the restructuring was merely a change of flavor without substantial difference. The teams remained the same, and the players were unchanged, leading to a sense of aesthetic fatigue among fans. They eagerly sought something different. Young players, especially those endowed with talent, were what everyone anticipated. Such rare gems were seldom found, and today they had fortuitously encountered one. How could they let the opportunity slip away? What shall we do? After a moment of silence, someone from Linyuan City Moonlight inquired. Wait, Ma Jun replied, his voice low. Ma Jun knew it was inappropriate. A group of professional players should always be in high demand. Yet today, they were left waiting eagerly for reporters to come and interview them, an indignity that would surely diminish their reputations. However, they could not afford to wait any longer. Otherwise, it would seem as if they had been driven away in disgrace. Such a predicament, neither departing nor remaining, stemmed from a singular individual, Tang Song. In the depths of Ma Jun's gaze as he looked towards Tang Song, an undeniable hatred lingered. Tang Song, in his haste to return to the classroom to complete his assignments before heading to the fourth factory for training, found himself encircled by a throng of reporters whose incessant chatter gave him a throbbing headache, prompting him to question their intentions. All right, enough already. I admit my mistake. I already know the answer, and I shall never play football with Ma Jun again. Tang Song shouted in exasperation, covering his ears. Lin Yutong, who had intended to come to his rescue, couldn't help but laugh as she leaned against one Liang Chong, who shared her sentiments. Tang Song remained as unique as ever, the player that the Linyuan City Moonlight team had eagerly anticipated, yet he absurdly interpreted their attention as a form of punishment. Upon hearing Tang Song's words, the chattering reporters fell silent, intrigued by the question he sought to validate. Tang Song was not averse to answering. He was not one to be petty. Some say that the players from the fourth factory lack the qualifications to compete in professional leagues. I can now confirm that with the right approach and effort, there is indeed an opportunity. After a moment of contemplation, he added, at least a few can play in the A-level league. In the ensuing silence, this statement from Tang Song felt particularly jarring, and Ma Jun's expression darkened instantaneously. The assertion that the fourth factory lacked the qualifications to play in the professional league originated from him, and his teammates were well aware of this. Consequently, Tang Song's conclusion indirectly suggested that he only possessed the level of an A-league player, although Tang Song refrained from disclosing his identity to the reporters. How could he maintain his composure in front of his teammates? Chapter 54. Where have the teammates gone? Tang Song's challenge to Ma Jun was perceived by the seasoned reporters as a tactic employed by young players seeking attention. Initially, they, like the students, believed Tang Song was overestimating his abilities and setting himself up for humiliation. However, they quickly realized their error, understanding that regardless of the methods he employed to garner attention, Tang Song was justified in doing so. At that moment, they recognized yet another misjudgment. Tang Song was not striving for attention, but rather for an enigmatic reason that eluded them. What kind of team was the fourth factory? The reporters exchanged puzzled glances, probing one another. It must be noted that, at that time, the reporters demonstrated commendable dedication. Some were well-versed in the various teams of Linyuan City in preparation for a football feature. Yet, even after exhausting their mental faculties, they cannot recall any such team existing in Linyuan City. Tang Song laughed. Don't bother thinking. The fourth factory team hasn't even registered with the Football Association yet. Realization dawned upon the reporters, no matter how meticulous their inquiries. They could not keep pace with the grassroots teams sprouting like mushrooms after the rain. Evidently, the fourth factory team was no different, being a squad formed spontaneously by football enthusiasts who played together for enjoyment. Upon this revelation, the reporters were further astonished. How could a player of Tang Song's caliber choose not to join a school team, but rather associate himself with a team of such low stature? Mr. Tang, are you playing with those enthusiasts at the fourth factory as a means of working your way through school? Have you considered trialing for a club? One reporter probed. The journalists were aware that grassroots teams often held informal matches, inviting skilled players to join for the sake of prize money or to settle scores. And it was evident that Tang Song was such a hired player. What enthusiasts? Tang Song retorted in frustration. Our fourth factory team is a legitimate club. Why would I seek trials with another team? Tang Song found reporters to be utterly foolish and had no desire to engage with them. Seizing an opportunity, he slipped through the crowd and swiftly made his way to the academic building. The reporters, having never encountered such a situation while interviewing young players, were momentarily bewildered. To be interviewed by them was a coveted honor for countless young athletes. Why was Tang Song so indifferent to this opportunity? Once they regained their composure, the reporters hurriedly pursued him, acutely aware of the rarity of interviewing such a player. They didn't wish to be outpaced by their peers. As they ran, the reporters found the situation both amusing and perplexing. Were they interviewing an obscure young player or a renowned star? Their bemusement deepened when, despite their efforts, they failed to interview Tang Song, as Lin Yutong and when Liangsheng united to bar them from entering the academic area. This is an ordinary full-time high school, without permission. You cannot enter the academic building, when Liangsheng stated, shaking his head. This was a school, and no matter how intrusive the reporters were, they could not breach the rules. Nevertheless, they did not relent. Some attempted to befriend when Liangsheng in hopes of obtaining Tang Song's home address, planning to visit him in the evening for an intimate conversation. This struck Wen Liangsheng as somewhat ironic. In his past experiences with professional teams, he had never had the opportunity to speak with reporters. Yet now, they were pleading nicely for information about a student. Wen Liangsheng secretly hoped Tang Song would cultivate a good rapport with the reporters. After all, it was often said that fame should be seized early, and Tang Song was at the perfect age. Moreover, he possessed the talent to achieve it. However, Wen Liangsheng could not decide on Tang Song's behalf and turned to Lin Yutong for guidance. Knowing his home address is futile. His family would never open the door to strangers, Lin Yutong replied, offering the reporters a disappointing answer. Then, with a playful wink, she provided a suggestion that rekindled the reporters' hopes. Why not go directly to the fourth factory? Tang Song will be there after school, and you can learn more about the fourth factory team. The reporters paused for a moment, then promptly dashed out of the school. Midway, they retraced their steps to the football field, perfunctorily snapping a group photo of Linyuan City moonlight before continuing their sprint out of the school. What are you doing? The players of Linyuan City moonlight were somewhat bewildered by this seemingly undeserved attention. Such is human nature. When being pursued by reporters, they keep their distance. Yet when the reporters show indifference, they feel an overwhelming sense of loss. We're heading to the fourth factory to interview Tang Song, one slower reporter called back, hastening his pace. Unlike the luxury of a bus ride to the sidelines enjoyed by Linyuan City moonlight, the reporters' vehicles were parked outside the school. Once they boarded their vehicle, the sound of the engine roaring led some to mistakenly believe that the 7th high school was hosting a rally. It's Tang Song again. The players of Linyuan City moonlight were furious, both to defend Ma Jun and because they genuinely harbored resentment towards Tang Song. A once prominent Super League team had been reduced to a mere laughingstock because of him, leaving them feeling utterly frustrated without a means to voice their grievances. At least, they thought they would not have to see him again. Brother Ma, don't be upset. We'll be back in the team tomorrow. Tonight, let me treat you to some relaxation, one player offered, trying to placate Ma Jun. Not so fast. Ma Jun furrowed his brows after a long moment of contemplation and declared, "Let us go to the fourth factory and see for ourselves." Ma Jun was determined to unravel the mystery of the fourth factory, a team that had caused him repeated misfortune through a single player. After the reporters departed from the academic building, when Liangsheng questioned Lin Yutong with a hint of confusion, "You're aware of the current situation at the fourth factory." Sending the reporters there could lead to Tang Song being ridiculed as a dreamer. Lin Yutong smiled mischievously, leaving Wen Liangsheng unable to discern her true intentions. Tang Song doesn't mind losing face, whether it's in front of us, the reporters, or the countless people who will read the reports. And if he returns to the school team after being ridiculed by the reporters, wouldn't that be precisely what we desire? Isn't that a bit excessive? When Liangsheng felt that Lin Yutong's actions were too extreme. If the reporters rushed in and discovered that the fourth factory was merely a team conjured from Tang Song's words, how would they perceive him? And how would those who learned about Tang Song through their reports view him? The spirit of the foolish old man moving the mountains is revered precisely because the Taiyang and Wangwu mountains eventually vanished. Had these two colossal peaks stood resolutely for generations, the seemingly inexhaustible descendants of the foolish old man would undoubtedly have been ridiculed by the wise old man for eternity. Tang Song persistently engages in such endeavors. He can excavate the cement floor of the fourth factory, yet struggles to unite a team. There's nothing inherently wrong with that. Lin Yutong's brilliant eyes dimmed momentarily, as she pondered whether it was better for them to step forward or for Tang Song to be utterly disillusioned with them. Either way, it seemed that everything was destined to reach a conclusion. "Who are you referring to as them?" When Liang Cheng asked, momentarily taken aback. Lin Yutong did not respond directly. Instead, she quickly regained her composure and smiled. "Teacher Wen, I plan to head to the fourth factory later. Are you coming?" "Me?" When Liang Cheng hesitated, "I might not go." "You were right. I should probably keep my distance from Tang Song." Tang Song's performance today had once again left Wen Liangqing astounded. He increasingly believed that with Tang Song on the team, even if the teammates were slightly less capable, they could still achieve remarkable feats beyond the imagination of ordinary individuals. Thus, he felt compelled to distance himself from Tang Song, at least until the latter joined the school team. His intention behind retiring was to become a respected physical education teacher, and he did not wish for Tang Song to alter his path. The twilight in Linyuan City remained as it always was, with the sun casting a slanted glow over the somber city. Tang Song, undeterred, rode his bicycle towards the fourth factory. The construction progress of the training ground had temporarily lagged due to unforeseen circumstances. However, he was not anxious. He could afford a few years to complete it. How much work could be accomplished this afternoon? Tang Song mused, only to be struck by an unexpected realization. The once desolate fourth factory was now bustling with activity. A section that Tang Song had excavated had drawn countless onlookers, including familiar faces such as reporters, players from Liaoqing Moonlight, employees of the fourth factory, and numerous curious citizens. A sense of foreboding washed over him. If the fourth factory resumed operations, the training ground would undoubtedly remain unfinished, and the construction of the stadium would be but a distant dream. Although Tang Song felt joy at the factory's reopening, he was entitled to a fleeting moment of sadness. Fortunately, he soon discovered that it was not the factory that had reopened, and he did not need to search for another site for the training ground. "Tang Song, what is the situation with these reporters?" Upon his arrival, all eyes turned to him. Yi Jinshi was the first to approach, eager to ascertain the details. The reporters were not from the fourth factory, and Old Zhang had naturally denied them entry for interviews. Yet, these reporters were adamant and refused to leave, forcing Old Zhang to summon Yi Jinshi, who was currently in charge. As news of the fourth factory's team spread, many employees followed Yi Jinshi's lead. When Liaoqing Moonlight arrived, and Ma Jun insisted on meeting the members of the fourth factory team, the situation escalated. Many had rushed from the city center, eager to catch a glimpse of this professional squad and to understand what made the fourth factory's team so exceptional that it garnered the attention of professional clubs. Tang Song found himself in a predicament. While he could indulge in a bit of petulance when it came to personal interviews, the request for his team's interview was a matter of reputation, and he could not refuse. Thus, he felt that these reporters did not have altruistic intentions. He had not even changed his clothes. How could he represent the image of the fourth factory team? "You arrived too early. My players are not yet prepared," Tang Song stated candidly, as honesty could earn him favor, which he desperately needed. "Your players are not unprepared. They simply do not exist." Ma Yun Insa Shektel, voicing what the reporters had only dared to hint at. No reporter could acknowledge this fact. Such talented players were associated with a non-existent team. To label them as geniuses would be a disservice. They were in truth akin to madmen. The reporters were reluctant to accept that Tang Song was indeed mad. Otherwise, what purpose would their efforts serve? Chapter 55. They have returned in the midst of the reporters' conflicting gazes. Tang Song regarded Ma Jun with equal conflict, a myriad of emotions intertwining on his face, causing even the most inquisitive reporters to hesitate in their pursuit of the truth. The solitary figure before them, the boy with an elusive dream of a training ground yet to be established, possessed an extraordinary talent and strength, yet was tragically reminiscent of a Don Quixote. Among the gathered crowd, many had already heard of Tang Song's ambitions to build a stadium, leading to a flurry of speculation. So this is Tang Song. The boy seems quite clever, yet his mind appears troubled. Who in the fourth factory would entertain his notion of forming a team? The fourth factory is doomed to obscurity. If the factory is beyond saving, the people are as well. Tang Song found himself at a loss for words as disappointment washed over the reporters. While the onlookers reveled in schadenfreude, and Ma Jun savored a sense of vindication. What did it matter if Tang Song had defeated him? Once the story circulated, Tang Song would undoubtedly be perceived as somewhat unhinged. Even if a club recognized his talent, they would likely recoil at the thought, leaving his professional aspirations in tatters. All right, you are right about everything, Tang Song eventually replied, his tone lacking enthusiasm. What do you mean? Ma Jun was taken aback. His elaborate scheme to humiliate Tang Song had been thwarted by a mere, indifferent remark. It felt akin to a patient adult dismissing a child's stubborn insistence on a misguided belief, choosing not to waste time on trivialities. This was not the outcome Ma Jun had sought. He would have preferred Tang Song to react, as he had before, leaving him in an embarrassing position, even if it meant enduring humiliation. Yet Tang Song genuinely wished to avoid conflict with Ma Jun. The distinction between players being unprepared and the absence of players entirely was clear to him. He felt Ma Jun's logic was flawed. However, unlike Jin Yifan, Ma Jun was no longer a high school student, and Tang Song refrained from suggesting he undergo a transformation. Instead, he simply ignored him. Tang Song, do you believe that possessing an ideal that others cannot comprehend elevates you above the rest? Do you think your persistence in this ideal is a noble endeavor? Ma Jun sneered, don't be foolish. This is not an ideal. It is a delusion. You claim that at least some of your teammates can compete in the A-League. But where are they? Are they not watching your farce from the sidelines, like I am? Give up, Tang Song. Everything you're doing is misguided and bound to fail. Having abandoned his efforts to humiliate Tang Song, Ma Jun felt the frustration of hitting a wall. He resolved to persuade Tang Song to reconsider. By frequently mentioning the fourth factory team, it was evident how vital this matter was to Tang Song. If he were forced to relinquish this cherished dream, it would undoubtedly represent a failure. Captain Ma is correct. Tang Song, face reality. This endeavor is unfeasible, Ma Jun urged. If you wish to play, I know many coaches from various teams. I can recommend you for a trial. Indeed, Tang Song, even if the fourth factory has a team, it would be a grassroots level team. Any team you approach would likely be superior to the fourth factory. Several reporters, who had a favorable impression of Tang Song, chimed in, realizing he was not mad, but rather somewhat obstinate. They all wished to assist him. Some even took out their phones to introduce Tang Song to coaches from their contact lists, asking him which team he would like to join. Initially, Tang Song remained unmoved, but gradually, he found himself compelled to cover his ears once more. He found the reporters to be quite bothersome. After deciding to formally establish a club for the fourth factory, the first department he intended to create was the public relations department. He then realized that the team indeed required a coach, though the quality of coaching was secondary to the ability to face the media. As the reporters observed Tang Song's distressed expression, they assumed he was having a moment of reflection and gradually ceased their inquiries, eagerly awaiting his final decision. Ma Jun, confident and composed, regained his usual demeanor in front of others. He believed that by doing this, he had indeed assisted Tang Song, yet in his eyes, Tang Song's choice to abandon the fourth factory team was akin to experiencing failure. Ma Jun inwardly chuckled at the irony that a mere Tang Song could compel him to resort to a psychological victory to savor any sweetness. Unaware of why the reporters had fallen silent, Tang Song discovered that covering his ears could procure a moment of peace, so he continued to do so. Consequently, a gathering of unacknowledged kings and professional players encircled the boy who was covering his ears, quietly awaiting his change of heart. The scene was exceedingly dull, with some onlookers beginning to doze off. Stop waiting. He hasn't taken your words to heart, Lu Xiao remarked helplessly. He knew Tang Song well. If these reporters could sway him, then he would no longer be the same Tang Song. The reporters were skeptical and urged Lu Xiao to be silent. However, when they turned their gaze back to Tang Song, they were rendered speechless. The fellow was grinning broadly, showing no signs of inner turmoil whatsoever. Lu Xiao, you truly understand me, Tang Song said. During Lu Xiao's recent visit, the two had only conversed at Luong's restaurant, where Tang Song felt that Lu Xiao had changed. Now, he sensed that Lu Xiao remained the same. Observing Tang Song's familiar smile, Lu Xiao fell into a brief silence before slowly shaking his head. No, I do not understand you. For years ago, Li Chengdong told me that if I didn't leave, I would miss my chance. Now, I must convey the same message to you. Your talent is well known, and even in the youth training camp of Liaoqing Moonlight, few can surpass you. To be frank, I have envied, even felt jealousy towards you. However, talent requires time and the right environment to flourish. You are indeed young and can afford to wait for an unattainable fantasy, but this is a waste of your future. Without matches and proper training, you will ultimately fade into obscurity. Tang Song, come with me. With these reporters as witnesses, Mourinho will grant you a trial opportunity, and you will undoubtedly impress him. The reporters nodded in agreement. While Tang Song's current abilities were not flawless, he was merely 16, and joining the youth team of Liaoqing Moonlight would pose no issue. Yet, once again, Tang Song surprised them. With a slight smile, he replied, "Lu Xiao, you have changed. You are now using idioms. However, I do not lack for matches or training. The fourth factory team is successfully being established and will soon compete in amateur leagues, vying for a spot in the FA Cup. The FA Cup is a stage for young players from major clubs, so, in terms of match experience, I will not fall behind others." The reporters were taken aback. They had assumed Tang Song's persistence stemmed from an innocent naivety, but they did not expect him to have such a clear vision for the future. The FA Cup, often regarded as a secondary competition by major clubs, typically sees them fielding younger players in a second-string team to preserve league standings, which is why upsets frequently occur. Tang Song's participation in such matches was undeniably fitting, and many players who ultimately became key members of the national team had emerged from the FA Cup. While they admired Tang Song's meticulous planning, the reporters felt a twinge of anxiety. Currently, only 4 amateur teams could qualify for the main event of the FA Cup each year, and they instinctively believed that Tang Song's team could be among them. Even Ma Jun maintained a measured silence. In terms of strength, this young man had unknowingly captivated everyone. "Tang Song, why can't you comprehend?" Lu Xiao's voice suddenly rose, each second of Tang Song's persistence deepening his frustration. "I have said before, no one from the fourth factory will play with you. And G1T, and neither will the other players. The fourth factory team has already dispersed. It is not just the players who are scattered, but their hearts as well. Look, how long has it been? Has anyone stood up to speak for you? Tang Song, they are not worth your efforts." Indeed, Lu Xiao believed it was in G and the others' fault. Only by thinking this way could he justify his departure from Linyuan City years ago. These individuals did not genuinely love football, nor did they possess the skills to play professionally, which is why Lu Xiao had to leave. Now, he was even more convinced of this. As Tang Song was besieged by reporters, challenged by Ma Jun, and ridiculed by onlookers, did Ji or anyone else step forward? No, not a single one. Up until this moment, none of them had even shown their faces at the fourth factory. Lu Xiao did not know Tang Song as well as Tang Song thought, but he at least understood him better than most. Upon hearing Lu Xiao's words, Tang Song's expression shifted. For the first time, his face betrayed the calmness that had always been present. Lu Xiao sighed, knowing that the awakened Tang Song would harbor resentment towards him. Yet, it was better for him to be hated than for Tang Song to squander his future on the people from the fourth factory. "As long as you understand, then come with me." Lu Xiao breathed a sigh of relief, and the reporters too felt a sense of ease. "I do not intend to follow you. Rather, I sense that they have returned." Tang Song smiled again, his inability to remain composed stemming from the sounds he had heard. "Where are they?" Lu Xiao nearly shouted in frustration, and the reporters, equally exasperated, wondered what thoughts occupied this young man's mind. They were ready to abandon Tang Song, just like Lin Gaofeng. These reporters could only assist Tang Song in finding opportunities, but could not make decisions for him. Would such a promising young player fall due to a flaw in character? The reporters felt a wave of disappointment. They had witnessed many such talents, gifted yet self-sabotaging at their prime. "They are here." Amidst the sighs of regret, a unified voice rang out from beyond the crowd, and then those individuals pushed through, standing beside Tang Song in succession. "I am Zhao Jing, the left back of the fourth factory team. I am Yang Hong, the right midfielder of the fourth factory team. I am Fang Xiaoyu, the defensive midfielder of the fourth factory team. I am Mao Zhenjiang, the right back of the fourth factory team." These individuals, dressed in various attire, some in suits, others in sportswear, and some even wearing aprons, spoke with unwavering clarity. Tang Song took a step back, gazing at these figures reminiscent of the time they stood between him and Li Qingdong. Chapter 56 can be reimbursed once the last person finished introducing themselves, along with Tang Song. The fourth factory team now boasted 14 members. Even if no one else joined, they had enough players to complete a proper match with substitutions. The 14 stood in unison, and after a brief moment of shock, the reporters rushed to take photographs. Knowing this would be a precious moment, Lu Xiao stared incredulously at the group before him, then let out a nervous chuckle. "Hi, you all have come, but not everyone is here. And GISNT here. Am I wrong?" Before he could finish, the clamor of the fourth factory erupted, and with a loud crash, the heavy iron gate of the factory swung open. Several construction vehicles thundered in, startling the crowd into retreat. And Ji jumped from the first vehicle, pointing at the area Tang Song had excavated and loudly commanded, "Dig for me." With a roar, the construction vehicles sprang into action, swiftly tearing up the hard concrete. Seeing the progress, Ji turned to Liu Xiao and asked, "Aside from those who have left, are we all here now?" Liu Xiao hesitated, his lips moving but his mind a blank, unable to utter a single word. Ji had no intention of waiting for him to speak. He stepped into the midst of the 14 individuals and implored the reporters, "Esteemed journalists, I am also a member of the team. Please do not overlook my presence." After capturing their photographs, the reporters recalled their earlier query. "Since you are players of the fourth factory team, why have you only just arrived?" Anger flared in Anji as he questioned Tang Song. "Did you not inform them that we were preparing?" "I did, but they did not believe me," Tang Song replied nonchalantly. As if the appearance of Anji and the others had been prearranged, it became evident that these individuals were fools. The players of the fourth factory nodded in agreement. Without preparation, would such a vast training ground be excavated by mere manpower? "Hey, if you can't speak, just be silent," Tang Song retorted with dissatisfaction. The players of the fourth factory laughed in unison, dispelling any lingering doubts the reporters might have had. This was indeed the fourth factory team. Their camaraderie and the atmosphere among the players hinted at a squad brimming with potential. "And what your coach? May we interview your head coach?" a curious reporter inquired. The laughter among the fourth factory players ceased abruptly. They had never had a coach and could not conjure one from thin air at that moment. You are truly the fools." Ma Jun cackled sharply, a small fool among a multitude of larger fools. "And you speak of the FA Cup? Without a coach. You don't even have the qualifications to register with the association. Who says we have no coach?" A clear voice rang out from the crowd as Lin Yutong bounced forward, stating earnestly, "I am the head coach of the fourth factory team. Feel free to ask me any questions." The reporters gasped in shock, their glasses nearly shattering. "What is this?" Lin Yutong frowned in displeasure. "Do you think a girl cannot be a head coach? Be careful, or I shall accuse you of gender discrimination." The reporter stammered, unable to respond. Of course, a woman could coach a team in amateur leagues, where the requirements for a coach were not stringent. Yet, the notion of a 16-year-old girl as head coach was undeniably startling. "Nonsense. Preposterous." Ma Jun bellowed. "A registered coach must possess a coaching certificate. Do you have one?" Lin Yutong giggled, producing her coaching certificate for all to see, and declared, "Question, discuss the qualities, conditions, and roles of coach." Answer, good football experience, teaching ability, training capability, management skills, computer knowledge, coaching techniques, football knowledge, observational skills, psychological resilience, habits, comprehension, educational background, image, language proficiency, design skills, learning ability, leadership qualities, intellect, and passion. This unexpected head coach rattled off an array of terms that left the members of the fourth factory team bewildered, yet they did not object, for they noticed a change in Ma Jun's expression. Ma Jun's countenance shifted, for despite his pride, he recognized that he had begun to pay attention to coaching exams as his career approached its twilight. What Lin Yutong had just articulated was indeed a question from this year's coaching exam. "Impossible. You are merely a high school student. You cannot possibly have a coaching certificate." Ma Jun was adamant. "My father is Lin Gaofeng," Lin Yutong replied coolly. The reporters inhaled sharply. The name Lin Gaofeng was unfamiliar to those outside the football circle, but well known to them. Given Lin Gaofeng's capabilities, it was not out of the realm of possibility for him to facilitate his daughter's acquisition of a coaching certificate. Thus, the fourth factory now had players, a training ground, and a registrable coach. The team had officially been established. The ceremony for this establishment was rather rudimentary, and the atmosphere surrounding it was decidedly peculiar. Yet, these were trivial matters. A team is fundamentally centered around competition, and their ability to play was sufficient. Well then, today's interview concludes here. We hope everyone will support our upcoming performances. Lin Yutong stated confidently, her demeanor undeterred by her dress, rivaling that of the formally attired coaches. The reporters were satisfied. This bizarrely formed team was imbued with an air of mystery, providing ample material for an engaging report. Ma Jun's face darkened as he etched Tang Song's visage deeply into his memory before turning to board the bus, never to show his face again. He was self-aware enough to know that if he continued to nitpick, his reputation would be irreparably damaged. You may leave, Tang Song told Lu Xiao. The fourth factory team no longer requires your concern, but do not forget what you owe me. Tang Song was magnanimous, but notably stingy in certain respects. Lu Xiao had lost his football, and thus Tang Song demanded 5 golden shoes in repayment. To date, Lu Xiao had yet to procure even one. I will repay you, Lu Xiao assured, glancing at the players of the fourth factory. Before returning to the bus, he grasped Tang Song's hand. I wish you all success. In Tang Song's presence, Lu Xiao felt perpetually like a failure, just as he had 4 years prior. Yet his affection for the fourth factory compelled him to extend his blessings to the team. Tang Song smiled, confident that the fourth factory team would indeed thrive. The bus departed, the reporters left, and soon the construction vehicles and others followed suit, leaving only the players of the fourth factory behind. The group exchanged glances, and Lin Yutong suddenly exhaled in relief, sticking out her tongue. That was close. If they had requested to see the coaching certificate, we would have been exposed. Tang Song paused, opening the coaching certificate in Lin Yutong's hand, and indeed, it bore the name Wen Liangcheng. Lin Yutong, you deceived us. Tang Song exclaimed angrily. You made us miss out on a good coach. Hey, I did this to help you. Lin Yutong retorted. Can you find another person willing to be your coach? Lin Yutong was equally incensed. Upon seeing the players of the fourth factory appear, she immediately knew what needed to be done. For years ago, she had asked Tang Song to share his dreams with her, and now it was time to reclaim those dreams. However, her intention to assist Tang Song was not to become a mere custodian on the field. She aspired for a more significant role. Rest assured, I will certainly obtain the coaching certificate and will not delay your registration, Lin Yutong assured Tang Song, wearing a confident expression. Tang Song found it hard to refuse. He believed the fourth factory could find an older coach, though that individual might lack a coaching certificate. Having Lin Yutong fill in was actually quite favorable. Very well. From now on, you shall be our coach. Tang Song nodded, then addressed Angie and the others. Let us commence training. There was no need for further words. The players of the fourth factory donned a variety of attire, each bringing what they needed. The sun hung low on the horizon, yet no one felt pressed for time as they swiftly changed into their uniforms and gathered on the newly prepared training ground. As the players began to kick the ball, Lin Yutong suddenly realized something and rushed back to pull Tang Song aside. What do you mean? Lin Yutong exclaimed, her brows furrowing. If you have appointed me head coach, why are you leaving me on the sidelines? Is it customary for the head coach to also play? Tang Song countered. Lin Yutong comprehended fully. Tang Song was clearly using her name while completely sidelining her. Having never encountered such a deceit, she refrained from confronting Tang Song and resorted to the same tactics he had employed against her years ago. Then you all play. I resign. When Lu Xiao and the others had initially refused to allow Tang Song onto the team, Tang Song had threatened to take the ball home, forcing Lu Xiao and the others to accept him. At present, Lin Yutong has also employed a similar tactic, yielding commendable results. Angie and the others hastily persuaded her to return. After all, it is not every day that they gather to play football. What would it mean for the coach to leave on the very first day? Moreover, it is not merely a coach departing, but a coaching certificate, a loss that the fourth factory team cannot afford. Faced with such an insurmountable strategy, Tang Song had no choice but to acquiesce, feeling that the fourth factory team's first day was already shrouded in gloom. Fortunately, this shadow was swiftly dispelled. After all, Lin Yutong is the daughter of Lin Gaofeng and has previously served as a manager within the school team, so her personal training was soon organized in an exemplary manner. Eventually, Angie leaned closer to Tang Song and whispered, "Are we, at the fourth factory, running low on funds? Might you endeavor to transform her into a free resource?" The other players exchanged knowing glances, seemingly hinting at something. After a moment's contemplation, Tang Song grasped Angie's implication. You need not suggest it subtly. The construction fees can be reimbursed. I shall not let you toil in vain. Oh, come on, Angie exclaimed, his features contorted with anxiety. Am I not old enough to ask you for money? In truth, Angie had no intention of requesting money, nor did the other players. Tang Song, do not bear any psychological burden. Our purpose in playing football is not as noble as you might think. For instance, despite appearing to have a family and soon welcoming a child at just 22, do not wish to live my life in such a manner perpetually. My wife has granted me 3 years. I do not seek to prove my greatness, but simply wish to convey to Lu Xiao that what belongs to me, I shall obtain on my own, without his benevolence. Angie gazed resentfully into the distance. He had always been Lu Xiao's shadow at the fourth factory, obediently following Lu Xiao's every command. Had he not heard Lu Xiao articulate his thoughts, he would never have realized how insignificant his standing was in Lu Xiao's eyes. This time, without Lu Xiao present, Angie was determined to demonstrate to him that the fourth factory team was not solely Lu Xiao's domain, but rather a collective belonging to every player of the fourth factory. Angie's assertion was indeed valid. Zhao Jing, clad in an apron, offered a wry smile. For years ago, Lu Xiao declared that anyone leaving the fourth factory must excel in whatever they undertake. He has now become a professional player, while Wang Jianjun, still in his internship in another city, has been promoted to regional supervisor, whereas we, Tang Song. You must have seen me at the stationery store outside the 7th high school. Tang Song shook his head. The stationery was a reward from the school. Zhao Jing paused momentarily, his expression growing more distressed amidst the chuckles of his teammates. Tang Song, can you not tell a white lie just this once? Regardless, you might not have even noticed me back then. After graduating from high school, none of us managed to enter university. We had initially hoped to take over roles in the factory, but as we waited, the factory transformed into what it is today. We possess no other remarkable skills. So achieving excellence is no simple feat. Playing football is our final hope. Thus, this is our choice, and it concerns you not. The others nodded solemnly, while Feng Xiaoyu, contemplating his shabby suit, also appeared dejected. Tang Song, it seems your sacrifice is the greatest. We all understand the reporter's implications. They deem us unworthy of you. But rest assured, we shall strive to fulfill our roles. As they voiced their innermost thoughts, Lin Yutong interjected with disapproval. Have you all been slacking off after such a brief training period? Is this what you call effort? Her stern voice sent a chill through the group of men, and Angie, clutching his chest in fright, lamented. With a fierce woman at home, how am I to endure a tyrannical manager on the field? What did you say? Lin Yutong exclaimed, seizing Tang Song's pickaxe and chasing after Angie, shouting, I shall bury you alive today. The first day's training session swiftly concluded. After escorting Lin Yutong home, Tang Song discovered Tang Mingyu indulging in a lavish meal in the living room. He cast a cold glance before silently retreating to his bedroom. Moments later, he returned to the living room, standing before the table. Ah, my good son has returned, Tang Mingyu slurred, his eyes glazed with intoxication. You've brought honor to our family today. Come, share a drink with your father. Tang Song pushed the cup away and coldly inquired, Where's my money? Money? What money? Tang Mingyu replied, Aren't you supposed to be playing football? I've prepared some good nourishment for your health. He gestured towards the remnants of the feast. Tang Mingyu. Tang Song slammed his fist onto the table. That was the money I set aside to purchase supplies for the team. Do you have any idea how hard I worked to save that money? Tang Mingyu, clutching the wine bottle tightly, appeared anxious that it might shatter, then chuckled. My dear son, what does it matter how hard you work to save it? Do you truly believe that amount suffices for your team's expenses? It may not be enough, but at least Tang Song felt a heaviness in his heart. Taking a deep breath, he fixed his gaze on Tang Mingyu and stated earnestly, I am 16 now. Do you understand what that signifies? Tang Mingyu looked at him in confusion. Tang Song continued coldly, It means that you, unable to lift a fist, are no longer my adversary. Regardless of your objections, my pursuit of football is beyond your interference. This is not the first time you've meddled with my possessions, but I will not allow a second occurrence. With that, Tang Song turned and forcefully slammed the bedroom door shut. This home is his cage, but he refuses to evade it. He shall wield his own strength to shatter it. Haha, do you think I can intervene in your football pursuits? Go ahead, Tang Song. Believe that bypassing me leads to an easy path. Awaiting you ahead is a darkness that devours without mercy. Tang Mingyu's voice reverberated through the door, tinged with a hint of desolation. The following day, Lin Yutong returned the coaching certificate to Wen Liangcheng and tendered her resignation. Oh, I recall someone advising me to steer clear of Tang Song, Wen Liangcheng remarked with a grin, looking at Lin Yutong. Lin Yutong's face flushed crimson as she bashfully replied, Isn't that how people are? Grand principles are meant for others. One can never truly comprehend them oneself. When Liangcheng laughed heartily, I shall not retain you. Lin Gaofeng could not hold on to you, nor can I. However, you did not come to me for something trivial, did you? The fourth factory conducted its first training last night, Lin Yutong said softly. I am aware, when Lianyang admitted without reservation. He had initially hesitated to attend, but ultimately could not resist. Did you find their training somewhat peculiar? Lin Yutong was taken aback. Her sense of oddity stemmed from her close interactions with the fourth factory players, while when Lianyang had merely caught a fleeting glimpse from afar. Yet he had sensed it too. When Lianyang humbly remarked, there is no need for alarm. According to your account, the last time the fourth factory played together was 4 years ago. Anyone with a modicum of experience would recognize that their reunion would present significant challenges. However, I cannot offer advice at this moment, for all a team's issues will reveal themselves during matches. Thus, it would be best for you to play a game as soon as possible. But we have not yet registered with the Football Association, making participation in amateur leagues impossible. They say that those in love become foolish. Why are you also falling into this category? When Lianyang teased before adding, you could engage in a friendly match. There are ample teams in Linyuan City, and others require practice too. Finding a team for a match should not pose a problem. Lin Yutong's face reddened further, rendering her speechless, and she fled the office as if escaping. When Lianyang shook his head and chuckled, calling after Lin Yutong's retreating figure, Tong Tong. The fourth factory players have all played for their high school teams, and they're still young, with room for growth. Therefore, their potential is considerable. What you must do is exercise patience. Whether Lin Yutong absorb his words remains uncertain. In any case, after finishing his remarks, when Lianyang felt a twinge of regret. In this way, had he not effectively become the fourth factory's coach, albeit an anonymous one? Never mind, let be an act of kindness, when Lianyang mused. Recalling the sight of more than a dozen players rallying around Tang Song, standing proudly by his side, a hint of moisture gathering at the corners of his eyes. In those days, he found himself isolated within the team due to his steadfast beliefs, which often led him into bouts of self-doubt. Yet, the principles upheld by Tang Song seemed even more enigmatic, and he could never fathom why they consistently garnered the support of their teammates. When Lianyang bore no jealousy, rather, he fantasized that perhaps his own convictions would be understood within the ranks of the fourth factory team. However, he could not abandon all caution as Lin Yutong did. As a physical education teacher, he bore his own responsibilities. Shortly after Lin Yutong's departure, Jian Yifan arrived. Why did Lin Yutong leave the school team? He inquired directly. The bluntness of his tone caused when Lianyang to furrow his brow. He indeed wished for his players to regard him as a friend, yet this was an office. And Jian Yifan was but a high school student. A modicum of respect in the form of formal address was to be expected. Classmate Jian Yifan. If you seek the reason, you ought to ask Lin Yutong directly. Although feeling somewhat offended, when Lianyang endeavored to maintain his composure. Why should I ask her? Jian Yifan retorted. Do you not realize how significant Lin Yutong was to the school team? Officially, she was the team's manager, but in reality, she functioned as the coach. Classmate Jian Yifan. When Lianyang said in a restrained voice, who coached the team in the past is irrelevant. From now on, I am the sole coach of this team. I am deeply grateful for Lin Yutong's contributions, and I sincerely wish her well in her departure. However, when it comes to football expertise, you ought to place your trust in me. Trust you? Jian Yifan cast a sidelong glance at Wen Lianyang. Trust a player who is dismissed from the team? Teacher Wen, you are holding us back. We cannot afford any delays. Wen Lianyang could not help but bang his fist on the table. Regardless of how mild-mannered a teacher may be, such forthrightness from a student could easily disrupt their composure. Moreover, Jian Yifan's comments about his departure only served to underscore the disrespect he felt. What do you mean by that? Do not be late for afternoon training. You must understand that you are coaching the school team, not Tang Song. What do you mean, Jian Yifan? I admit that I was somewhat distracted over the past week. But inviting Tang Song to join the team is part of a coach's duties. Moreover, I have not neglected any aspect of the training arrangements. Now that it is certain Tang Song will not be joining the team, I shall devote my full attention to it. It better be so, Jian Yifan scoffed, storming off in anger. When Lianyang watched his retreating figure, feeling an urge to hurl something in frustration, yet, under the watchful eyes of his colleagues in the office, he could only return to his seat in silence. Outside the office, Tian Quan and others, seeing Jian Yifan emerge, raised their thumbs in approval. As expected of the captain, he truly spoke his mind, Tian Quan remarked, clapping Jian Yifan on the shoulder. I am not angry. I simply have no regard for Wen Lianyang, Jian Yifan candidly replied. After all, we are the school team. Not just anyone can coach us. Perhaps the fourth factory is more suited to him, Tian Quan suggested. Are you aware they are establishing a team there? Do you know how unreliable their players are? Even the clerk from our neighborhood stationery store could play left back. Laughter erupted among the group, with someone jokingly asking, "Does that mean they might even recruit a butcher?" Tian Quan pondered for a moment, feigning seriousness as he replied, "There might actually be one." The laughter grew even more raucous. Wang Dazhuang, passing by, hesitated for long while before summoning the courage to quietly ask one of the laughing individuals, "Tang Song has formed a team at the fourth factory?" The person nodded and, recognizing Wang Dazhuang, teased, "What? Did Tang Song not invite you? I think it would fit in quite well. I no longer play football. I am now part of the athletics team," Wang Dazhuang murmured, lowering his head as he hastily walked away. Chapter 58. The name of the team Tang Song was blissfully unaware of Jian Yifan and the other's mockery, and even if he did know, it would not have troubled him. One cannot speak of ice to summer insects, nor the sea to a frog in a well, if one were to concern themselves with others' opinions on every action taken. There would be little left to accomplish in life. Furthermore, not every individual is born with a football at hand. Can a clerk at a stationery store not play football? Let us not forget that Zhao Jing was once a member of their school's team and even secured second place in the Linyuan City High School League, having only lost to that year's champion, Liu Xiao. However, the players of the fourth factory had completely forgotten their past glories. They now aspired only to scale greater heights. Finding a team to play for? The fourth factory players pondered. 4 years can transform many aspects of life. Most of the companions they once played with had similarly changed careers, and they had lost their connections within the Linyuan City football community. Simply wandering to an open field to find a team would hardly yield effective training. The players were anxious, and Lin Yutong shared their sense of urgency. While managing a team at school seemed straightforward, consisting of training and matches, she had realized that training primarily focused on individual skills, with reference materials available for any unfamiliar techniques. Matches were even simpler. The schedule against opponents was prearranged by the school, requiring merely the deployment of players to the field. High school players rarely engaged in tactical training, and matches often hinged on individual abilities. In contrast, the fourth factory team was set to compete in an adult league. The technical skills of adult players were largely established, making it difficult for them to adapt for a single match or to comply with a coach's tactical approach. This was a reason why some players excelled in their first year, but faltered dramatically after a coaching change. In such circumstances, the role of a coach becomes paramount, not only to oversee training, but also to devise strategies that exploit the player's strengths while considering their psychological states. Naturally, a coach could rely on a single tactic throughout their career, provided they possess sufficient funds and influence to secure desired players each season. The fourth factory lacked the means for such luxury. Ensuring that their current roster of 15 players remained intact was a considerable challenge. Under these conditions, the demands placed on the coach were even more stringent. Lin Yutong could manage training without issue, yet her tactical acumen was lacking. She understood formations such as 4-4-2 and 3-4-3, but the specifics of their variations left her perplexed. It was said that an exceptional coach could achieve remarkable results merely by altering a player's position within the same group. Lin Yutong, however, lacked both substantial playing experience and coaching expertise. She knew numerous coaches and had even unashamedly called some for advice, but she ended those conversations feeling more bewildered than before. This only added to her woes. Obtaining her coaching certification proved to be a daunting task. Not only did she lack a background in football education, but her age also rendered her less suitable. The coaches were enthusiastic, inviting her to intern with their teams and imparting various knowledge directly. Yet, Lin Yutong found it impossible to break away at this time. Was there truly no option but to seek help from Lin Gaofeng? She had not yet made up her mind. Over the past 4 years, their father-daughter meetings have been few and far between, and discussions about Tang Song often led to heated arguments with Lin Gaofeng. Unless absolutely necessary, Lin Yutong was reluctant to plead for his assistance. Amidst the turmoil, Ji suddenly slapped his thigh and exclaimed, "How could we forget him?" As the fourth factory players guessed who Ji referred to, they exchanged knowing smiles. "You're going too far." Tang Song stood up in indignation, as if too proud to associate with such a crowd, and made his way towards the exit of the fourth factory. "Tang Song, where are you going?" Lin Yutong asked, surprised. She had not anticipated such noble intentions from him. "I'm going to speak with him," Tang Song replied without looking back. With his hopes of settling the score within G dashed, he felt it was imperative to take action. The fourth factory players were momentarily stunned before bursting into laughter, realizing that Tang Song was indeed unpredictable. Angie felt it inappropriate to allow Tang Song to visit alone, so that evening he brought along some fruit to pay a visit. Hey, you all are being excessive. With so many teams in Linyuan City, why single out one for torment? Zhang Jijuan was so furious he could almost spit blood. For the past decade, no matter what he had done, the mere mention of the fourth factory caused him excruciating headaches. He had avoided the fourth factory at all costs. Yet someone had tracked him down to his home. Stop rubbing your head, Tang Song advised. Try this apple. It's delicious and has calming properties. Zhang Jijuan nearly threw the apple back at Tang Song. Could an apple possibly compensate for years of torment? However, the apple was indeed tasty, and after a moment's hesitation, he took a bite. The apple couldn't alleviate his suffering, and discarding it would only deepen his pain, so he decided to indulge. Tang Song, I know about the team you established at the fourth factory, and I will certainly help if I can, Zhang Jijuan stated, taking another bite. The issue is, I don't have the authority over the team. I understand. I'm reaching out to you to act as a messenger. Please convey this to Wu Yong. Tang Song replied earnestly. Zhang Jijuan immediately sensed a shift in the tone of the conversation. Was this how one sought assistance? However, he was overly angered and shook his head, saying, My cousin also lacks authority. The oil plant S team has now become a semi-professional club, now known as Linyuan Xiaobrand. Realizing the situation was likely hopeless, Angie could only depart with Tang Song in disappointment. As they left, Zhang Jijuan called out to them for downstairs. You all wait for news on this matter. I promise to help, and I will certainly do so. As for the outcome, just await my update. On their way back, Tang Song suddenly asked Angie, why did the oil plant S team change its name? Angie noted Tang Song's unexpected silence and realized he was pondering this question. So he explained, it's quite simple. The oil plant can no longer support them. So the Xiaobrand company has signed them. Zhang Jijuan and Wu Yong effectively switched jobs, albeit they remained within the football realm of the new company. Will anyone remember the oil plant team in the future? Tang Song inquired further. Angie was at a loss for an answer. In the domestic scene, many clubs have faced similar upheavals. A team that once gained a modicum of fame might suddenly change its name or even relocate, re-emerging as a completely new entity. Although it retains the framework of the original team, the past experiences gradually fade from collective memory. Should he disclose this to Tang Song? After glancing at him, Angie decided against it. Tang Song surely was aware. It was merely that he had previously encountered such news and reports, and now it was unfolding right before him, the impact of which was incomparable. Tang Song just hadn't yet grasped this transition. News from Zhang Jijuan arrived swiftly by the following afternoon. It was confirmed that the match could proceed. Who would have thought? Zhang Jijuan arrived with a newspaper, exclaiming, Now, Linyuan City, you are more renowned than we are. The coach insists on facing you. Players from the fourth factory rushed to snatch the newspaper, scrutinizing it closely. Such reports require no objectivity. Emotionally stirred journalists depicted Tang Song as a solitary pioneer, with the players from the fourth factory as his steadfast followers. The more Angie read, the less he could believe it. I was the loudest in advocating for excavation. I never claimed to fight tirelessly for the fourth factory. Zhao Jing questioned his own perception. I'm just a humble stationery store clerk. When did I become a sales manager for a chain group? Tang Song was even more distressed. I merely held my ground against Ma Jun. How did I become the savior of football? Is the domestic scene so dire that someone of my caliber could be a savior? Players from the fourth factory began to challenge the authenticity of the report, while Lin Yutong doodled nearby, cursing the reporters for never catching up to current events. At least you made it to the newspaper. I couldn't even have my name mentioned. It's clearly a story about the whole team, yet I'm left unnamed. Do you know how that feels? Zhang Jijuan was enraged, witnessing the embellishment of the report, yet feeling unsatisfied. Had they considered his feelings? He had always dreamed of appearing in a newspaper, even if it meant facing criticism. All right, let us return to discussing football. Zhang Jijuan reclaimed the newspaper, growing even more furious. Wasn't it his purchase they were reading? What is there to discuss regarding football? Just prepare to lose. The players of the fourth factory seethed. They hadn't played properly in 4 years. And while they might feel nervous against others, facing Zhang Jijuan felt like a sure victory. Zhang Jijuan found himself momentarily bewildered. How did the current state of the fourth factory mirror what he had first heard about them? Yet, the fourth factory had a point. After all, he had suffered 2 consecutive defeats. Your opponent is Linyuan City. The Team's roster has changed significantly, and their strength is entirely different from years past. You lack Liu Xiao, and this is your first match after reuniting, so prepare yourselves adequately. During the assessment 4 years ago, Zhang Jijuan had developed a fondness for Tang Song, and now, within Linyuan City, he felt a lack of belonging, thus offering somewhat biased advice. You should leave. Your incessant chatter is unbearable. The players from the fourth factory urged Zhang Jijuan out. Lin Yutong and Tang Song exchanged glances, both sensing something amiss with the fourth factory's demeanor, yet neither felt inclined to voice their concerns. The courage to face matches upon reuniting was crucial. Starting with a defeatist attitude could lead to numerous adverse reactions. Both were merely 16. Handling such a situation left them feeling utterly helpless. The newspaper featuring the fourth factory was distributed nationwide, and while they read it, 2 individuals in a distant city were also engrossed in it, their eyes brimming with tears. I have always said he was extraordinary, Li Changdong remarked, lifting his head only to bow it again to conceal his tears. When did Zhao Jiayao ever say that? He wondered, perplexed, as he recalled it was he who had originally made that statement. Chapter 59. The Favor Currently. The training schedule for the fourth factory was set for every afternoon, allowing players to manage their own time otherwise. This arrangement was made to accommodate Tang Song's schooling, as well as the work commitments of the other players. Thus, matches were scheduled for the weekends, ensuring everyone could participate. Upon arriving at the field, the players from the fourth factory were momentarily taken aback, setting aside the number of spectators in the stands. It was only natural for more fans to show up after they had made the newspaper. What truly surprised them was the professionalism exhibited by Linyuan City. Before the match even began, the players were warming up on the field, with coaches frequently approaching them to whisper instructions. Additionally, some players from Linyuan City lounged on the ground, receiving massages. Furthermore, 2 coaches stood by the sidelines, engrossed in conversation rather than attending to the players. Do you see that? This is what professionalism looks like. Wu Yong, now merely a staff member, had been assigned to welcome them. As he led the way, he explained, due to league restructuring, Linyuan City recognized the potential of football and decided to invest heavily, aiming to achieve a 3-tier leap within 3 years, promoting to the second division next year, to the first division the year after, and finally to the Super League in 3 years. Do you see those 2 coaches? The head coach is Liu Hongwei, a former national team midfielder who coached a first division team before the restructuring. He was replaced by a foreign coach and, feeling disgruntled, decided to come here. This coaching team is also brought by him. The players from the fourth factory gaped in astonishment, while Angie itched to approach for autographs. Calm down. Don't act like a country bumpkin, Zhao Jing advised, reminding him that since the media had portrayed him as a sales manager, he ought to present himself as someone worldly and sophisticated. Wu Yong shook his head and remarked, "This is merely what we can show you." The newly established training facility remains off limits. It houses a physical recovery room, a gym, and a physiotherapy suite. Tang Song, intrigued, inquired, "Are you still planning to participate in bodybuilding competitions?" Wu Yong chuckled heartily. "Football players require muscle training and physical conditioning. Do you think merely running constitutes training? Our training base is still not fully developed. Once we reach the Super League, it will be truly unimaginable." Wow. The fourth factory team expressed no envy. Instead, they erupted in collective derision. They felt deceived by that rascal Zhang Jijuan. Linyuan City was far from a semi-professional team. It was evidently a professional squad. It merely found itself in the amateur league temporarily due to the full allocation of professional league spots this year. Observing the players on the field, apart from the familiar faces of Zhang Jijuan and Wu Yu, only 3 or 4 players from the original oil factory remained, clearly just substitutes. Hearing the jeers from the fourth factory players, Zhang Jijuan innocently approached to clarify, "I had already warned you. Moreover, if you had done a little research on Linyuan City before the match, you would have known the situation. Am I obliged to provide you with all the team's data? I stand by my claim that Linyuan City is a semi-professional team. While the funding is in place, it is yet to officially enter the professional league and lacks sufficient appeal for skilled players. Currently, it is only at the lower mid-level of the second division. Once we advance to the second division next year, the team will undergo transfers, and then it will truly be regarded as a professional squad. That made a bit of sense. The fourth factory finally relented on Zhang Jijuan. An amateur team aspiring for promotion should indeed possess lower mid-level capabilities in the second division. Furthermore, the fourth factory sought such formidable opponents. They felt that defeating weaker teams lacked excitement. They aimed to triumph over strong teams. What constitutes heritage? This is heritage. Since the era of Liu Xiao, the fourth factory's opponents have only grown more formidable. Therefore, when they initially sought adversaries, they did not choose any random team for practice, but instead thought of the oil factory, a team that had battled for years in the amateur league. Now that the oil factory had transformed into Linyuan City, evolving from an amateur team to a semi-professional one, it only delighted them further, prompting laughter. Although Liu Hongwei was speaking with his assistant coach, he discreetly observed the fourth factory when they arrived. Seeing their air of superiority, he could not help but smirk, though he chose not to comment further. At 50 years of age, with experience in the national team and managing professional teams, he was a venerable figure in the football world. Having aged slightly, he possessed less of the youthful hubris that once characterized him. The fourth factory's perspective on the match did not sway him. Moreover, his agreement to this match was not to teach the fourth factory a lesson, but rather for the sake of one individual. Are you Tang Song? As the fourth factory commenced their preparations in the designated area, Liu Hongwei approached and asked. Tang Song glanced up at the silver-haired, yet still vigorous head coach and responded with a nonchalant. He found Liu Hongwei's inquiry somewhat superfluous, already aware that he knew who he was. As a player of the fourth factory, he preferred others to view the team as a cohesive unit rather than focusing solely on him. The assistant coach behind Liu Hongwei's expression shifted, and before he could reprimand Tang Song, the other fourth factory players hurriedly criticized him. Tang Song, what attitude is that? Quickly greet Coach Liu. Coach Liu, he just has a childish temperament. Please don't take it to heart. Given Liu Hongwei's stature, he would not be provoked by Tang Song's demeanor. He inquired further. So it's you who defeated Ma Jun? After being scolded by his teammates, Tang Song initially intended to respond with a smile, but was caught off guard by Liu Hongwei's next question, instinctively responding with another. The atmosphere grew somewhat awkward. Despite Liu Hongwei's wisdom, he was not immune to embarrassment, and his face reddened slightly. He waved his hand, silencing those who wished to scold Tang Song, and with a sardonic smile remarked, "Ah, the younger generation indeed surpasses the older. It seems you do not regard us old-timers highly." Tang Song was puzzled. Is 50 really considered old? Yi Jinsher was over 70 and still often spoke of his unyielding ambitions. Tang Song's silence led Liu Hongwei to interpret it as a proud acquiescence, further provoking him to turn away in frustration. Young man, do not think that because the media sings your praises, you are truly a rare talent in the football world. Your journey is still long. Tang Song found Liu Hongwei's words excessively verbose. He was merely 16, and his future was indeed long. Who dared claim otherwise would surely provoke him. Once Liu Hongwei departed, the fourth factory players began to discern a different nuance. Tang Song's reaction, though somewhat disrespectful to Liu Hongwei, was also a result of Liu Hongwei's initial brusqueness. The fourth factory players, being young and having experienced media acclaim, wondered why he focused solely on Tang Song. I see. Lin Yutong blinked, recalling something. Liu Hongwei was previously a youth training coach. Ma Jun was promoted from the youth team under him, although he did not continue as Ma Jun's head coach. A bond of mentorship existed between them. Realization dawned on the fourth factory. Liu Hongwei was merely being protective. Oh no, it seems we were destined to play second fiddle today. And Ji lamented, pondering why every match felt like a solo performance by Tang Song despite being a team. That said, when the opening whistle blew, the fourth factory players dove into the fray with enthusiasm. Considering the absence of Liu Zhao's strength in the forward line, Lin Yutong opted for a 4-4-2 formation, pairing Ho Yoming and Tang Song in the attack, with the midfield arranged from left to right as Han Xiang, Yin Gang, Fang Xiaoyu, and Yang Hong, while the defense consisted of Zhao Jing, Chen Yichuan, and Ji and Mao Zhenjiang, with He Jun in goal. This starting lineup was Lin Yutong's selection based on the team's training performance over the past few days, and the 4-4-2 setup, balancing offense and defense, is a preferred choice for many teams. Aware that an innovative strategy might be beyond reach, Lin Yutong chose to play it safe. Observing the fourth factory's lineup, Liu Hongwei nodded approvingly. His earlier harsh demeanor towards Lin Yutong stemmed from disbelief that a high school girl could coach the fourth factory. However, upon seeing the 4-4-2 formation, he found it surprisingly agreeable, leading to a shift in his opinion of her. With the evolution of global football, a new tactical reform was brewing, and many young players had begun to disdain traditional formations. Yet, Lin Yutong, as a 16-year-old coach, did not fall prey to the whims of youth and opted for the classic 4-4-2 setup, bridging the gap between the forward line and defense. Even if the midfield lacked strength, direct connections between defenders and forwards could yield exciting counterattacks, particularly suitable for the reassembled fourth factory team. Moreover, Lin Yutong also employed a strategic nuance. She positioned Tang Song slightly withdrawn, playing as a shadow striker rather than at the forefront. With Ho Yongming creating space for the first touch, this arrangement effectively mitigated Tang Song's physical disadvantages during contested plays, allowing him ample room to showcase his technical skills. Certainly, this arrangement remained traditional, yet the ability to craft a strategy that capitalized on player strengths while minimizing weaknesses was commendable, particularly coming from someone of Lin Yutong's age. She is the daughter of Lin Gaofeng, the assistant coach whispered in Liu Hongwei's ear. Liu Hongwei offered a subtle smile, withholding any definitive judgment. Given his stature, he held little regard for figures like Lin Gaofeng. Thus, even though he admired Lin Yutong, he did not overtly display it. Have them play at a slower pace. There is no need for such impatience, as if he never won a match, Liu Hongwei instructed. The assistant coach promptly relayed the directive to the players on the field. When Liu Hongwei instructed his assistant coach to remind the team, the Linyuan Xiao team was pressing forward, firmly confining the Sichong team to their own half. As soon as this command was issued, the offensive momentum of Linyuan Xiao suddenly slowed, and their formation gradually retreated. Faced with this situation, Lin Yutong could only utter a frustrated curse at the old fox. During Lin Yuan Xiao's recent offensive surge, Ho Yongming had already drifted behind the opponent's defense, poised to launch a rapid counterattack as soon as Sichong received the ball. However, with Lin Yuan Xiao slowing their pace, this rare opportunity vanished. She knew such chances would be scarce in the future, as Sichong was now confronted with the most challenging aspect of football, positional warfare. Currently, Sichong had limited mature offensive tactics and could only rely on one individual. Lin Yutong glanced at Tang Song, a smile creeping into her expression amidst her annoyance. Could it be that the old fox had taken a liking to him? Chapter 60. A back-and-forth exchange in the opening phase, being surrounded and pressed by the opponent, seemed to have become a defining characteristic of Sichong. Thus, even though they were on the defensive, they did not allow their adversaries any clear scoring opportunities. As Lin Yuan Xiao slowed their rhythm, the pressure on their defense significantly eased. Panting, Ng took a moment to wipe the sweat from his brow. His spirits lifted after so long without playing together. It was surprising that our skills had not dulled. Zhang Jizhuan remarked that Lin Yuan Xiao had a level akin to that of a B-League team, suggesting that we were not too far behind. Don't be too confident. I feel Lin Yuan Xiao hasn't shown their full strength yet. It's barely been 10 minutes. We must not let our guard down, Zhao Jing cautioned. What? Ng inquired, glancing at the sidelines, and was astonished to realize it was only the 9th minute. After a moment of surprise, he patted his chest and said, "Don't worry, we've handled their previous attacks. They won't dare to press us too aggressively in the short term." As he spoke, Ng cast a glance at Lin Yutong on the sidelines. Increasingly convinced that he should urge Tang Song to transform this coach into a free agent sooner rather than later. He believed it was Lin Yutong's positioning on the front line that had alerted Lin Yuan Xiao to the potential danger, prompting them to suddenly alter their strategy. Since Lin Yuan Xiao was wary of Sichang's counterattacks, they would undoubtedly refrain from pressing Sichong as they had before. If they could withstand that kind of sustained pressure, could they not defend against other offensive strategies? Just as he pondered this, midfielder Fang Xiaoyu suddenly exclaimed, "Oh no." Following this, Lin Yuan Xiao's midfielder, Meng Hui, delivered a long pass to the left flank of Sichong. Zhao Jing's attempt to intercept was too aggressive, allowing the opponent's right-side attacker, Zheng Qi, to deftly evade him and surge towards the penalty area. Left center back Chen Yichuan quickly moved to cover, while Ng adjusted his position slightly to the left. At this moment, Zheng Qi found himself with ample space, and the attention of Sichang's players was almost entirely fixated on him. Yet, rather than seeking personal glory, Zheng Qi suddenly halted just before entering the penalty area, laying the ball back to the onrushing Meng Hui. Fang Xiaoyu and Ji, caught off guard by this pass, both lunged towards Meng Hui, one behind and the other in front. With two passes, Si Chang's defense was completely drawn out, leaving Meng Hui with a clear path to goal if he could simply bypass Ji. However, he too opted to pass, and the ball went directly behind Ji. Forward Zhang Jijuan galloped in, causing an immediate stir on Si Chang's bench. Zhang Jijuan found himself in an excellent position, almost akin to a one-on-one opportunity. Jun, rush out. Everyone, mark your men, Lin Yutong shouted, standing on her toes. Jun, having not played as a goalkeeper for some time, hesitated for a moment upon facing the one-on-one situation. Yet, upon hearing Lin Yutong's voice, he instinctively charged forward. This decisive action allowed Si Chang to avert the crisis. Jun dashed out of the goal, seemingly relinquishing it to Zhang Jijuan. However, by closing the distance, he simultaneously narrowed the angle for Zhang Jijuan's shot, forcing him to take a few extra steps to evade Jun's reach before reorienting himself to shoot. This delay granted Si Chang's right back, Mao Zhenjiang, sufficient time to arrive and provide cover. Although Mao Zhenjiang did not manage to intercept the ball, his presence was disruptive enough to force Zhang Jijuan's powerful shot to skim past the goal. The tension on both sides heightened as the coaches anxiously awaited the outcome. Once the ball flew out of bounds and the referee awarded a goal kick to Si Chang, both coaches breathed a sigh of relief. However, their subsequent emotional states were starkly different. Lin Yutong could not fathom why Si Chang had made no significant mistakes while being pressed, yet they exhibited a fatal flaw once the opponents slowed their tempo. Meanwhile, the seasoned coach Liu Hongwei marveled once again at Lin Yutong's ability to adapt in real time, while also appreciating Si Chang's defensive resilience. Remarkably, not a single player from Si Chang's defense had given up during that play. What a pity. Observing Lin Yutong deep in thought and failing to issue commands, Liu Hongwei could not help but shake his head. It was evident that Si Chang still lacked the necessary refinement. A skilled cook cannot prepare a meal without ingredients, and this situation epitomized that notion. When the assistant coach inquired about the next strategy, Liu Hongwei waved his hand dismissively, expressing his discontent. In your eyes, who do you believe holds the advantage? From here on out, we will maintain our course. Inform them that anyone who disobeys my orders will be dismissed. The assistant coach hurriedly shouted several commands, once again slowing Lin Yuan Xiao's previously accelerating rhythm. Lin Yutong cursed the old fox once more, among the crowd in the stands. When Liangsheng observed Lin Yutong's repeated disregard for her demure image, unable to suppress a laugh. However, he did not find her outburst inappropriate. Football is an inherently passionate sport, and calling Liu Hongwei an old fox hardly constituted personal attack. Had he been in Lin Yutong's position, it was likely he too would have struggled to maintain composure. Liu Hongwei truly embodied the archetype of an old-school coach, exhibiting a level of discipline that was remarkable. When Liangsheng quietly remarked, "It is important to understand that as football players engage in the game, the intensity of their movements inevitably leads to moments of impulsiveness." Following the recent successful offensive maneuver, the players would certainly feel invigorated and energized, likely leading to another wave of attacks that could present Si Chang with a favorable opportunity. Yet, Lin Yuan Xiao's sudden slowdown thwarted Lin Yutong's plans once again. When Liangsheng also recognized Liu Hongwei's strategy, he refrained from allowing his team to press excessively and was willing to cede possession, intending to force Si Chang to break through their defenses. It was evident to all that Si Chang struggled to mount an effective attack. Although Ho Yongming was tall, his ability to win aerial duels was lacking, preventing Si Chang from breaking through with crosses. The goalkeeper for Lin Yuan Xiao, Wu Yu, was a player whom Liangsheng envied, making it impossible for Si Chang to score from long-range efforts. Under Liu Hongwei's strict guidance, Lin Yuan Xiao committed very few fouls in their defensive third, leaving no opportunities for set-piece goals for Si Chang. The remaining option for Si Chang was Tang Song's individual breakthroughs. "Good lad, you certainly know how to maintain your composure," Liu Hongwei mused as he awaited Tang Song's performance. Yet, to his surprise, Tang Song consistently chose to pass the ball each time he received it, followed by running into space and passing again, his slender figure flitting about the field like a sparrow. Although this approach yielded no tangible results, it left Gu Wei, assigned to mark Tang Song, utterly flustered. "Can't you at least demonstrate some positional awareness?" Gu Wei exclaimed as he chased Tang Song from the left side of the pitch to the right. Gu Wei was a youth player from Liu Hongwei's previous team, and Liu Hongwei brought him to Linyuan City among numerous young talents, highlighting his regard for Gu Wei, whose future was undoubtedly bright. Such players often possess a degree of arrogance, and Gu Wei, tasked with closely marking Tang Song, felt somewhat disdainful. Having graced the pages of newspapers himself, he had achieved fame even before Tang Song. Yet, this very player was soon rendered a sweaty, disheveled mess by Tang Song's unpredictable movements. Gu Wei's recognition of Liu Hongwei stemmed from his successful freezing of numerous talented young offensive players. Yet he had to admit that encountering a player like Tang Song was an entirely new experience. The position of a forward is notoriously difficult to solidify. Yet, as a shadow striker, Tang Song's primary activity should ostensibly be centralized. However, he flitted energetically from left to right, transforming into a winger, with his touches in the middle being countable on one hand. Faced with Gu Wei's inquiry, Tang Song pondered seriously for a moment before retorting. "Have you ever heard of the term libero?" "I've heard of it, but that's not how a libero plays." Gu Wei could hardly claim ignorance of the term. Originating from Franz Beckenbauer, it refers to a player who can position themselves anywhere on the field, serving as the core of organization and command and defense while also initiating attacks. Although Tang Song's movements were erratic, his style still diverged from that of Beckenbauer. "Are you foolish? The libero style is outdated." Tang Song didn't believe he was playing the role of a libero. He merely asked if Gu Wei had heard of it, not claiming to embody that role. Gu Wei felt a pang of frustration. Just then, Tang Song suddenly dribbled toward the center, catching Gu Wei off guard. He had not anticipated that Tang Song would employ psychological tactics against him, prompting him to hastily pursue. In less than 2 strides, a figure unexpectedly appeared before him, his own teammate. This teammate, noticing Gu Wei's hesitance in front of Tang Song, assumed he was waiting for support and thus moved in to assist. Tang Song's dribbling route was astutely calculated, leading to an inevitable convergence of the two players. They both paused in surprise, but Tang Song seized the moment, dashing forward into the penalty area. Luckily, Wu Yu was focused, making a timely save to avert the threat. "Wu Yu, you again?" Tang Song exclaimed in astonishment. Wu Yu was somewhat speechless, questioning why Tang Song was surprised when he had approached him. Tang Song's display of individual skill did not fluster Liu Hongwei excessively, but it did prompt him to make a second adjustment, to spread the formation and avoid overlapping positions. This young man was too cunning. They must not fall into his trap. Seeing Linyuan Xiao's adjustments, Wen Liangcheng chuckled in surprise. The first adjustment was made proactively by Liu Hongwei, while the second was forced upon him by Tang Song, both adjustments targeting Tang Song. For a coach of Liu Hongwei's caliber, this was an undeniable disruption to his pre-match strategy. If all went as expected, a third adjustment would soon follow, when Liangcheng mused. Lin Yutong appeared somewhat juvenile in front of Liu Hongwei, and with Tang Song in the mix, would they pose a threat to this seasoned tactician? Liu Hongwei did not anticipate a third adjustment. With the formation spread, Gu Wei could now defend Tang Song without interference. He was confident that Gu Wei would effectively contain Tang Song. However, Liu Hongwei soon realized that Tang Song seemed to be waiting for them to spread the formation. At the very moment Linyuan Xiao's team adjusted, Tang Song, who had previously been running chaotically and passing upon receiving the ball, slowed to a halt. Returning to the center, with the ball at his feet, he glanced at Gu Wei, causing Gu Wei's heart to skip a beat. In Tang Song's gaze, Gu Wei perceived a determination akin to a do-or-die resolve. It seemed that in the wild pursuit around the field, his pressing had frustrated Tang Song. And now that Linyuan Xiao had granted them space, Tang Song was resolute in testing their individual abilities against each other. This was precisely what Gu Wei had anticipated. However, Tang Song's gaze still unsettled him. To conquer this unease, Gu Wei resolved to give his all. He too possessed the quality of rising to the occasion. Yet, he soon felt something amiss. When had he begun to view Tang Song as a formidable opponent? Gu Wei chuckled at his own self-mockery, reining in his thoughts and focusing on Tang Song's feet. As Tang Song approached, he took a step to the right with the ball, only to suddenly pull back, flicking the ball to the left with his toe. A typical defender would have been deceived by Tang Song's initial movement, but Gu Wei was no ordinary defender. He immediately saw through Tang Song's feints, stepping forward to pressure him, forcing Tang Song to retreat. Gu Wei advanced again, compelling Tang Song to retreat once more. With a dismissive smirk, Gu Wei thought, "It seems that when I take things seriously, Tang Song is not so impressive." Yet at that moment, Tang Song separated from the ball, maneuvering around him effortlessly. The figure before Gu Wei vanished in an instant, leaving him stunned. The spectators, including Wen Liangcheng, were equally astonished. Then erupted in applause. "Well done, Tang Song. You actually recognize that." The exchange between Tang Song and Gu Wei was clearly a mirror of Tang Song's previous encounter with Ma Jun. A player's youth training experience leaves an indelible mark on their professional career. Both Ma Jun and Gu Wei had been nurtured by Liu Hongwei, and they shared certain traits, including their aggressive interception styles. However, recognizing and exploiting such connections requires not only boldness and precision, but also exquisite footwork. The same defensive action executed by different players yields vastly different results. Gu Wei, being younger and quicker than Ma Jun, proved a more formidable challenge. Tang Song's bold dribble drew gasps from the crowd, but soon, a second wave of astonishment arose. After a brief moment of shock, Gu Wei quickly pivoted and once again intercepted Tang Song's path. Such rapid reflexes made Tang Song realize that Gu Wei was a tenacious adversary, prompting him to handle the ball with more caution and forego risky attempts to break through. Due to his prudence, Gu Wei hesitated to make a move, maintaining his position as he slowly retreated in line with Tang Song's cautious advance. Gu Wei too was patient, fully aware that Tang Song would soon make his next move. The two danced in and out, nearing the edge of the penalty area, with defenders behind them. If Tang Song clung to the ball, he would inevitably fall into a trap. He believed that no matter how confident Tang Song was, he could not be so arrogant as to think he could retain possession against both him and his teammates. Thus, Tang Song, clearly intent on scoring through individual prowess, would soon attempt to breach Gu Wei's defense and engage the defenders behind him. This was an insight Gu Wei had gleaned from countless encounters with offensive players, and Tang Song was no exception. Just 2 meters from the penalty area, Tang Song, true to Gu Wei's expectations, was compelled to take the initiative, aiming to overpower Gu Wei with his individual skill. The opportunity had arrived. Gu Wei felt a surge of joy as Tang Song's left foot touched the ball. Feigning a pass, Gu Wei remained steadfast. He would not be deceived, certain that Tang Song would fake and burst through. But then his expression changed. For Tang Song genuinely passed the ball. "You actually passed it," Gu Wei exclaimed in disbelief. Tang Song regarded Gu Wei as rather dim-witted. Is passing not allowed in a match? Gu Wei found himself at a loss for words. However, if Tang Song was passing, based on their previous offensive maneuvers, it seemed they heavily relied on him. With Tang Song forced to relinquish the ball to a teammate, it equated to conceding this attack, indirectly signifying his success in defending against Tang Song. Regrettably, Gu Wei had miscalculated. Tang Song delivered the ball to Ying Gang, who drawing defenders, then passed to Han Xiang on the left. Han Xiang promptly sent in a cross, as Yang Hong on the right and midfielder Fang Xiaoyu moved into position. The penalty area of Linyuan Qiao's team erupted into chaos as Ho Yoming unleashed a sudden shot, nearly breaching Wu Yu's defenses. The recent offensive was both sudden and spectacular. Although it did not result in a goal, applause erupted from the stands. Once again, with a remarkable save, Wu Yu's goalkeeping skills and concentration have nearly reached the pinnacle of professional league standards. When Liang Chang expressed his admiration, then turned to Liu Hongwei, "Tang Song is quite cunning." Preoccupied with monitoring him, I almost overlooked the other players of Factory 4, who possess commendable skills as well. With his individual prowess, he compelled Liu Hongwei to instruct the team to spread out, presumably to allow his teammates to shine. It seems this match, besides Lin Yutong and Tang Song, has a third factor at play. What will Liu Hongwei do next? Liu Hongwei wasted no time and immediately summoned Gu Wei, reprimanding him harshly. "Do you even know how to play football? What is the essence of midfield defense? It is interception and pressure. What are you doing? A premature tackle is one thing, but you made a blunder. What did you do next? Just watch them advance to the penalty area? Even an 80-year-old could manage that. I expect you to apply continuous pressure, preventing him from entering dangerous zones. Must I teach you that from scratch? Disrupt my strategy again? And you can sit on the bench." Liu Hongwei showed no mercy to Gu Wei, berating him in front of the entire squad and audience, leaving his face a mottled shade of purple. Even the referee forgot to remind Wu Yu to take the goal kick. Oh, just a moment ago, you threatened dismissal for not following orders, but now it's merely sitting on the bench? Tang Song, seemingly relishing the spectacle, curiously inquired. Liu Hongwei's lips trembled with anger. Everyone recognized that it was a threat rather than a genuine intention to dismiss him. Otherwise, with the nature of a match, players inevitably stray from instructions. If every infraction led to dismissal, who would remain on the team? Tang Song, stop making light of the situation. The real match has yet to commence. Liu Hongwei coldly remarked. Tang Song, taken aback, rushed to confirm with the referee and then asked Liu Hongwei in confusion. So, do the 30 minutes we've played count as warm-up? Liu Hongwei's fury reached its peak, yet he found himself at a loss for words, nearly choking on his frustration. Fine, you win. Whether it's your individual talent or your sharp tongue, you have far exceeded my expectations. With that, Liu Hongwei made a third adjustment. Slowing the pace does not mean you should retreat defensively. Where's your offense? Has Tang Song rendered you all timid? Get moving. I want to see the ball in their half. This time, Liu Hongwei delivered the orders himself rather than relaying them through an assistant coach. The players of Linyuan Xiao didn't dare to slack off, and the dynamics of the match quickly shifted once more. One Liangcheng erupted in laughter from the stands. It seemed only Tang Song could provoke Liu Hongwei to such an extent. However, it was said that Liu Hongwei favored his players, and this indeed appeared to be the case. Gu Wei committed several errors and received a fierce reprimand, yet the punishment was merely a casual mention. Had it been any other player, they would have surely been substituted. He furrowed his brow. Factory 4 had revealed all their cards, yet only managed to elicit 3 adjustments from Liu Hongwei. What lay ahead was a true test of strength. Could Factory 4 endure? Liu Hongwei's third adjustment indeed indicated this. Tang Song's capabilities were remarkable, and the other players were not as lacking as initially presumed. However, Linyuan Xiao had invested significantly, and their players had reached top-tier status at this stage. By demanding a stronger offensive, Liu Hongwei was clearly signaling to Factory 4 that he was unafraid of conceding goals. Linyuan Xiao had the capacity to score as well. Moreover, regardless of how many goals Factory 4 might score, they had the ability to outscore them by at least 1. Thus, as the first half progressed, both teams engaged in a fierce battle of offense. Factory 4 pressed forward. Yet before they could retreat, Linyuan Xiao launched a counterattack. The momentum of Linyuan Xiao's counter was still strong, and Factory 4 seized the opportunity to strike back. No longer were there any intrigues. Players showcased the most exhilarating moments of competitive football through speed and skill. The spectators in the stands cheered with fervor, their shouts echoing continuously. When Liang Cheng felt his palms sweat, shifting his position in anticipation. He had played in more intense and thrilling professional leagues. Yet this clash between 2 amateur teams felt more captivating than any match he had ever experienced. As the high school league was set to commence, could he expect the same performance from Qizhong? Before joining Qizhong, when Liang Cheng had no doubts. However, at this moment, he felt a twinge of insecurity. Distance from a school team. Such a back-and-forth exchange placed immense pressure on the player's resolve, where even the slightest misstep could be magnified. As the first half approached its conclusion, Gu Wei, who had been chastised and corrected, was caught off guard by Tang Song's swift change of direction. Tang Song surged past, facing the defenders of Linyuan Xiao directly. The defensive system of Linyuan Xiao revolved around Gu Wei. Upon his error, the 2 central defenders grew anxious, both lunging towards Tang Song simultaneously. Tang Song seized this opportunity, passing the ball to Ho Yongming, who had slipped behind the 2 central defenders, and then circled around, quietly cutting into the penalty area from a left. At that moment, the fullback of Linyuan Xiao, along with the 2 central defenders, pursued Ho Yongming. Despite not excelling in any particular skill, managed to deliver a precise pass. He directed the ball perfectly into the path of Tang Song, who was making his run. Wu Yu, noticing this, decisively slid to intercept, but was a moment too late. Tang Song executed a delicate chip shot, sending the ball over Wu Yu's head and into the net. 1 o'clock. This score ensured that Factory 4 would conclude the first half with a lead. It marked the first goal since their reunion 4 years later, with Factory 4 players embracing in a jubilant celebration. Yet, Tang Song remained unfazed, staring at the grounded Wu Yu for a moment before saying, "How come I scored against you again?" We felt quite vexed. Was it unusual for a goalkeeper to concede a goal? Scoring against the same player was hardly a rarity. Nevertheless, he did not perceive Tang Song's words as an attempt to provoke him. This further aggravated his frustration. During a match, Tang Song's every shot was accompanied by casual remarks, making it feel more like a mundane conversation than a competitive game.